Chapter 1501, Pulling a Tiger Skin. Idiot! Everyone in the yard was stunned when they saw the two samurai guarding the gate being beaten like this. Then everyone became angry. They are Japanese, and they run rampant in this land. How dare anyone attack their people? Can this be tolerated? Several Japanese ronin immediately drew their samurai swords and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai. Facing these Japanese ronin, Zhang Tuohai didn't take them seriously at all. God-level martial arts is no joke. According to the classification in martial arts, he is now an innate Dzogchen-level existence. Half a step away from breaking through the void and meeting God. It was easy to deal with just a few ronin. I saw their figures flicker. And several Japanese ronin who rushed over flew back. Even faster than the speed of rushing over. He scored 3 points. Bang bang bang. These Japanese ronin all hit the wall. His head tilted and he fainted. This is Zhang Tuohai's plan. Otherwise, these people would not be alive at all. But Zhang Tuohai didn't completely spare them either. The dark energy in their hands has invaded their internal organs. And their internal injuries will not occur until a month later. He became increasingly weak and eventually died of vomiting blood. If checked, it will only appear that they have overindulged or been infected with typhoid fever. And there will be no other abnormalities. Zhang Tuohai's move directly shocked everyone present. The people looked at him in surprise. These Japanese samurai who can stand in the courtyard are not ordinary ronin, but have masters. And they are all disciples of various well-known schools. In Japan, it is also a first-class presence. However, in Zhang Tuohai's hands, they couldn't even get past a single move. Was thrown back directly. What level is this person in front of me? The eyes of the surrounding Japanese samurai were full of anger. And they all drew their swords and prepared to chop the man in front of them into pieces. But he was stopped by the woman in kimono. Who are you? The woman in kimono asked coldly. You're standing in my house, and now you ask me who I am? Zhang Tuohai said coldly. You're home? The woman in kimono turned to look at the woman in a dress next to her. The woman in the dress pointed at Zhang Tuohai and shouted loudly. You are talking nonsense. This is obviously my home. My father is Su Zhenlong, the leader of the Axe Gang. And this is my home. Gang leader Su is dead. And I am now the new gang leader of the Axe Gang. I have the final say in everything here. Zhang Tuohai shook his head. What? Impossible. Su Linlin looked in disbelief. Whether you believe it or not, you can ask your mother, and it will become clear. Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. Su Linlin didn't want to believe it at first. But when she saw Zhang Tuohai's appearance, she couldn't help but believe it. She turned around and ran towards the room. After a while, she walked out of the room. His face looked like ice. Tell me, did you secretly kill my father in order to seize my family's property? Su Linlin shouted loudly. Seeing Su Linlin's appearance, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but smile. As long as you have some brains, you won't have no brains at all. If you go out and ask around, you will know that gang leader Su was hacked to death by the bastards of the Crocodile Gang. And those Crocodile Gangs are Marshall Sun's white gloves. As for Marshall Sun, he is a dog raised by the Extra High School. These people from the Blackwater Gang around you are also dogs trained by the Extra High School. These Japanese around you are the murderers of your father. Zhang Tuohai said with a sneer. You're talking nonsense. Sister Miwako is not who you say she is. Su Linlin turned pale and pointed at Zhang Tuohai with trembling fingers. Seeing Su Linlin's appearance, Zhang Tuohai knew that it was basically impossible to persuade this woman. I guess they have been brainwashed by the Japanese. Su Linlin wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Miwako. Miwako's heart was filled with huge waves. Only a few core figures within the special high school knew about the establishment of the Blackwater Gang. How did the man in front of me know about it? Could it be that he is also a senior executive? Miwako looked at Zhang Tuohai and felt uneasy. If the other party was really a high-level person, she would never be able to offend him and would even have to apologize to him. She wanted to explore the other person's true nature. Who are you? Miwako looked at Zhang Tuohai seriously. Want to know? Come with me. Zhang Tuohai turned around and entered the next room. Miwako-sama. Su Linlin was about to speak when she was stopped by Miwako. Don't talk. Just wait outside. Miwako waved her hand. Su Linlin wanted to say something else, but Miwako looked over with cold eyes. Su Linlin did not dare to say anything more and silently stepped aside, but still stared hard at the room Zhang Tuohai entered. If it hadn't been for the guy in front of her, she wouldn't have been reprimanded like this. Don't give me a chance. Otherwise, Miwako entered the room. Can you tell me your identity now? Miwako asked. At the same time, her hand grasped the handle of the long knife. If Zhang Tuohai gave her an answer that dissatisfied her, she would personally split Zhang Tuohai in half. You should be able to recognize this thing. Right. Zhang Tuohai threw something into Miwako's hands. Miwako picked it up and saw that it was a coiled Black Dragon ring. This is something that only senior cadres of the Black Dragon Society can possess. Are you a senior cadre of the Black Dragon Society? Miwako looked at Zhang Tuohai in shock. Although she belongs to the special high school, she is only a peripheral member. Otherwise she would not be thrown out to manage a gangster who acts as a thug in white glove. The senior cadres of the Black Dragon Society are different. They are also in the upper echelons of the intelligence community. If compared within the special high school, they are only a little lower than the local webmaster Madoka Doi. It's the existence she needs to look up to. If the other party is really a senior cadre of the Black Dragon Society, it would not be surprising to know some inside information. I'm sorry. I was rude. I didn't know your identity just now. Please don't blame me. Miwako quickly handed the ring back to Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai took the ring and let out a sigh of relief. It's better that this woman didn't notice the problem right away. Naturally, he got this ring from Wang Yufeng. The authenticity is unquestionable, unless the number is checked against the photo. But with the relationship between the Black Dragon Club and the special high school class, how could it be possible for Miwako to check the photos? Therefore, in front of Miwako, Zhang Tuohai is a real senior cadre of the Black Dragon Society. They are the own people of the Japanese people. Even, in terms of status, she is a bit higher than Miwako. My identity has other important tasks to perform, so it is confidential information. Please don't reveal it for the time being. Zhang Tuohai said to Miwako. Hey, I understand. Please don't worry. I won't reveal even a word. Miwako said solemnly. Chapter 1502 Women's Clothing. Su Linlin watched in surprise as Zhang Tuohai and Miwako walked out of the room. In her opinion, Zhang Tuohai should be chopped into pieces by Miwako. After all, he was the leader of the Blackwater gang and a peripheral member of the extra high school. The power in his hands is huge, and killing 1 or 2 people is not a big deal. But now it seems that Zhang Tuohai still seems to be fine. Moreover, the way Miwako looked like she still respected Zhang Tuohai? What's happening here? Su Linlin quickly came over and wanted to ask clearly. As soon as she walked up, Miwako said to her with a cold face, Miss Su, apologize to Zhang Sang. What? Su Linlin looked at Miwako in disbelief. She actually wanted to apologize to the man in front of her? Huh? Are you questioning me? Miwako's face darkened. I don't dare. Su Linlin quickly lowered her head and bowed slightly to Zhang Tuohai. Yes, I'm sorry. The sound is like a mosquito, making it hard to hear. That's it. I have something else to do. Don't bother me if it's not important. Zhang Tuohai turned around and returned to Wang Yufeng's room. After arriving at Wang Yufeng's room, he picked out a few clothes, then turned and left. He first came to the place where the gunman lived and left a box of silver dollars to everyone. I have to go out during this period. This is your expense during this period. If something happens to Mrs. Su next door, you should help them. Don't let them make mistakes. Do you understand? Yes. We will definitely help you get it done. Several gunmen nodded quickly. After a period of conditioning, their expressions have greatly improved, and they are no longer as rosy as before. After Zhang Tuohai left the courtyard, he found a place to change into Wang Yufeng's clothes and carefully put on makeup. Now from the appearance, he looked exactly like Wang Yufeng. Zhang Tuohai found a car and rushed towards the Japanese concession. He knew that his identity could be hidden for a while, but not forever. Moreover, if you stay in Shanghai all the time, you could only be a gang leader at most, a godfather-like figure at most, and an underground emperor. However, the actual situation cannot be changed from the overall situation. It cannot change the fact that Shanghai Beach is divided and occupied. It cannot change the history of being fully invaded a few years later. In reality, he couldn't do much. But in the copy, he wanted to indulge. He had a special idea. The foreign car pulled Zhang Tuohai into the Japanese concession. At this time, the Japanese concession was not as prosperous as it used to be. After being attacked by Marshal Sun's men, traces of the battle that day remained everywhere in the Japanese concession. Many places still show signs of being burned by fire. In particular, the headquarters of the super high school was almost razed to the ground. At that time, the Japanese garrison even pulled out its artillery in order to exterminate the Japanese who rushed into the building. Now there are only 2 or 3 big cats and kittens left in the special high school. working in a few private houses. With the special high school classes in such a state, the happiest person is the Black Dragon Club. For so many years, they have been fighting overtly and covertly with the super high school, competing for funds and sphere of influence. However, the special higher education courses have a deep foundation and prosperous roots, which always overwhelm them. Now that the special higher education courses have come to an end, they are naturally very happy. Even the Japanese Ronin standing guard in front of the door looked quite impressive. Seeing Zhang Tuohai coming, the two Japanese Ronin said quickly, "Miss Tachibana, you are here." They called Wang Yufeng by his Japanese name, Tachibana Chidori. Zhang Tuohai nodded. "I have something important to meet with Mr. Yamaguchi." The Mr. Yamaguchi mentioned by Zhang Tuohai is Ichiro Yamaguchi, the president of the Black Dragon Association in Shanghai. Naturally, I also learned this from Wang Yufeng. "Mr. Yamaguchi happens to be here. I will take you there right now." A Ronin led Zhang Tuohai all the way to the top floor of the headquarters. There is only one office on the entire top floor. It is said that Mr. Yamaguchi likes the sense of superiority of having such a large space to himself. When they reached the door, the Ronin stopped. "We can only go here. We are not allowed in. But Miss Tachibana should have privileges." Ronin smiled, bowed and stepped away. The figure of Ronin was seen disappearing. Zhang Tuohai patted the clothes he touched and opened the door. The room was large, like an exhibition hall. There were many antiques placed on both sides, which looked valuable. A scarlet carpet extended all the way inward. And at the end of the carpet was a huge long table. An old man was sitting behind a long table writing something. After seeing Zhang Tuohai come in, he immediately laughed. "Chidori, come in quickly. What happened to the money?" "President Yamaguchi, everything is ready and stored in a secret place." As Zhang Tuohai spoke, he walked inside and walked to Ichiro Yamaguchi's side. Yamaguchi Ichiro didn't take it seriously and took Zhang Tuohai's hand. "With this money, I can live a comfortable life even in retirement," Yamaguchi Ichiro said with a smile. Just as Zhang Tuohai was about to take action, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Yamaguchi Ichiro picked up. Hi, I will arrive on time." Although he held the phone in his hand, Yamaguchi Ichiro still kept bending down and bowing, looking very humble. "Who is it?" Zhang Tuohai asked, pretending to be casual. "It's Consul Jui. Because of the special higher education course, Consul Jui has to return to China to report on his duties. I want to pick him up and drop him off at the Kelly Hotel. You can come with me," Yamaguchi Ichiro said calmly. His tone was heavy with irrefutable insistence. Hearing what Yamaguchi Ichiro said, Zhang Tuohai's heart moved. His original plan was to use Yamaguchi Ichiro to find the upward ladder. Since Yamaguchi Ichiro helped him set up the ladder, there was no need to hesitate. Zhang Tuohai smiled sweetly. "Okay." Seeing Zhang Tuohai agreeing so happily, Yamaguchi Ichiro didn't take it seriously either. He has long been aware of Tachibana Chidori's style. "Otherwise, I would not be sitting in this position as a woman. Consul Jui likes firstly antiques, and secondly women. He is known as the killer of thousands in China, and his collection of antiques fills the entire manor. Moreover, the relationship background is very strong. Returning to Tokyo this time, there will definitely be thunder and light rain, and the board will be raised high and put down gently. An ordinary person would probably have to commit seppuku, but Consul Jui might even move his position and be directly promoted. In the eyes of Yamaguchi Ichiro, the appreciation of his boss is far more important than a woman. Jui is a member of the royal family, and if he can curry favor with him, the profits he can bring will be far more than 500,000 oceans. Yamaguchi Ichiro selected 2 antiques and carefully packed them, took Zhang Tuohai into his own car, and drove all the way to the Kelly Hotel. Chapter 1503, Real Fun. Zhang Tuohai followed Yamaguchi Ichiro into the Kelly Hotel. At this time, the Kelly Hotel was heavily guarded, and there were a squadron of Japanese soldiers outside. Everyone goes through strict inspection. If it weren't for Yamaguchi Ichiro, Zhang Tuohai would have had to go through a lot of trouble to get in. Although there was a reason why the Japanese army captured the special high school before. The fact that a squadron of Japanese soldiers could be mobilized to help guard the door was enough to reveal the identity of Consul Jui. Because Consul Jui had studied abroad, the banquet was a Western-style independent banquet. In the corner was a band playing dance music, and the big shots were talking to each other with glasses of wine in their hands. It was on occasions like this that some big plans were accomplished in an understatement. Consul Jui was surrounded by a group of noble ladies, looking calm. Yamaguchi Ichiro immediately walked over when he saw this. Consul Jui, this is a little farewell gift. Please accept it, Yamaguchi Ichiro said as he opened a box. Inside are a pair of jade rui and a plum vase. Worth 10,000 gold. Tachibana Yu nodded, very satisfied with these gifts. However, he had seen it a lot and didn't think it was that strange. Seeing Tachibana Uechi's appearance, Yamaguchi Ichiro was glad that he was well prepared. Pulled Zhang Tuohai over. Consul Jui, this is the most outstanding agent of our Black Dragon Society. But there are still some flaws. I hope you can point them out. Yamaguchi Ichiro pushed Zhang Tuohai in front of him. Tachibana Chidori was able to sleep all the way to this point. And there was no doubt about her beauty. Coupled with her identity as an agent, it added a lot of mystery. As Tachibana Uechi is today, there are countless beautiful women around him. Appearance is no longer that important to him. The sense of conquest and identity collection are what he values more. And the agent was exactly what he had never felt before. Jui looked at Zhang Tuohai from the right, his eyes full of light. He felt that his own had filled a gap in the collection. Looking at Zhang Tuohai, there was a hint of possessiveness in his eyes. Seeing Tachibana Uechi's appearance, Yamaguchi Ichiro knew that he had made the right bet. Secretly he praised his foresight. Miss Tachibana, please give me a few kind words from now on. And those oceans will be your reward. Yamaguchi Ichiro bowed and left simply. Miss Tachibana, please go to my room and rest for a while. I have something to ask Miss Tachibana for a while. Jui waved his hand right away, and a waiter immediately led Zhang Tuohai away. This saves trouble. Zhang Tuohai followed the waiter to a room. The room was huge, with a huge red velvet bed. What surprised Zhang Tuohai was not the big bed, but the accessories on the bed. Ropes, chains, rings and strips of cloth hung up one by one. The various pieces of furniture in the room also seemed to have a magical effect. For example, Zhang Tuohai saw a stool with no surface and only a circle. How do you use this thing? Zhang Tuohai was amazed. He considers himself to be well informed and has many props and a large collection of dolls. But I have never seen this thing before. Talk about perverts or Japanese. Zhang Tuohai was rummaging around in the room. He wasn't worried that Ju Yui would come up and blame him later. Anyway, staying here for a while belongs to him. What's wrong with him looking through his own room? Zhang Tuohai found a safe, played with it for a while, and then opened it. There are many documents in it. Zhang Tuohai kept turning. There are many confidential military documents here. And Zhang Tuohai even saw detailed data on hydrological exploration. From this, it can be seen that the Japanese have already planned it. And even the hydrological exploration data has been prepared. He will take action whenever the time comes. Want to take action? Just dream. Zhang Tuohai snorted coldly and kept flipping through the confidential information, slowly gaining a general understanding of many things. Have a detailed understanding of some current conditions in Japan. The farewell banquet lasted for a long time. And after a long time, Tachibana Uechi returned to the room with the support of his attendants. After the waiter sent Tachibana Uechi to the door of the room, Tachibana Uechi drove him away. The following was his private time. He also specifically told the waiter not to come over to check no matter what sound he heard. The waiter had seen this a few times and knew that the consul was playing a big game. So he left wisely. Tachibana Uechi entered the room with a smile. Then he saw Zhang Tuohai looking through confidential documents at the table as if there was no one around. Seeing this scene, Tachibana Yayo was so angry that he slammed the table. Baga, what are you doing? Ju Yui sleeps and doesn't tolerate anyone messing with his things. Are you finally back? Lend me your face. Zhang Tuohai walked over with a smile and grabbed Ju Yui's neck. Lift the opponent directly up. Ju Yui was picked up like a little chicken, and his two little black feet kept kicking around. He grabbed Zhang Tuohai's hand with both hands, trying to break it open. But Zhang Tuohai's hands were like vice, unable to break it apart at all. Zhang Tuohai twisted with force and broke Ju Yui's neck. Then, his body was dragged to the bathroom. After a long time, Zhang Tuohai walked out of the bathroom with Ju Yui's right face in his face. As for Tachibana Right One, he was cut into pieces. Meat and everything else were washed down the sewer pipes. The large bones were cleaned and placed in the suitcase along with important documents. Anyway, he personally held the suitcase, and no one dared to look through it. From today on, I will be Tachibana Uechi. Zhang Tuohai adjusted his makeup in front of the mirror and put on a suit of orange leaves and clothes. Early the next morning, Zhang Tuohai was called by his secretary. Your Excellency, Consul, we are about to board the ship. Yeah. Zhang Tuohai nodded noncommittally. Upon seeing this, the secretary immediately asked someone to push breakfast in. 2 pieces of toast, an omelette, a cup of coffee, and some small desserts. Very Western-style breakfast. Zhang Tuohai took a simple bite and picked up the box. Naturally, there will be dedicated personnel responsible for cleaning other things. As for why Tachibana Chidori disappeared, no one talked about it at all. It was as if this person had never appeared. Tachibana Wichi boarded a cruise ship surrounded by a group of people and sailed towards Japan. On the boat, Zhang Tuohai took the opportunity to throw Zhu Yuyi's bones into the sea. Since then, Zhu Yuyi has completely become Zhang Tuohai's identity. In the evening, the secretary walked in respectfully. Consul Zhui, are you still the same today? Zhang Tuohai nodded in order to avoid loopholes. The secretary waved outside when he saw this. In a moment, 20 young girls dressed in various clothes filed in and stood in front of Zhang Tuohai, posing in various poses for him to choose from. Chapter 15:04 Li Daitao is stiff. Looking at the various girls dressed up and showing off, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but sigh that Consul Zhui was really showing off. There are 20 girls to choose from at the morning service. Just you and you. Zhang Tuohai accepted the inheritance from Consul Zhui without any courtesy. I chose 2 that better suited my aesthetic vision. It's not like he was corrupted by beauty. Mainly to act as Consul Orange Leaf and prevent them from seeing anything strange. It's all part of the plan. 2 stayed here. The rest bowed and left. Next, the 2 girls turned on the gramophone and danced around the room to slow jazz music. I don't know if it was too hot in the room, but as the 2 danced, the clothes on their bodies became less and less. In the days that followed, Zhang Tuohai enjoyed the service of his entourage. Slowly, Zhang Tuohai discovered that Consul Zhui had quite a few people accompanying him. The 20 he had seen in the morning were only a few of them. Consul Zhui brought a total of 60 women alone. They were divided into 3 shifts. And there were always 20 on duty, waiting to be called at any time. It's so extravagant. It's worthy of capitalism. This is really great. In order to play the role of Consul Zhui, Zhang Tuohai sacrificed his life for justice and immersed himself in sugar-coated bullets. I was so tired I could barely get out of bed. After finally waiting for the ship to dock, Zhang Tuohai was the first to get off the ship. If I stay a little longer, I'm afraid I'll be drained. After getting off the ship, there was already a group of special cars parked next to the pier. After getting on the special car, the convoy crossed the main road and headed straight to the city center, then stopped in front of a Japanese-style courtyard. Dozens of servants lined up on both sides to welcome his return. This pomp is really extravagant. To have such a pomp, you must not be an ordinary person. Zhang Tuohai became more and more convinced that Consul Zhui was not an ordinary person. This was good as it could save a lot of time. A lady in kimono opened the car door herself. My uncle is here and waiting in the tea room. Uncle? Zhang Tuohai nodded. Since his status was so noble, his uncle must also be extraordinary. Maybe he could use his status to continue climbing higher. Zhang Tuohai entered the tea room under the guidance of the lady. And then, he saw a middle-aged man wearing a general's uniform sitting at a low table. When he saw the middle-aged man's face, Zhang Tuohai narrowed his eyes. He recognized this guy. He was actually Prince Asaka. This guy was a Class A war criminal in history and led the massacre. However, because he was a prince, he escaped trial and played golf every day in his manor. He lived until he was over 90 years old and died. It can be said that the disaster has lasted for thousands of years. Historically, Zhang Tuohai could not do anything to the other party. But in the copy, Zhang Tuohai couldn't bear this tone. He had an idea. Uncle, you came just in time. I have something important to see His Majesty Tian Locust. Oh, what is it? Is it important? Prince Asaka asked nonchalantly. He also knew what kind of person this nephew was. Being a consul outside is purely for qualifications. What important information can he have? Really? I met the wife of the American consul in Shanghai, and I got some confidential information from her about the attitude of the United States towards us. The United States intends to reduce its scrap steel sales to us. Zhang Tuohai saw that Prince Chaoxiang was not impressed and said immediately, What? Prince Chaoxiang became serious when he heard what Zhang Tuohai said. This is important news. Japan has a large part of its steel raw materials and relies on scrap steel exported from the United States. If this line is cut off, Japan's steel industry will be greatly affected. Without steel, aircraft, artillery and warships cannot be produced. There is no way to continue their Greater East Asia plan. The paradise of kingship cannot be realized. This is almost a matter of national destiny. Are you telling the truth? Prince Asaka stood up. Of course. Mrs. Smith told me so herself. Zhang Tuohai looked confident. Seeing what Zhang Tuohai said, Prince Chaoxiang believed 80% of it. After all, he knew exactly what his nephew was capable of. The information obtained from the woman should be accurate. Follow me immediately to see His Majesty. Prince Chaoxiang walked out with Zhang Tuohai. The two of them took the car directly into the palace. Outsiders do not have this honor. Only Prince Chaoxiang can have this treatment because of his royal status. After entering the palace, a servant quickly led the two of them to the study. After a while, a little man wearing glasses appeared in front of the two of them. This guy is the modern-day Locust Yuren. Your Majesty, there is a very important matter related to the fate of the Empire. Please withdraw the guards. Prince Asaka still had some selfishness left. If Jean Takumi got into trouble, there were only a limited number of people who knew about it, so he could still make amends. Yuren looked at them and saw that they were all members of his own family, and nodded in agreement. The guards retreated, leaving only 3 people in the study. Say it, Yuren said lightly. Seeing that there were only 3 people left in the room, Zhang Tuohai smiled on his face. Unexpectedly, Prince Chaoxiang was so considerate and helped him get rid of the guards. Next time, it will be even more convenient. Zhang Tuohai cleared his voice and looked like he was about to speak. But suddenly he knocked out Prince Chaoxiang with a knife. Yuren didn't expect this to happen and didn't react for a while. Zhang Tuohai advanced to stand in front of Yuren and knocked Yuren unconscious with a slash of his hand knife. After knocking 2 people out, Zhang Tuohai exchanged his and Yuren's clothes. Then he peeled off Yuren's face and exchanged it with his own fake face. After carefully cleaning up possible flaws, Zhang Tuohai found a Browning pistol from the drawer. He pulled the trigger on Chaoxiang and Yuren, who were unconscious. Chaoxiang was only shot in the head, while Yuren was shot in the face, and his face was almost smashed. Unreadable. Hearing the gunfire, attendants immediately ran from a distance. A dozen guards rushed in. The head guard came to Zhang Tuohai with his saber in hand. Your Majesty, are you okay? Zhang Tuohai threw the pistol on the table, looking frightened. Chaoxiang and Jui actually want to commit assassination. The crime cannot be pardoned. Orders are issued to kill their bodies, smash their bones, and spread their ashes. Their family members and servants will all be executed, Zhang Tuohai said coldly. His Majesty. The captain of the guard hesitated. After all, these people are all members of the royal family, and killing them all will affect their reputation. Huh? Zhang Tuohai turned to look at the captain of the guard. Do you want to disobey the order? Don't dare. The captain of the guard knelt down quickly. If you don't dare, do it immediately. Anyone who doesn't do it will be an accomplice of the assassin, and will be guilty of the same crime as the assassin. Yes. Soon a large number of guards rushed towards Prince Asaka and Tachibana's family in cars. Chapter 1505 Southward Plan. At this time, Japan's execution ability is still quite good, especially when carrying out direct orders from Locust. If you say kill, kill immediately, without any delay. An hour later, Prince Chaoxiang and the Orange Leaf clan were all killed. All the servants, chickens, ducks, geese, and dogs were killed. Even the ant holes were filled with boiling water. Completely eradicated the problem. As for the bodies of the 2 principal criminals, they were chopped into pieces with knives and thrown into Tokyo Bay to feed fish and shrimps. After solving the hidden dangers, Zhang Tuohai began to implement his plan. First, he transferred Captain Xiang Tian and his troops into the Imperial Palace. Although this guy doesn't have a good brain, he is a die-hard Emperor's Taoist, and he is a big fan of Tian Locust. He can execute any orders of Tian Locust without hesitation. After learning that he would protect His Majesty's safety, Captain Xiangtian felt as if he had been given a shot of blood. He was in an extremely excited state, feeling that the Locust had finally noticed his loyalty, and that he could finally be loyal to the great cause of the Empire. The soldiers under his command were also in a state of extreme excitement. It was their honor to be His Majesty's bodyguards. Everyone held their chests high and strode into the Imperial Palace with their heads held high. Later, under the protection of many guards, Zhang Tuohai held an imperial meeting. Ministers from all walks of life did not dare to neglect and hurried to the Imperial Palace for a meeting. At the imperial meeting, Zhang Tuohai changed from his usual method of using imperial sounds and requiring translators to directly announce orders. Prime Minister Hirota is in frail health and is no longer suitable to continue to serve as Prime Minister. Please resign. As for the candidate for the new Prime Minister, Kono will be the one to serve. Tojo will serve as Minister of War and plan the withdrawal of troops from Manchuria. In addition, the order the Navy has prepared a complete southward advance plan and will give it to me for review after it is completed. It orders Yamamoto to prepare for war with European and American monsters and make a surprise attack plan. It will be handed over to me after it is completed. Hearing Zhang Tuohai's words, the people below were shocked. In Japan, there have always been two schools of thought regarding future plans. One faction is the Northern Movement faction. The goal of this faction is to go north to attack the Soviet Union, completely occupy Manchuria, and then move forward by land and water to occupy the mainland. With the help of the mainland's resources, they will sweep across Southeast Asia. Then, they will send troops in two directions, all the way along the Soviet Union to Europe, and all the way along Southeast Asia. Take India. The main supporters of this faction are the army lineage, because the most important thing on these battlefields is the army, which can help the army win more military spending. The other faction is the southward faction. The main point of this faction is to go south to attack Southeast Asia and then occupy the Pacific Islands. The supporters of this faction are mainly from the Navy. The Navy supports this plan mainly because these battlefields are based on the vast ocean, which can help the Navy to obtain more military expenditures for large-scale construction. However, the main problem now is that Southeast Asia is basically a colony of European and American ghosts. If they go south, they will inevitably go to war with European and American ghosts. Due to the actual situation, the Northern Movement has always had the upper hand. Tian Locust also rarely expresses his opinions. He is always vague and lets the two parties fight on their own and never ends personally. But now he is following Zhang Tuohai's orders, and he is obviously openly supporting the Southern Movement. The people from the Southern Movement were naturally happy and excited after hearing this, while the Northern Movement felt like they were mourning their heirs. Several people from the Northern Movement did not give up and wanted to struggle. But just as they were about to speak, they were stopped by Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai said coldly, according to investigation, Doi Madoka, Itagaki Saizaburo, Okamura Ning, Matsui, these people were all involved in the assassination plan. They were immediately arrested and executed, and their families were exiled to Iwo Jima. Your Majesty, Iwo Jima is still in the hands of the American army. A minister wiped his sweat and said, then beat him down and then exile him. Are my words so difficult to understand? Zhang Tuohai looked at the other party coldly. Hi. I'll make arrangements right away. Zhang Tuohai announced several more orders one after another, arresting all the army generals who were famous in his mind and had committed crimes on the mainland, and shot them on charges of assassination and treason. Their families were all arrested and prepared to be exiled to Iwo Jima together, in order to prevent the army from overpowering the army. Zhang Tuohai specially issued an order to all armies stationed in the mainland. Before the evacuation, no one was allowed to step out of the military camp. Otherwise, he would be punished with treason. His family would also be implicated, and all of them would be executed. The reason why the Japanese army dared to defeat its superiors was largely due to the inaction of Locust and the acquiescence of the top brass of the army. Now, Zhang Tuohai clearly issued the order as Tian Locust, so naturally no one dared to resist, especially after a large number of officials sent to the north were dismissed and shot. Everyone was frightened, and the power of the imperial power was unprecedentedly strengthened. Seeing that the situation was irreversible, the army submitted a withdrawal plan. It was planned to evacuate hundreds of thousands of troops from Manchuria within 3 years. Looking at the plan in his hand, Zhang Tuohai snorted and slapped Tojo on the face. Baga! Are you perfunctory with me? It actually takes 3 years to complete the evacuation of hundreds of thousands of people? The Empire has disgraced you. 3 months. I only give you 3 months. If you can't complete it, just commit suicide. Hi! Tojo quickly put the plan away. After teaching Tojo a lesson, Zhang Tuohai turned to look at Yamamoto. Have you prepared your plan? Yes. Yamamoto stood in front of the map and explained. If the Empire wants to go south to obtain resources, it must go to war with the European and American powers. The European powers are far away, so there is nothing to worry about, and they have independent allies to contain them. The Empire's military front is unstoppable. The only one to worry about is the United States, and the American industry. The strength is too strong, so we must first launch a sneak attack on Hawaii, the home port of the opponent's Pacific Fleet. Defeat the opponent's main fleet in one fell swoop. Establish an absolute defense circle with Indonesia as the baseline, and then seek peace. Yamamoto describes his strategic plan. Idiot! Zhang Tuohai stood up and slapped Yamamoto directly. Why do we, The Japanese Empire. Need to sue for peace with the devils in Europe and the United States? We have to revise our plans. The absolute defense circle is too conservative. We want to take Australia to the south and use the steel and brass there. We want to go east not only to defeat the U.S. Pacific Fleet, but also to completely capture Pearl Harbor, and then use Pearl Harbor as a springboard to attack the west coast of the United States. We must capture San Francisco, where I want to watch the sunset, Zhang Tuohai said loudly. It was impossible for him to agree to Yamamoto's plan, because if that were the case, history would probably go on its original track, with Japan receiving 2 atomic bombs and then surrendering. Zhang Tuohai felt that this punishment was too light for Japan, and he wanted to make the punishment more severe. Japan must be completely turned into a scorched earth. To achieve this goal, Japan and the United States must become mortal enemies. How to achieve this goal? Nothing irritates an opponent more than attacking the United States itself. He is even preparing to repeat what happened on the mainland in the United States and Australia. There is no longer any possibility of reconciliation between the United States and Japan. P.S. Brothers, it's so cool to brag. Chapter 1506 Tiger Tiger Tiger. Under Zhang Tuohai's order, Yamamoto produced a new combat plan. Yamamoto, who has studied in the United States, is well aware of the strength of the United States and knows that once the United States fully mobilizes its industrial capabilities, it will be extremely terrifying. Japan can't beat it no matter what. The only option is to annihilate the opponent's main fleet at the beginning of the war and then seek peace. But facing the powerful Zhang Tuohai, he did not dare to disobey orders and could only rewrite the battle plan against the United States. The first step of the plan was still the same: a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. But the goal changed from destroying the Pacific Fleet to occupying Pearl Harbor. After that, the main fleet continued eastward, heading straight for the west coast of the United States, occupying large cities and military important places, using civilians as shields, and then tried to advance inland. When making this plan, Yamamoto still retained some selfishness, occupying the large cities on the west coast, using a large number of civilians as a shield, may be able to force the Americans to accept peace. After seeing Yamamoto's plan, Zhang Tuohai nodded in agreement. Anyway, he didn't really expect Japan to win. He just wanted to make the hatred between the two countries deeper. I wonder where the land troops for the war against Rice will be mobilized from, Yamamoto asked. All the Guandong army in Manchuria will be withdrawn. At that time, half will be deployed to fight against America, and the other half will join the fight against Southeast Asia. After the Battle of Pearl Island, they will sweep across Southeast Asia and then head east into India. Zhang Tuohai drew his ideas on the map. If it were an ordinary person, he would call it a map lottery. But his current identity as Japanese locust, commanding millions of troops, hundreds of warships, and thousands of aircraft, is still possible. Many generals below bowed their heads and obeyed orders. They are all members of the Southern Movement. His Majesty finally agreed to the southward movement, so naturally they will agree. As for what the fight will look like in the future, let's wait and see. Japan was like a huge war machine, turning its direction according to Zhang Tuohai's will. A large number of troops were withdrawn from Manchuria, and a large number of spies and personnel were withdrawn from the mainland and entered Southeast Asia, because they did not receive specific training. Many spies encountered many situations after entering Southeast Asia and lost a lot of manpower. But Zhang Tuohai didn't care. What he wanted was the loss of manpower. In addition to messing around in action, Zhang Tuohai also tried to get involved in the military industry. He directly sided with the warship and artillery party, believing that giant ships and artillery were a man's romance. And building only 2 Yamato-class ships simply could not demonstrate the power of the Imperial Navy. He directly approved the budget for 6 ships with a stroke of his pen. At the same time, various auxiliary ships, cruisers, and destroyers were also built together, and all shipyards started work together. As for the army, don't compete with the Navy for military expenditures. If you honestly think of yourself as a red deer, a rifle will do the trick. What kind of bicycle do you want? Right bike. Zhang Tuohai slapped his thigh. Didn't Yamashita Fengfumi gain the title of Malayan Tiger through the Bicycle Brigade? This shows that Japanese people are very suitable for bicycles. If the budget for trucks and motorcycles is cut, and all are replaced by bicycles, how dare a group of red deer compete with a Navy man for gasoline? All the broken tanks were cut down, and they were all used to build Zero lighters, train more pilots, and then let them ram the warships of Europe and the United States. Zhang Tuohai continues to draw his own ideas. The naval generals were naturally very happy. This was equivalent to an increase in their budget. Construction of 6 main warships and various auxiliary ships were started at once. These are new positions and will greatly increase the promotion channels. The aircraft carrier faction was also very happy because of the increase in aircraft production, and suppressed their dissatisfaction with not building an aircraft carrier. As for the army, Tojo is still busy with the withdrawal of troops from Manchuria. He is too busy to take care of this. After specifying the plan, Yamamoto began to organize the fleet to conduct sneak attack drills, constantly looking for problems and striving to achieve perfection. I have to say that the Japanese are very good at paying attention to details and can take all kinds of small issues into consideration, even to the point of being harsh. Zhang Tuohai's plan began to work, and the entire empire's industry began to operate, constantly manufacturing various equipment. Bicycles were distributed to the troops one after another, causing the officers to curse. Baga! Let us ride the bicycle to pull the artillery. Asshole! This is His Majesty's order. Do you want to go against His Majesty? The officer fell silent. The army below was being played around, and Zhang Tuohai was enjoying the Queen Yuren left for him in the palace. After getting tired of it, he started looking for concubines and conducted nationwide auditions. After learning the news, the Japanese people immediately became excited. Because of long-term propaganda, the Japanese people regard the locust as a god. It is a supreme honor to betroth your daughter to a god. Each family contributes its unmarried daughter, hoping to be selected and favored by His Majesty. The whole family of the chosen one feels that it is a supreme honor, and they feel superior when walking. Those who are not chosen will feel ashamed to bring shame to their family and lose face in public. The entire Japanese people are also in a mess. After enjoying the palace for a while, Zhang Tuohai felt that his waist was a little unable to support him, and he felt that he should ask about national affairs. Otherwise, he would really be unbearable. He called Yamamoto to the palace. How's the drill going? Your Majesty, there is no problem with the flying team. Yamamoto responded quickly. Well, that's right. The operation code name is Tiger Tiger Tiger. Remember? The Hawaii I want must be obtained no matter what. If you can't capture Hawaii, don't come back to see me again, Zhang Tuohai said, pushing a katana in front of Yamamoto. As you command, Your Majesty. Yamamoto took the katana. He knew that if he couldn't take it off, he would kill himself with this knife. After Yamamoto returned, he gave all the sailors a 3-day holiday, and then the fleet quietly left the port under the cover of night and sailed toward Hawaii. Different from history, because the goal this time was to occupy Hawaii. The large fleet did not start a standoff at dozens of nautical miles, but followed the forward fleet and rushed towards Hawaii. When the sun just rose, they had arrived off the coast of Hawaii. General, the carrier-based aircraft has been prepared. General Nagumo asked whether to start the attack. The messenger asked. The carrier-based aircraft took off. The battleships formed a battle formation, and 5 minutes later, they started attacking together with the aircraft. Yes. Planes took off from the deck of the aircraft carrier and flew towards Hawaii. The battleship formation also began to form, aiming its artillery at the Hawaiian port, waiting for orders. At this time, 2 radar soldiers at the Honolulu radar station were staring at the screen. Damn! Why are there so many red dots? Is it broken? A radar soldier tapped the radar hard. Maybe it's a bird. Who knows? The other radar man didn't care. Would you like to call and ask? The radar soldier refused to give up. Come on! Today is the weekend and no one is on duty. We are off work and it's time to go to dinner. I also made an appointment with the girl to watch a movie. They walked out of the radar station as they spoke. Suddenly, they felt a huge roar above their heads. They looked up and saw countless planes roaring past their heads. Chapter 1507 Malayan Tiger. What the hell? Why are there so many planes? The 2 radar soldiers were stunned. Whoosh! There were bursts of sharp neighing sounds. Then, I saw aerial bombs falling one after another. Boom! 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 There were huge explosions, and large areas of facilities were destroyed. Hey! What the hell are you doing? Is this an exercise? A radar soldier was frightened and couldn't understand the situation at all. Don't be stupid. It's a war now. Hide quickly. Another radar soldier pulled him to find a bunker to avoid attacks. A large number of torpedo planes flew towards the port and rushed towards the anchored warships. Boom! 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 The torpedoes rushed towards the battleship. The warships were all moored in the port, unable to evade, and completely became targets. Facing the sudden attack, she was completely unable to fight back. She was hit by torpedoes one after another and sank in the harbor. Saratoga was not as lucky as it had historically been. When the incident occurred, it happened to be parked in the port, with a large number of fighter planes parked on the deck. An aerial bomb hit the deck directly, blowing a large hole in the deck and rendering the aircraft carrier unable to counterattack. Unlike history, it was not just aircraft carriers that participated in this attack. There are also a large number of battleships and cruisers. A large number of naval guns over 200 millimeters were pointed at Hawaii. Even Yamato's 460 pipes are ready. Start attacking, Yamamoto ordered. Boom, boom, boom. The artillery roared one after another, and the shells rained down on the port. In a matter of moments, the port became a sea of flames. Carry out the second round of attacks and confirm the results at the same time. If the results are satisfactory, the Marines will begin to land. Yamamoto gave the order. By the way, the declaration of war has been submitted. Right, Yamamoto asked. Samurai never kill sleeping enemies. Even if the enemy is sleeping, they will kick him awake and then chop off his head. Confirmed and submitted, the adjutant said quickly. That's good. Yamamoto nodded. After 2 rounds of shelling and bombing, the airport and various facilities on the island had been almost destroyed. The Marines landed on the beach in Hawaii under the escort of the fleet, although it is said to be a Marine Corps. In fact, the equipment is basically the same as that of the Army, and the training is similar. The only difference is that the food is much better than that of the Army. In addition to rice balls, there is also bread to eat. Kill the cock, Your Majesty. Locust. Planks. A large number of Japanese troops launched a plank charge. The U.S. Army, which had been at peace for a long time, had never seen such a formation before, and it was frightened. Many people simply dropped their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. But surrender was extremely shameful for the Japanese army. In their concept, they cannot surrender even if they die. Seeing how cowardly these European and American monsters were, they were so angry that they directly raised their bayonets and killed the surrendered American troops one by one. Seeing this situation, the remaining American troops knew that surrender was useless and could only resist desperately. Unfortunately, they are at an extreme disadvantage in both strength and equipment. They were also attacked by the enemy's Navy and Air Force, and were outnumbered and quickly wiped out. The Marines moved inland. The remaining Japanese troops rushed ashore like a tide. Half a day later, Zhang Tuohai received the telegram that Yamamoto occupied Hawaii. Zhang Tuohai was completely expecting this news. After half a year of planning, and another surprise attack with an absolute advantage. If it still failed, Yamamoto could really commit seppuku. This attack was definitely a slap in the face for the United States. Back then, when they were just attacked by a sneak attack, everyone was so excited that they were killed immediately. Now that even the land has been occupied, he doesn't believe that the Americans are not in a hurry. He decided to add fuel to the fire and give the Americans a little more bang for their buck. Telegram to Yamamoto that the main force of the Pacific Fleet has been destroyed and the U.S. West Coast is empty of troops. Immediately lead the combined fleet to surprise the West Coast and bombard San Francisco. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and said, Yes. A telegram was delivered to Yamamoto. Looking at the telegram in his hand, Yamamoto sighed, leaving a squadron to clear the surrounding islands, while he led the main force of the combined fleet toward San Francisco. When Yamamoto attacked Hawaii, the Malayan Tigers also moved. Hundreds of planes took off from Ryukyu and headed for Manila. The sky above Manila is clear. The American garrison was lying lazily on chairs and basking in the sun. Then I saw a large number of planes flying across the sky. Why so many planes? An American soldier looked curiously at the plane in the sky. Then, he saw those planes release their bomb bays. Whoosh whoosh. Bombs were dropped one after another. Oh, God! Those soldiers were dumbfounded and basically lost their ability to react. Bombs from the sky fell to the ground. The whole of Manila was almost in ruins. At the same time as the plane took off, Yamashita also landed in the Philippines with the help of ships. Compared with history, his troops had 80,000 more Guandong troops. This greatly increased the power of Yamashita, because he is the main force. Almost everyone is equipped with a bicycle. More than 100,000 people can be seen riding bicycles on the road. The American troops stationed here basically had no will to fight due to the long period of peace. Seeing the massive Japanese troops rushing towards them, they surrendered with little effective resistance. Yamashita spent a day on a forced march and easily captured Manila. Afterwards, Yamashita sent a telegram of victory to the base camp. The base camp also fell into doubt when they saw the telegram of Yamamoto and Yamashita's victory. Shouldn't the American army be very powerful? Why did you surrender so easily? Could it be a fraud? The base camp couldn't believe it and sent multiple telegrams to confirm. Until it was confirmed that Yamashita had captured Manila and even captured more than 10,000 meters of troops alive. The entire base camp fell into ecstasy. What European and American monsters look tall and powerful, but are actually weak and vulnerable to the great imperial army. Sure enough, His Majesty Tian Locust is wise. He can see through the weak nature of European and American ghosts at a glance. As long as we follow His Majesty's plan, conquering the entire Southeast Asia and heading south to Australia will be just around the corner. Your Majesty, the Locust Plank. The entire base camp fell into ecstasy. Immediately send a telegram to urge Yamashita to seize the entire Philippines immediately, and then spread to the entire Southeast Asia. Strive to occupy Southeast Asia in the shortest possible time. Good at plundering local resources. The country's resources can no longer bear it. After losing Manchuria as a raw material supplier, Japan's raw materials became very tight, and even sugar was rationed. If it did not conquer Southeast Asia, the country would not be able to hold on. Yamashita also knew the situation at home and sent troops to attack everywhere, striving to occupy all of Southeast Asia in the shortest possible time. Chapter 1508, Unstoppable. In order to quickly conquer Southeast Asia, Yamashita must unleash the ferocity of his soldiers. Then military discipline was relaxed. The Japanese army's military discipline was not very good to begin with, and once they were let go, there was no need to think about it. Everything he passed was wiped out. No matter whether they are cities or villages, whether they are American soldiers or civilians, they will not be spared. Especially the surrendered U.S. Army. The Japanese army was brainwashed. And the most despised thing was the soldiers who surrendered. The lighter ones are punches and kicks, and the heavier ones are direct killings. There were more than 30,000 American troops who originally surrendered. But after a lot of fighting by the Japanese army, only about 10,000 were left after half a month. The number of people dropped by 2/3. However, the Japanese troops who unleashed their ferocity were indeed ferocious. And in less than a month, they captured the entire island of Mindanao. Then, the captured prisoners were no longer allowed to be Huahua, and they were all thrown into the mining farm to help the empire mine the mines. These Japanese troops were transferred to other battlefields to continue a new round of killing. Various battle reports flew into the palace like snowflakes. Zhang Tuohai knew everything about what was happening on the front line. However, he didn't intend to care. What he wants is to leave an unbreakable hatred between the Japanese and American troops. It is too late to encourage this trend. So how can he stop it? With Zhang Tuohai's tacit approval, Yamashita became even more unscrupulous. With the support of naval guns, he quickly captured the coastal areas of Indochina. The Z fleet with the British still wanted to fight, but was directly taught how to behave by the overwhelming aircraft. Subsequently, Yamashita nominally captured Indochina. Just as they were preparing to march into the inland, Zhang Tuohai directly transferred the order and asked Xianxia to be responsible for the battle plan against Australia. Zhang Tuohai is just here to cause trouble, and it is impossible for Japan to completely control the southeastern peninsula. The Japanese occupy the coast, and the natives occupy the inland. The two sides continue to fight, and the exhaustion of vitality is the ending Zhang Tuohai needs. Whoever wins will be unhappy. As for the people in the military and cabinet, they dare not say anything else. Those who dared to disobey Zhang Tuohai's orders were all ordered to commit suicide, and their families were exiled. Now, almost all of them are crowded on the small island of Iwo Jima. The entire court became Zhang Tuohai's voice, and no one dared to object. Under Zhang Tuohai's order, the Japanese army completed the capture of Hawaii. It took them several days to capture all the surrounding islands. Because peace has lasted for a long time, the American army at this time is basically bloodless. And most of them are salary thieves who are just messing around. My favorite things every day are drinking beer, picking up girls, and basking in the sun. After seeing the wolf-like Japanese troops, they surrendered directly. The Japanese army did not dare to leave them on the island and transported them directly back to the country. At the same time, they brought laborers from the mainland to transform the island, build an airport, hoard supplies, and turn it into an advanced base. The dock has even been renovated and upgraded so that the dock here can also repair Japanese warships. Although Hawaii is isolated overseas, it still has unlimited electricity to maintain communication with the mainland. News of the fall here quickly spread back to the mainland. Then, it caused an uproar in the country. The majestic lighthouse country was occupied by the Japanese. Can this be tolerated? Isolationism was simply cast aside. A large number of people took to the streets demanding that the Japanese be killed. Even those of Japanese descent who had acquired American citizenship were discriminated against and imprisoned directly in centralized detention centers. Some people even started burning Japanese shops in the street. And the whole street became a mess. Seeing this situation, Ross immediately declared the country to be in a state of war and directly recruited millions of soldiers into the army. At the same time, various shipyards were ordered to build warships immediately, and various automobile factories also began to manufacture tanks. Subsequently, tens of thousands of aircraft and tanks were manufactured and shipped to various bases, waiting to be received. What Yamamoto feared most happened, and the powerful production capacity of the United States was mobilized. Citizens, our country is under attack. The country needs you. Take up arms and kill those Japanese beasts. President Ross himself delivered the speech on television. Kill the Japanese beasts! The people roared. At the same time, the combined fleet, which had overcome hurricanes and rocks, arrived overseas in San Francisco. You can see the bright lights of San Francisco, like a city that never sleeps. Most of the Japanese sailors came from the countryside. There was basically no electricity in the countryside of Japan at this time. I had never seen such bright lights. My jaw almost dropped in shock. They couldn't believe that there were such bright cities in the world. Soon, this place will be ours. Because of a victorious battle, some Japanese captains have become disillusioned. They believe that European and American monsters are nothing more than this. They have great power but cannot use it. As long as the heroic imperial soldiers charge, they will kneel down and beg to surrender. Fire! Shouted Kurabayashi, the commander of the 1st Squadron. Boom! 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 One shell after another hit the city in the distance. Groups of fireworks were set off. Fire began to rise, and the city fell into chaos. Rows of battleships began pouring cannonballs, and the Marines, covered by destroyers, began landing. The United States did not expect that Japan's attack would be so fast. It had just started recruiting troops, and Japan had already arrived. The dense artillery shells directly blinded the Americans. Many people were killed directly in their sleep, but more people were awakened. Then the advantages of a major automobile country can be reflected. Men and women could be seen all over the streets rushing out of various buildings, getting into cars, and running out of the city. Although there are too many cars, causing car accidents from time to time and causing road congestion, it is still much faster than walking. Especially those close to the outskirts of the city ran faster. They ran dozens of kilometers away half an hour after the bombardment started, directly out of the range of the artillery. Civilians in the city center were not so lucky and were directly targeted by Japan. According to the normal thinking of the Japanese, those in power should live in the city center. There were also National Guardsmen near San Francisco, and they immediately reported the attack on the city to the state government. It is then reported to the president by the state government. President Ross was pulled from his sleep. Your Excellency, our city is under attack. This time it's home. What? How dare they? Ross was shocked. He didn't expect that these Japanese would move so fast and dare to sneak attack on his homeland. If word got out, angry voters would drive him out of office. We have to find a solution. Quick! Go and inform the ministers and gentlemen that we have no time to sleep and prepare for a meeting immediately. If anyone doesn't come, I will send a car to the battlefield. Yes! After receiving Ross's order, the attendants immediately went to inform. Chapter 1509 Mutual Entrapment Between Sea and Land. Gentlemen, the Japanese are now attacking our city. President Ross sent the telegram. But the conscription has just begun, and many people have not learned how to use weapons and cannot fight. The chief of staff said helplessly. We can mobilize the National Guard from each state to help. In addition, we can strengthen the armor strength to the National Guard and use the equipment advantage to eliminate the experience advantage. Patton thought for a while and said, however, now the Japanese have the equipment advantage, and their battleships are parked along our coast. A general said. Then deploy the troops away from their naval guns, which is only a few dozen kilometers anyway. Patton said nonchalantly. Mr. Patton, do you know what this means? It means abandoning all the coastal cities on the west coast. So what? Our goal is to defeat the enemy. We don't have maritime superiority now, so we have to bring the Japanese army inland and then destroy them. The coastal cities can only be recaptured when our navy is strong enough. Patton took the pipe and knocked it. Moreover, this is the reconstruction of dozens of cities. Do you know how many jobs it can bring? How much profit can it generate? This Well, gentlemen, if there is no better opinion, I will follow Mr. Button's opinion. President Ross hammered home Patton's approach. He has worked in industry and knows how much profit such a large infrastructure project can bring. If it can be realized, it will be enough for the construction industry to last for more than 10 years. And it would also give him higher approval ratings, at least during the war, which kept him president. The Americans' plan was quickly finalized. National Guards were organized in each state, and a large number of tanks were issued. So wealthy that almost every platoon was equipped with a tank. The large armies were consolidated and marched along the road toward the west coast. At the same time, President Ross personally delivered a televised speech. The people were notified of the attack on the west coast city. The people who were already agitated became more and more dissatisfied. And more people took to the streets to protest against Japan's atrocities. A large number of young people entered the military camp. There were also many people who took guns and drove toward the west in pickup trucks, clamoring to look good to the Japanese. The highway to the west was packed with traffic, just like the westward expansion movement 100 years ago. However, the carriage turned into a car. After the Japanese army invaded San Francisco, they were fascinated by the bustling city. Most of the ordinary soldiers were farmers, or ordinary citizens. All they could see was what was around them. They had never seen such a wealthy city in the United States. I was immediately attracted by the bustling shops on both sides of the street. He even forgot that he was fighting. Many people even rushed directly into the jewelry stores on both sides of the street, and put the jewelry they could see into their pockets. Some rushed directly into the nearby store, sat at the counter, and ate the sweet cakes. This reduces the effectiveness of the attack. Higher-level commanders were aware of the actual situation below, but had no power to stop it. If you want the soldiers below to work hard, you must relax control appropriately. What's more, they themselves couldn't help it. The Japanese army's military pay is very low. Ordinary soldiers only get a few yuan, and officers only get a few dozen yuan, which is not enough to do anything. If you want to make a fortune, you can only make extra money. The officers then joined in the robbery. Others on the warship could only watch with envy, but could not join in. Sir Yamamoto, do you want to issue an order? An aide asked. Forget it. Give them 1 day. And after 1 day, go to the next target. Yamamoto was also a little helpless. If the subordinates are not given a break, this kind of officer will not be liked and may even be slapped with a black gun. Then, a huge combined fleet spent a day outside San Francisco harbor. Then pull anchor and set sail for the next port. The combined fleet stopped and went, which gave the U.S. Army time to breathe. The large army moved to an area 50 kilometers away from the coast and built fortifications. The combined fleet is not idle either. The aircraft carrier sends out reconnaissance aircraft every day to investigate the surrounding situation. The U.S. Army's actions were quickly discovered by them. Bother! These Americans are so cunning. They actually hid outside the range of the naval guns. What cowards! It doesn't matter. The pilots will take action. Nanyun sent flying troops. Then, just as they flew over the heads of the Americans, they saw a dark cloud floating in the distance. When the clouds approached, they saw clearly that they were actually a huge fleet of aircraft, with visual estimates of as many as 1,000. Seeing so many planes, the aviation personnel said they were not afraid. But that was a lie. However, in the spirit of the katana, they had to bite the bullet and charge forward. Most of this fleet are volunteers from aviation clubs and have not received professional air combat training. They are rookies among rookies. But they have one advantage. That is, there are enough of them. All of them fired together to form a terrifying barrage. No matter how superb their flying skills were, they could not avoid the damage caused by the metal storm. Although these are elite pilots of the Japanese army, each of whom has experienced hundreds of battles, they are still unable to cope with the massive number of aircraft. One frame fell down. After nearly half of the aircraft was lost, the remaining pilots felt they could no longer hold on and retreated in the name of running out of fuel. Although the flying brigade that came to assist also suffered heavy losses, they were still very happy. After all, they were the first army to defeat the Japanese. Awaiting them will be 3 days of vacation, unlimited beer and ice cream, and enthusiastic blondes. Looking at the pilot, who had lost nearly half of his body, Nayun's heart was bleeding. Those were the elites he had painstakingly cultivated. He only lost a dozen of them in the Pearl Harbor attack. Unexpectedly, they lost nearly half here. This is the elite of the Navy, and cannot be lost here. Attacking the ground is the Army's business. We cannot expect the Navy to help the Army solve its troubles. Nanyun made up his mind, and then sent a telegram to the Army. He only said that he had discovered the main force of the American army, but did not say the configuration of the other party. After seeing the telegram, the division commander, Lieutenant General Kinoshita, was ecstatic. "Ha! We have finally found the main force of the American army. The whole team is gathered. The target is the main force of the American army. We must complete our efforts in one battle and annihilate the main force of the American army." He had already communicated with Yamashita and learned that the American army was weak and would surrender with just a slight attack. For such an enemy, the division commander Kinoshita did not pay attention at all, thinking that this was a military achievement that was delivered to his door. The soldiers below also had a high fighting spirit because of their indulgence in the past 2 days. They all clamored to show the American army some color, and then lined up neatly and rushed towards the American army's defense line. Chapter 15:10 Distributing Money. Throwing away coins. Lieutenant General Kinoshita and his men rushed towards the U.S. Army's position. Then, he saw dense trenches, massive artillery, and tanks like steel city walls. Can this be beaten by humans? Lieutenant General Kinoshita was completely stunned. No matter how arrogant he is, he knows that it is impossible to resist those steel tanks with only his flesh and blood body. But now, it's too late. Boom, boom, boom. The artillery roared. Howitzers smashed into Kinoshita's team one after another. Kinoshita watched helplessly as his men were blown to pieces. In the blink of an eye, the 2 regiments were wiped out. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Kinoshita knew that he couldn't resist now, and had to turn around immediately. Kinoshita loudly ordered his men to retreat. However, how could their legs run past the cannonballs? The firepower extended in depth, covering his entire division. Although the entire team retreated quickly, it was already too late. In the end, only 110 people ran out of the range of the artillery, and the rest turned into broken corpses on the ground. The survivors ran frantically to the shore and reported the situation. Nayun did not dare to conceal the loss of an entire division and reported it immediately. However, when reporting, he kept an eye on it. The telegram stated that Kinoshita refused to listen to dissuasion and insisted on leading the troops deep into the interior. He was ambushed by the American army and lost most of the entire division. Fortunately, he was rescued by the combined fleet. Otherwise, the entire army would have been annihilated. He hoped that the base camp would severely punish Kinoshita. Nagumo was bullying Kinoshita for not being able to speak. If Kinoshita knew that Nayun arranged for him like this, he would have to crawl out of the ground and strangle Nayun to death. The news that the Kinoshita division was almost completely wiped out quickly spread to the base camp, shocking everyone in the base camp. They originally thought that the Americans were extremely weak, and as long as the brave Imperial soldiers rushed forward, they would surrender. This has been proven in Luzon. However, it is completely the opposite in the United States. They had already captured the city. Not only did the opponent's army not surrender, but they actually dared to fight back and even wiped out most of their division. This was beyond their imagination. But things have already happened, and finding a way to shift the blame is the right thing to do. Navy Minister Matsumoto immediately seized the opportunity and said, "Your Majesty, this kind of loss is all due to the incompetence of the army, which led to such a defeat. I ask your Majesty to punish the army and allocate more funds to our Navy. We guarantee to capture all ports in the United States." Seeing that the Minister of the Navy was adding insult to injury, the Minister of War, Tojo, naturally refused. "Humph. Our army will accidentally fall into an ambush. Isn't it because your Navy's reconnaissance is not good? If we are given enough aircraft, we can do it. Besides, your Navy can only deal with matters within 50 miles of the coastline. What about matters beyond 50 miles? Shouldn't our army take action? I beg your Majesty to stop the naval construction plan. One battleship is enough to arm several divisions. Please think twice." The Minister of the Navy's eyes turned red when he heard that the army was actually going to take action against his large-scale construction plan. Daejeon is his lifeblood, and no one can touch it. Your Majesty, the large-scale construction plan is the pillar of the country, and the core of the country. If there are no warships, how can we maintain the Empire's thousands of miles of sea territory? Your Majesty, please think twice. The Minister of the Navy and the Minister of the Army were so angry that they might have started fighting on the spot if Zhang Tuohai had not been present. In the end, the two couldn't come to an agreement and had to ask Zhang Tuohai to make the decision himself. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and said, "Both of them are loyal ministers of the country. The Army and Navy are the pillars of the country. Neither one can be given up. Therefore, I have decided that the Navy's major construction plan will not change and will be accelerated. All workers work in 3 shifts to step up construction and must complete the battleship as quickly as possible. In addition, the Navy will make a list of ships needed for the next quarter based on actual needs. I will approve it if it is reasonable after review. As for the Army, expand it to 20 divisions and recruit 1 million troops. These divisions will be sent to Southeast Asia after basic training, and then elites will be drawn from Southeast Asia and transferred to the United States. The Americans are weak and rely on nothing more than advanced weapons. As long as the Imperial soldiers are elite and courageous, they will be able to defeat the American army. Old God Zhang Tuohai said calmly. After hearing Zhang Tuohai's words, the Minister of Navy and the Minister of War were overjoyed. They did not expect that Zhang Tuohai did not reduce the quotas for the 2 armies, but instead increased them. Moreover, 1 million soldiers were recruited at once, which had never happened before. Your Majesty is holy. The 2 of them knelt on the ground, their eyes full of excitement. The Minister of War and the Minister of the Navy were happy, but the Minister of Finance was not. Your Majesty, the new construction and military expansion plans require a lot of money, but there is no such money in the Treasury anymore, so it may be difficult to achieve it. No money? This is simple. Just print as much as you need. Zhang Tuohai waved his hand and said nonchalantly, Your Majesty, you must not do this. Minister Tibet panicked upon hearing this. Your Majesty, the random issuance of additional banknotes will lead to too much cash in the market, causing the devaluation of cash, wiping out the savings of civilians, and causing social unrest. Bother! Zhang Tuohai slammed the table. Now the country is in trouble. It's time for those civilians to contribute to the country. What's wrong with issuing more banknotes? Anyone who dares to object at this time is a traitor to the country and a traitor. Send the military police to street. Arrest everyone who dares to oppose. Send them to prisoner of war camps. Strip them of their citizenship. And treat them the same as prisoners of war. Zhang Tuohai said loudly. Yes. Minister de Zhang did not dare to say more. He was afraid that Zhang Tuohai would treat him as a prisoner of war if he said anything more. Zhang Tuohai's order was passed on, and the money printing machine began to run rapidly. Huge amounts of money were printed. Zhang Tuohai not only printed a large amount of money, but also started a large-scale money-scattering plan. In order to celebrate his birthday, Zhang Tuohai generously announced that he would send a red envelope of 10,000 yen to each resident. This made the civilians extremely happy. You must know that the salary of ordinary soldiers at this time was only a few yen, and the cost of a Zero fighter was only more than 2,000 yen. For many people, 10,000 yen was simply an astronomical figure. The Japanese knelt on the ground and worshipped, thinking that they would become rich soon. As a result, reality slapped them hard. When there is more money, the value of money becomes lower without increasing the number of things. They were surprised to find that the prices of all daily necessities had increased rapidly. The price of rice increased rapidly from 2 cents to 200 yuan per caddy, a full increase of 10,000 times. The money in their hands is only enough to buy less than 50 kilograms of rice, which is not enough for a month's consumption. However, the savings in their hands were completely diluted, and everyone became completely pauper. Chapter 15:11 Knowledge Changes Destiny. Zhang Tuohai not only spent money among the people to search for wealth, but also targeted the palace. He took out all the gold, jewelry, and cultural relics that he had collected from the palace over the years, and sent them to the mainland in exchange for various luxuries for his own enjoyment. The royal family's hundreds of years of accumulation were completely destroyed by him in a few months. After vacating the palace, he turned his attention to domestic museums, libraries, exhibition halls, and private collections. He directly plundered all the things that could be collected and brought them to the mainland in exchange for various supplies to support his eastward and southward war. Zhang Tuohai's goal is to hollow out Japan. Even after the war, all that will be left behind is a very poor Japan. The recruitment of millions of soldiers ended soon. After a month of simple training, these new recruits were sent to Southeast Asia to maintain security. As for the veterans who had fought in Southeast Asia, they were sent to the battlefield in the United States. At this time, the industrial machinery of the United States was fully operational. Large numbers of artillery and tanks were built. Groups of new recruits drove tanks and pulled artillery to the front line. There are also a large number of aircraft accompanying the team. The mighty troops formed a front that stretched thousands of miles, blocking the Japanese army on the west coast. Unable to advance or retreat, the Japanese army wanted to attack. But as soon as they left the range of the naval guns, they would be covered by the American artillery. Because of the lack of armor and artillery cover, it was difficult for them to break through the fire network composed of artillery and tanks. Each attack resulted in heavy losses. However, because the U.S. warships have not yet been completed, the U.S. cannot break through the Japanese naval guns and drive the Japanese troops away from the mainland. The two sides reached a stalemate on the coast. The angry Japanese army could only vent their anger on the coastal cities, destroying the cities on the west coast of the United States one after another, and then burning them down. The hatred between the two sides has become more and more profound, and can no longer be resolved. After Zhang Tuohai found out, he was very happy, and drank an extra bowl of wine for dinner to celebrate. Zhang Tuohai was very happy. But the Minister of War was very unhappy. The Secretary of War was very angry about the setback of the West Coast offensive. He believed that he had betrayed His Majesty's trust, and failed to complete the tasks assigned by His Majesty. 1 million troops have been drafted, and yet they are still lingering on the shores of the West Coast, unable to make any progress. He could only survive within the range of the naval guns, which made the Lord of the Navy laugh at him several times. And he couldn't tolerate it. He thought about what the problem was. After thinking about it, he felt that the power in his hands was not strong enough. If the power in his hands is strong enough, and with the bravery of his soldiers, he will definitely be able to break through the American defenses and enter the interior. After much deliberation, the Minister of War entered the palace late at night. Your Majesty, for the current plan, there is only one feasible way to break through the defenses on the West Coast, and that is to expand the army. The Minister of War lowered his head and said. Hearing the words of the Minister of War, Zhang Tuohai almost laughed out loud. He hadn't thought about how to continue acting like a monster. But he didn't expect that the Minister of War himself would come to his door. How many troops do you want to recruit? Zhang Tuohai asked calmly. 50. No. 300,000. As long as you give me 300,000, I will definitely be able to break through the barrier and enter the interior of the United States. 300,000? Zhang Tuohai shook his head. As expected, it still doesn't work. The Minister of War lowered his head in disappointment. He also knew that 300,000 yuan was really difficult. You are so petty. 300,000 is enough for what you can do. I will give you 3 million. Zhang Tuohai stretched out 3 fingers and said with a smile. Nani? The Minister of War suspected that he heard wrongly. 3 million? That's right. It's 3 million. Moreover, this is only the number of conscripts specifically for the war against America. For Australia, another 3 million will be added. For India, it will also be 3 million. A total of 9 million. How about it? Is it enough? Zhang Tuohai waved his hand and said loudly. 9 million. The Minister of War was stunned. There are only 100 million people in Japan now. Even if the population is evenly divided between men and women, the total number of men is only 50 million, including infants, young children, and the elderly. 9 million, which is almost all the young people in Japan. However, if these people are removed, what will happen to factory production? Do people still need to plant the farmland? Who will maintain law and order? The Minister of War's mind was buzzing. It's simple. Let women work in factories and farm, so that men can go to war. Now is a critical moment for the empire. Everyone must contribute their own strength to the empire. I have thought about it before. The reason why the empire is hesitating in the United States is mainly due to the lack of senior officers, which prevents the orders from above from being conveyed well to the below. The reason for this situation is the lack of high-quality personnel for military officers. So, I decided to recruit students from Dongda University to serve as military officers. Zhang Tuohai's words were resounding. Moreover, not only Tokyo University, but all universities must recruit talents to join the military. Not only students, but teachers also have to attend. All citizens must contribute their strength to the empire. Those who disobey will be treated as prisoners of war and sent to prison camps. Zhang Tuohai said coldly. Hi. The Minister of War felt not joy at this time, but fear. He was afraid. Afraid that Zhang Tuohai would drag the entire empire into the abyss. If we really follow Zhang Tuohai's words and go, once the entire empire loses, I'm afraid there will never be the capital to recover the capital. However, he did not dare to disobey Zhang Tuohai's will. If he showed hesitation, the military police would arrest him the next day and throw him into a prisoner of war camp. Several ministers had already set an example for him. The whole family had entered a prisoner of war camp, and he would not foolishly challenge Zhang Tuohai's authority again. I can only grit my teeth and obey. The The draft was sent to the school. The principal looked at the cold military police and knew that it could not be changed. So he quickly issued an order to conduct an emergency examination. All those who fail the exam will be drafted into the military service. The students at Dongda University were confused. They had heard the saying that knowledge determines destiny, but they did not expect it to be realized in this way. If you fail the exam, you will go to the battlefield. Everyone gave 120% of their efforts, afraid of not scoring enough. The teachers also tried to make the papers as simple as possible so that everyone could pass. Because most people exceeded the passing mark, this resulted in insufficient numbers. The military policeman glanced at the principal, and with a stroke of his pen, he drew the numbers in proportion from back to front. All those with good grades and below were issued conscription notices and must report within 3 days. Otherwise, the whole family would enter a prisoner of war camp. There was no other way. These Dongda students took the draft notice and entered the army. According to the grapevine, these students reported that the red light district in Tokyo was packed the day before. Chapter 15:12 Bombers vs. Battleships. Zhang Tuohai recruited 9 million troops and distributed them to various battlefields. Then order each battlefield to take the initiative to attack and achieve results. Otherwise, you are a sinner of the empire. Japanese troops abroad received the order and began to take action. The fastest move is in the direction of Australia, because although Australia has a vast land, there are relatively few people. Moreover, most of the cities are concentrated in the coastal areas. The vast inland areas are deserts and grasslands with almost no people. This gives Japan an opportunity. The warships led the army all the way south. When they encountered a city, they bombarded it. And then the infantry landed and mopped up the rear. Soon, they captured a large area of control in Australia. The army here has been at peace for a long time and has no combat effectiveness at all. Marshal Mai, who fled here, is even more of an empty-headed commander, with not much strength under his command. Forced by the military front, they had no choice but to take their people and run inland to hide. Reports of military successes in the south spread frequently, and it was hoped that the country would send immigrants to occupy this place as soon as possible. Compared with the Southern Army's consecutive battles and victories, the westward army was much slower. Because if you want to march to India, you must cross the rainforest. But at this time, there were no roads in the rainforest, and supplies could not be transported there. It was impossible to carry much with just 2 legs. The commander of the westward marching army was another fool. They clamored to conquer Impel even if they eat grass. Then, half of the entire army starved to death, and finally retreated to Southeast Asia in despair. For this kind of person, the Minister of War would have brought him back and sent him to a military court for trial. But Zhang Tuohai stopped him. He finally found such an anti-Japanese hero. How could he let him go? Not only was the other party absolved of the crime, but he was promoted to a higher level and asked to continue leading the westward marching army. Make the other person shed tears of gratitude. Among the 3 armies, the most miserable was the East March Corps. The most manpower and equipment are added here. Even rare submachine guns and mortars have been added here. However, facing the powerful howitzers and tanks of the American army was no different than scratching an itch. They could only build positions on the beach under the cover of naval guns. The Americans have also discovered the weaknesses of the Japanese and have been studying how to break the situation. Then, they figured out a way and spent 3 months suppressing more than 10,000 bombers. These 10,000 bombers are all heavy-duty aerial fortresses, with a total of 6 machine gun positions at the front, rear, and top. They are heavily guarded and are veritable aerial fortresses, because they did not need to fly a long distance. These 10,000 aircraft were all fully equipped, full of machine guns and full of bombs, and formed a dense formation to fly towards the Japanese army. The Japanese lookout was so frightened when he saw so many planes that he almost fell off the observation deck. The alarm was quickly sounded. When Nagyun saw the densely packed fighter planes, he felt numb and quickly let the fighters take off to protect the fleet. Hundreds of Zero fighters quickly took off to prepare for the enemy. In their view, fighter jets can easily deal with bombers. Moreover, there is no fighter escort. So isn't this just delivering food? The fighter group rushed toward the bomber formation aggressively. When they rushed to the bomber formation, they were stunned, because this bomber formation formed a dense formation. The Zero fighters did not dare to rush in. Otherwise, they would be hit by the dense fighter planes. They wanted to fight, but there were more machine guns on the flying fortress than on the fighter jets, completely taken care of in all directions. No matter which direction they attacked, they had to face thousands of machine gun fire. This is a real steel storm. The Zero fighter is famous for its thin skin and large stuffing. In order to reduce the weight of the aircraft, the aluminum alloy steel frame is used under the skin, and the body even uses a hollow frame. This results in the aircraft's defense being zero. As long as you are hit by 2 shots, you will lose your ability to fight. The Zero fighter circled around the bomber group twice, but failed to find an opportunity to attack. Instead, they lost more than 100 aircraft and suffered heavy losses. At this time, the fighter group had already flown above the combined fleet. Anti-aircraft fire from numerous ships of the combined fleet opened fire. The bomber fighter formation also opened its magazine, and iron bombs poured out one after another. Normally, dive bombers or torpedo planes are used to deal with ships. There are almost no heavy bombers. The main reason for this is that the ship's evasive movements are very fast and must be attacked at close range by dive bombers or torpedo planes. Heavy bombers, on the other hand, deliver bombs over an area and can attack fixed targets. However, they are much less effective against such moving targets. But those are normal situations. Something is different now. In order to attack the combined fleet, the Americans used 10,000 heavy bombers. So many fighter planes formed a dense formation in the air, almost covering the battlefield sky. Then, all the planes dropped bombs together, directly covering the entire battlefield, facing the rain of shells in the sky. No matter how fast the ship evades, it cannot avoid all the bombs. It can only pray that it will not be hit by too many bombs. Boom, boom, boom. Massive bombs exploded in the battle waters. Most of the bombs fell into the sea, stirring up waves. However, some of the bombs still fell on the ship. In order to achieve the attack effect, the United States uses heavy bombs of 500 kilograms, which can directly blow through the deck when they fall on it. Falling onto the turret can directly blow the turret away. After many small destroyers were hit by bombs, the hulls were directly blown through. A large amount of seawater poured in, and the ships sank directly, without the ability to even support them twice. The cruiser can probably hold 2 4-shot bombs, but any more will sink. In the case of an aircraft carrier, it loses its combat effectiveness as soon as a shot hits the deck. It needs to return to port immediately for repairs, and is unable to fight at all. Only battleships with rough skin and thick flesh can resist for a while. The American strategy is very simple, which is to drown the combined fleet with massive bombs. It is the crushing of industrial strength. Faced with this crushing level of battle, the combined fleet had nothing to do. Yamamoto could not bear the fate of the entire combined fleet being annihilated, and immediately ordered the combined fleet to evacuate and return to Pearl Harbor to rest. At least the aircraft carrier must be repaired. The combined fleet retreated in despair, and the 3 million soldiers of the East March Corps who remained on the shore were dumbfounded. If you leave, what will we do? Without the support of fleet artillery, what support would they have? There were sighs and groans all over the camp. Soon, they won't have to sigh anymore, because the flying fortress is back loaded with bombs. They came back with a vengeance. In order to achieve the effect, when the U.S. military selected pilots, they specifically selected people from the West Coast as pilots. They have an unforgettable hatred against the Japanese army. Naturally, there will be no mercy. This time, without the threat of fighter jets, the Sky Fortress even directly lowered its altitude and conducted intensive bombing at a height of 1,000 meters above the ground. After the aircraft formation flew over, the Japanese defense line looked like the surface of the moon. Chapter 1513 A New Death Plan. The combined fleet entered the harbor at night. This is to prevent others from seeing the miserable state of the battleship. In order to prevent the leakage of information, the port area was even completely sealed off, and no one was allowed to enter or exit at will. News was published in the newspaper. The combined fleet has completed its tactical objectives and achieved victory. There isn't even a picture. Of course, this was all to fool the civilians. But the base camp still received the real situation. The fleet loss report was sent to Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai took a look and found that fully 1/3 of the main ships such as aircraft carriers and battleships were completely sunk, and the remaining half were seriously injured and would require several months of overhaul before they could be relaunched. Only 1/3 can still maintain combat effectiveness after simple repairs. As for the ordinary auxiliary ships, they suffered heavy losses. Fully half of the ships sank. Most of the remaining ones were seriously injured, and only a small part survived, because of the shallow draft and weak hull of the small submarine. The entire army was wiped out, and no one survived. Even the carrier-based aircraft pilots suffered heavy losses and needed a lot of replacement. This was a disastrous defeat for the combined fleet. But compared to the 3 million East March Corps that were thrown on the mainland, Their fate was pretty good. After seeing the dense bomber formation of the U.S. Army and the combined fleet still like this, one can imagine the consequences of those infantry. These people no longer exist on the military roster. Seeing this battle report, Zhang Tuohai tried hard to control himself and stopped himself from making any noise. It's only 3 million, which is a bit small. We need to work harder. Zhang Tuohai thought about how to kill more Japanese. Your Majesty, the Americans are very difficult to deal with. I'm afraid we need to reconsider how to end this. Minister Tojo hesitated and said, Baga! Zhang Tuohai slammed the table, pointed at Tojo's nose and cursed. You just suffered a setback, and you actually backed down. Are you still worthy of being a Japanese samurai? Now that you've been dismissed, go dig sand at Iwo Jima. Zhang Tuohai ordered loudly. Following his order, 2 guards came in and dragged Minister Tojo out. Seeing Tojo's appearance, the other people immediately lowered their heads like ostriches. How many troops are available in the Empire now? Zhang Tuohai asked. Your Majesty, 2 million have been withdrawn from India. Originally there was 1 million on the southeastern peninsula, 500,000 on Luzon Island, and 200,000 on the Korean peninsula. The Australian mainland is progressing more smoothly, but its area is relatively large. There are 3 million. There are actually so many more. Zhang Tuohai raised his eyebrows. Recruit another 10 million troops. 5 million of them will be sent to Australia, which must be cleaned up. The other 5 million will be sent to Southeast Asia. And then 3 million elites from Southeast Asia will be transferred back and sent to the United States. Zhang Tuohai said calmly. Your Majesty, the American defenses are very strong, and we may not be able to get in. Moreover, the Navy has limited capacity. The Lord Admiralty hesitated and said, I know that the beach defenses of the United States are very strong. But are you all blind? You will only land from the mainland coastline of the United States? Can't you change the direction? Zhang Tuohai patted the table. Change the direction? Everyone looked confused. The U.S. mainland is heavily defended. You can land from Canada in the north or Mexico in the south. After landing, you can cross the border and enter the U.S. mainland. Zhang Tuohai drew circles on the map and talked nonsense. However, the Navy cannot guarantee supplies for so many soldiers. The Lord Admiralty said hesitantly. Who wants your supplies? Zhang Tuohai glanced at the Minister of the Navy. The United States is rich in supplies. Do Imperial soldiers need to carry supplies when they enter the country? Just grab whatever is needed on the spot. That place needs guns. Guns, food, money, and beautiful women. Yes. What else do they need to bring? Each person carries a week's worth of rations at most. Zhang Tuohai said coldly. However, a large army of more than 3 million people will inevitably be hit by a swarm of American aircraft. The Minister of the Navy was still hesitant. Are you pig-minded? More than 3 million people insist on leaving together? You won't separate? Tell the people who landed that they should go their own way as a team and not gather together as a last resort. If necessary, they can work as a team and act alone. They can do anything in the United States. Seize trains, blow up railways, rob banks, burn down factories, whatever they want. The main thing is to cause chaos in the United States, so that they cannot safely produce weapons to deal with us and buy time for the large forces to counterattack. I understand. The Navy Minister did not dare to say more. He was afraid that if he spoke again, he would be sent to Iwo Jima like the Secretary of War. Your Majesty, where should we recruit these 10 million soldiers? Minister Tibet asked. All students who are outstanding will be selected as officers, workers, farmers, and monks. They will all be included in the conscription. The age for conscription is relaxed to 14 to 65 years old. As long as they can carry a gun, they will all go to fight for me. Zhang Tuohai said. By the way, let women fill the vacant positions. Now it's time for them to contribute to the empire. Under Zhang Tuohai's order, 2/5 of the men were pulled to the battlefield, excluding the old, weak, sick and disabled. This is almost all the young and strong people in the country. Zhang Tuohai almost drank all the blood. If all these people died on the battlefield, the country would also face the risk of destruction. Everyone knew the risks involved, but no one dared to disobey Zhang Tuohai's orders and could only obey them honestly. A large number of people were recruited, and experienced veterans were sent to the American battlefields. After a little training, new recruits were sent to the jungles of Southeast Asia or the deserts of Australia. In the night, one battleship after another set sail again. The decks of the battleships were crowded with Japanese soldiers wearing khaki cloth. Everyone was carrying a rifle. 120 rounds of ammunition, 2 grenades, and a bag of rice balls. In addition, apart from that, there is nothing else. This is still a relatively good treatment. I heard that those who are not treated well may even only have a bayonet. Everyone was packed on the deck like sardines. Like cans. Some people who were seasick even vomited directly. However, it was so crowded that I couldn't move at all. Everyone has only one wish. And that is to get off the ship as soon as possible. Even if the enemy is facing the American army, it is still better than suffering on the ship. After more than a day of turbulence, the ship docked at an uninhabited desert beach during the night. Everyone climbed off the boat along the rope ladder and waded onto the land. Remember, you are in Mexico now. You only need to go north or northeast to enter the United States. Don't go northwest. You will encounter the main American army there. The messenger kept shouting and told everyone the news as much as possible. Chapter 15:14, The Decisive Battle of Fate. Countless Japanese soldiers took advantage of the darkness and entered the desert. Some of them got lost in the desert and eventually died on this land. And more entered the United States. After these Japanese soldiers entered the United States, they revealed their wolfish nature. They robbed the residents in the border area wildly, killing people and grabbing money, and then snatched the other party's vehicles and continued to move inland. The American army never expected that the Japanese would be so crazy and send so many people to their own land in this way. Don't they think about the future? In order to deal with the Japanese entering the country, the United States immediately organized a car patrol, with the National Guard and mounted police as the core, to conduct inspections along the highway. If any were found, they would notify the military and send planes to deal with them. Because the road conditions were unfamiliar and many Japanese did not know how to drive a car, most of them were overtaken and killed before they had barely left the border states. Only a small number of people entered the hinterland of the United States. However, their unique faces mean they cannot hide their identities. The vast territory of the United States and its sparse population do not provide the conditions for guerrilla warfare. On the vast plains, they could not avoid the aircraft's dragnet search. All that awaits them is death. The difference is just earlier or later. Because of Zhang Tuohai's crazy behavior, Americans felt a crisis. They realized that if they didn't speed up, Zhang Tuohai might come up with something else. Although those Japanese did not survive in the end, the damage caused to the country was inestimable. Most importantly, allowing enemy troops to enter the mainland made many people dissatisfied. And they even cast a vote of no confidence in the government. If they are not given an explanation, they may be forced to resign. Gentlemen, now we need to give the voters an explanation, even if it is a justifiable explanation. Otherwise, we will all have to resign and step down. President Ross pushed up his glasses and said helplessly, I have asked the shipyard to work overtime. The first batch of warships can already be launched. In addition, a large number of merchant ships have been refitted. Although they can only carry a dozen aircraft, they can be used as escort aircraft carriers, said the Secretary of the Navy. Great. Immediately form these ships into a task force to harass the Japanese Navy near Hawaii without giving them a chance to breathe. In addition, find an aircraft carrier and launch an air attack on Japan without causing any damage. I just need them to get there. Ross said. The Hornet can perform this mission, Mr. President. The Navy Minister thought for a moment and said, Hurry up then. Voters won't give us much time. Yes. The order was given. The aircraft carrier Hornet quietly left the port and flew towards Tokyo. A dozen planes flew over Tokyo. Fearing anti-aircraft guns, they just dropped their bombs casually and left in a hurry. Although these planes did not cause any actual losses to Tokyo, they gave Zhang Tuohai an excuse to use the topic as an excuse. Zhang Tuohai held an imperial meeting and scolded the ministers bloody. It's all you idiots who allow the Americans to bomb Tokyo with planes now. What do you think we should do? If you can't come up with a solution, get the hell out of Iwo Jima. Zhang Tuohai slapped the table and shouted, Your Majesty, the reason why the U.S. military was able to dispatch aircraft was entirely because the combined fleet did not destroy the U.S. aircraft carrier. So Tokyo was attacked. The combined fleet should be sent to find the U.S. aircraft carrier and annihilate it completely, so that Tokyo can ensure safety. The Minister of War immediately dismissed the blame, seeing that the Minister of War directly put the responsibility on himself. The Minister of Navy was very unhappy and said immediately, Your Majesty, please don't listen to the slander. The reason why the United States can take off planes is because the Army did not destroy the airports in the United States. I believe that the top priority should be to send more troops to the United States to completely destroy the airports in the United States. The Lord Admiralty was not stupid and just threw the blame back. You are talking nonsense. The United States is more than 1,000 miles away from our country. What kind of aircraft can fly so far? The Minister of War said quickly. You are not an American. How do you know that Americans don't have planes that can fly thousands of miles? You are shirking your responsibility. The Navy Minister was not to be outdone. The two men quarreled. Stop arguing. Zhang Tuohai slapped the table and made a decision. Since none of you can provide evidence, then use a two-pronged approach. The Army will send 1 million people to the Americas. This time, all airports in the United States must be destroyed. In addition, the entire combined fleet will be dispatched to find the remaining fleet of the United States and fight decisively with it. Its elimination must not allow Tokyo to be attacked again. Otherwise, you two will commit suicide and apologize. Hi. The Secretary of the Navy and the Secretary of War both bowed. They knew that they had no way out, either to complete the mission or to commit suicide and apologize. At their urging, the Army mobilized 1 million people from various places and sent them to America again. All the ships of the combined fleet set sail and cruised in the Pacific Ocean, looking for the remaining aircraft carriers of the U.S. military in an attempt to destroy the opponent. However, because the Japanese Army's radar is relatively old, it basically relies on lookouts to find targets. This method of human visual reconnaissance is highly efficient. The U.S. warships are equipped with radars and reconnaissance aircraft. Although it is not advanced, it is much better. At this time, the newly formed task force of the U.S. Army passed the Panama Canal and rushed over from the East Coast. There are more than 30 escort aircraft carriers alone, although they are only escort aircraft carriers that can carry a dozen aircraft. Their huge number is still very impressive. There are 300 to 400 aircraft gathered together, enough to compete with a heavy aircraft carrier fleet. Captain Hornet was very happy to see so many escort carriers arriving. Immediately told them the location of the Japanese. As a result, dozens of escort aircraft carriers and auxiliary ships launched a mighty sneak attack on the combined fleet. Nearly 400 planes took off at the same time and rushed towards the combined fleet. The combined fleet usually has aircraft patrolling the surrounding area. When they saw the overwhelming large group of aircraft flying in, they immediately reported the situation via radio. The combined fleet sounded the air defense siren. 0 planes took off one after another, and the crew members also ran to their positions. 0 aircraft attempted to intercept, but there were too many of them, and many planes didn't even have time to take off, and were destroyed on the deck by the swooping fighter jets. The torpedo planes swooped down one after another, and the dense torpedoes drew white waves, rushing towards the combined fleet from all directions in the west, like a swarm of white sharks hunting. Chapter 1515 The United States Surprise Attack on Pearl Harbor. Faced with the crazy attacks by the Americans, the Japanese Army did not sit still and wait for death. The warships turned crazily to avoid torpedoes, and various anti-aircraft guns fired one after another to prevent the aircraft from approaching. Some warships even raised their main guns in an attempt to increase anti-aircraft firepower. But facing the overwhelming number of planes, it still seemed too weak. Fortunately, most battleships have thick armor and can survive 1 or 2 torpedoes. 0 fighters also gradually began to take off, seeing that they could not take advantage. After throwing away all the bombs, the fleet began to evacuate. Upon seeing this, the 0 fighter plane immediately chased after him. These pilots were all newbies with little experience. They were tracked by 0 fighters and found the location of the fleet. The 0 fighter immediately sent the coordinates back. When Yamamoto heard that there were actually dozens of aircraft carriers, he even thought he heard it wrong. Baga! How can there be so many aircraft carriers? It's absolutely true. Please send additional personnel quickly. I will guide you from the air, the pilot said quickly. Baga! All the planes take off and try to destroy all the aircraft carriers as much as possible. The main battleships are also moving closer to each other, trying to use naval guns to resolve the battle. After giving the order, Yamamoto sat down dejectedly. What he was most worried about happened, and the United States' powerful industrial capabilities came into operation. They actually organized so many aircraft carriers in such a short period of time. So what if they win this battle? They still couldn't attack each other's east coast. As long as the United States is given some more time, the other side can build a larger navy than it currently has. How can we fight then? If you persist for a long time, failure is inevitable. Yamamoto couldn't think of a way to crack it. The ending was just as Yamamoto expected. The combined fleet relied on the advantage of the battleships to beat the escort aircraft carriers to pieces. But it also suffered heavy losses. In the wave of attacks just now, he lost 2 light aircraft carriers, 1 heavy aircraft carrier, 3 cruisers, 4 destroyers. Several battleships suffered varying degrees of damage, and even one of the Yamato's turrets was blown over. Returned to Hong Kong for rest. Although they won this battle, the losses were real, and with their current industrial capabilities, they could not make up for it. The most terrible thing is that their pilots suffered heavy losses. Many veteran pilots, who had trained for many years, were lost. The new pilots are in training and cannot even replenish their supplies. The entire combined fleet was severely damaged. It is conceivable that if such a war happens 2 or 3 more times, the entire combined fleet will cease to exist. The combined fleet returned to the Hawaii military port in despair to rest. However, the battle report of the great victory flew back to the mainland. The news was spread everywhere in the streets that the United Fleet had destroyed the main fleet of the American Army and had successfully entered the war. Looking at the jubilant Japanese, Zhang Tuohai certainly knew what the truth was. However, he was not prepared to expose it. Let them continue their fanaticism so that he could implement the plan of 100 million pieces of jade. The battle of the combined fleet is unfavorable. The islands in the Pacific may face attacks by the American Army. 1 million troops will be mobilized from the mainland and deployed on the islands to defend the mainland, Zhang Tuohai said while shaking his wine glass. Yes! The remaining ministers did not dare to disobey Zhang Tuohai's order and immediately complied. There are actually no troops left in the mainland, except for the military police units left behind. Most of the divisions have been almost exhausted in several deployments. However, orders are hard to disobey. The military police had no choice but to resort to old methods of catching young men. What? You are 70 years old? Can you carry a gun? If you can, come with us. What? You are short-sighted and can't see the target? It doesn't matter. We will put you in the first row and make sure you are close. What? You are paralyzed and can't walk? It doesn't matter. There is a kamikaze qualification here. Take a look. In order to meet the numbers, the military police even released all the prisoners in the prison, transported them by ship to deserted islands, threw some weapons at random, and let them fend for themselves here. As for women, they all went into factories to produce various weapons for the front line. After several rounds of recruitment, Zhang Tuohai almost drained the local male power. A large number of military forces are deployed on many islands. With Japan's current transportation capacity, it is naturally impossible to guarantee food supply for so many people, and it can only be left to each army to solve the problem themselves. In order to obtain food, these troops had to recruit exorbitant amounts of money from the local area. This made the local people very dissatisfied and even began to organize organized resistance to the Japanese army. At the same time, the second batch of U.S. warships was launched and came to the Pacific Ocean again. Cooperating with them are dozens of submarines. This fleet adopted the same pattern as Nagumo and quietly approached Pearl Harbor under the cover of night. Because they have been operating here for many years, they know the water conditions here well. Dozens of submarines took advantage of the darkness to sneak into Pearl Harbor. Dozens of large warships were docked at the berths. Each choose a target and start attacking after 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, dozens of torpedoes were shot out of the water and rushed towards the anchored warships. The anchored warship had no resistance at all and was directly hit by a torpedo. Boom! Boom! A cloud of explosions rose up. These battleships were directly hit by torpedoes. The battleship with a relatively small tonnage simply sat on the spot and sank. Large tonnage battleships also poured in massive amounts of seawater. Even if it hasn't sunk yet, it still has no combat capability and must undergo major repairs. Almost half of the main battleships of the entire combined fleet have lost their combat capabilities. Attack! Someone is attacking! Sirens sounded in Pearl Harbor. However, at this time, the carrier-based aircraft on the escort aircraft carrier had already arrived over Pearl Harbor. They carried out attacks on the airport and warships in the port, just like what the Japanese did back then. Unprepared, the combined fleet was caught off guard, and several more battleships were sunk. The airport runway was blown up, and fighter planes were blown up on the runway. Pearl Harbor was ablaze, just as it had been months before. After the air attack, the warships approached Pearl Harbor and conducted a covering bombardment of the islands. Because, with a similar map of the island, the American Army carried out precise shelling on every building. Let the flames burn the entire island, leaving not a single intact building. As for whether this move would harm civilians, they did not consider it at all, and the entire Pearl Harbor was razed to the ground. After getting the news, Zhang Tuohai showed a smile on his face. He knew that the overall situation had been decided, and he didn't need to worry about the rest. The frustrated Americans would help him take care of everything. And all he needs to do is to enjoy it while he still has some time left. Why are you stopping? Let's continue playing music and then dance. Zhang Tuohai waved his hand, and the sound of Mimi echoed in the imperial palace again. Chapter 1516 Iwo Jima. As Zhang Tuohai expected, the United States carried out a comprehensive bombing and artillery attack on Pearl Harbor. The ground at Pearl Harbor was plowed twice with shells and bombs. It seems that this is the only way to wash away their shame. The attack continued for 3 days before the Americans sent a landing ship to the island. The entire island was filled with a burning smell, and there wasn't even a living mouse. Halsey was very satisfied with the effect of the attack. This method is good. I will follow this method in the future. Before each attack, cover the island with cannonballs first. Yes. The adjutant recorded the order. People are all path dependent. When a certain method is successful, they will involuntarily copy it in this way. That's the case with Halsey. After destroying the combined fleet, he no longer had any opponents in the Pacific. So he naturally had no scruples, and began to gradually capture the islands occupied by the Japanese. The method he used was also very simple, which was to blow up the land with artillery, and then land on the island. The target is discovered, and the bombing continues until all resistance is completely eliminated. Halsey was very relaxed. He thought he could fight all the way to Tokyo with this tactic, until it hit Iwo Jima. Zhang Tuohai was very concerned about Iwo Jima. Before the attack on Pearl Harbor, he sent Lieutenant General Kurabayashi. At the same time, the elite local 1st Division was transferred there. In name, he was to guard local prisoners. In fact, Kurabayashi also took on an important task, which was to build Iwo Jima into a fortress and an unsinkable battleship. Zhang Tuohai even allocated more than a dozen 460 caliber naval guns to Li Lin. Li Lin didn't know what Zhang Tuohai was going to do, but this was the emperor's order, and all he could do was follow it. When Kurabayashi arrived at Iwo Jima, he began digging fortifications day and night, hollowing out almost the entire Mount Suribachi. A large number of fortifications were built inside the mountain and reinforced with various rocks and cement. There is a large amount of food, water, and various weapons stored inside, enough for a division to continue fighting for a year. If the island was not too small to accommodate too many people, Zhang Tuohai would even want to cram millions of people on Iwo Jima. After the American army arrived at Iwo Jima, they still followed the old method of bombing it with artillery and then landing. This trick might work well on other islands, but Kurabayashi built all the fortifications in the mountains. Ordinary naval guns cannot pry open the thick mountain. The American army, which had won successive victories, also became arrogant, thinking that this time was just like before, just another scorched earth journey. When a large number of American troops gathered on the beach and prepared to march inland, Lieutenant General Kurabayashi gave the order to attack. Rifles stretched out from various hidden corners. Bullets hit the American army from all directions. Before the American army could react, they were hit by bullets. In order to encircle a point and provide reinforcements, some Japanese troops would not even take the initiative to shoot the opponent's vital points, but would only make the opponent incapacitated and then kill the opponent's medical soldiers. The battle was one-sided from the beginning. A large number of American soldiers were knocked to the ground before they knew what was going on. The remaining American soldiers were also crawling on the ground, shivering. Halsey was furious when he saw this situation and ordered aircraft and naval guns to attack again. He vowed to blow up Mount Suribachi. However, Mount Suribachi is a solid rock structure. The bombing continued for 2 days, only leaving some craters, and it was impossible to do anything for the main fortifications. In fact, Halsey had another way, which was to send warships to besiege Iwo Jima. Iwo Jima has no depth. It is just an isolated island. As long as the siege lasts long enough, the people on the island can be trapped to death. But Halsey was already over it, and he felt ashamed to leave like this. Order! Continue to send people to land, and we must capture Iwo Jima. Halsey sent 2 more divisions to land on the island and began to attack the mountains. This time they learned a lesson and carefully checked the ground every time they took a step forward. When encountering an enemy, call in naval gunfire. Every time you find a hole, throw a grenade into it, or use a flamethrower to incinerate it. Not to be outdone, the Japanese army took advantage of the favorable terrain to resist. Large caliber naval guns even sank 2 landing ships. The American army suffered heavy losses. Such a heavy loss made Halsey even more excited, and he wanted to strip the Japanese soldiers on the island. Kurabayashi was also determined. He issued an order that every soldier must kill 3 enemies before being allowed to die in battle. Under his command, the American army finally captured Iwo Jima at the cost of nearly 100,000 casualties. In the end, only 3 Japanese soldiers on the entire island chose to surrender, and the rest either died in battle or committed suicide. The entire island is like a hell on earth. Looking at the tragic situation on the island, Halsey had a headache, and because of the huge casualties, he was transferred to the rear and forced to rest. He was replaced by Lieutenant General Li Mei. Lieutenant General Li Mei was born in the Air Force, and his favorite thing was bombing. In his opinion, the easiest way to crush the enemy's will to fight is to kill the opponent's industrial capabilities and blast the opponent back to the Stone Age. Then, Li Mei began building airports and bombing major cities in Japan. The first target of his revenge was Edo. Thousands of bombers formed a dense formation and launched an attack on Edo. In order to achieve better bombing effects, they even used special incendiary bombs based on the characteristics of Edo's many wooden buildings. Then, a raging fire broke out throughout Edo, and the entire city was almost burned to the ground. Tens of thousands of people were burned to death. The rivers boiled, and the entire city became a white field. In response, Zhang Tuohai directly gave a radio speech, denounced the atrocities committed by the United States, and at the same time called on the entire people to resist and fight the American army to the last soldier. He even gave everyone a pistol and a grenade. Resolutely fight the American army to the end. A large number of weapons were distributed. Seeing Zhang Tuohai's resolute attitude, Li Mei felt that she had been provoked. He immediately launched a massive air raid. Thousands of planes were dispatched frequently, bombing large cities one after another, razing every large city in sight to the ground. Zhang Tuohai was also prepared. He dismantled all the remaining steel and built anti-aircraft guns, forming artillery regiments specifically to intercept the American troops on their path. Killed a lot of planes. In this way, the hatred between the United States and Japan deepens and penetrates into the bone marrow. In the end, the United States finally couldn't bear it anymore and abandoned the little boy in Tokyo. Boom! With a loud noise, a mushroom cloud rose. Then, hundreds of thousands of meters of troops rushed into the Japanese mainland from various ports. A fierce battle unfolded on the Japanese mainland. Chapter 1517 The Last World. A white light lit up on the clouds. Zhang Tuohai fell from the void onto the clouds. Zhang Tuohai looked up and saw Lilith standing in front of him with her hands behind her back. "Why did you call me back so soon? I haven't completed the task yet." Zhang Tuohai twisted his neck and said, "I think it's not satisfying enough." Lilith rolled her eyes at him. "The mission was actually completed when I became the Emperor. You just keep suppressing it and don't come back. So you keep trying again." Lilith looked at Zhang Tuohai with a half smile, as if she had seen through Zhang Tuohai. "Don't you think this is fun? Just stay a little longer. There's not much opportunity for fun in reality." Zhang Tuohai simply stopped hiding anything and directly expressed his thoughts. "You mean sleeping with a big quilt? It doesn't seem to be difficult in reality. As long as you have money. It doesn't matter how many you have. You can even buy an island and transform it into your exclusive pleasure paradise." And then raise dozens of them picked up from all over the place. "What do you think of the homeless girl who came here?" Lilith asked with a smile. "I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about that." Zhang Tuohai spoke righteously. In fact, the main reason is that he has been tired recently and has just entered the sage time. "Well, you can actually achieve it now," Lilith said with a smile. "Moreover, we can just use this opportunity to collect the last world." "The last one?" Zhang Tuohai looked up and was stunned. He discovered that the huge Rainbow Sea world had disappeared. All the colorful bubbles disappeared. And now only one world remained, hanging alone in the sky. "What about so many worlds?" Zhang Tuohai asked. "Of course it was captured," Lilith said with a smile. "It's all thanks to the people you found. Li Feiyu, who is good at assassination. Su Qi, who is invincible in anti-armor. Su Mu, who is good at group combat and mechanical ascension. And Zhao Wanwan, who has condensed the Godhead. Wouldn't it be great to conquer the world with such a team? As long as they are divided into categories according to their needs." Quick guide. "Then what are you doing with this last world? Why don't you just conquer it?" Zhang Tuohai stretched his waist. He was tired and wanted to take a good rest. "This world is a bit special. After activating this world will merge with the real world. Then, the world's time will be turned back, allowing the world to enter a new river, flowing into an unknown direction. I haven't decided yet which direction to return to. The time is up to you to decide. At which point in time can my memory be preserved?" Zhang Tuohai was a little worried. Like the previous world, It will be sealed, and will be unsealed after the mission is completed. Lilith said. That's enough. Zhang Tuohai let out a sigh of relief. What type of world is it? In what way is it integrated with the main world? The world type is the revival of spiritual energy, which merges with the main world in the form of spiritual energy tides, which ultimately leads to the entire world entering a transcendent era and entering a new turning point. That's quite interesting. Let's set the time at the time when we just returned. Zhang Tuohai said. What about the way to introduce spiritual energy? What about the way to obtain extraordinary power? Lilith asked. Can this also be edited? Then set it to get it from the game. Zhang Tuohai thought about it for a while. At that time, he should have been an internet-addicted teenager who liked playing games. If the memory was sealed, the method of injecting the game would make it easier for him to accept it. What about the power system? Are all countries the same? Or are they different? Of course they are different. What's the point of being the same? Okay. I hope you can succeed soon. Lilith said. Wait. Aren't you joining? Zhang Tuohai asked. If you can keep an observer on the outside to preserve the memory, then this position will naturally belong to me. Complete the task quickly and remember to come back early. I'm still waiting for you to make dinner. Lilith kicked Zhang Tuohai off the cloud. Zhang Tuohai felt dazed and stood up from the room. He felt sleepy in his head, as if he had just stayed up 3 nights in a row. He picked up his phone and looked through it, ready to check the time. But I found an extra icon on my phone. Record of Demon Slayers? What a rubbish name. It looks like a trap and rubbish mobile game. The kind that competes with gold to compete for combat power. Zhang Tuohai was about to delete the game when suddenly a memory popped up in his mind. He is a reborn. And this is a game that can change the world. The spiritual energy begins to revive. And all people, animals, and plants will be nourished by the spiritual energy and become stronger. But only by accepting the inheritance can we stand at the top of the world. And this game is the entrance to inheritance. In his last life, he missed the inheritance because he deleted the game. When he knew the truth, his heart turned green. Now! It's not too late. Zhang Tuohai picked up his phone and clicked on the game icon. The screen went black, and paragraphs of text appeared. Another reincarnation will come. The sky will fall. The earth will break. And the ancient gods will return to the world. Another troubled time is coming. Where will you go? Please select your origin. Tiansha Lone Star. Failed scholar. Kill the wealthy businessman. Famine refugees. Street gangster. Prison warden. In Zhang Tuohai's memory, he had heard many rumors in his previous life. It is said that there are not only these 6 identities available at the beginning, but dozens of identities, each of which corresponds to a different initial choice. Choosing Tiansha Lone Star's own luck increases. But the sect and teammates he belongs to always suffer unexpected disasters. Moreover, it is a permanent buff. In the later stage, it is almost annoying to everyone, and no one wants to make friends with it. This cannot be selected. A failed scholar will have a wordless book and a secret skill at random. However, they are usually ordinary skills. Very average. If you kill a wealthy businessman, you will get some money. Most useless. Famine refugees will have a family heirloom. It is also a small thing with a special function. It has some effect in the early stage, but it is better than nothing. If you are a street gangster, you are agile and can easily join a gang. If you are a prison guard, you can get an initial identity and job. However, Zhang Tuohai had heard a rumor before. If you choose the prison warden, you can come into contact with a warlock in the prison and obtain an inheritance. Although the magician was imprisoned in a cell, he was still very powerful. As for why he was imprisoned, it was also related to a hidden plot. This plot line was very long, and it was said to be related to a major version. Knowing this secret, Zhang Tuohai naturally couldn't choose anything else. Just choose the prison warden. Chapter 15:18 Bloody Black Zone. After choosing an identity, the previous words disappeared in a flash of white light, and a new string of words appeared. You inherited your father's position as jailer, and became a jailer in the Sky Prison. Although the jailer is of low rank, his salary is very rich. Whether it is the money managed by the prisoners, or the silver reward enjoyed by the prisoners, you can get a profit. Your life is very nourishing. This day is the day to re-rotate duty. And you have been drawn into the black area. You are very unhappy because the black area is where serious criminals are held. It is located at the bottom of the prison. It never sees sunlight, and is full of rotten smells. But if you don't go, it means losing the job. For the sake of money, you accepted the position. Fortunately, it only takes a month. You equip your waist knife, and come to the stairs leading to the black area. Enter the black area. Leave here. Enter. Zhang Tuohai chose to enter. You have entered the black zone. The black area exudes a cold atmosphere all year round. And you can't help but shiver. You come to cell number 1. Here is a skinny old man. Although he looks skinny, he is actually a 4th level snitch. He once entered the palace at night and stole the emperor's jade pestle. After he was caught, the emperor ordered him to be he was tortured and died in a dark prison. The old snitch approached the railing and said with a smile, he can tell you a secret about the emperor. But you must give him a roast chicken. 1. Promise him and help him buy roast chicken. 2. Ignore him. 3. Listen to his secrets before deciding whether to buy it. Zhang Tuohai chose 3. The old snitch smiled. When he entered the palace at night, he happened to see the emperor consummating his marriage with the queen. He saw the emperor take off the jade pestle from his body with his own eyes. You should understand what this means. Seeing this news, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. If this news is true, then the emperor may be a woman. He had never played the game in his previous life, and most of the content in it came from other people's gossip. But he knew that if this news was confirmed, it would definitely shock the ruling and opposition parties. Might be news worth taking advantage of. The old snitch asks you for roast chicken. 1. Buy it for him. 2. Ignore him. 3. Cut out his tongue. Zhang Tuohai took one look and directly chose 3. This news is too explosive. If the old snitch tells others that he also knows the news, and the emperor finds out, he may be silenced. So it is better to make the old snitch unable to speak. Although the old snitch was once a 4th grade monk and entered the realm of air control, he was given Sangong powder and became like a useless person. You easily cut off the other person's tongue. The old snitch is angry at your betrayal, but there is nothing he can do about it. You smile and take off half of the old snitch's black nest full of sawdust and weeds today. It's so cruel, but I like it. Zhang Tuohai looked at the screen and continued to scroll down. You arrive at the 2nd cell. You decide. 1. Ask him for secrets. 2. Give him food for today. Of course it's 1. With the old snitch's pearl in front of him, Zhang Tuohai would not let go of this opportunity to find out the news. The other party refused to disclose any information. You decide. 1. As if it didn't happen. Give him food. 2. Cut out his tongue. 3. Cut open his belly. Stuff the rat inside, and let the rat bite him to death. Zhang Tuohai took a look at the options and decisively chose 3. The first one will obviously make other people despise him, and no one will be willing to tell him the news in the future. If you choose the second option, it is no different from telling the news. Anyway, both sides are cutting off their tongues, so they will be even less willing to hand over the information. Only 3 can make other prisoners feel fear. The prisoner in cell number 2 screamed for an hour before dying. The miserable screams made other people in the cell shudder. You come to the 3rd cell. The prisoner in the cell told you a secret in your lust. He hid a sum of gold and silver in a ruined temple in the south of the city. If you are willing to let him go, he is willing to tell you the location of other treasures. Your choice. 1. Let it go for now, and check the situation of the ruined temple. 2. Cut out his tongue. 3. Cut open the belly, and put in the mouse. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and chose 2. Who knows if what this guy said is true or false? If it was fake, wouldn't he have no chance to come back for revenge? The right to cut out one's tongue should be regarded as an advance payment. If it was true, the worst possible outcome would be to go back and buy a roast chicken. Seeing your cruelty, others complained, but you remained unmoved. You continued to interrogate the prisoner. Zhang Tuohai interrogated dozens of prisoners one after another. However, what these people said were either fragments or separate pieces of information that could not be corroborated by each other, or something not worth mentioning. For these people, Zhang Tuohai had only one choice, and that was to cut out their tongues. Make these messages your own. Make it impossible for other players to get news from here. Zhang Tuohai came all the way to the last prisoner. This prisoner is very happy, saying that you are the real villain, and the soul refining sect needs talents like you. He wants to teach you the secret method of soul refining sect. You choose. 1. Accepted. 2. Flatly refused. Finally here. Zhang Tuohai rubbed his hands excitedly. The reason why he chose to be so ruthless before was all because of this moment. The opportunity of this black area is the inheritance of this prisoner. This prisoner is a direct disciple of the Yuhuan sect, and was locked up here because of some other matters. He always wanted to find someone to rescue him. But the people who came in were either as timid as a rat or a fool, and none of them met the qualifications. He had been waiting for many years, and finally found someone with the right temperament. He wants to make Zhang Tuohai an accomplice, and then ask Zhang Tuohai to rescue him. You flatly reject the other party's offer. The prisoner is furious. He thinks you look down on the soul refining sect. The more unwilling you are to accept it, the more he will give it to you and drag you into the water with him. The prisoner grabbed your arm and put his head on your head. You feel like there are a lot of things in your head. You have obtained the inheritance of the soul refining sect. You have obtained the heart of the soul. The prisoner laughed and said that you have become a member of the soul refining sect and a prisoner of the imperial court. There is no other option except joining forces with him. No, I have other options. Zhang Tuohai chose to cut open the opponent's belly and stuff the mouse inside. The initiation ceremony of Yu Hengsenju tortures a person to death. Chapter 1519, Asking for a seal. According to Zhang Tuohai's memory, when the prisoner wanted to teach, he could not accept it directly. Otherwise, the person will accept the incomplete, soul-resisting heart. But if he refuses, it will stimulate the opponent's rebellious psychology and obtain the complete, soul-resisting heart. As the top magic technique of the demonic way, the heart of the taming soul is very powerful. Ordinary skills need to be practiced to the 3rd level of magical power before you can use the skills. Some special skills also require reaching at least the 6th level of Qi Nourishing Realm before you can use the skills. But Yu Hengsenju is different. Once you reach the 9th level Body Forging Realm, you can obtain spells. And not just 1, but 3. These 3 techniques are Yin Yang Eyes, Soul Control Technique, and Possession Technique. Not to mention the Yin and Yang Eyes. Ghosts can be seen by communicating with Yin and Yang. Other techniques either require a higher level or use special methods. But ghosts can be seen at the 9th level of Han Yu Xinju. Soul control is also very simple. That is, you can control the ownerless soul and control the soul to serve you. Possession allows the soul to attach itself to one's body, temporarily enhancing one's physical strength. As for the intensity of enhancement, it is related to the soul controlled. The heart of the soul is so powerful that it is very difficult to improve it. Each time you upgrade a level of skill, you need to complete the corresponding ritual. Otherwise, there is no way to improve it all. The initiation rite is the simplest of them all. Torture a person to death. Fortunately, it is a mobile word game and has no graphics. Otherwise, Zhang Tuohai really couldn't accept it. You killed Su Yang, a direct disciple of Yu Huan sect. You enter the 1st level of Yu Hengsenju. You have mastered the Yin and Yang Eyes, the Soul Control Technique, and the Possession Technique. You use your Yin and Yang Eyes, and you saw Su Yang's soul. You decide 1. Ignore the other person. 2. Slay the other party. Zhang Tuohai directly chose 2. You use the Soul Control Technique, and you enslave Su Yang's soul. Su Yang would rather die than surrender. You have wiped out the other person's intelligence. Su Yang became an unconscious soul. You discover that the other party's soul is actually an innate spirit body that can practice independently and evolve independently every day. It's actually an innate spirit body, and it found a treasure. Zhang Tuohai was very happy. The innate spirit is a very rare spirit in the game. This kind of spirit body can practice on its own. For them, every move is practice. Even lying down every day can slowly make you stronger. He is the ideal disciple that countless sect forces want to grab. This is naturally extremely precious to Yu Huan sect. The power of soul control depends entirely on whether the soul is strong or not. Having a soul that can cultivate on its own will naturally get twice the result with half the effort. You put your soul away, and your soul becomes a tattoo imprinted on your body. You turn and look at the prisoners. The prisoners couldn't see Su Yang's soul, but they were frightened by your ferocity. They all huddle in the corner, afraid to look directly at you. You decide 1. Kill them. 2. Warn them to be silent. Maybe these people can be used as training materials in the future. Zhang Tuohai decided to keep them. Anyway, they are some heinous criminals, and there is no psychological barrier at all when they are used to practice Qigong. Zhang Tuohai controls the character to wander around in the black area. No other news was found subsequently. Zhang Tuohai controlled the character to wander in the game until it reached the lowest value, and then left the black area. Zhang Tuohai controlled the character to leave the prison after get off work. Would you like to go to the ruined temple outside the city and have a look? Zhang Tuohai's thoughts started to move. He remembered 3 pieces of news, all related to that ruined temple. It seems that there is something about that ruined temple that we can go and learn more about. Zhang Tuohai controlled the character and walked towards the ruined temple. By the time we arrived at the ruined temple, it was already dark. You came to the ruined temple outside the city and heard a crow crow. You felt ominous. You decided 1. Continue to explore. 2. Turn and leave. Keep exploring. Zhang Tuohai chose to continue. He is now a demon cultivator. A villain. And himself is ominous. Why does he care about other ominous things? You meet a white-furred fox and it asks you, "Do I look like a human being to you?" You decide to answer, _____. Have you met someone asking for a seal? Zhang Tuohai was stunned. He has heard of this legend. It is said that wandering around at night is easy to encounter the two immortals Hu and Huang asking for a seal. Saying that he looks like a human will help him practice and make the other person turn into a human form. But it will damage his own moral character. But if you say that the other person is not like a human being, it will ruin the other person's moral behavior and cut off the other person's path to immortality. Naturally, you will form a deadly feud and you will continue to suffer revenge from the other party. Of course, these are all legends. No one knows whether it is true or false. Zhang Tuohai hesitated for a moment and typed in the blank box, "I think you look like a little loli with twin tails who is 1 meter tall, weighs 60 pounds, has silver hair and red eyes, and has a delicate body that is easy to push down." White-haired fox. The white-haired fox regrets coming to you to ask for a seal. A white light envelopes it. The white-furred fox turned into a little Lolita wearing hanfu. The white-furred fox is very angry. Because it is a male fox. It pounces on you and wants to bite you to death. You decide. 1. Turn around and run. 2. Kill it. 3. Hold her head. Zhang Tuohai didn't expect there was a third option and was ready to wait and see. You stretched out your hand to hold down her head. Her 2 little arms couldn't reach you at all. So she punched her into the empty space. Zhang Tuohai. He didn't expect this white-furred fox to be so useless. Why would he just come out to ask for a title? You took control of the little loli. You threatened her to tell you a secret. Otherwise you would skin her to make a scarf. Do I look like a bad guy? Zhang Tuohai touched his chin. By the way, she has already transformed into a human form. If she peels off her skin, can she still transform into her original form? Zhang Tuohai touched his chin and thought. The little loli is frightened by you. She tells you that this was originally an earth temple. But it has been deserted for a long time. And it has actually become a no-care zone. The Tuta temple near the capital has become a no-nonsense zone. This is contrary to common sense. You smell a conspiracy. Do you want to continue asking? Certainly. Zhang Tuohai continued to ask. Once you have clues, you should continue to pursue them. This is the normal way of playing the game. Little Lolita tells you that the land god here was destroyed by an organization called Yuhunzong. Yuhunzong wanted to intervene here, but was blocked by Shinto and royal monks. The 3 parties were equally powerful, and no one could do anything about the other. So this area was left vacant and became a buffer zone for the 3 parties. Is Yuhunzong so strong? Zhang Tuohai was shocked. He knew that the opponent was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. He could actually compete with Shinto and the royal family. You hear another crow call. The grass in the distance moves. Chapter 1520 The Magical Promotion Mission. What? Zhang Tuohai didn't expect that he would encounter something new at this time. The grass was pushed aside, and a paper man emerged from it. The paper man's face is pale, with blood and tears streaming from his eyes. And he rushes towards you. You decide. 1. Turn around and run. 2. Attack it. Why don't you think about it? Of course you will fight back. Zhang Tuohai immediately chose to fight back. You have attached Su Yang's soul to your body. You feel your strength triple. You just slapped the paper man. The paper man was torn apart by your beating. Green flames burst out of the paper man's body and engulfed the paper man. Is he dead now? Zhang Tuohai scratched his head. He thought how powerful the enemy was. Is this dead? The prompts continue to pop up. The white-haired loli looks at you with frightened eyes, retracts her hand, and squats on the ground, looking weak, pitiful and helpless. You were about to ask the white-haired Lolita, but the grass sounded again. You notice a huge number of paper figures coming over. You swing your fist and smash the paper figures into pieces one by one. After you eliminated the last paper man, you found that your spiritual power increased a bit. You feel something is weird and decide to ask the white-haired Lolita about the details of the paper man. The white-haired Lolita tells you that there is a mass grave nearby. There are many paper people and horses in it. They will hide in the grave during the day, but they will come out in groups to hunt at night. They like to eat the blood of living creatures. Most creatures can't avoid it. Martial men below the 7th level are unable to deal with it at all. Only chi-nourishing masters, who know how to use magic, can deal with it. The white-haired loli thinks that you are one of those powerful chi-nourishing people who know magic, and has a look of awe towards you. Is that what it is? Zhang Tuohai didn't expect that using magic would have such benefits. Moreover, ghost possession not only increases physical strength, but also increases spell damage. Otherwise, those paper figures would not be beaten to death one by him. However, he is now more interested in the lair of these paper figures. The paper killer can gain spiritual power, and he has practiced it for a long time. If possible, he wants to maximize his spiritual power and then advance to the next level. The white-haired Lolita is afraid of mass graves and dare not go there. You threatened her that if she didn't take you there, you would make her into a scarf, and she reluctantly agreed. You proceed to the mass grave. You have entered the mass grave area. You smell something ominous. The mass grave is filled with white fog, and the specific situation cannot be seen clearly, but the green fire can be faintly seen shining. You vaguely see a figure moving. You decide. 1. Come here. Fight in. 2. Turn around and leave. Zhang Tuohai hesitated and chose 1. You used ghost possession, and you walked over. Several paper figures rushed towards you with blood and tears on their faces, with weird smiles on their faces. They wanted to drag you in and use them as a midnight snack. You walk in with a grin. You swing your fist and kill a paper figurine. Your spiritual power has increased. You killed a paper man. Your spiritual power has increased. One prompt after another appeared, and the screen of Zhang Tuohai's phone was quickly refreshed. The screen was filled with identical messages. Zhang Tuohai held his chin and looked at it. At first, he was still concentrating, but as time went on, he became sleepy. Zhang Tuohai yawned and decided to make himself a cup of strong tea to wake up. After making strong tea, Zhang Tuohai glanced at his phone and found that a new notification had appeared. Zhang Tuohai quickly grabbed his cell phone. Your wanton killing of paper figures attracted the attention of unknown creatures deep in the mass graves. It roared continuously and loudly, startling many birds. You decide. 1. Turn around and run. 2. Continue to observe. 3. No matter how many there are, just kill them. Zhang Tuohai hesitated and chose 2. The reason is simple. If the opponent is really powerful, he shouldn't just roar, but just attack directly. But it doesn't just prove that the opponent is weak. It's better to wait and see what happens. You stay and continue to observe. You find that the voice is roaring, but it never comes out. You become suspicious. You decide to go in and check it out. You enter the fog, and many paper figures come out to intercept you and want to attack you. But they were all shattered by your punch. You find that every time you smash a paper man, the thick fog will dissipate a little. You use this place as an idle practice point, constantly killing the paper men. You feel your power rising. The surrounding fog is getting lighter and lighter, and you continue to go deeper. You see a black coffin deep in the mass grave. The coffin is tied up with chains, and blood is constantly flowing out. The sound came from the coffin. You decide. 1. Turn around and run. 2. Don't be timid. Just do it. It's here. Zhang Tuohai pointed at 2. You want to set the coffin on fire, but are short of fuel. You select the broken coffins lying around. You dug out the coffins and piled them on top of the coffins. You lit the fire with your spiritual power. Green flames burst into flames. A hand stretched out from the gap in the coffin and kept grabbing it, as if trying to get out. However, the chains were too tight, and I couldn't move. Fire burns the coffin to ashes. You kill the earthbound spirit resentful soul papermaker. Your spiritual power has been fully upgraded, and you need to break through the bottleneck before you can continue to advance. You obtain a high-grade spiritual weapon, the burying shovel. Zhang Tuohai breathed a long sigh of relief. This night's hard work was not in vain, and he actually improved a level. He opened his profile to see what the bottleneck was. Hunting Soul Heart Jew is a special skill. What is needed to break through the bottleneck every time is not pills and skills, but a ceremony. Only by performing corresponding rituals can one advance. Zhang Tuohai opened his personal information panel, and it clearly stated the ceremony to be completed for this promotion. Form a sect of not less than 100 people. Zhang Tuohai. He had thought about many ways about the promotion task, but he never thought that it would be like this. Form a sect of 100 people? How do you do this? Zhang Tuohai is a person with a slight social fear. Although it is not particularly serious, it is still a bit difficult for him to preach. However, promotion tasks are irreplaceable and can only be upgraded if completed. What can we do about it? Zhang Tuohai scratched his head and thought about a solution. Suddenly, he had an idea. There are many prisoners in the prison. These people are idle anyway. Just enough to fill his head. Chapter 1521. Forming a group to seek seal. The more Zhang Tuohai thought about it, the more he thought he could give it a try. You see, the sky is getting a little brighter now. You decide. 1. Continue to explore the ancient temple. 2. Return to the city. Zhang Tuohai was anxious to go back and test his conjecture. So he chose to return to the city. You are about to go back. But you find that the white-haired Lolita, who wants to be sealed, is missing. You searched around, but found no trace of the other party. You thought the other party might have taken the opportunity to run away. So you did not continue searching. You returned to the city. Today it is your turn to be in the black area. And you have entered the black area. The prisoners shrank in fear when they saw you, not daring to look at you. But you pulled a prisoner out and forced him to join the sect you formed. The other party doesn't know why you are so crazy. But he doesn't dare to disobey your order. He asked you what the name of your sect is. You realize you forgot to name it. You decide to name the sect ______. Puppet Cult. Zhang Tuohai wrote a name casually. Anyway, it's just to deal with the process of the promotion ceremony. And it's not that important. The prisoner agreed to join the Puppet Cult. And the current number of the sect is 1/100. It really works. Zhang Tuohai looked happy. He didn't have to go to other places to recruit people. This was considered a waste utilization. You think the plan is successful, and start to follow the law. The current number of sect members is 2 out of 100. The current number of sect members is 3 out of 100. When the progress reached 89 out of 100, Zhang Tuohai discovered a problem. That means the black area has run out of people. It's too early to kill. Zhang Tuohai slapped his thigh. Yesterday, there were obviously 100 people in the black area. But unfortunately, he killed 2 of them in order to build up his power. So he now doesn't have enough manpower. It's such a shame. What should I do? Zhang Tuohai scratched his head. You walked around the black area twice, and finally decided to borrow 2 people from above. You left the black area, hoping to borrow 2 prisoners, and send them into the black area. The other jailers did not object, and gave you 2 prisoners, who could not be exploited. For them, getting rid of this prisoner means getting rid of a burden. And they can also deduct an extra ration. You happily dragged the 2 prisoners back to the black area and forced them to become your believers. It can still be like this. Zhang Tuohai didn't expect that it could still be like this. Congratulations on completing the ceremony and entering the 8th grade Viscera realm. The Viscera realm is a realm of the physical training realm. The internal organs are stronger and stronger. Only when you can defeat 20 soldiers with 1 blow can you achieve the Viscera realm. But Zhang Tuohai's technique is different from other techniques. In addition to the physical body, there are 3 more skills. Netherworld Ghost Fire, Sealing Technique, Illusion Technique. As the name suggests, Ghost Fire is an attack spell. Zhang Tuohai now finally had a real means of attacking with spells instead of fighting with fists. Real swords and guns. He preferred bombardment with long-range fire. Sealing is a spell that seals ghosts in a specific item. The black coffin Zhang Tuohai saw today is a type of sealing technique. Illusion is a spell that confuses others and makes people deceived by illusions. Why are you looking more and more like a missionary? Zhang Tuohai scratched his head and hoped that the next promotion ceremony would not involve recruiting believers. Zhang Tuohai controlled the character to wander around the black area. After confirming that there was nothing new to gain, he kept wandering around until dark. I am going to visit the ruined temple again today. Yesterday I was completely disturbed by those paper figures. So I want to continue exploring today. After dark, Zhang Tuohai controlled the character and left the prison. After the last experience, Zhang Tuohai found the ruined temple with familiarity. He was about to go in, but found the white-haired Loli standing at the door. The white-haired Lolita has sent you an invitation to visit their ancestral land. You decide. 1. Accept the invitation and follow. 2. Kill the opponent and make a scarf. Zhang Tuohai hesitated and chose 1. He mainly felt that the human skin scarf was a bit scary. Moreover, there should be many foxes in the fox's ancestral land, so there might be some opportunities. You agreed to the invitation and followed. The white-haired little Loli is very happy, jumping up and down to lead the way. 1 of you and 1 demon passed through the ruined temple, entered a forest, turned left and right, and found a huge ancient tree. There is a huge tree hole in the ancient tree, and you got into it. You find that there is a whole other world inside. You see several foxes in human form sitting at a long table. Several little foxes ran over and surrounded you. They shout to you in unison. Do I look human to you? Zhang Tuohai, looking at the phone screen. Zhang Tuohai was stunned. Is it popular to form a group these days? At this time, an old man walked over with a cane. He claims to be the leader of this fox clan. He explained the reason to you. Today's juniors are becoming more and more rebellious, and do not like the traditional model of asking for a title. They want to have their own personality. They like Xiaobai's transformation after being awarded the title, and they hope to get a customized reward from you. However, they will not treat you badly in vain. They are willing to give you a piece of the family's treasure as a reward. You decide. 1. Promise them, and complete the private customization request. 2. Get out of here. Zhang Tuohai was speechless. He has never seen such a weird request in his whole life. What is this? A rebellious clan of foxes? Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and chose one. He was not very interested in the heirlooms of the Fox clan. He just wanted to have a taste of it, and see how rebellious these foxes were. You agreed to their request. You asked the first fox. What kind of muzzle does he need? The fox said. I want to be a cute girl with big legs and big eagles. Zhang Tuohai. He finally understood why the clan leader had such a headache. If he were the clan leader, and there was such a group of rebellious clan members, he would definitely break their legs without saying a word. You hesitated for a moment. Slap the other person twice. And fulfill the other person's wish. The other person covers his face, and asks why you hit him. You tell him that this is a special ritual of special mouth sealing, and it will not take effect unless beaten. The other party believed it. You are pessimistic about the future of the Fox clan. The little foxes are lining up to be slapped. The little foxes finish gagging. You look at the strange things in the room, and suddenly feel that the first cute girl with a big eagle is quite normal. The chief of the Fox clan came over and handed a tray to you, saying that it was a family heirloom of the Fox clan. Please accept it. Chapter 1522, Hu Huang Grey White Willow. I finally got something, but I don't know what it is, and whether it's worth the price of admission. You have obtained the Fox family heirloom. Fox language and Fox language. Fox language and Fox language, mask. A strange object. After wearing it, the persuasive effect is greatly enhanced. As long as you can justify yourself, the other party will believe it even if it is outrageous. Why do you feel like you are rushing all the way towards missionary work? Looking at the items he obtained, Zhang Tuohai didn't know how to evaluate them. To say it's expensive, this thing is really precious. But the problem is that it doesn't match my current needs. But it is still a piece of equipment after all. The price is also worth paying. Zhang Tuohai chose to accept. The elders of the Fox clan will send you away from the Fox mansion. You find yourself standing in the woods, and the cave in the tree is nowhere to be seen. You realize that it is getting late, and the sky is white. So you decide to go back to the prison to take a nap. Zhang Tuohai controlled the character, and returned to the black area. After his routine duty, he became idle. Zhang Tuohai controlled the character, and wandered around the black area. He was really bored. So he went out to have a meal, and hung out until the evening. 3 values. You decide. Listen to music in 1 hook. 2. Continue to search the ruined temple. What's so good about a word game? Could it be watching Liu Bei? Zhang Tuohai shook his head and chose 2. You decline the invitation from your colleagues, and went to the ruined temple. You arrive at the ruined temple, and find a hedgehog waiting at the door. The hedgehog wants to ask you for help, and is willing to provide compensation. You decide. 1. Follow me and have a look. 2. Rejected. Let's go over there and take a look. What if it's some kind of hidden mission? You agreed. You came to the back of a broken mound. There was a cave under the mound, and you got into it. You find that there is a whole other world inside. Dozens of hedgehogs surround you. The hedgehogs informed you of their intention to come. They heard the news from the Fox clan next door. It is said that you can meet the demon clan's muzzling needs in batches, and it can also be customized. They came here specifically to ask you to help them muzzle. They are willing to give each other valuable treasures from the clan. Zhang Tuohai. He began to slander these foxes. Why are you so talkative? It's only been less than a day, and the neighbors already know. However, since there are benefits, he has no reason not to take it. You agree to the hedgehog's request. The first hedgehog asks you to turn it into a porcupine, because it likes the porcupine next door. However, the porcupine family disagrees, because they are not the same species, and there will be no good results. The second hedgehog wants you to turn it into a crow. It likes the feeling of flying. The third hedgehog hopes you can bring an apple to life, because it seems to like this apple. Looking at these bizarre requests, Zhang Tuohai was speechless. Okay, it's your choice anyway. Just don't regret it in the future. Zhang Tuohai satisfies all the weird expectations of the hedgehog clan. The hedgehog clan sent 3 red fruits. You recognize it. This is the red fruit. After eating it, it can greatly increase spiritual power, improve the body, and increase longevity. It is a rare spiritual thing in the world. After you eat Zhugua, you feel that the spiritual power in your body has been greatly improved. Your physical fitness has been improved, and your longevity has increased. The hedgehog sends you out. After you get out of the hole, You turn around and find that the hole has disappeared. The sky turns white, and you decide to go back and light the moon. Have I wasted another day? Zhang Tuohai scratched his head. Forget it. Come back tomorrow. Zhang Tuohai controlled the characters and wandered around the prison for a day before leaving again. It's worth it, you decide. 1. Check the bar to listen to music. 2. Continue to explore the ruined temple. Go to the ruined temple. Zhang Tuohai estimated that he should be able to complete the investigation of the ruined temple today. You arrive at the ruined temple, and you find a big white snake waiting for you at the door of the ruined temple. The great white snake invites you to sit at its house and discuss any matters. Are you here at a group? Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but grab a few handfuls of his hair. However, the task must be done. Zhang Tuohai decided to go and have a look. After following the great white snake to the cave, she asked him for a customized mouth seal. How do you, a bunch of non-mainstream monsters, survive to this day? Zhang Tuohai was speechless. However, even though it was strange, for the sake of the treasure, he still accepted the job. Arranged the snakes clearly. After completing the mission, Zhang Tuohai obtained 3 frost flowers, which not only enhanced his spiritual power and improved his body, but also enhanced his resistance to frost and even gained the ability to breathe underwater. It is also a rare treasure in the world. Zhang Tuohai took 3 frost flowers and left the cave. The sky was turning pale, so I had no choice but to leave. After dispersing the value, you decline the invitation from your colleagues to go to Gulen and continue to the ruined temple. Who is waiting for me today? Zhang Tuohai is used to it. When we arrived at the ruined temple, a weasel was squatting there. Brother Huang, are you here to ask for words? Let's go. The weasel is not your prophet, but still takes you back to the cave. After completing the sealing of the weasel clan, the weasel took out a roast chicken and said it was the treasure of their clan. You decide. 1. Take the roast chicken and leave. 2. If they dare to deceive you, you will make them pay the price. This is the first time I met someone who dared to default on his debt. Zhang Tuohai smiled. You were angry that they dared to deceive you, so you used ghost fire to burn all the weasels in the cave. You feel a significant increase in spiritual power. You searched the cave and found a roast chicken recipe and 3 red sun grasses. You recognize red sun grass. You eat red sun grass. You feel that your longevity has been improved. You feel that your spiritual power has been greatly improved. You feel that your physical fitness has been improved. And your fire resistance has been improved. Isn't this still mine? It's something I gave up my life rather than my wealth. Zhang Tuohai was very angry because someone dared to default on his debt, which made him very unhappy. You left the cave and found that the cave had collapsed. The moonlight is still early, and you are ready to continue exploring the ancient temple. You find a huge mouse squatting in front of the ancient temple. The mouse is surprised that you can come out. It warmly invites you to its home to help seal the mouth, and promises a generous reward. Zhang Tuohai counted with his fingers. He was sealing the mouse of the 5 Baojiaxian. Is there a Cumaxian nearby? You agreed and followed the mouse to the mouse's cave. As you might expect, a group of little mice are waiting to be muzzled. You ask about their requirements. I want to become the natural enemy of cats. So said the first mouse. Chapter 1523. The fire dragon burns the warehouse. Cat's natural enemy. Zhang Tuohai was speechless. It seemed that these mice were often caught by old cats, and they would become the cat's natural enemies if they asked for a title. Okay. Anyway, after paying, the customer is the biggest. You completed the gagging as the rats requested. The mice give you a bead. The mice don't know what the beads are specifically, but they must be very extraordinary if they are placed in the treasure house. The mice are afraid that you will be angry, and they also tell you the news that Magistrate Liang has hidden a batch of gold in the grain warehouse, and plans to mix it with the grain for transportation after a while. If you are interested, you can go to the grain warehouse. You have obtained a lightning protection pill. After taking it, you can improve your resistance to thunder for a short time. It is a special product developed by alchemy masters to overcome thunder tribulations. It's probably worth it. Zhang Tuohai did some calculations. Thunder tribulation is a threshold that most monks must face. It's just that because of the different techniques, some have to face more and some have less. Facing thunder tribulation, there is no special way. Just resist. Either use a magic weapon to carry it, or use your body to carry it. There is no good way. With this lightning protection pill, it can withstand a lightning disaster, which is not a loss at all. You left the mouse hole. You saw that it was still early, so you decided to go to the ancient temple to see what happened. As soon as you entered the ancient temple, You suddenly heard a dull sound. Bold and evil. Good at sealing demons. You should be punished by thunder. You find that the statue in the temple is looking at you angrily. There are bursts of thunder outside the main hall. And it seems that thunder is about to land. You decide underscore. Below is a long series of blank lines, which seem to be filled in by Zhang Tuohai himself. Zhang Tuohai pondered for a moment, then chose to swallow the lightning protection pill and ran to the statue. Needless to say, the purpose of swallowing the lightning protection pill was simply to get some support when I ran to the statue. If the idol wants to avoid being affected by the thunder, he must find some way. The idol is furious when he sees you standing next to him. He angrily tells you to leave. You didn't leave, but moved closer. Boom! Thunder fell. And the first thunder hit the roof of the temple. The temple's protective array was still running, and it resisted the thunder. Boom! The second thunder came down and shattered the roof of the temple. You are no longer protected. Boom! The third thunder came down. At the critical moment, you raised the statue to your head. The statue resisted most of the damage and was completely chopped into pieces. You were not injured because you took the lightning protection pill. 3 thunderbolts struck. The clouds of calamity dissipated. You survived the small thunder calamity. You were trained by the thunder calamity. Your physical fitness was greatly improved. Your spiritual power was full, reaching the full value. And you triggered the promotion mission. Your mission is to obtain a huge wealth that does not belong to you. Zhang Tuohai looked at the line of prompts and didn't know what to say. He could only say thank you to this unknown wild god for his gift. Without the other party sacrificing his life for justice, he might have been seriously injured. You are ready to leave. You found a pocket in the belly of the idol. You opened the pocket and found some wild medicinal materials inside. You discovered that there is a skill. Fire cloud technique. Inside, you notice something extraordinary about your pocket. You accidentally discovered that this is a Qianquan bag. Judging from the mark on the bag, it should be the standard storage equipment of the Lion sect. Fire cloud technique is a compulsory technique for formal disciples of this sect. You think you might be able to get in touch with the flame sect with this storage bag. But before that, you decide to borrow it first. Is this a gift from nature? Zhang Tuohai looked at the line of prompts and felt very strange. However, in the end, there were twists and turns. Seeing that it was already getting late, you hurried back to the prison. After scattering, you decide, 1. Agree to the banquet and listen to the music. 2. Go to the grain depot for a walk. Finish the promotion task first and then talk about it. Zhang Tuohai chose 2. You decide to go to the grain depot for a walk. You arrive at the grain depot and find that the guard here is very lax, with only a few soldiers in charge. You decide, 1. Go in. Don't be timid. Just do it. 2. Use fox language and illusions to sneak in. 3. Turn around and leave. Thinking about the long term, Zhang Tuohai didn't hesitate and chose 2 directly. You bring Huan Huyu and use the illusion to get closer to the guard. You gain the trust of the guards and enter the grain depot. The grain depot is filled with sacks. When you open a sack, you find that it is filled with hay and sand and no grain at all. You keep rummaging around. You find gold in a sack. You find sacks filled with gold. You find sacks filled with gold. Lines of prompts are revealed. You found 100,000 taels of gold. You decide, 1. Leave it here. Turn around and leave, hiding your fame. 2. Thank you for the gift of nature. Is there any need to choose? I'm here to complete the mission. Zhang Tuohai chose 2. You put the gold into the storage bag. You have completed the task and your realm has been improved. You are promoted to the 7th level of marrow cleansing realm. Your body is further tempered. Your meridians are broadened. And your spiritual power becomes more abundant. You are about to leave. But when you open the door, you bump into a group of people. Judging from their clothes, they should be patrol soldiers. But among them, you find someone with a surge of spiritual energy, who should be a master of the marrow cleansing realm. You decide, 1. The person who kills the other party will fall on his back. Don't be cowardly, and just do it. 2. Turn around and run away. Do not commit unnecessary killings. Zhang Tuohai hesitated and chose 2nd. Anyway, the mission has been completed. There is no need to fight. How about we have a cup of tea and talk about it? Why do we have to shout and kill? You chose to escape. The other party did not pursue immediately, but went to the granary to check the situation. You noticed that a fire broke out in the granary, and the flames fell from the sky like red clouds, covering the entire granary inside. You guess that the master of the marrow cleansing realm is related to the Raging Flame sect. The man catches up from behind, because the other party is driving a flying boat. which is much faster than you. He caught up with you. He casts Fire Cloud on you. You fight back. You cast Ghostly Fire. The Ghostly Fire and the Fire Cloud technique collide. Because after being tempered by thunder, your spiritual power is much higher than that of monks of the same level. Your Ghostly Ghost Fire burned away the Fire Cloud technique. The enemy was also burned to ashes by you. Due to your deliberate efforts, the enemy's storage bag was left behind. You pick up the storage bag and run away, hiding your merit and fame. Chapter 1524 How to Get a Lot of Corpses Quickly. You successfully escaped from the grain depot. You hide in the woods and start to check the harvest. The game finally stopped, giving Zhang Tuohai a chance to operate. Zhang Tuohai opened the storage bag he just picked up first. You opened the storage bag. You found a book of Fire Cloud Technique. You found 3 bottles of Juyu and Dan. You found 100 taels of gold and 600 taels of silver. Really poor. Zhang Tuohai was a little speechless. How could a 7th level master have the nerve to hang out with just this little stuff? Isn't it embarrassing? I still have 100,000 taels of gold, etc. It seems that I just snatched these 100,000 taels. Before that, it turns out that the poor ghost is myself? That's okay. Zhang Tuohai put away the storage bags. Now, he already has 2 storage bags and 2 books of Fire Cloud Technique. At first, he wanted to take Fire Cloud Technique to the Lion sect to establish friendship. Now it seems that this is nothing. They have become enemies without even meeting each other. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the skills panel. After being promoted to the 7th level, he gained 3 new skills. However, these 3 skills are a bit special. They are the White Bone Nether Sword, 10,000 Soul Flags, and Wanqingxi. These 3 can be said to be skills, but to Zhang Tuohai, they look more like natal magic weapons. The White Bone Netherworld Sword requires at least 10,000 white bones to be forged before it can be mastered. This is just the beginning, and the actual refining process will start with at least 10 times the amount. Because it is too bloody, and the power is really extraordinary. It is not a problem to smash a building with one sword. Maybe it seems that it can't be compared with those powerful people who chase the stars and the moon. But you must know that this is only the 7th grade. Most of the techniques, at the 7th level, can only defeat 30 armored soldiers with one palm. The White Bone Nether Sword can smash a building with one sword, which is already very impressive. The 10,000 Soul Banner is even more powerful. It can recruit dead souls to help fight. It can be called a group battle artifact. The more souls captured, the higher the quality of the souls, and the more powerful the Soul Banner will be. Wanqingxi is the weirdest thing. It is made of thousands of emotional threads. It is unpredictable and can hurt people invisibly. But since the establishment of Yuhuan sect, the number of people who have mastered this magic weapon can be counted on one hand. Each one is a peerless genius. He led the Yuhuan sect to be strong and prosperous for 10,000 years. Fortunately, if you want to succeed in cultivation at the 7th level, you don't need to master all 3 magic weapons. You only need to choose one to achieve some success. Looking at the endgame introduction, Zhang Tuohai had a headache. 10,000 corpses are a lot, and it's really hard to find them. The only source he could think of was the mass grave outside the city. There are all barren graves, and all kinds of ownerless corpses are thrown there. You can probably collect the bones there. But the problem is, this is a mass grave at the root of the imperial city. He can think of it, but how can he not think of those powerful people in the palace? Maybe some of those people are hiding there and waiting. It may be okay for him to kill a few people in the dark cell. But if he dares to dig graves and mass graves, and lay the foundation for at least 10,000 corpses, this is not a small project. It will definitely attract people to peek, and it will be troublesome. Therefore, Zhang Tuohai did not want to go to the mass grave unless absolutely necessary. At this moment, Zhang Tuohai suddenly saw a prompt pop up in the game. Congratulations to the player for reaching the 7th level. You can obtain the manifestation of your cultivation. Do you accept the manifestation of your cultivation? Can it be realized at the 7th level? Why haven't you heard of it before? Zhang Tuohai raised his eyebrows. He remembered that others told him that it could only materialize after the 5th level, or wait until the day when the spiritual energy revives and the game and reality merge together to materialize. Unexpectedly, he could actually materialize at the 7th level. Could it be that the soul-controlling heart is special and can be realized in advance? Zhang Tuohai thought, if it could be realized, it would be much easier to obtain the corpse. Reality currently doesn't have that many supernatural powers, so it's relatively easy to get corpses. Zhang Tuohai thought of this and immediately chose to show up. The mobile phone emits condensed white light and shines on him. Zhang Tuohai felt a surge of power in his body, and a surging power poured into him. Zhang Tuohai picked up a glass and squeezed it, and the glass shattered. The power is really strong. Zhang Tuohai tried to use other powers. With a wave of his hand, Su Yang's soul was brought out. It's just that Su Yang's soul is still unconscious. Not bad. Zhang Tuohai picked up his phone and prepared to book a ticket. Basically all cremations are carried out in the country. And even if there are occasional burials, the number is small and scattered. If you want to collect 10,000 bones, you don't know how much time will be wasted. In comparison, it is better to go abroad. Especially in ugly country. The proportion of cremations is very low. And most of them are buried. There are many outsiders, many shady households, many drug addicts, and many gangs. Losing tens of thousands of people will not attract too much attention. Zhang Tuohai chose the nearest flight ticket to Zhou country, because he had been on a business trip before when he was in the company, and his passport and documents were all in place. Zhang Tuohai boarded the plane to Zhou country without any effort. After landing, Zhang Tuohai did not stop and directly transferred to New York. In the eyes of many people, this is a city full of life. But in the dark corners, it is also a man-eating monster. Every year, countless people die in obscurity in this city and then turn into corpses. They were found and transported to a desert island, buried collectively, and turned into waste on the land. After Zhang Tuohai got off the plane, he got into a taxi and prepared to go to the hotel he had booked. He was looking for a way to get to the deserted island in the river mouth tomorrow. The driver was a Nani, and the radio was playing an unknown rap song. Zhang Tuohai had never heard of it, but when he listened to the lyrics, he found that they were very pregnant, and almost every sentence contained them. That nigga seemed to be very happy, humming and singing along. Zhang Tuohai was a little impatient, but he still had the patience to close his eyes and rest. I don't know how long it took, but the car stopped. Sir, please take out the money, the nigga said. Are you there? Zhang Tuohai opened his eyes. It was dark all around, and it was in an alley. There were several nuns standing next to the car, holding large folding knives in their hands. When he spoke, he could only see a few sets of teeth flying in the air. Are you trying to rob? A smile appeared on Zhang Tuohai's lips. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Take the money out immediately. Otherwise, we will strip you naked, kill you, and throw you into the stinking ditch. There are no police here at all. Don't imagine that the police will come to save you. Do you hear me? The driver produced a short-barreled revolver. The muzzle of the black hole was pointed at Zhang Tuohai. Yeah. In other words, if I kill you here, no one will know. Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile. What are you saying? That nigga seems to be looking at a fool. Do you think I'm an idiot? Hand over the money quickly. As he spoke, he stretched the muzzle of his gun forward. Then, he saw Zhang Tuohai grab the barrel of the gun, and with a slight force, the barrel was bent. Chapter 1525. Stealing Business. You? The driver stared blankly at everything in front of him. He never imagined that there were people in the world who could bend gun barrels with their hands. Is this really something a human can do? Fake. The driver's eyes widened as he said this word. I didn't want your life in the first place. This is your own death. So don't blame me. Zhang Tuohai reached out and pinched the other person's neck, directly breaking the other person's neck. The nuns outside the car saw this, and quickly turned around and ran away. Isn't it a little late to think about running now? Zhang Tuohai kicked the car door open, knocking a fleeing nigger out. Then, he picked up the trash can on the ground and threw it at the other nigga. He directly smashed that nigga against the wall. After a while, all these nuns were pulled back by their ankles by Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai used a secret technique, and the shadow of a white bone ghost sword appeared and inserted into the corpse. After a while, the corpses merged into the bone netherworld sword like liquid. After collecting the corpses, Zhang Tuohai discovered that the souls of those nuns were wandering in the real world. It would be a waste for these souls to stay here. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while, and then materialized the phantom of the 10,000 soul banner. The 10,000 souls flag fluttered in the wind, blowing up gusts of dark wind. The sinister wind swept across, directly involving those ghosts into the 10,000 souls banner. The 10,000 souls banner also solidified a little. This is not bad. One life can be used for two purposes. It seems to be more efficient. Zhang Tuohai pinched his chin, suddenly not wanting to go to the desert island at the mouth of the river. There are only corpses there, and I'm afraid the souls have dissipated. They can only condense the bone nether sword, but not the 10,000 souls banner. The efficiency dropped by more than half. How about just wandering around here? Zhang Tuohai decided to hang around here. He did not believe that New York, a metropolis with 20 million people, could not find 10,000 social dregs. Zhang Tuohai held his salute and wandered around the alley. Then, he saw another side of this metropolis. The main street is bright with neon lights and feasting. Those places where the street lights don't shine are filled with all kinds of evil. He saw many street girls standing under the lights, waiting for the next customer. He also saw many speedsters gathering together and lighting gasoline and firewood to keep warm. He also saw many drug addicts staggering on the street like zombies. Looking at these walking corpses, Zhang Tuohai felt pity and included them in the Bone Netherworld Sword and the 10,000 Soul Banner. Give them a chance to prove themselves. Even trash can be useful. There is no garbage in this world. Only misplaced resources. Under the nourishment of these bottom layers, the White Bone Netherworld Sword and 10,000 Soul Flags made rapid progress. In just one night, the progress was advanced by 1/10. Isn't this much faster than in the game? Zhang Tuohai's eyes flashed, seeing that the sky was turning white. Zhang Tuohai knew that he could not stay any longer. In a while, the police will come out. Although I am not afraid of them, it is better not to have conflicts if I can. Zhang Tuohai chose a high-end hotel and checked in directly. In this kind of high-end hotel, you can usually avoid unnecessary troubles. Zhang Tuohai got some money from some well-meaning gangsters last night, which was enough to cover his expenses during this period. So he didn't need to be as frugal as before. After checking in, Zhang Tuohai ate a steak, took a shower and lay on the bed to rest, preparing to go out to work again in the evening. In the early morning, the police came out to patrol, and they found nothing wrong. However, a few police officers approaching the nearby area noticed that there seemed to be fewer drug addicts. However, they didn't care. These people often stay here for one day or another for a few days. There is no precise place, and they may appear again after a few days. Except for those gang members whose bosses would send people to search for them. Almost no one noticed that the metropolis was missing more than 1,000 people. Perhaps, a mouse in the gutter would be a better description. They never show up in the spotlight. No one cares when they appear. No one cares when they disappear. They are as humble as dust. Zhang Tuohai slept in the hotel all day. After dinner, I strolled down the street, declining the hotel's special car. Zhang Tuohai went straight to the subway station, changed trains and headed straight to Brooklyn, the most chaotic area. As soon as he walked out of Brooklyn Station, the corners of Zhang Tuohai's mouth curled up. This place is simply paradise for him. There were teeth flying in the air everywhere. As soon as Zhang Tuohai left the station, he was targeted by at least 3 waves of people. Today should be a little more efficient. Zhang Tuohai walked into an alley. At the entrance of the alley, Zhang Tuohai deliberately turned back and said, "You guys come together. I'm in a hurry." Those who were discussing were stunned. They have never seen anything so rampant. How dare you be so arrogant in Brooklyn? They decided to teach this ignorant guy a lesson and let him know what Brooklyn is. Then, those teeth flying in the air followed. Then, they became the nourishment for the White Bone Nether Sword and the 10,000 Soul Banner. Zhang Tuohai kept wandering in the alley, constantly looking for nourishment. Then, Zhang Tuohai discovered that there was no need to look for it. The place is full of low-level scum. Dozens of them on almost every street. The efficiency depends on his walking speed and the absorption and transformation speed of the White Bone Nether Sword. As time went by, it even gave him the feeling that there was too much scum and he was being pushed upward. After a night of hard work, the progress reached 4025/10,000. Zhang Tuohai feels that he can complete his goal in 2 or 3 days. In the next 2 days, Zhang Tuohai's containment plan went extremely smoothly, pushing the progress to 9725/10,000. And it was about to be completed. However, he couldn't get enough of these 200 people even after shopping for several streets. Is it because I wandered around here too much and picked up all the leaks? Zhang Tuohai reflected on it and realized that he had indeed come a little frequently in the past 2 days. And he could clearly feel that the amount of nutrients he could find every day had dropped again. But who makes the fish in this area so easy to catch? People are hooked on the straight hook, making people reluctant to leave. Helpless, Zhang Tuohai decided to go a little further and change areas. He entered a new alley and saw a guy in a black windbreaker. The guy had a pale face and was grabbing a nigga and gnawing at it. The neck was bloody, and blood was gushing out. It tastes so strong? Wait a minute. Are you trying to steal business? Zhang Tuohai raised his eyebrows. He originally thought it was because he had been working hard at Juhu.com recently. But he didn't expect that he encountered someone trying to steal his business. How can one area accommodate 2 fishermen at the same time? Zhang Tuohai decided to defend his fish pond. Chapter 1526. Killing thousands of people. Zhang Tuohai would never allow anyone to compete with him for business. What are you? Zhang Tuohai took out his burial shovel and looked at this guy eagerly. Another one is coming? The man in the windbreaker dropped the person in his hand and looked at Zhang Tuohai greedily. You smell better. You actually smell of spiritual power. The man in the windbreaker stepped forward and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai. The man burying shovel in Zhang Tuohai's hand slammed towards the guy. The man's hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed him like a pair of steel hooks. In his opinion, his hands were extremely sharp and could easily tear apart body armor, let alone an ordinary shovel. He didn't dodge, and even took the initiative to face the shovel. Boom! His hand touched the shovel. He felt a strong force coming from the shovel. There was a sharp pain in my fingers. He looked down and saw that his finger had been broken at some point. He knew it was bad. This time he was in trouble. So he turned around and prepared to run. But how could Zhang Tuohai let him run away? He grabbed the opponent's collar and brought him back. How dare you run away after stealing my fish? Zhang Tuohai pushed the man to the ground. At this time, he could see the other party's appearance clearly through the moonlight. This guy's face was as pale as white paper, and his 2 canine teeth protruded, even extending beyond his lips. Looks more like a vampire. What are you? Zhang Tuohai asked, grabbing the other person's neck. I am from the Fox family. You'd better let me go. Otherwise, you will suffer revenge from the Fox family, the other party said with a smile on his face. It's great that we are in a group. After hearing what the man said, Zhang Tuohai was not worried but overjoyed, with a face full of joy. Tell me where your base is. The man was stunned. He didn't expect that after he reported his name. Zhang Tuohai not only wasn't afraid, but looked eager to try. He couldn't help but murmured whether there was something wrong with the guy in front of him. However, he was getting what he wanted. His only hope of survival now is to go back to his family for help. It would be great if Zhang Tuohai could take him there. Take me there, and I can consider a less painful death for you, Zhang Tuohai said. Humph! It's best not to cry when you go. The man stiffened his neck and gave his address. 3 streets to the north. Old John's Bar. That's our base. I hope you didn't lie to me. Otherwise, I guarantee you will die ugly. Zhang Tuohai picked up the man in black, jumped up, and ran towards the location given by the other party. In the Old John Bar, the laser lights flashed in the bar, and many people gathered on the stage, twisting their bodies to the wild rhythm. When I got tired of twisting, I leaned against the bar and asked for a glass of red wine. If anyone gets close, they will find that the wine glass is full of the smell of blood. Just as the crowd was dancing wildly, the huge iron door was suddenly kicked open. The 2 security guards guarding the door were thrown in and fell in the middle of the dance floor, hitting several men and women who were dancing wildly to the rhythm. The loud music stopped. Everyone looked towards the door. On the long stairs, a young man was climbing down the stairs. You really didn't lie to me. There are indeed a lot here. Zhang Tuohai walked down with a smile. Who are you? Why do you dare to break in? Several people who were relatively close to the door walked over to question Zhang Tuohai. It has such a strong taste, and likes to drink blood. Could it be that you are a vampire? Zhang Tuohai looked at everyone in the room with a smile. If the rumors he heard were correct, the vampires were an ethnic group created in reality by a strong man who gained extraordinary power from the game. Because they have some vampire-like characteristics, they are considered vampires. They are just a group of slaves created by someone to obtain resources. In order to obtain fresh blood, they often hunted people. At their most rampant, they even ate a third of the people in Brooklyn. Shocked the whole world. Later, the strong man was killed and his race disappeared. I have never seen Zhang Tuohai before, and this time I understand the regret. Since it's you, there's nothing more to say. Zhang Tuohai took out the burial shovel and slashed at the leader. Boom! The man's head was split in half. It's really troublesome. Zhang Tuohai was a little helpless. In order to preserve the bodies and souls of these people, he could only use this method. The ghost fire is simple, but after it is burned, there may not be much left. Seeing that Zhang Tuohai dared to attack directly, these vampires became angry and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai waved the shovel in his hand, flew up and down, and smashed it towards the group of people. The shovel slashed across, flesh and blood flying everywhere, and a moment later, stumps of limbs and broken arms were scattered all over the ground. At first, those vampires thought that with so many people, they could easily defeat an enemy and even drink a cup of hot blood. But they never expected that they would change from hunters to prey, and the huge bar would become their hell. They tried to escape, but they were always caught by Zhang Tuohai and chopped in half with a shovel. Zhang Tuohai sat on the pile of corpses, manifested the white bone nether sword and the 10,000 soul banner, and began to absorb them. 9,982. 9,983. 9,984. 9,997. 9,998. 9,999. 10,000. The white bone nether sword took the lead in completing the absorption. The originally translucent sword now became solid. Zhang Tuohai waved his hand, and the bone nether sword buzzed, flew up, and fell into Zhang Tuohai's hand. The body of the white bone netherworld sword is as cold as the 9 netherworld ice. Zhang Tuohai looked at the bone nether sword carefully in his hand and marveled. This is the magic weapon. In his memory, this is something he never dared to think about. But now, it has taken shape in his hands. At this moment, a gust of cold wind hit from the side. Zhang Tuohai turned around fiercely and struck back with a sword. Directly split the cold wind. Zhang Tuohai turned around and saw that at some point, a man wearing a scarlet cloak appeared at the door of the bar, looking at the other party's dress. Zhang Tuohai probably guessed the other party's identity. "Are you the Bloody Duke?" Zhang Tuohai looked at the other party and said, "Do you know me?" The man was surprised that Zhang Tuohai actually knew his name. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be more than 10 people who know his name. That's right. Zhang Tuohai raised his hand. The bone-white nether sword in his hand stabbed out instantly. In the blink of an eye, the white bone nether sword had arrived in front of the Blood Duke. The Blood Duke was shocked and quickly swung his scarlet cloak to cover his body. This is a treasure he obtained in the game. He has done experiments, and even heavy machine guns cannot penetrate it. However, a scene that horrified him appeared. The white bone nether sword, which was ordinary in his eyes, actually pierced the scarlet cloak directly. Chapter 1527 Journalists, Internet Celebrities and Psychics. How is that possible? The Blood Duke looked at the pierced scarlet cloak in disbelief. He didn't expect that the treasure cloak he was so proud of would be penetrated like this. The frightened and angry Duke of Blood immediately turned into blood and spread out, trying to avoid the attack of the bone netherworld sword. However, as soon as he dispersed, he felt a strong attraction coming from the bone netherworld sword. The cold wind coming from the sword made his blood almost freeze. Movement speed also becomes extremely slow. What the hell? The Blood Duke was shocked and wanted to leave quickly. However, his body flew towards the bone netherworld sword uncontrollably. What happened? The Blood Duke worked hard to move around, but the body kept moving backwards, slowly sinking into the bone netherworld sword. The Blood Duke felt bad and immediately gathered together and recovered his body. But the next second, the white bone netherworld sword pierced into his body. The Blood Duke felt that all the blood and spiritual power in his body had been sucked away by the white bone netherworld sword. He felt that his strength and vitality were constantly passing away. His body became shriveled and old. His mind was groggy, and his whole body was about to collapse. What exactly is going on? The Blood Duke worked hard to gather the last bit of energy, hoping to condense a seed of power as a prop for his future rebirth. However, the next second, he saw Zhang Tuohai coming to him with a burial shovel. Brush! The burying shovel came down and chopped off his head. The Blood Duke is nothing more than that. Zhang Tuohai opened his hand, and the bone nether sword fell back into his hand. Zhang Tuohai could clearly feel that the bones gathered by the white bone nether sword were 10,001. 10,000 corpses is not the end of the white bone netherworld sword. On the contrary, it is just a starting point. The more corpses there are, the stronger the white bone nether sword will be. This is also one of the reasons why Yu Huan sect can always control the leader of the demonic path. Through his yin and yang eyes, Zhang Tuohai could see that the soul of the Blood Duke was escaping into the distance. The souls of extraordinary people above the 7th level are mostly clear and can understand their own situation. If they are not prepared, they may be run away by the other party. Then, the other party took the opportunity to be reborn. In the game, there are countless ways to reincarnate from the dirty land. Not destroying the opponent's soul is equivalent to letting the tiger go back to the mountain. Zhang Tuohai was naturally prepared. With one hand in hand, a long black flag appeared in his hand. As soon as the spiritual power was activated, thousands of souls flew out of the 10,000 souls flag in mourning. Go! Zhang Tuohai waved with one hand. Thousands of souls flew towards the soul of the fleeing Blood Duke. The Blood Duke is not a master who specializes in the soul path, nor does he have soul magic. When he becomes a soul, he can only punch and kick like ordinary people. This leads to a problem. That is, he is only one person, while there are 10,000 souls in the 10,000 soul banner. Although the Blood Duke is brave, but the next second, he was overwhelmed by souls all over the place. With so many souls, with one mouthful, the Blood Duke completely disappeared and became the nourishment for the 10,000 soul banner. Looking at the empty underground bar and the two shaped magic weapons in his hands, Zhang Tuohai was very satisfied. Both of his goals during this trip to Chou country had been successfully accomplished. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly heard a siren outside. Zhang Tuohai looked up and saw that many policemen had gathered outside the bar. These policemen were armed with various weapons and had surrounded the bar. New York police, the people inside throw away their weapons and put their heads in their hands and come out. Otherwise we will shoot. Several policemen shouted loudly. Several people even took out tear gas and prepared to attack by storm. What are you doing? Zhang Tuohai sighed and controlled the soul of the 10,000 soul banner to kill him. He knew his situation very well. Today, he had only two ways out. Either be caught or be killed. If there is no power, there may be no choice. But now, thousands of souls screamed and charged outside. The New York police officers heard the screams coming from inside and thought it was a hostage rushing out. They quickly raised their guns and pointed them at the door. As a result, in the next second, countless translucent soul bodies rushed out from inside. What the hell? The New York police sensed that the situation was not good and immediately pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunfire rang out. Those bullets accurately hit the souls that rushed out. Then, it passed through those souls, shot onto the wall behind the soul. But those spirits roared and rushed in front of them, throwing them to the ground, grabbed their souls out of their bodies, and eat them bite by bite. Screams and gunfire rang out at the scene. Then it gradually became quiet. Oh my God! What is this? In the sky, a helicopter was circling. They were reporters from the TV station. They originally thought there would be big news here and planned to come over for an interview. As a result, they really guessed it. It's really big news. Quickly! The camera is pointed down. What is that? Oh my God! Is it a soul? It's actually translucent. There really are souls in the world. I bet this is definitely the hottest news this year. I want to I'm famous. This year's Pulitzer Prize is mine. The reporter went a little crazy and quickly started the live broadcast, broadcasting the footage in real time. The director was shocked when he saw the scene, and then cut off the program and switched to the live broadcast. He knew clearly that this was definitely big news. And this month's bonus was confirmed. The director of the TV station got the news. After seeing the program, he almost jumped up with joy. Tell the Wired reporter to keep following me, and then go find me a spiritual medium, a priest, a psychic, and a diviner. Let them explain what is going on. Tell them. Try to explain it in a controversial way. Heat up the topic, and we're going to make a fortune, the director said crazily. Over the years, the TV station has been overwhelmed by the self-media. This is a rare opportunity to turn around, and he must seize it. In addition to TV stations, some self-media internet celebrity broadcasters also got the news immediately. After seeing the news, they immediately realized that this was a good opportunity to earn traffic. They turned on the live broadcast and rushed to the scene of the incident, for fear of missing the feast. In addition to internet celebrities, some deceptive psychics, wizards, fortune tellers, and a large number of paranormal enthusiasts also rushed to the scene of the incident. In their eyes, this is a great opportunity to become famous. In their eyes, there is no risk, only fame and money. As long as they seize this opportunity, they can make more money than they can spend in a lifetime. Everyone went crazy and rushed towards Brooklyn like crazy. Chapter 1528 Raccoon City reprint. Reporters, internet celebrities, witch doctors, and psychics all over New York rushed to the scene of the incident. Even people from neighboring states came by car. Some people who really couldn't catch up started live broadcasts one after another and made comments based on the existing situation. In their view, this is not a disaster, but a carnival. An opportunity to become famous and earn traffic. They don't care how many people die. Even, they hope to die more. Because the more people die and the bigger the event, the more traffic it can attract. Almost everyone is the same when it comes to eating steamed buns with human blood. Following these men into action was a SWAT team. The SWAT team rushed to the scene of the incident in explosion-proof vehicles and helicopters. They sealed off the surrounding area and tried their best to prevent the people inside from rushing out. Looking at the surrounding situation, Zhang Tuohai felt a little headache. His intention was to complete the mission and then leave. He didn't really want to attack these people. This can be seen from his targeting of the dregs of society. He still has some bottom line in his heart. However, the appearance of those police officers directly escalated the incident. Several special police officers pulled the triggers and fired continuously with assault rifles, but found that they could not do anything to those souls. When those special police officers saw that something was wrong, they immediately put on their RPGs and pulled the trigger at the square below. Boom! An RPG hit the square directly, sending bricks and rocks flying everywhere. But the souls were unscathed. Fake! What the hell is this? We need greater support. Where's the gunship? Where's the Apache? We need Hellfire support. The SWAT team shouted into the intercom. Shit! Are you going to demolish this block? Zhang Tuohai felt a little headache. If these people really call Apache to wash the ground with rockets, if he directly bombards this area, he may not be unscathed. After all, he is just a 7th grade monk. I can't let you do this anymore. Zhang Tuohai took a deep breath and decided to increase his efforts, since these people have gradually escalated the conflict. Don't blame him for being rude. Zhang Tuohai drove part of his soul to fly directly and rushed towards the helicopter in the sky. They are coming! Run! Seeing this, the helicopter pilot quickly raised the altitude. Hey man, hold on steady. This is our chance to shoot them up close, and we're about to make a fortune. The reporter tried to dissuade the driver from lowering the height. However, those souls rushed onto the helicopter in the blink of an eye. Roar. The souls roared and tore out the reporter's soul, eating each other bit by bit. The helicopter turned and hit the ground. Boom! An orange-red fireball rose. Attack. We are under attack. Fight back immediately. We need support. Request Air Force support. The SWAT officers on the ground fought back with various weapons while calling for support on the walkie-talkie. However, their attacks are of little use to souls. The next second, they were overwhelmed by a massive amount of souls. The surrounding SWAT defense line was declared to have been breached. Zhang Tuohai also walked out of the bar. He put on his hood and ducked into an alley. The most important thing now is to leave this area. Why is the signal cut off? The TV station director was furious when he saw the interrupted signal. It could be that the helicopter crashed. At least that's what the final footage looks like, said a staff member. No matter what the reason is, I will send someone to set up the signal immediately. Go quickly. The station manager looked anxiously at the declining ratings. This is his chance to turn around, and he must not miss it. Other internet celebrities became even more excited when they saw the TV station interrupting the show. This means that as long as they rush in, what they will get is first-hand information, and they will get massive traffic. It's all money! These influencers put the pedal to the metal and sped up. Some master psychics immediately started live broadcasts and began to broadcast remote practices in an attempt to eliminate those ghosts. It also earned a lot of eyeballs. Many active e-commerce companies have begun to launch a large number of products in their stores that are said to have the ability to exorcise evil spirits. As soon as these products were put on the shelves, they were sold out, allowing these people to make a lot of money. The most anxious one is the military. After receiving the report, the National Guard immediately asked the speaker for instructions. The speaker hesitated for a moment, feeling that it was too exaggerated to send fighter planes directly. He decided to be on the safe side and send in armored vehicles and tanks first. In his opinion, any ghosts are nonsense. No matter how powerful it is, can the 120mm artillery shell be more powerful? A bunch of scum. The National Guard immediately rushed into the city after receiving the order. In order to ensure the completion of the mission, they even directly blocked the entire Brooklyn. No one is allowed in or out. Is this going to trap everyone inside and then use nuclear bombs to solve it? Looking at the National Guard with live ammunition outside the city, Zhang Tuohai instinctively thought of the scene in Resident Evil 2. With the style of the oligarchs in the ugly country, it is very likely that the things in the movie will come true. For the safety of his own life, Zhang Tuohai decided to fight out. Since you want to take action, there's nothing I can do about it. Zhang Tuohai released all the souls in the 10,000 soul banner. These souls rushed towards the blocking National Guardsmen. Ah! What the hell? Duh. The National Guardsmen who were suddenly attacked fell on their backs. Some yelled. Some tried to fight back. But they were unable to resist the ghosts' attack and were torn into pieces. The number of ghosts in the 10,000 souls banner increased again, reaching 11,356. That's a 10% increase. Governor, The National Guard can't hold it anymore. Someone took the news directly to the governor. What? How could this happen? Prepare the plane immediately. I want to transfer. Then, send a telegram to the federal army and let them handle it. When the governor heard this, he immediately stood up. As governor, he is responsible for the safety of 30 million people in New York State, and he must be the first to evacuate. As for the people who stay here, God will bless them. The governor's letter asking for help was placed on Cho Shizong's desk. Cho Shizong was pulled out of bed and sat dazedly at his desk in his pajamas. Mr. President, the country is in a critical moment. Please take heart, the attendant said respectfully. Shizong was still immersed in a dream just now. In the dream, he was fighting landlords, his hands full of bombs, and he was very happy. Mr. President, now we need you to make a decision. What should we do in the face of this crisis in New York? Explode? Shizong slammed the table and shouted loudly. The attendant was startled. Mr. President, say it again. I didn't hear you clearly. I said bomb. Bomb! Blow it up for me. I'm the president. Don't I even have this authority? Shizong kept pounding the table and shouted. President's order to blow up New York. Chapter 1529 Revenge. Shizong's order was passed on. The pilots who received the order were stunned. Are you sure the order is correct? The pilot looked at the mission order in disbelief. It was indeed issued by the president himself and has been confirmed, said the captain. Okay. The pilot flew the plane towards New York. The pilot quickly flew over New York and launched the missile according to the parameter coordinates. Whizzing. A missile shot out and hit the speakeasy. Boom. There was a huge explosion. And several surrounding buildings were destroyed by the shock wave and turned into rubble all over the ground. The huge explosion shocked everyone. People looked at the rising mushroom cloud and the roaring fighter planes in astonishment. Everyone couldn't believe that Zhou country's own plane actually attacked their own city. The scenes from the movie came true. Conspiracy theories are prevalent among people in ugly countries, and they naturally have a distrust of the government. Now, this bomb has amplified this sentiment. Run! Both the special police in charge of the blockade and ordinary people began to turn around and run away. Try to stay away from that center of destruction. No one knows where the next missile will be fired. Everyone is trying to stay away from here and leave this terrible city. Even those internet celebrities, who were watching the excitement and did not mind the matter, began to turn around and run for their lives. However, they were still very dedicated and did not turn off the live broadcast. And the content of the live broadcast changed from ghosts to unscrupulous governments attacking innocent people. Some people also speculate that these souls are the products of the ugly state's experiments. And bombs were dropped on the city in order to destroy evidence. Although this conclusion seems very outrageous, it is very consistent with the thinking of the people of the ugly country. The indecision is definitely a government conspiracy. Don't look at the fact that the ugly folk have a huge number of firearms. 1.2 per capita. And they seem to have abundant martial arts. But in fact, after seeing the bomb, he ran faster than anyone else. Especially bombs dropped from airplanes. Almost everyone rushed out of their homes and drove into the streets, trying to get out of the city. The streets, large and small, were crowded with people leaving. Zhang Tuohai didn't expect this to happen. He never expected that it would end like this. However, these residents who rushed out were easier to harvest. Zhang Tuohai rushed out with the ghosts, harvesting souls and running away. Zhang Tuohai was also afraid. He was afraid that the next moment, Shizong's brain would suddenly twitch and he would actually drop an atomic bomb on New York. By then, it will really be all over. He is just a 7th grade monk now. He has not yet reached the point where his body is immune to bullets. It is better to run as far as he can. As for the harvested souls on the road, they just happened casually. After walking for a while on the street, the road finally became clear again. Zhang Tuohai grabbed a car and ran out of the city. He checked the map and prepared to go south to Washington. The bombing order just now was issued by Washington. Although it didn't really hurt him, it still scared him enough. He is going to ask for compensation for emotional distress. Zhang Tuohai drove all the way south, and the road was full of escaping convoys. Zhang Tuohai was really inconspicuous among them. Zhang Tuohai opened TT, which was full of videos and live broadcasts about the explosion. Many people were speculating on the cause of the explosion. Some people said there was a secret base there. Some said it was a secret military research facility. And some said it was actually a research laboratory of a consortium that was accidentally leaked and was blown up to cover it up. Of course, there are many alien enthusiasts who blame all this on aliens. I have to say, These people have really great minds. Zhang Tuohai drove south along the highway to Washington. He found a fried chicken restaurant to have some breakfast. How much does a serving of fried chicken cost? Zhang Tuohai asked. Sir, it's $9.90, the waiter said. Isn't it fried chicken for $1? Zhang Tuohai asked. Sir, go out and turn left. There is a church over there that provides free food, the waiter said with a smile. Well, I got tricked again. Zhang Tuohai took out a $20 bill and bought a portion of fried chicken and a Coke. I found a seat and sat down, checking my phone while eating. Suddenly, he received a message that Xizong was preparing to hold a press conference in the Rose Garden. Good chance. Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up. It's usually hard to find a rare sect. Press conferences are one of the few opportunities where you can face each other directly. If you want revenge, this is the best time. Zhang Tuohai looked at the time, ate the fried chicken, and drove towards the Rose Garden. Mr. President, this is the speech. Just read it. A secretary handed Xizong an official speech, which contained nothing more than a terrorist attack. The ugly country will investigate to the end and bring the terrorists to justice. Xizong walked to the stage with the speech script and was about to read it when he suddenly felt that the surroundings had become colder. He looked up and saw 3 more ghosts appearing around him. Roar. The 3 ghosts rushed forward, tore the rare sect into 3 pieces, and swallowed it in large gulps. This scene shocked everyone present. Many reporters set up cameras to broadcast live. They never expected that Xizong would be eaten by 3 ghosts in full view of the Rose Garden, which was protected by layers of security. This is headline news. Much heavier than bombing Brooklyn. The first thing many reporters felt was not fear, but excitement. This is definitely a headline. The ghost eats very quickly, eating it all in 3 or 2 times. Then, they set their sights on the vice president. They all rushed towards the vice president. Several bodyguards wanted to come and stop him, but the ghost passed right through him and couldn't even stop him. Seeing the 3 ghosts rushing toward him, the vice president looked stern and violently tore off his clothes. The vice president's body burned with green flames, and his body turned into a flaming skeleton. The vice president, transformed into a flaming skeleton, pulled out a shotgun from nowhere, with a black goat engraved on the muzzle. Go to hell and smash! The burning skull shouted as he pulled the trigger. The shotgun fired a ball of green flame. The flames flew in all directions, some hitting the ghost, and some hitting the approaching bodyguards, whether they were bodyguards or ghosts. After being contaminated by the green flames, they immediately turned into blazing torches. After a few seconds, both the bodyguard and the ghost were burned to ashes, disappeared without a trace. The reporters around were dumbfounded. They suddenly felt that the world was so crazy. First, the president was torn apart by ghosts in full view of the public, and then the vice president was transformed into a flaming skeleton. Is there really another mysterious side to the world? Are those legends true? Chapter 1530 Killing the 6th Level. Among the people of Cho Country, there is a soil for mysticism, and many people believe that there are supernatural powers in this world. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many urban legends about supernatural powers. Various psychics and wizards and witches will not become popular. Therefore, after they saw the vice president transform into a flaming skull on the spot, they became even more convinced that there must be supernatural forces in the world. They are hidden in hidden corners of the world. Now, it appears directly in front of the public. The audience in front of the TV was naturally in a passionate mood. They wanted to rush to the vice president immediately and wanted to know how he got this power. Unlike the audience in front of the TV, the reporters at the scene were both happy and scared. Fortunately, this news will definitely hit a new high in ratings. As long as they can survive this month, they will get a soft bonus. What's scary is that they worry that the vice president won't let them leave so easily. After all, they blew the whistle on the vice president. Unfortunately, their suspicions came true. At this point, the vice president was angry. He is also a player in the game, because the countries are different. After entering the game, the forces he joins are also different. In the game, he joined a secret organization and gained the inheritance of the Blazing Skull. Everything was fine originally. He could use his status as vice president to make money, while using the resources at his disposal to help improve his strength. He easily became a 6th level flaming skeleton, compared to the 6th level monk, and also obtained a piece of magic equipment. A magic breaking gun with unlimited ammunition. He was satisfied and felt that as long as the plan was carried out smoothly, he could be promoted to the 5th level, or even the 4th level before the end of his term. By then, his status within the organization will inevitably rise. and he may even have the opportunity to live forever. Yes, what attracted him most in the game was the chance of immortality. His status and wealth in reality are enough for him to squander, and only immortality can attract his attention. Only a long life can allow him to enjoy all this. The original plan had been going smoothly, and no one noticed him as the vice president. However, all this was broken today. He revealed his identity. Will those in the consortium allow a monster like him to continue to be vice president? Won't. They would even tie themselves to the operating table and take them apart for study. He had no doubt they would do that, because this is how he treated other players. We must not get caught by those damn guys. This was his first thought. Kill the damn guy who ruined this. This was his second thought. The vice president raised the demon hunting gun in his hand and went back and forth on guard. He wants to find the person who forced him to reveal his identity, then kill him. Seeing the vice president swinging back and forth with a demon hunting gun, they thought he was going to kill him, so they all looked for cover to hide. By the way, and you damn reporters, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been exposed. The vice president was furious when he saw the reporters in the audience. If it hadn't been live broadcast, he would have killed everyone present to cover up the news. But it was all because of these reporters that everything was spread. Hack them all! The vice president raised his demon hunting gun and kept pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A series of bullets were fired, sending the reporters running away. Several reporters were shot with demon hunting guns. Their bodies were instantly swallowed up by green flames. In just a few breaths, these reporters were reduced to skeletons. These skeletons did not turn into ashes and scattered on the ground. Instead, green soul fire burned in their eyes. They rushed towards other reporters around them and started chasing those reporters. In the distance, Zhang Tuohai, who was monitoring the situation in the field, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw this. This guy actually has this ability? Is it his own ability or the power of the weapon? Zhang Tuohai stretched out one hand and shot out the bone netherworld sword in the direction of the vice president. On the surface, the vice president was hunting other reporters. But in fact, he was secretly looking for the person who sent the ghost to assassinate the president. He knew the murderer must be nearby to check on the situation. After the president dies, the person with the highest ruling power is himself, the vice president, and the murderer might take action against him. When he hunted reporters, he was selling a flaw to give the other party a chance to take action, so that he could catch them. He also covets the power to control ghosts. If he had the power to control ghosts, he could use ghosts to assassinate the heads of consortiums and force them to sit at the negotiating table and negotiate. Therefore, most of the vice president's attention has been carefully observing his surroundings. At this moment, he felt a strong wind coming from behind. The vice president was overjoyed. Let me catch you! The vice president turned around sharply and pointed the gun behind him. A white flying sword grew bigger and bigger in his eyes. What the hell? The vice president had never seen anything like this before. A ball of green flame rose up in his hand and shot towards the bone netherworld sword. Call. The green flame accurately hit the bone netherworld sword and burned on the flying sword. Before he could be happy, the green flame went out. The white bone netherworld sword flashed for a while and disappeared in an instant. The next second, it reappeared in the vice president's chest and pierced directly into it. The vice president felt waves of pain coming over him. He wanted to pull out the bone nether sword. However, as soon as his hand touched the white bone netherworld sword, he felt a strong suction coming from the sword. The huge force directly enveloped him inside, as if a big hand was going to tear him apart completely. The next second, his bones instantly shattered and turned into fragments of debris that merged into the white bone netherworld sword. And those green flames on his body gathered into a ball of green flames, erratic, and seemed to disappear at any time. At this moment, hundreds of ghosts were seen rushing over from a distance. One ghost took a quick step and grabbed the green flame. Then, they quickly left carrying the flame. The white bone nether sword also buzzed and flew in another direction. The entire rose garden fell into silence. After a while, after confirming that the enemies had left, the surviving reporters immediately crawled out of the bunker. They ran to their cameras and shouted, "Dear viewers, did you see it? Just now, our president and vice president were assassinated. According to the current situation, the assassinations of the president and vice president both involve supernatural powers, and the vice president himself possessed supernatural powers. We suspect that the U.S. government is secretly studying supernatural powers. We citizens have the right to know, and we need to know the truth." These reporters shouted. Chapter 1531 Sword Cuts Helicopter. In the questioning of these reporters, most of the audience pointed their finger at the US government. Originally, many of them suspected that this was all a secret test conducted by the ugly country's government, and yesterday's explosion was to cover up the test evidence. Today, the vice president used supernatural powers in public, which further confirmed their speculation. Many people took to the streets to protest against the government's concealment of the truth, and they demanded that the government reveal the truth. The government, on the other hand, is in a leaderless position due to the successive deaths of the president and vice president. In accordance with the Constitution, Speaker Nancy got on the plane under the protection of escorts and announced that she would take over power and become the supreme commander. After Speaker Nancy Pelosi announced her takeover, the first order she issued was to blockade Washington, D.C. No one is allowed in or out of Washington, and violators are considered spies. The federal army entered Washington directly, searched everyone, and made sure to arrest the person who assassinated the president. After issuing the first order, Nancy held a video conference with officials from various departments with a hopeful look on her face. Now that I am the president, I want to know what kind of ability the vice president is using. Is it a secret test by the military? Nancy asked, looking at the chief of staff of the 3 armed forces. She is not young anymore, already 73 years old. Although she enjoyed the best medical resources, she could still feel her body failing. She is not willing to grow old like this. She has massive resources and rich property waiting for her to enjoy. If the vice president's abilities were secretly tested by the military, does that mean he has the ability to rejuvenate people? Even if she can't rejuvenate her, it can still keep her alive for a few more years. As long as you live long enough, there is always a chance. Right? However, the reality disappointed her. The chief of general staff shook his head regretfully. I'm sorry, but we also wanted to say this was a secret experiment on our part. But in reality, we had no knowledge of the vice president's supernatural powers. How could this happen? Nancy's face was full of disappointment. However, she quickly thought of a way. Power cannot be generated out of thin air. Immediately send people to search the vice president's home and take out everything inside. They must search carefully and not miss a single piece of paper. All his online information must also be screened one by one to find all possible clues. And everyone he can come into contact with will be investigated one by one. And we must find the source of his power. Nancy issued a death order and tried her best to investigate everything around the vice president to find the source of power. Her time is running out, and she has begun to do whatever it takes to survive. Okay, we'll try our best. The chief of general staff nodded. At the same time, he secretly made a decision in his mind that if he found a clue, he would follow it up himself. Because Nancy's time is running out, and as soon as Nancy dies, she will be the heir. Originally, he didn't care much about the president's seat. After all, it was a bit far away from him. But now, it became easily available, and his mind started to move. As long as he survives Nancy, he will be able to take over. That's the presidential throne. Everyone on the plane had their own thoughts. Zhang Tuohai was currently squatting in a secret corner, studying the green flame. The name of the flame is Ghost Fire Seed. This is a seed of power. After being planted in the body, a person will gain the power of ghost fire. The price is that when using power, he will turn into a skeleton, possess the power to harm ghosts. After killing an enemy, you can temporarily transform the enemy into a skeleton. The strength is definitely strong enough for ordinary people. But in Zhang Tuohai's eyes, it is not enough. This is true both in terms of intensity and cost. Zhang Tuohai looked down on this ghost fire, but unexpectedly discovered that this thing could be used by those ghosts. It can be used to improve the strength of these ghosts. Zhang Tuohai was worried that these ghosts were too weak to be of great use. Now this ghost fire brought him a new idea. That is, you can steal power from others and use it to strengthen your own subordinates. In disguise, it also enhances one's own strength. In this case, we can't leave here so quickly. Zhang Tuohai is sure that in this huge ugly country, there must be more than one vice president with extraordinary power. He wanted to plunder a little more power to enhance the power of the ghosts in the 10,000 souls banner. Now everyone's strength is generally not too strong. And there are still opportunities. When you grow up in the future, it will not be easy to find such opportunities. Zhang Tuohai planted the ghost fire seed in a ghost's body. After devouring the ghost fire seed, the ghost's strength can be seen with the naked eye, stepping from grade 0 to grade 9. Although it is still very low. As long as you continue to practice, you can get stronger and stronger. Zhang Tuohai also threw the weapon to the opponent. He himself has the Ghost Fire and the Bone Ghost Sword, and is not worried about not having enough force. After sorting out his harvest, Zhang Tuohai took out his mobile phone and scrolled through the videos. He discovered that federal troops had set up checkpoints around Washington, strictly prohibiting anyone from passing through. Moreover, Sheikah's military force is very strong. Main battle tanks and wheeled armored vehicles can be seen in videos shot by residents, with armed helicopters circling in the sky. The road is full of barricades, road spikes and barbed wire. Everyone must stand 20 meters away from the defense line. If they dare to approach, merciless gunfire will be waiting for them. On the ground not far away, 2 corpses full of bullet holes were already lying on the ground, proving that all this was true. Many residents held signs to protest against federal forces interfering with their right to travel freely. However, the Union Army remained unmoved, just looked at them coldly. Protesting residents did not dare to approach for fear of being shot by federal troops. The two sides were in a stalemate. This is a good opportunity. Zhang Tuohai touched his chin, searched for the location information of the video shooter, and drove towards the location of the incident. It would be a shame not to go and see such a great event. Zhang Tuohai rushed to the scene of the incident, and many residents held signs to protest. There was a long queue of convoys trying to escape, and horns sounded from time to time, but no one dared to cross the line of fire. There were a few more corpses on the ground. This was the fate of those who dared to challenge. How many federal troops block you here? You can't do it either. Let me help you. Zhang Tuohai chewed gum and pulled out the 10,000 souls flag. Thousands of souls poured out and rushed forward. Ghost! A ghost has appeared! The armed helicopter was the first to spot the ghosts coming in like a tide, and immediately issued a warning. At the same time, it adjusted its angle to prepare to launch rockets to block the tide of ghosts. However, the next second, a long bone sword suddenly appeared in front of the armed helicopter. With a flash of light, the helicopter was cut in half, and the helicopter fell down with black smoke. Chapter 1532, Sneak Attack on Military Base. The cracked gunship spun and fell. Boom! Boom! Along with the explosion, it turned into 2 orange fireballs. 2 large holes were blown out of the originally dense defense line, strictly exposing a large gap. A wave of ghosts rushed over and tore the soldiers blocking the defense line into pieces. Although those soldiers were well equipped, they had no power to resist when faced with an incorporeal godlike ghost, and were easily killed. The ghost's strength has been improved again. The defense line has been penetrated. Run quickly! Zhang Tuohai used magic to change his face and shouted to the confused crowd. The people parked beside the highway were overjoyed to see that the ghosts did not attack them, and they all climbed into their cars and started running away. Anyway, all they want is to escape from here. It would be better if the ghost doesn't attack them. Everyone got into their cars and fled. Seeing that the danger was temporarily lifted, these people's suicidal spirit returned. Many people picked up their mobile phones and started recording videos. A few bright minds even tried to interview the ghosts. However, Zhang Tuohai was too lazy to tangle with them. Letting these people go is not an act of kindness, but using them to protect themselves. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous if only his car ran out, and he could easily become the target of thorough investigation. Although, Zhang Tuohai performed disguises and illusions throughout the whole process. However, when a person is suspected, he is not far from being exposed. Moreover, the various security agencies in Ugly Country will never tell you about the chain of evidence. As long as you have suspicion, you can act. Although Zhang Tuohai is not afraid of them, he hates trouble. If you can expose it later, do it later. Zhang Tuohai drove his car into the fleeing team and rushed out of Washington. The people accompanying the team uploaded videos while driving. Brothers, look! The ghosts are our friends. They were only 5 meters away from us just now, and they didn't take the initiative to attack us. They are harmless. On the contrary, it's those damn federal troops who blocked the road and prevented us from leaving. They want to trap us here. The ghost is with us. Down with the damn federal army. Victory belongs to us who are free. Various similar videos have been uploaded to video websites. Similar messages are quickly forwarded. People in ugly countries are already resistant to the federal government. After being exaggerated by many videos, many people hate the federal government even more. They believe that these ghosts must be pitiful creatures created by the federal government's evil experiments. They will not attack ordinary people. Only those federal troops who try to attack them. In some deep blue states, a large number of white leftists even took to the streets, holding signs. The sign clearly reads, "The ghost's life is also life." Various organizations saw the huge traffic and immediately became the driving forces behind the scenes. At the same time, they produced a large number of similar videos for bombing. Similar videos immediately flooded the video platform. After repeated brainwashing by such videos, many people believe this judgment. Ghosts are friends of civilians and only attack federal troops. Don't blame them for believing such rumors so easily. It's because the federal government does so many evil things that it's hard to believe. By the time interim President Nancy arrived at a military base by plane, things had escalated. Many people from deep blue states are marching. A large number of people ran out of Washington. They posted various videos online along the way, which made the crowd angry and the demonstration even more powerful. Nancy frowned at the situation. How did it become like this? The ghosts raided the defenses and the guys came out, and that's what happened. The official in charge said helplessly. Can the police disperse those people? Nancy asked, rubbing her forehead. I'm afraid not. Those state governments refuse to cooperate with us. They are unwilling to take responsibility. Once they intervene, those people will turn their targets to them. They will never bear the infamy. The official in charge said. Damn! These insects! Nancy cursed angrily. Zhang Tuohai also noticed the development of the matter and raised his eyebrows. He found this to be a good opportunity. He could have just attacked the federal army as public opinion said. In this way, he can hide among the masses. Use the figures of those people to make a sneak attack. This allowed him to virtually have a group of teammates. And he was no longer alone. Although it is a bit absurd, it is indeed the real current situation of ugly country at this time. Zhang Tuohai began to consciously avoid the people and specifically attack the federal army. The federal army has a large number of military bases in various states. Most of these bases are shown on satellite maps, although there is no detailed internal structure. As long as the location is marked, it is enough for Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai checked on the map and picked a base. This base was not far from him, on his path south. And most importantly, it was a nuclear base. According to public information sources, this base is an Air Force base that stores some air-launched ballistic missiles equipped with tactical nuclear warheads. Zhang Tuohai's goal is here. In addition to the souls of the defenders, he also wanted to get a few nuclear warheads for collection. In addition, he has an idea. That is, if it enters the game, can nuclear bombs continue to be used? And how powerful will it be? The most important thing is that enemies killed by nuclear bombs do not count as experience. If all this can be confirmed, Zhang Tuohai wouldn't mind taking this opportunity to get a few more coins to expand his inventory. Zhang Tuohai drove the car quickly towards the base. Because of the rumors outside, most military bases have canceled their vacations. Everyone was called back to base. However, they were just called back to base and did not go on combat duty. After all, they are a nuclear base. What is happening outside is nothing more than local civil strife. In the face of this kind of rebellion, it is enough for 4 people to go. Are we still going to drop nuclear bombs on the mainland? Therefore, within the nuclear bomb base, there was still singing and dancing. There were even call girls brought into the military camp to provide paid entertainment. In the canteen, various beers are also open to relieve the soldiers' nervous nerves. After all, if these people get too excited, they will cause quite a big mess. Amidst the singing and dancing, Zhang Tuohai approached the base. He waited in a forest until dark before taking out the 10,000 souls banner. Go and fight quickly, Zhang Tuohai said. A large number of ghosts emerged from the 10,000 souls banner, and their number increased by more than 100 at this time. A large number of ghosts sneaked into the night and moved toward the military base. Chapter 1533 The President's Response. Matt is a ground crewman on a military base. The usual task is to check the fighter planes regularly, and then come to the bar to have a drink. For him, joining the army is just a job. Nothing special. At this time, he was drinking beer in the restaurant of the military camp and watching TV boredly. A boring variety show was being played at this time, and the baseball league that was supposed to be played was postponed due to various reasons. This made him very unhappy. The game of his favorite team was postponed, and the military camp urgently stopped the vacation, and was not allowed to go out to have fun, which made him a little irritated. He took a swig of beer and asked the man next to him, Hey, Jimmy, when can we go out? Strangely, Jimmy, who always talked a lot, said nothing. Jimmy? Jimmy? Matt turned to look at Jimmy. Then, he was horrified to find Jimmy's body lying on the chair, looking up at the ceiling. His soul was pulled out of his body by several ghosts, torn into pieces and eaten. Around him, a large number of ghosts rushed in, and those ghosts attacked the members of the base with an absolute numerical advantage. Almost everyone has to face attacks from several ghosts. Run! Matt knew something was wrong and wanted to run away. However, it was too late. Several ghosts grabbed him and pulled out his soul, divided and eaten. After eating Matt, these ghosts continue to look for other targets. The ghost is an incorporeal body. It is not afraid of bullet attacks and ignores the obstruction of walls. It is like being in a deserted land within the military base. As long as they don't encounter players who have received feedback on their cultivation, they are invincible. Even if they meet with Zhang Tuohai here, as long as they can contain the enemy, they can kill them. After completely clearing out the people in the base, Zhang Tuohai entered the base. He first collected all the corpses in the base and absorbed them with the white bone nether sword. These are important materials for strengthening the sword body and should not be wasted. Although the raw materials for the white bone netherworld sword have been gathered, 10,000 corpses are only the basis. To increase the strength, more corpse bones are needed. And the more the better. And the more powerful the better. Therefore, Zhang Tuohai has always been unafraid of corpses. The more, the better. After absorbing all the corpses of the defenders in the base, Zhang Tuohai began to check various inventories in the base. Because it is an Air Force base, the most stored items here are aircraft. Zhang Tuohai saw 2 squadrons of Feidian and 2 B-2S. Taking out the bone nether sword, Zhang Tuohai cut each of these planes in half. He doesn't know how to fly a plane, and he can't keep these things to fight against the enemy. Destroying them is the easiest way to deal with them. After cleaning the plane, Zhang Tuohai opened the warehouse. Large quantities of ammunition of all kinds are stored here. Air-to-air missiles? These things are useless. Air-to-surface missiles? Useless. Anti-aircraft missiles? Useless. Wait. White phosphorus incendiary bomb. This seems to work. Moreover, it is not very heavy and can be hung under a large drone. The tactical nuclear bomb. This is it. Zhang Tuohai loaded up all the tactical nuclear bombs he could find, also loaded with some special ammunition. As for the remaining ordinary missiles and ammunition, they were gathered together and detonated with bombs. Boom! An orange-red fireball rose from the ammunition depot, and a black mushroom cloud rose. Although not as scary as a nuclear bomb, many bombs stacked together are powerful enough. The violent explosion directly razed the entire Air Force base to the ground. The Air Force base was destroyed, and the headquarters quickly received the news. The headquarters immediately asked the nearest base to send a drone to check the situation. But at this time, Zhang Tuohai had already left there in his car. Zhang Tuohai played a tune leisurely, checked the map, searched for the next military base, and prepared to do another job. At the same time, news that the military base had been razed to the ground was delivered to the desk of Interim President Nancy. How could this happen? Do you know who did it? Nancy rubbed her forehead. She has a headache. There are so many troubles waiting for her as soon as she takes office. I'm sorry. Checking is underway. President. Where is this base? Virginia. Located near the border with Washington, said the attendant. Are ghosts doing this near the border of Washington? Nancy was immediately on guard. I don't know yet. I'm sending someone to check. It must have been the ghost. Otherwise no one would dare attack our military base, Nancy said, banging on the table. Give me the map. Soon, a huge map appeared on the electronic screen. This is New York, where the ghost first appeared. This is Washington, where the president was killed. And this is a military base. The attendant marked several locations. Go forward in order from north to south. Looking at the screen, Nancy looked thoughtful. How long does it take to get from New York to Washington? It depends on the traffic conditions. It will take a few hours to drive. Through miniature photos, can we find the movement tracks of those ghosts along the way? No. They just appear suddenly and then disappear again, said the attendant. Tell me, is there a possibility that these ghosts are controlled by someone? Nancy asked, looking at the screen. From New York to the military base, it's all on one highway. It's enough time to travel by car between attacks. Also, those ghosts were never seen hurrying along the road. The checkpoint from Washington to the Virginia border was forcibly breached by a sudden appearance of a ghost. It's all such a coincidence that it's hard not to suspect that someone is controlling all of this. If this speculation is true, that person must have relied on a vehicle-like means of transportation to move forward. It won't move too fast. Otherwise, He could move randomly across the country, making it even more difficult for us to find his trajectory. The more Nancy thought about it, the more it made sense. Immediately check all surveillance along the route. Check all vehicles coming out of New York. Check which of these vehicles went to Washington, and which of them went to Virginia. The enemy is likely to switch vehicles midway, and try to check the driver of each vehicle. The other party is likely to put on makeup. Use the time and space range to make judgments, as long as there is a possibility of committing a crime within the time and space range. No matter how many people there are, all will be set as key observation targets, and all-round surveillance will be carried out. Even if they go to the toilet several times a day, we must find out. Those who meet the possibility of committing 2 or more crimes will be directly listed as suspects, and key surveillance will be implemented immediately. When necessary, people can be sent to test the suspects. But remember, don't alert the enemy. I want to live. Nancy gave the order. Yes. A huge intelligence system began to operate. Chapter 1534, Narrowing the Encirclement. Under Nancy's guidance, the intelligence agency began to inquire about relevant car information, then compare them one by one through the camera. Although this project is huge, as long as you are willing to invest a lot of manpower and material resources, you can achieve results. Soon, the intelligence agency identified a group of personnel, because the assumption is that the other party has the skill of disguise. Even if there is only one time and space contact, he is considered a suspect. Exclusion is done by identifying the follow-up actions for these individuals. If you deviate from this route and can determine the current location, lower the observation level, and only perform basic monitoring to target other people with resources. Through this method of elimination, the target is continuously narrowed down. After all impossibilities are eliminated, the last remaining person, no matter how outrageous, must be the target person. Of course, they also consider the possibility of a gang committing the crime. The passports of all supervisors are blacklisted, and they are prohibited from taking all kinds of public transportation out of the country. Planes, ships and trains are all included. A dragnet is constantly tightening, in order to arrest the other party and bring him to justice. The intelligence agencies are not only passively searching, but even starting to take the initiative. Starting from the current location of the target, military bases within a radius of 500 kilometers have strengthened their defenses, and roadblocks have been placed on every fork of the road to prohibit anyone from traveling with them. They hope to use this method to force the other party out. After receiving the order, various military bases quickly mobilized and set up roadblocks at various intersections to intercept vehicles. If someone tries to break the card, they will be killed directly without any warning. On Nance's orders, West Coast highways are littered with roadblocks. This order directly paralyzed the highway on the West Coast, and a large number of pedestrians were blocked on the highway, unable to move. Many people recorded this scene as a video and posted it online. It caused an uproar. Zhang Tuohai naturally also watched the video. Are these politicians going crazy? They actually blocked the transportation lines on the entire West Coast. What are they trying to do? Force me to take action? Do they really not care about their own people? Zhang Tuohai took a deep breath. I looked at the surrounding vehicles. Look at the army blocking the road ahead. Since you don't care anymore, why should I care? Zhang Tuohai took out the 10,000 souls flag and released the ghosts. No longer holding back. Roar! Thousands of ghosts appeared on the road and attacked the army that had set up a jam. It's a ghost! A free ghost! A free ghost is here to help us! Many people on the road cheered. As long as anyone is against the government, they will regard him as one of their own. Zhang Tuohai didn't know how to evaluate this kind of behavioral logic. He could only continue to control the ghost attack, as long as they don't encounter extraordinary beings. These ghosts are invincible. They charge towards the army. The weapons in the hands of the army can't hurt them at all, but they can do real harm to the army. As soon as they met, the ghosts killed all the defenders of Shika. The ghosts then began to remove the barricades and let the people along. The people cheered, formed a motorcade, and headed towards the next intersection. These defenders all wore real-time monitoring devices for the battlefield situation, and the scenes of the ghost attack were recorded and uploaded to the command screen. The monitoring personnel did not dare to neglect, and immediately uploaded the information and passed it to Nance's hands step by step. Great! I finally found it! Nancy clenched her fists excitedly. Narrow the area immediately. Use incapacitating weapons as much as possible, and be sure to capture them alive. Yes! The order was passed on. Various military bases received orders and immediately dispatched more troops to the area around the incident. Fagian also took off from a nearby military base and flew towards the airspace where the incident occurred. Zhang Tuohai drove forward. When he arrived at the next intersection, he found that there were more people on duty at the intersection. And he could even see tanks and armored vehicles. But it doesn't matter. These are no different to ghosts. After solving it easily, continue on your way. However, before they could reach the next intersection, the area ahead was covered in artillery fire. Artillery of various calibers directly broke the road. There are huge craters everywhere, like the surface of the moon, making it impossible for ordinary vehicles to pass. It seems that the troops stationed in front are also afraid of death and directly cut off the road. Seeing that there is no road ahead, the convoy is ready to turn around. They were surprised to find several helicopters flying in behind them. The helicopters were armed with Hellfire anti-tank missiles. Before they even got close, Hellfire missiles fired a salvo around them. The surrounding area was bombed, completely blocking the group of people on the road.
God! What are they doing? Are they going to kill us all?
One person tried to film the scene and post it online, but he was shocked to find that he could not connect to the internet. Even direct connection to low-orbit satellites is useless. It was as if he had been cut out of the world.
Signal shielding? Is this turning this place directly into a battlefield?
Zhang Tuohai knew that the other party might take action, so he quietly made preparations. Soon, a helicopter flew over everyone's heads, and 4 men in windbreakers jumped out of the helicopter and rushed toward everyone.
Extraordinary one.
When he saw those people jumping out of the helicopter more than 10 meters above the ground without any injuries, Zhang Tuohai knew that these were not ordinary people. Definitely a player who has received feedback on his cultivation. He immediately sent out several ghosts to test. After receiving the order, several ghosts immediately rushed over. Seeing the ghosts rushing towards them, those people suddenly tore off their clothes. Their bodies instantly swelled. Long silver hair grew on their skin. Their hands turned into sharp claws, and their heads changed into the shape of a white wolf.
Is this a werewolf?
Zhang Tuohai glanced at what was in front of him. This was his first time seeing this thing. He has never seen them, let alone ordinary people. They all marveled and tried to take out their mobile phones to take pictures. This has become their instinct. However, the werewolves grinned and showed their claws at them. Brush! A cold light flashed, and a werewolf struck a sharp claw at a ghost, directly splitting the ghost's body and shaking it. Seeing this, the werewolf added another strike, crushing the ghost directly. After killing the ghost, the werewolf did not stop, but rushed towards the nearest civilian. He suddenly stretched out his claws and stabbed a civilian in the chest. The civilian had no means of resistance at all. The blow directly broke the civilian's chest, and his heart was crushed into pieces by the sharp claws.
Monster! Monster!
The others shouted when they saw this. The werewolves rushed forward with a ferocious smile.
They are all weak, and they are neither. Then kill them!
Chapter 1535 Return to New York. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tuohai didn't know what to say. These werewolves seemed to have something to do with the government at first glance, and they might have been sent by the government. Now, the officials of the ugly country are massacring their own people. But they want him, a foreigner, to help? Because it was too absurd. Zhang Tuohai felt a little unreal. However, now that it happened, he had to take action. Not for the people, but because those werewolves were about to kill him in front of his car.
Originally, I had already planned to leave. Since you behave like this, don't blame me for being rude.
Zhang Tuohai took out the bone nether sword.
Go!
The bone nether sword shot towards the nearest werewolf. Seeing a flash of cold light, the werewolf quickly used his claws to block it. However, he overestimated the strength of his claws and underestimated the sharpness of the white bone netherworld sword. The white bone nether sword directly cut off his arms, penetrated his chest, and killed the werewolf on the spot. The ghost of a werewolf emerged from the corpse. However, before he could react, several ghosts rushed up and ate up the guy. Several other werewolves were shocked when they saw this. Since gaining power, I have never encountered such a powerful enemy. They were frightened and angry, and rushed towards these ghosts, wanting to kill the ghosts to avenge their companions. But how could Zhang Tuohai, who already knew their strength, let them kill the ghosts? He directly controlled the white bone netherworld sword to chop these werewolves into pieces. Zhang Tuohai just stopped. I heard a whistling sound above my head. He looked up and was shocked. Above the head, I don't know when a huge human face appeared. The man's face was 100 meters in size. His hair was disheveled. He could not distinguish between male and female. And he looked ferocious and terrifying. But if you look closely, you can find that this guy's face is also made up of smaller human faces. After staring for a while, goosebumps appeared all over the body, giving rise to an uncomfortable feeling.
What the hell?
Zhang Tuohai stared at the huge human face and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The big face opened its mouth, and a strong suction force came from its mouth. One by one, civilians were sucked into the mouth.
Ah!
Along with the screams, civilians wailed and were sucked into the big mouth. The giant face didn't seem satisfied, but continued to open its mouth. This time the suction is stronger. Not only people, but also cars on the ground were rolled up and sucked into the huge mouth.
What the hell is so powerful? This is definitely not an ordinary guy. Right.
Zhang Tuohai immediately took out a thermobaric bomb, threw it towards the big face, then turned around and ran away. The big face saw something flying towards him and opened his mouth without thinking. Boom! The thermobaric bomb exploded directly in its mouth. A ball of orange-red flames emerged from its mouth, visible to the naked eye. The big face was a bit darker.
It really works.
Zhang Tuohai's heart moved, and he directly threw a tactical nuclear bomb into the guy's mouth. Then he grabbed the bone nether sword.
Walk!
The white bone nether sword rushed forward fiercely. This is why Zhang Tuohai doesn't like using the bone nether sword to rush. The level of the white bone nether sword is still low. Although it can fly, it cannot change its size. It's still a bit difficult to step on it and use the sword Qingming. If you want to fly with the help of the white bone netherworld sword, you can only hold on to the hilt. The speed is very fast, but the disadvantage is that the comfort is not very good. Whoosh! A white light flashed, and Zhang Tuohai was pulled by the bone netherworld sword and flew several thousand meters away. Boom! A ball of white light flashed, and the small tactical nuclear weapon exploded directly in the mouth of the giant face. A mushroom cloud rose into the air. Even though he was hiding more than 10 kilometers away, Zhang Tuohai still felt a strong shock wave coming. Fortunately, Zhang Tuohai hid in a trench, and the shock wave swept over his head and did not hit him directly. Otherwise, with his small body, he would have to fly out directly. After the shock wave, there should be radiation dust. Zhang Tuohai did not dare to stay any longer, so he pulled the white bone netherworld sword forward quickly, rushing for hundreds of kilometers in a row and consuming most of his spiritual energy. Then it stopped. Zhang Tuohai changed his makeup and found a holiday cabin. Zhang Tuohai checked and found no one in the holiday cabin, but he found some canned food and bottled water in the box. It looked like it had been stacked here for a while, and there was even a layer of dust on the top. However, the shelf life has not expired. Zhang Tuohai ate 2 cans and drank a bottle of water to replenish his strength, and then began to review the battle just now. Those werewolves came in military helicopters. The military suddenly tightened the road blockade. During the battle, there was obvious interference with electromagnetic signals. All this shows that the military is obviously behind this. As for the giant human face, I still have no clue. It may be from the military, or it may be someone who comes with the military to pick up bargains. It may be an individual or a member of a consortium. There are various possibilities, and there is too little information to judge. Now, the life or death of that giant human face is unknown, and he will not take the initiative to check it. But that tactical nuclear weapon is real. This will inevitably detonate the tense nerves of the military, and they will inevitably increase their efforts to search for themselves. Therefore, you cannot stay in this place for a long time and must leave quickly. Now Zhang Tuohai needs to solve 2 problems if he wants to solve the current dilemma. One is attack power, and the other is escape speed. Needless to say about the attack power, if it weren't for the fact that he couldn't directly attack that big face, he wouldn't have to run away directly. Escape speed is even more important. Next, the ugly army will definitely conduct an overwhelming search for him, and a quick transition is even more important to him.
How to improve these 2 aspects of strength?
Zhang Tuohai turned on his phone and checked his situation. He was surprised to find that he had accumulated enough experience to upgrade. As long as he completed the task, he could be promoted to the 6th level. When promoted to the 6th level, the task becomes more difficult. Under the attention of 10,000 people, do something that shocks everyone.
In front of 10,000 people?
Zhang Tuohai calculated it and found that this task was much more difficult in the game. After all, the game is an ancient world with a small country and few people. It is quite difficult to gather 10,000 people. But it's different here. In the modern world, especially in big cities, it's too easy to gather 10,000 people. Suddenly, Zhang Tuohai thought of a place. If it's there, it might work. Zhang Tuohai set his sights on New York. He wants to return to that city again. It is a super metropolis with a permanent population of 20 million, which is very suitable for his goals. Moreover, since he came out from there, the military may not have expected that he would dare to go back again, which would catch them off guard.
This is it!
Zhang Tuohai grabbed the bone nether sword and flew towards New York. Chapter 1536 Statue of Liberty. Zhang Tuohai sped towards New York. At a certain military base, things turned upside down in the temporary strategic headquarters.
Who can tell me what is going on?
Nancy shouted, pointing at the screen.
What's going on with these werewolf-like guys? Don't say you don't know. They're flying in military helicopters. Also, what's that giant grimace in the sky? I need an explanation. How much else do I don't know? Am I still the president of this country? Your Excellency.
An adjutant wiped the saliva from his face and said,
We found out clearly that these werewolves are middle and lower-level officers who use their positions to intervene in this operation. As for how they obtained their extraordinary powers, we still don't know and are currently investigating. As for the big face in the sky, we have no clue at all. After the nuclear explosion, according to satellite displays, the big face has disappeared. We don't know whether it died or slipped away. We are checking more photos for verification. Check it out for me immediately. I want to know how they obtained extraordinary powers. This is related to the safety of the country.
Nancy yelled.
By the way, there is also the guy who dropped the nuclear bomb. Find out how he got the nuclear bomb. Also, where did he go? That is a very dangerous guy. We must catch him. We must. And we must live.
Nancy growled. She had a hunch that the person who took out the nuclear bomb was the guy who attacked the military base before. Moreover, this guy is very likely to be the controller behind those ghosts. If you can catch him, you might be able to unlock the extraordinary secret, and she might be able to live longer.
Understood, President.
The adjutant conveyed the order. A team of experts was immediately dispatched to the scene to investigate the situation. Some people began to expand the scope of investigation and search, hoping to find clues about Zhang Tuohai. However, Zhang Tuohai had put on makeup before taking action, so it was not easy to find him. Although the military blocked the electromagnetic signals in the incident area before taking action, making it impossible for people to connect to the internet, there was no way to block the huge mushroom cloud. It can be seen by people dozens of kilometers away. Many people recorded this scene and posted it online.
What a scary mushroom cloud! Has nuclear weapons been dropped on our country? What about our anti-missile system? We spend so much money every year. Why don't we have missiles to protect us? Think of something good. What if our own nuclear bomb explodes? It may not be a nuclear bomb, but a chemical leak. Our home won't be polluted. Right. I have long said that the government is unreliable. It is better to dig the Doomsday Bunker by yourself. Thanks to my grandfather for digging the Doomsday Bunker. It is still usable. I will hide in it first. I hope that when I come out, you will still be able to use it. Stay alive. I went to grab daily necessities. Damn it. My food has just been exhausted.
The internet is in chaos. Some people are analyzing what level of nuclear bomb this mushroom cloud is, where it exploded, and whether it was dropped by their own country or a foreign country. Is it a nuclear bomb or a chemical? However, these are all relatively far away from the place where the incident occurred. Those who were relatively close to the incident either drove their cars and fled to other places, or went to the supermarket to grab supplies and prepare to hide in the Doomsday Bunker. Supermarkets were packed with people, and supplies were sold out on the shelves. Some people, unable to grab supplies, became violent and openly took out guns to rob other people's supplies. Many cities are in chaos. Zhang Tuohai has returned to New York at this time. This is an international city after all. Despite the very bad events that had occurred previously, normalcy had returned to normal. Upper and Lower Manhattan are still brightly lit, and people are intoxicated. As for the tragedy in Brooklyn, what does it have to do with them? There are completely two worlds. The Statue of Liberty still stands at the mouth of the Manhattan River, holding a huge torch.
Then, we should be able to gather 10,000 people here. Right.
Zhang Tuohai thought for a moment, flew directly to the Post headquarters building, and walked into the editor-in-chief's office.
I have an exclusive news. Do you want it?
Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile.
What scoop?
The editor-in-chief looked at the sudden appearance of Zhang Tuohai with a wary expression and put one hand under the desk. There is a pistol there.
Someone is going to blow up the Statue of Liberty later.
Zhang Tuohai said with a smile.
Are you kidding me?
The editor-in-chief sneered. The Statue of Liberty is a symbol of New York. There are numerous security measures around it, and there are 24-hour surveillance by Secret Service personnel. Who can blow it up?
This is nothing you need to worry about. You just need to prepare a camera and a helicopter. Otherwise, you just wait for your brain to bloom.
As Jang Tuohai spoke, he pulled out an M16 and put it on the editor-in-chief's head. This is the thing that makes them most obedient. Feeling the cold muzzle of the gun, the editor-in-chief acted quickly and immediately set people to prepare everything Jang Tuohai needed.
Walk!
Jang Tuohai pressed the chief editor onto the helicopter and flew towards the Statue of Liberty.
What should we do now?
The editor-in-chief asked tremblingly.
Hold the camera and point it right.
Jang Tuohai took out an RPG and pulled the trigger at the Statue of Liberty. Boom! RPG hits Lady Liberty's crown. The huge explosion directly blew off a piece of the crown. Huge pieces of debris rolled down. There was a huge roar, attracted the attention of many people.
In 10 minutes, I will attack the Statue of Liberty. Everyone will be evacuated to a safe distance immediately. Otherwise, we will not be responsible for any accidental injuries. Also, don't try to attack this helicopter. As long as this helicopter is attacked in any way, the Statue of Liberty will explode immediately. You are responsible for all consequences.
Jang Tuohai held the announcer on the helicopter and said loudly. The loud sound shook the ears of people in the nearby area.
Someone wants to blow up the Statue of Liberty. No, he really wants to do it. The explosion just now is proof.
The surrounding tourists did not dare to doubt and immediately ran towards the distance. Many people even took out their mobile phones to take pictures while running. Some internet celebrities even started live broadcasts. The tourists inside the Statue of Liberty took the elevator and left quickly. No one wanted to stay here any longer. The surrounding area was in chaos. The New York Police Department's phone lines were directly bombarded with calls. Many people asked angrily, "The Statue of Liberty is about to be attacked. Where are these tax thieves?" The New York police, who received the call, did not dare to neglect and quickly dispatched special police officers. Faster than the police are the reporters. They appeared out of nowhere, occupied the best position, and started the live broadcast. In an instant, millions of eyes focused on the Statue of Liberty. Chapter 1537 Promotion Ceremony.
What on earth do you want to do?
Asked the Post's editor shakily. He now dared not doubt Jang Tuohai's words. From the fact that the other party had just used an RPG to attack the Statue of Liberty, he could tell that the guy in front of him was definitely a lunatic. Hasn't this guy ever thought about how to leave? Those SWAT officers will definitely tear them apart. This madman doesn't want to live anymore. And he hasn't lived enough yet. He even received an invitation letter from overseas in part. Just next week. On a small island in the high seas. Accessible only by private jet. There they can have fun as they please. But now, he was forced to stay in a helicopter with a madman. May be killed at any time. Jang Tuohai didn't have time to pay attention to the editor's mood. He was scrolling through the video. I clicked on a nearby live broadcast. And the number of views exceeded hundreds of thousands. And the number was still rising rapidly. He clicked on the hot search list again. News about the attack on the Statue of Liberty was directly pushed to the top. 7 of the first 10 items are related to this.
This heat should be enough. Right.
The reason why Jang Tuohai stayed for 10 minutes was to give the matter time to ferment and let more people pay attention to it. Although he only asked for the attention of 10,000 people, he felt that the more the better. Just like the white bone netherworld sword. The one made from 10,000 corpses, and the one made from 100,000 corpses are both called the white bone netherworld sword. But the effects are very different.
Is it almost time?
Jang Tuohai looked at the time. It was almost 10 minutes already. SWAT teams and cars were still blocking the road. The streets were full of parked citizens. Everyone holding their mobile phones and looking at the Statue of Liberty in the distance, awaiting a possible attack. Since the last attack on the Twin Towers, Ugly Country has not encountered an attack of this scale. If you don't count yesterday's mushroom eggs.
Time is up.
Jang Tuohai summoned the white bone netherworld sword and slashed at the Statue of Liberty. Along with the sword light of the white bone netherworld sword, a diagonal crack appeared on the waist of the Statue of Liberty. Crunch. Crunch. There was a harsh friction sound from the break. The top half of the Statue of Liberty began to slide downward. Everyone at the scene exclaimed. Although they had been mentally prepared before, when things really happened, they still received a huge shock. Many people held their breath involuntarily. Bang! The upper body of the Statue of Liberty crashed into the river. There was a huge splash. New York's most famous landmark. The Statue of Liberty collapsed. The torch, symbolizing freedom, fell into the Hudson River. Click. Click. The flashlight kept flashing, trying to record it all. The next second, Videos showing the collapse of the Statue of Liberty from various angles were uploaded online. The huge traffic brought the server down for a while, until the backup server was started to relieve the pressure. Various videos are constantly forwarded on one platform after another, with the number of forwardings exceeding 100 million times in just a few minutes. The heat went straight to the top. In the combat headquarters, Nancy was furious looking at the big screen.
Can any of you explain to me what's going on? Our Statue of Liberty was bombed. What about you? What are you doing? You are a bunch of tax thieves. Block the internet immediately and delete all relevant videos,
Nancy shouted.
President, it's too late. The video has been spread around the world. Everyone knows that there is no point in blocking. Then blockade New York. Send all nearby troops there. And arrest that guy immediately,
Nancy shouted.
Yes.
The order was passed on. The local garrison began preparations when the RPG hit the Statue of Liberty. After the order was conveyed, the helicopter immediately started and flew in the direction of the Statue of Liberty. At this time, Zhang Tuohai was checking his harvest. Congratulations. You have completed the promotion task. Congratulations on your promotion to the 6th level Qi Nourishing stage. You have gained new skills, such as bone forging, ghost fusion, and resurrection of the dead. Bones forging, a spell that reforges corpses using various precious materials to enhance the strength and power of corpses. Ghost fusion, fusion of ordinary ghosts together to increase the strength of the ghosts. Resurrection of the dead strongman to enable him to fight. Looking at the 3 newly acquired skills, Zhang Tuohai was overjoyed. He was worried that the existing ghosts could not keep up with his combat intensity. So he came up with these 3 skills. The fusion of ghosts can increase the strength of the ghosts in the 10,000 souls banner, although the number will also be reduced as a result. But the problem is not big. This is an ugly country. There is no need to worry about having no souls available. As for corpse forging, it can transform corpses. And it can also be used to transform the white bone nether sword. Forge the white bone nether sword to become more powerful. As for the resurrection of the dead, a powerful dead is needed. In the real world, Zhang Tuohai has no expectations. If he returns to the game world, he is still interested in giving it a try. Zhang Tuohai looked at the skills in his hands. He now needed a quiet space to improve his strength, at least to fuse the ghosts in his hands. He looked at the people around him, who were looking eagerly, and then at the armed helicopter attacking in the distance, and smiled. He jumped out of the helicopter. Then he jumped into the Hudson River as everyone screamed. As soon as he jumped into the water, Zhang Tuohai summoned the bone nether sword. He grabbed the hilt of the sword and let the white bone netherworld sword take him upstream of the Hudson River. If you are a normal person, if you fall into the Hudson River, you will definitely run downstream. After all, there is the sea over there, making it easier to hide or escape. If the authorities wanted to search, they would definitely focus on that. Zhang Tuohai decided to do the opposite. Go upstream along the Hudson River and directly enter New York City. Who would have thought that the man who blew up the Statue of Liberty would enter New York City instead of escaping?
Quick! Pull up the net and arrest him. All patrol boats take action immediately. Don't let that guy escape.
An officer took over the scene. He sent all the boats out to search for people near the river, looking for people dead or corpses. At the same time, a large number of armed helicopters patrolled the nearby airspace to assist in the search. The police also began to check people nearby to see if there were any accomplices. The post-editor-in-chief's plane was forced to land, and everyone was put into a small dark room for interrogation alone. The entire area around the Hudson River was extremely busy. Tourists who still stay here post videos online, making the topic more popular. Presumably it won't be a problem if it becomes one of the top 10 news stories of the year. At the same time, Zhang Tuohai climbed ashore on an inconspicuous beach in Upper Manhattan, escaped the dense cameras, and entered a mansion. Chapter 1538 Ghost Hunting. Manhattan is an area where wealthy people gather in New York. Property taxes in this area are high. Public expenditures are abundant. Various infrastructures are complete. And there are many police officers. Public security is naturally good. Coupled with a dense surveillance, it can be regarded as one of the safest areas in New York. It is precisely because of this situation that it will also create an illusion of darkness under the lights. That is, people will subconsciously think that there are no criminals here. This place became a good hiding place for Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai found an unoccupied villa, settled down, and began to repair it. The first thing he needs to do now is to improve the strength of the ghosts in the 10,000 souls banner. These ghosts are okay when facing ordinary people, but once they encounter mid to high level extraordinary beings, they are powerless. Zhang Tuohai needs to change this situation. Xie Xingchuan guessed that this grimace in the sky was not a variant of the fused ghost. Very slow. Born from the 7th or 8th. Outside is the district with the least population and the smallest area. There are few buildings and intricate roads, which are very suitable for Xie Xingchuan's guidance and suggestions. However, as soon as I turned around, I saw a ghost standing silently in front of me. A small number of military personnel could also be seen searching from house to house. Almost all morning, I received too few similar messages. I also know that the thing that looks for submarines is of no use in finding people. Moreover, that is only the first grade. The first grade ghost silently appeared in front of me, grabbed it, and directly tore out the opponent's soul. If you want a lower quality ghost, it will cost less. The first grade ghost disappeared, crossed the Manhattan River, and retreated into the Queen's District. Definitely, if you want to gather 10,000 soul flags of the first grade ghosts, you will probably need 200 million special ghosts. Then, the manager finally realized that something was right. Zhang Tuohai said, so all in all, if you kill all the people in the world, you will definitely be able to collect a first grade ghost with a 10,000 soul banner.
It seems that 1 + 1 is not equal to 2. And there is a loss in improving strength.
No matter how small the quantity is, it is just a delivery. The body leaned against the wall and fell down hastily. Because they failed to find me, the federal government expanded its search scope to include the entire state of New York. Zhang Tuohai sent the first grade ghost out,
carrying out sneak attacks outside the city, circling us in various buildings, eating those with many people, and avoiding those with few. They are fighting to the death to see how small our endurance is.
However, regardless of whether there is loss or not, he has to fuse. Although it was a little more efficient, it went very smoothly and was almost never noticed. A white-collar worker walked out of the bathroom, carefully chose a squatting position and retreated. He took out his mobile phone and scrolled carefully, obviously trying to fish. When an individual's strength is weak to a certain extent, a large number of advanced creatures cannot pose a sufficient threat. Although the city is under lockdown, few companies are still working normally. Yiping Yuan carefully chose a floor and then retreated into the bathroom to hide, especially to upgrade from the 1st level to the 8th level. It should cross a small realm, and the number of ghosts required increases exponentially. It wasn't until when I got to work that the security guard of the small building checked the number of overtime workers and the number of people who had left, that I felt it was right. The police officer who answered the phone muttered as he recorded the information tiredly. From the initial ordinary ghost, it has climbed to the 7th level. I screamed and turned around to run. The bad image is not too cruel. Zhang Tuohai felt it, and the ghost's strength increased by 1.5 times. It doesn't matter if 1 or 2 go, but if they all go together, are they too arrogant? Then, Zhang Tuohai discovered that New York was not closed yet. I consumed nearly 20,000 ghost souls one after another before I synthesized them to the 1st level. What didn't happen was that an entire floor of people was eaten clean.
What? You found a bathroom full of corpses again? Which small building is that?
I changed my route. Apart from the fact that the materials required were too low and expensive to bear, there was no other reason why I didn't see this ghostly face in the sky. Zhang Tuohai raised his eyebrows. The two ghosts merged together. The first grade ghost ate the soul in small bites. Why is it that in such a small company, no one is gone? There is nothing we can do about this. The manager angrily retreated into the bathroom. Now when I see a werewolf, Fang's mother knows the first grade ghost who can fight. Before eating the people on one floor, the ghost retreated to the level above to continue hunting. This is true for dozens of floors in the capital. Corpses filled the compartments, and they were all loaded slowly. Dozens of corpses rolled out of the compartment and covered the ground. Then, I heard a muffled sound. We sent a small number of police officers to the scene, but there were basically no clues. The ghosts whose strength has been promoted to the 1st level are not very different from the ghosts that follow from the outside. But the strength is completely different. A person retreats into the bathroom before reappearing. Then, continue waiting outside the cubicle. You can see that few office lights are on automatically. Many people are exiting and exiting, making it very busy. A small number of helicopters were hovering in the sky, and no military police could be seen guarding various traffic arteries. That was one of the reasons why I decided to take the initiative to fuse ghosts. Did they all go to the bathroom to fish? Anti-submarine ships were also dispatched to search under the sea with towed sonar. He summoned 2 ghosts from the 10,000 souls banner, and then used ghost fusion. Zhang Tuohai had an idea in mind. Just like my 10,000 souls banner, there were 20,000 ghost souls stored in it at that time. It was really powerless to face this grimace. appears to be licking fingers. Many office buildings have suffered similar attacks. The door of a cubicle finally withstood the weight and fell down. The next time the special ghost faced the werewolf, he was suppressed and beaten. Zhang Tuohai fused the ghosts one by one, and the ghost's strength also increased little by little. The first grade ghost nodded, turned and left. Zhang Tuohai took out his mobile phone and scrolled through the news, trying to understand the current situation inside.
Are they all looking for you? Let them save some effort.
Of course, no one is allowed to go out until the lockdown begins. But private jets can still be seen flying in the sky from time to time. The first grade ghost sneaked into an office building. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while, decisively gave up the model of stacking numbers, and tried to take the elite route. Then, there are no ghosts left. Xie Xinchuan settled the score and decided that if he wanted to achieve his goal, he would kill half of the ugly people. When we came down to check, we found that everyone on several floors had been eaten. It seems that they are trying to find me, but they will definitely give up.
It's time to go out and find a new soul.
What have those people been doing? Seeing that scene, the manager's face turned green.
Is it so expensive to synthesize a ghost?
The security guard immediately called the police. Chapter 1539 Carnival. The police officers were helpless, but they had no choice but to dispatch the police after receiving the call, because there were too many corpses found, and there was not enough storage space. They could only rent a refrigerated truck to store the corpses. Then, these police officers discovered that after a while, the bodies began to go missing, and they were all thrown away in batches, dozens or hundreds at a time. They tried to put people on guard, but the people they watched disappeared along with the corpses. Install additional surveillance, and as soon as they turn around, there will be something wrong with the surveillance. It was as if there was an invisible person playing tricks on them. Many police officers could not bear the mental pressure and ran home directly, hiding themselves in the basement with shotguns in hand and staying behind closed doors. This was true for the police station, and the army who searched house to house also encountered a similar situation. Often, some troops lose contact completely after entering a certain house to search. When people from other teams went in to check the situation, they found nothing. The monster grabbed the military policeman and stuffed it out of his mouth. The two people agreed on a solution. One person continued to appease the president, while the other arranged actions.
Your Excellency, 3,000 soldiers from the search team have gone missing, and the number continues to increase. Half of the New York Police Department officers have lost contact, and many of the remaining officers have returned home. The entire security force in New York is almost paralyzed. If the curfew hadn't been enforced,
there would have been huge chaos.
However, before these bullets were fired into the giant's body, its skin healed a second ago.
Then send the National Guard to take over. If this guy is in New York. Otherwise there will be so many strange things happening. You must find me. You heard it too. It must be the baby elephant running out.
A military policeman looked in the direction of the sound.
What the hell? Slow down and call for support from lower levels. You need tanks and heavy firepower.
However, it has no effect. A hole appeared under the metal box, and a mottled metal hook stretched out from the outside, tearing the metal box open. The message was uploaded level by level to the office of the president. A barrage of bullets was fired at the giant. It looks increasingly mottled.
What do you do now?
The huge hook hooked a military policeman, and then the military policeman was pulled behind the monster by the hook. The general staff officer asked with a smile.
You're in charge. Keep looking. You'll find it. And you'll definitely stop it.
Nancy growled softly.
But the thousand-faced ghost has not been seriously injured yet, so he can't move for the time being. What is he afraid of? If something goes wrong, it would be bad to blame it all on this ghost.
It's like there's never been an injury.
But, President, New York is a small city with 20 million people. Is there any way for you to find a supernatural power that can become invisible from such a small area? It would be like trying to find a star under the grassland. Just like grass, that is a task that cannot be accomplished at all.
The connection was broken and mucus was seeping inside, making it look like a monster. I ate everything and just ate in two. When the military policeman saw this, he immediately raised his rifle and pulled the trigger. But our speed was obviously stronger than this monster, and we were quickly chased down by the monster and eaten one by one. The new vice president and chief of staff looked at each other and quietly left the office.
Even if something goes wrong. So what? If there is another presidential assassination, no matter how small the storm is, it will be over.
This giant was as fat as a ball of flesh, and his skin seemed to be sewn together with various rags.
He is right. The vice president thought for a while and nodded. That is a gift from the emperor. You must seize the opportunity. If you let it go, you will have no chance. A ferocious crack was exposed under the huge metal box, and a fat body squeezed out of the crack. Moreover, abscesses and mucus would appear from time to time outside the splicing gaps, which looked disgusting and normal. A few dozen minutes later, an armed helicopter flew to New York Central Park, threw a huge metal box underground, and turned around to leave. Those soldiers did not dare to neglect and immediately uploaded the news. The right hand of this fat body is not a broken hand, but a steel structure, which looks like a future pirate captain. On the vice president's orders, several boxes were dropped into Brooklyn. Ta-ta-ta-ta. A team of military police came to Central Park to investigate. A giant about 7 meters tall appeared in front of us. If no one is watching, they will find that every time the guy eats a person, his body will become smaller and a piece of skin will be lost. Then, I saw a horrifying scene. This man looked at everything behind him in disbelief. What's the sound? A military policeman seemed to hear light footsteps. The little guy immediately walked over, grabbed the homeless man, and started biting him. One after another, clawed monsters emerged from the box and rushed back through the streets of Brooklyn. Yeah, that damn place gets very hot at night. Another person agreed. It's as if these people disappeared from the world out of thin air. Worry about it. That's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At worst, you can have a buffet because of the difficulties. Is he willing to let go of such a bad opportunity? It's bad. Just do what he said. Let the butcher do it. Of course, all the 20 million yuan in nutrients will be taken advantage of. The homeless man didn't even have time to cry out before he was completely eaten, with no scraps left. There weren't even any traces of battle. The whole person's inner skin is like being spliced together from pieces of the same skin, with different colors. Upon seeing this, the other military police also raised their guns and opened fire on the monster. Nancy slapped the table. What the hell? How could that happen? Then, the giant guy stopped looking for his last target. Will that cause problems? The vice president looked at the general staff. Roar! This fat body turned its small eyes and scanned the surroundings. There is no way to have any effect on monsters. What else can we do? Defeat magic with magic. Of course. Only the extraordinary can deal with the extraordinary. Several military policemen fired while retreating. Very slowly. I found a homeless man under a deck chair. Of course. That's right. How could there be so little trouble? What the hell? This fat body is as strong as a sumo wrestler, but the surface of the skin is covered with thick and small pins. Our attack seemed to anger the monster. The monster roared and rushed towards us, throwing out the hook in its hand. Is he crazy? Besides, he can't throw in his ghoul and withdraw. Worry. No matter what you do, this ghost can't take the blame in the first place. Are you sure this guy is in New York? The weather is so hot. A military policeman shivered. Chapter 1540 Hunting Ghost Face. Zhang Tuohai controlled the ghost to hunt and kill in New York, trying to rise to another level. However, because there was only one in quantity, the progress became very slow. After spending half a night, I didn't get much, and I was far away from the upgrade. Are we going to squat here for a few days? Is it too long? Zhang Tuohai squatted in the room and watched the situation outside. Just when he was thinking about how to improve efficiency, he suddenly discovered that there were some more monsters in New York City. One is a huge meat mountain over 10 meters tall, which is constantly hunting the humans in the city, whether they are civilians or military police. It will hunt them without distinction. Then, stuff the other party's body into his mouth. In addition to this huge mountain of meat, there are also several ghouls walking through the streets and alleys like hungry wolves, constantly hunting and killing humans in the city. Why are there so many monsters in the city? Zhang Tuohai was a little curious. This is not his first time in New York, and this is the first time he has seen so many monsters. Could it be that other extraordinary beings saw the opportunity here and came here to grab food? Speculations arose in Zhang Tuohai's mind. However, he has regarded this place as his hunting ground, and anyone who wants to enter the hunting ground to grab food will be attacked by him. Zhang Tuohai controlled the ghosts and hunted the ghouls. The highest level of those ghouls is only 8th grade, and most of them are 9th grade. Facing 7th grade ghosts, they are no match at all. Many times, the ghost is torn to pieces before even being discovered. After eating those ghouls, Zhang Tuohai found that the evolution speed of ghosts had taken a big step forward, and it was more than 100 times more than those who ate people. Sure enough. Do we still have to eat extraordinary creatures?
The quality of ordinary people is just not good enough.
Zhang Tuohai began to search for other extraordinary creatures in the city. The ghouls released into the city were in bad luck. I originally thought I was here for the buffet. As a result, now I have become food. The ghosts spent several hours eating all the ghouls in the city. They even dug out a few humans with extraordinary powers and ate them as desserts. After eating all the food, all that was left was the mountain of meat.
In order to upgrade, please become my ration.
The ghost flew towards the meat mountain. At this time, in a monitoring room, the vice president and chief of general staff were sitting in front of the monitor. The chief of general staff looked very unhappy, because all the ghouls he released are gone.
How could this happen? How could this happen?
The chief of general staff asked angrily.
I've said it a long time ago. Don't engage in wolf tactics. A pack of wolves will never be able to defeat a brown bear. Look at me.
I invested all my resources in the butcher. Now he's stronger, and there's nothing to lose. This means I haven't met the ghost. If when we meet, we still don't know who will hit whom.
The vice president said with a smile while holding a cigar in his mouth. His face was full of pride. However, at this moment, an incredible scene appeared on the screen. The huge mountain of meat suddenly started to tremble. It kept rolling on the ground, crushing the houses one after another. It seemed like he had suffered tremendous pain.
What's going on? What happened?
The vice president had a look of panic on his face. He tried to control the butcher, but it didn't work at all. The huge butcher was like a balloon with its air holes opened, and its huge body quickly shriveled up. Soon, it turned into a layer of skin. Then, a ghost emerged from the butcher's skin and ate the whole skin. The vice president felt disconnected from the butcher. The pride disappeared from his face and turned into rage. He angrily threw the cigar to the ground.
Damn guy. You actually killed my butcher. I will never spare you. How do you plan to deal with him? Use nuclear bombs? That thing is in the hands of the old woman, and we have no right to use it,
said the chief of general staff.
You can't use nuclear weapons. You can use other things, such as ghost faces. It's almost rested. Let it come over. If you can kill this ghost, this can be used as its hunting ground. Anyway, in the end, you can blame the ghost. This is the only way. I'll make a call.
The chief of general staff got through the phone, chatted for a few words, and hung up.
Okay. Everything will be solved in half an hour,
said the chief of general staff. Zhang Tuohai smiled happily at this time. After eating the butcher, his promotion progress jumped a lot. Almost full. Zhang Tuohai estimated that the ghost could be promoted to the 6th level by the time dawn comes. Zhang Tuohai controlled the ghost, preparing to find some materials to fill in the progress while there was still time. Suddenly, a huge ghost face appeared in the sky. The grimace was much darker and smaller than during the day. During the day, the grimace is like a dark cloud, giving people a huge sense of oppression. But now, that grimace is no bigger than a building, although it still makes people feel scared. It is much weaker than before.
This guy is actually still alive? He was not your opponent last time. I don't know what will happen this time. I don't know how much benefit I can get from eating you.
Zhang Tuohai looked at the huge grimace in the sky, and the thought of revenge arose in his heart. Zhang Tuohai waved with one hand, and the bone nether sword appeared in his hand. The next second, blazing ghostly ghost fire emerged from the bone netherworld sword. Zhang Tuohai injected spiritual power into the white bone netherworld sword, and injected all the netherworld ghost fire into the white bone netherworld sword. The momentum of the white bone netherworld sword instantly swelled, and the sword's gleaming light captured the hearts of the people. The ghostly face in the sky also noticed the powerful white bone netherworld sword, and looked over with a pair of eyes. Zhang Tuohai vaguely felt that his soul was out of body. His ears were ringing, and his body was weak and weak.
Suffering such a serious injury, and having such a method is really powerful. So I can't even keep you.
Zhang Tuohai opened his hand, and the white bone netherworld sword in his hand shot out towards the ghost face. The next second, the white bone netherworld sword shot into the ghost face, and the ghost also got into Ghostface's belly, intended to replicate Butcher's results. Boom! There were bursts of roaring sounds in the sky, and the expression on the ghostly face was very exciting, with a faint green color appearing on the face from time to time. That is the color of ghostly fire. The ghost face continued to expand, like a huge balloon that was about to burst at any time. The ghost's face was stern, as if he had made some decision, and he quickly started to burn. The blue fire quickly enveloped the ghost face, and the huge ghost face was swallowed up by the flames. The next second, the huge ghost face was completely ablated.
leaving nothing behind. But looking carefully, there is still a slender cyan thread in the sky. Chapter 1541 Wan Qingxi.
What happened?
Zhang Tuohai frowned and stretched out his hand. The black hair fell into Zhang Tuohai's hands, as if it had been summoned. The green silk fell into Zhang Tuohai's hands. Zhang Tuohai felt the green silk carefully, and felt a hint of enlightenment in his heart.
That's it. That's it.
Only then did he realize that the green silk in his hand was none other than the third magic weapon of Yu Hengsenju. Wan Qingxi. I also understand why this magic weapon has been passed down for so long, and only a few people have mastered it. The main reason is that the conditions for refining this magic weapon are too harsh. The basic conditions are the completed white bone nether sword and 10,000 souls banner. Then, a large amount of living souls are needed as nourishment. Finally, one has to use a huge and dangerous thing as a furnace to successfully refine it. It is very difficult to meet any of these three conditions. Although Zhang Tuohai easily mastered 2 magic weapons, he had a way to obtain a large number of corpses and souls. It would be extremely difficult for a normal disciple to refine 1 magic weapon, let alone 2. As for the remaining 2 conditions, each is more difficult than the last, especially the most ferocious things. If discovered, they will be taken away by the elders of the Soul Control sect and used as Soul Beast Masters. Why are you willing to use it to refine magic weapons? Moreover, even if it is refined, it may not necessarily be successful. There is a high probability of failure. Once you fail, all your efforts will be in vain. The achievements in Yu Henzong's history were due to various coincidences. The Yuhuan sect also took the initiative to try a few times, but after successive failures and losing all their money, they slowly gave up. Anyway, with the 10,000 soul banner and the white bone netherworld sword, they could already secure their position as the giant of the demonic path. So why bother to pursue Wan Qingxi? What's more, practicing Wan Qingxi is only the first step. To make it strong, more training is needed. Zhang Tuohai held the blue silk in his hand and understood the key in his heart.
So, is this Wan Qingxi? Since it appears in my hands, let your name be engraved in everyone's mind forever.
Zhang Tuohai opened his hand. The blue silk thread shoots out like a swimming dragon. Like a shark, it can easily find the creatures in the city, and then suck out the flesh, blood and soul of the other person, and turn it into nutrients to nourish itself. Under the nourishment of many flesh and blood souls, the silk thread became longer and longer, and when it reached 3,000 feet, it began to split from 1 into 2. The hunting speed doubled. 2 strands of green silk continued to slaughter in New York. After a while, 2 became 4. When the silken hair turned into 8 strips, the whole of New York had become a place of death. Apart from Zhang Tuohai, there is no other life that can breathe. Even the rats in the sewers, the cockroaches in the cracks in the walls, and the mosquitoes in the smelly ponds were all hunted down without leaving a trace. In the operations office, the vice president handed a report to the president.
President, all the troops sent to New York have lost contact. Even the 2 special forces of Delta and Rangers that were subsequently invested have lost contact. Where are the helicopters and drones? Can we contact them?
The president asked.
Sorry. The helicopter and drone were attacked inexplicably as soon as they arrived over New York. Contact cannot be made,
the vice president said regretfully.
Where are the satellites? We can't go over the top and the satellites will also be attacked. Right. It is true that the satellite was not attacked, but no useful clues were found. Can't contact us by all means? Then fire cannonballs into the city.
Nancy thought for a moment and said,
When attacked, they will always respond.
Nancy said.
President, are you serious? Do you have any better ideas?
Nancy asked rhetorically.
Okay, your order.
The rest of the people nodded. At a nearby missile launch base, a lieutenant looked at the launch coordinates with a shocked expression.
Sir, is the mark really correct? Are we going to launch missiles at New York? Yes. I have checked it 3 times. It has the president's signature and authorization. We can just execute the order.
The missile ignited and took off, heading towards New York. Zhang Tuohai was sorting out his harvest in the room at this time. Suddenly he looked up and saw 2 tail flames shooting towards him in the night sky.
Miss Grass.
Zhang Tuohai jumped up.
Are these people crazy? Are they actually throwing missiles at their own people's heads? Even though there is no one left in the city. This is crazy. Are these people no longer pretending to care about their votes?
Zhang Tuohai judged the impact point of the missiles, and one of them was in his area.
Fark!
Zhang Tuohai let out all 8 strands of blue silk and rolled them towards the missile. Brush, brush, brush. Under the cold light, A missile was cut into pieces in the air, turning into various fragments and scattered on the ground. Another one successfully hit a tall building in the distance. Rumble. A huge explosion sounded. A load-bearing column destroyed by a bomb. The entire building is out of balance. The building collapsed. Crash. The entire building was in ruins. Zhang Tuohai in the distance took a breath, turned around, left the villa, and secretly jumped into the Hudson River. Slip away. Slip away. Sure enough, they are a group of lunatics, throwing bombs directly on their own heads.
Report. One missile hit the target, and another missile was destroyed.
The report was passed to the combat command room.
This is the effect,
the president said while holding the report.
How could a missile be shot down if there was no enemy? Continue to attack the missile's preset target. This attack is doubled, encompassing the immediate area.
President Nancy became excited and shouted an order. Moments later, several missiles hit their intended targets. There was a violent explosion. Several buildings were blown up.
What's going on? Why didn't you respond this time? You shouldn't. Continue the attack and expand the range,
Nancy yelled angrily. Whoosh whoosh. Several more missiles hit targets in the city, causing several tall buildings to collapse.
Continue the attack. I don't believe it. Continue. Attack. Why did it stop?
Nancy yelled angrily at the screen.
President, the missile inventory at the nearest military base has been exhausted. If you still want to strike, there are no short-range missiles nearby and bombers will need to be used,
the vice president said helplessly. Just now, Nancy actually shot down the missiles at a military base. Ridiculously true. However, the vice president was happy inside. Nancy has made such a big mistake and has lost her prestige. He will launch a vote of no confidence tomorrow to kick Nancy off the presidency, so he can become the new president. Chapter 1542, Looting Norfolk. Under Nancy's almost crazy orders, New York was bombed and riddled with holes. Various missiles bombed in turn. People who didn't know it came and thought they were in a war zone. In order to force the non-existent guy out, Nancy even called in strategic bombers. Instead of stopping it, the vice president and chief of staff kept fanning the flames and encouraging Nancy to do more outrageous things. Then, they themselves sent people to sneak to the outskirts of New York, pretending to be citizens, and, inadvertently, filmed the attack. Amidst the huge explosion, he exclaimed,
"Is President Nancy crazy? She is actually attacking her own people with missiles."
I have to say that although this method is old-fashioned, it is very easy to use. A few videos closely tied Nancy to this missile attack. Nancy's crime of attacking her own people was firmly established. Then, they organized people to hold demonstrations overnight and made the noise louder. Then they proposed a motion of no confidence in an attempt to overthrow the president. When Nancy saw that the two actually joined forces to attack, she also realized that she had been trapped. She immediately contacted the military-industrial complex, the financial backer behind her, promising a large number of benefits. He promised that as long as she can get through this difficulty, guns will become a must-have item in every family, and promote the Universal Gun Ownership Bill, and promote firearms assessment, and include the assessment into the scope of school graduation assessment. If you fail the firearms assessment, you will not be allowed to graduate. After getting the cake he needed, the sponsor's father was very satisfied and gave full strength to support Nancy. Nancy also successfully made the vice president and chief of staff realize that the so-called voters and votes are just a joke. If you really want to sit firmly, it depends on the intentions of the consortium. The vice president and chief of staff were naturally unwilling to accept their defeat. They had been planning for so long and invested so much. How could they give up so easily? They also contacted the pharmaceutical groups behind them and promised that as long as they are in power, they will promote the drug subsidy program and introduce tax exemption policies for pharmaceutical companies. As soon as the new policies are introduced, the pharmaceutical groups can obtain substantial tax exemptions and even obtain large sums of money. Subsidy. This is just sending money directly. Pharmaceutical groups have also begun to work hard to get their own cake, trying to put the vice president and chief of staff into the presidency. The two major groups went all out for their own interests, and the ugly country was in chaos. Seeing the chaos in Zhou country, Zhang Tuohai scratched his head. He didn't expect that Zhou country would be in such chaos. However, this is also convenient for him. He decided to take advantage of this opportunity to do more things. For example, take over the Norfolk Naval Base. Because the top management was fighting for power, the people below were left unsupervised for a short period of time. The military, in particular, didn't know whether to favor the president or the chief of general staff. It was undecided for a while, waiting for both sides to give their price tags. For a time, the people below began to lack discipline. Many bases began to indulge in carnivalesque. Zhang Tuohai also took this opportunity to get inside the naval base. The barracks on the shore were full of scenes of drunkenness and carnival. The same is basically true on ships. There were drunken officers and soldiers everywhere, and there was almost no defense except the wall.
In that case, don't blame me for taking action.
Zhang Tuohai started to move. He stretched out his hand, and 8 black hairs flew out and entangled a nuclear submarine. 8 strips of black hair form a grid, crossing from front to back. The entire submarine was cut directly into thin steel bars. Wow! The huge nuclear submarine suddenly fell apart and turned into a large number of parts scattered in the seawater. Even the nuclear fuel rods were cut into pieces and scattered into the ocean. Suddenly, Zhang Tuohai discovered something. That is, when it touched the nuclear fuel rod, Wanqingxi's energy intensity increased sharply. The power of nuclear fuel rods to replenish Wanqingxi is much stronger than that of ordinary souls. Zhang Tuohai discovered a new direction, which was to get nuclear fuel rods. After absorbing the nuclear fuel rods scattered on the seabed, Zhang Tuohai targeted other ships containing nuclear facilities. For example, aircraft carriers. For example, nuclear submarines. I don't know if it was because of the carnival, but the sinking of a nuclear submarine did not alert those people. The base did not sound the alarm, but continued the carnival. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai became more courageous and started to attack the aircraft carrier directly. He stabbed Wanqingxi directly from the back of the aircraft carrier, inserted it directly into the nuclear reactor, drained the energy and ran away, never doing anything unnecessary. The moment the energy was drained, all facilities on the aircraft carrier stopped operating. Only the emergency lights were still on.
What's going on? What happened?
The people who were partying didn't know what was going on. Why was there a problem with the aircraft carrier's power supply? Could it be that the line is short-circuited? Maintenance personnel had no choice but to start troubleshooting the fault. For such a big ship, troubleshooting basically takes days. The remaining people on the ship have nothing to do but go to sleep and wait for tomorrow. After draining the nuclear reactor of one aircraft carrier, Zhang Tuohai followed suit and began to attack the second aircraft carrier. Then came the third and fourth ships. Their techniques became more and more proficient, and their time became shorter and shorter. A total of 4 aircraft carriers and 6 nuclear submarines are parked in Norfolk. After Zhang Tuohai drained them all, the number of Wanqingxi increased from 8 to 16. Fully doubled. In other words, the entire Norfolk nuclear reactor combined has a higher mass than all the people in New York combined. After discovering this, Zhang Tuohai's heart was moved. The ugly country does not only have these aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines. These are probably only 1/3. If he takes all of them, he will be able to break through to 32 black silk threads. In addition to ships, there are also a huge number of nuclear bombs. There are also an even larger number of nuclear power plants. There are also massive amounts of nuclear waste. This is all energy and cannot be wasted. Zhang Tuohai is ready to go to the next place to continue collecting energy. However, before leaving, Zhang Tuohai did not waste any time and cut all these ships into pieces. All the people inside turned into energy. Although he has found a new way to earn energy, mosquito legs are also meat and cannot be wasted. When Zhang Tuohai left, the entire knotfort turned into broken metal bars all over the ground. Even if the locals come, they won't recognize where this place used to be. After dealing with Notfu, Zhang Tuohai began his own journey of absorbing energy. He expressed cordial condolences to each nuclear facility one by one. After draining the energy, he cut the entire facility into long metal strips. It does not leave any radioactive pollution, and is truly energy-saving and environmentally friendly. Even the environmentally friendly girl nodded in praise when she saw it. Chapter 1543 5th Grade Promotion Ceremony. After looting the entire country, Zhang Tuohai completely completed the denuclearization of the country. Not only aircraft carriers, nuclear submarines, and weapons such as strategic nuclear bombs, but also nuclear power plants, centrifuges, and even nuclear waste storage stations were visited. And not even a trace of radioactive nuclear waste was left. After making sure that Zhou country couldn't even produce a dirty bomb, he patted his butt and left. As for what will happen to the ugly Congress in the future because of this incident, that is none of his business. Even if I beat the dog's brain out, what does it have to do with him? After leaving Zhou country, Zhang Tuohai did not leave Zhou country directly. Mainly, The country has closed airports across the country and is implementing a nationwide curfew. The president and vice president are said to have officially broken off. Even to the brink of war. Zhang Tuohai went south to Lao Mo for safety, and then transferred to Xiaoli. He remembered that the 7th Fleet was still parked here. The rest of the fleet has left, and it cannot be left alone. The family must be in order. Zhang Tuohai arrived at Shiri and took a taxi directly to a hotel. This hotel has no other advantage than that it directly overlooks Tokyo Bay. Looking at the many warships anchored in Tokyo Bay, Zhang Tuohai waited for the night to fall. As night fell, Zhang Tuohai opened the window of the hotel and flew over Tokyo Bay on his Silk. Several huge warships are parked in the port of Tokyo Bay. Apparently the local situation has spread here, and all warships have entered strategic duty. Zhang Tuohai could even see the military police on duty on the huge battleship. However, this level of protection was not enough to stop Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai landed directly on the stern of the battleship, then stretched out his silk thread, penetrated the deck and penetrated directly into the nuclear reactor. He already knows this process well. Who? Several military policemen were startled when they saw the sudden appearance of Zhang Tuohai, and immediately rushed over with guns raised. Zhang Tuohai didn't bother to speak at all, and as soon as the silk thread came out, he swept them away and cut them off. After killing several military policemen, Zhang Tuohai did not stop, and the silk swept across the deck like a piano string. The military policemen didn't even see what was going on, and they were cut into several pieces horizontally. The superstructure on the ship was also directly cut into several sections. When the superstructure collapsed, Zhang Tuohai also evacuated the nuclear fuel rods from the ship, floated away, and jumped onto the next ship. Zhang Tuohai is already familiar with this set of procedures, almost forming a muscle reaction. In less than 10 minutes, Zhang Tuohai wiped out all the nuclear-powered ships in the port. Zhang Tuohai also didn't let go of the remaining ships, cutting them into pieces with blue silk. At this time, several helicopters flew into the air, looking for traces of Zhang Tuohai. But Zhang Tuohai was mixed in the massive amount of marine garbage, and could not be distinguished at all. Coupled with a large number of corpses, the helicopter could not dig out Zhang Tuohai in this Shura field. Instead, the huge roar made them stand out. Whoosh whoosh. A few strands of green thread shot out from the water, and with a horizontal sweep, they cut off the helicopters. With screams, the helicopter fell into the sea. Zhang Tuohai originally wanted to make a last hit, but found that he had accumulated enough energy to perform the promotion ceremony to the 5th rank. So he jumped out of the water and flew back to his room. He turned on his phone and checked the ceremony for promotion to the 5th rank. Build a sect and have at least 10,000 disciples. Building a sect? It's easy. All you need is money. It only costs 10,000 disciples. Zhang Tuohai pondered. He didn't know what the standard for discipleship was. Does it matter as long as the name is registered? Or does it matter if you truly believe in something from the bottom of your heart? Zhang Tuohai thought for a while, and decided to change his next itinerary and stay for an experiment. He wanted to recruit a group of disciples in his early days. This does not mean that he is planning to pass on his skills here. The main thing is that the book in his hand is a veritable magic technique. Moreover, he did not remember how many people there were in Yuhuan's sect. Even those big guys at the 4th and 3rd levels don't have many people. There are only 3 or 2 big cats and kittens. So here comes the question. Everyone who wants to be promoted to the 5th rank must go through such a ritual. So what about the disciples they trained before? Combined with this magic method, it is difficult for Zhang Tuohai not to make some bad associations. So, let's test it here first. Zhang Tuohai made a plan. At night, people from the police and defense forces came to inquire about the situation from time to time, and more than 10 questionnaires were completed. But Zhang Tuohai came in through a regular way and stayed in the room without leaving. Therefore, the salary thieves didn't find anything. They just asked Zhang Tuohai not to leave the country in the near future so that they could go back and ask about the situation. After staying up until dawn, Zhang Tuohai had a plan. He left the hotel and found a private temple according to the tour guide's map. In the early days, there were many private temples here. The main function of these temples was to sell cemeteries and help people worship their ancestors. Generally speaking, it is not open. However, this is what Zhang Tuohai needs. The temple Zhang Tuohai found was not small. It actually had an entire hilltop, and the red torii gate was built at the foot of the hill. Stone steps went all the way to the top of the mountain. Zhang Tuohai climbed up the steps, looking like a tourist. After entering the temple, Zhang Tuohai saw 2 priests cleaning the courtyard. Who are you?
This place is not open to the public,
the two priests said loudly.
I'm sorry. This place is already mine.
Zhang Tuohai stretched out his black silk thread and swallowed the two priests cleanly, including their skins and flesh. After wandering around the temple, Zhang Tuohai killed the priests one by one and then found out the contact information of those customers.
Is it Mrs. Yamada? Your husband's ghost has appeared. He said that he must see you no matter what. He has something very important to tell you in person. But he can only stay in the temple and cannot go out. So I can only ask you to come in person. Okay. I will wait for you in the temple.
Zhang Tuohai hung up the phone with a smile. After about an hour, a young woman dressed gorgeously came to the temple. Behind him was a middle-aged man in a suit.
Isn't Yamada dead? How could he still show up? I think he's just trying to defraud you of your money. If you ask me, why pay so much money every year to bury it here? It would be better to throw it directly into Tokyo Bay. I know that too. But insurance companies have been stricter about their investigations recently. So I have to show affection and wait a few years until the news has passed,
Mrs. Yamada said. At this moment, they suddenly saw a ghost appearing in front of them. Chapter 1544 Recruiting Believers.
How dare you go behind my back and find another man?
The ghost shouted angrily at Mrs. Yamada. Mrs. Yamada had never seen anything like this before. When she saw the ferocious-looking ghost, she knelt down on the ground with a cry of,
"Oh my God! Red Bean Pace Private Marseille. Yamada-kun, listen to me. The idea of murdering you was all Kishimoto's. I really couldn't shirk the blame, so I became an accomplice. If you want to find it, just look for Kishimoto. Don't look for me,"
Mrs. Yamada shouted.
"Baga! You bitch! You obviously brought it up on your own initiative. But now you put all the responsibility on me. I can't live. And neither can you,"
the middle-aged man said, and went to grab Mrs. Yamada, who was kneeling on the ground.
"Enough."
Zhang Tuohai probably understood the general situation and stopped the two of them. At the same time, he controlled Wan Qingxi to entangle the two of them.
"Master Priest!"
The two of them were restrained by the silk threads and could not move. And they immediately understood that this was the method of the priest in front of them. His eyes were full of pleading.
"Priest Sama, I am willing to give up all my family property. Please don't let Yamada-kun pester me anymore,"
Kishimoto said hurriedly.
"Priest Sama, I am also willing to give up all my family property. As long as I don't let Yamada-kun pester me, I can do whatever I want,"
Mrs. Yamada also said hurriedly. Seeing the two of them looking like this, Zhang Tuohai nodded with satisfaction.
"Very good. Since you are willing to sincerely repent, I will not stand idle. You have done something wrong to incur the dissatisfaction of the evil spirits. If you want to get rid of the evil spirits' revenge, you can only gain eternal peace by taking refuge in the Great Master Yuhuan. Are you willing to take refuge in the Great Master Yuhuan?" "Yes, we are willing."
Mrs. Yamada and Kishimoto both knelt on the ground and responded repeatedly.
"Then count out to the seated statue of Master Yuhuan and take refuge sincerely. Remember to be honest. Otherwise, the evil spirits will devour you."
As he spoke, Zhang Tuohai used illusion magic to construct a majestic seated statue of a god. The face of the god was blurred, making it difficult to see clearly. Next to him, Yamada's evil spirit looked even more ferocious. Its nails became sharper, and it seemed that it was about to pounce on the two of them at any time and tear them apart. Seeing that Yamada's evil spirit became more and more ferocious, Mrs. Yamada and Kishimoto still had the ability to think. They counted out to Master Yuhuan repeatedly, hoping that Master Yuhuan could protect them from the pursuit of Yamada's evil spirit. Acquired 2 disciples. Current progress is 2/10,000.
"It's really doable."
Zhang Tuohai nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand, and dispersed the illusion. At the same time, Yamada's soul was pushed back into the grave. That's right. Yamada's soul was created by using the spell he was responsible for the dead, plus a little bit of illusion.
"Since you have sincerely converted, the evil spirits will not invade you. However, if you have other thoughts and abandon your faith, the evil spirits will come back to you. Do you understand?"
Zhang Tuohai said coldly.
"Understood. We will never dare to betray the great Master Yuhuan."
Mrs. Yamada and Kishimoto kowtowed repeatedly.
"Remember what you said? Otherwise, you will be like this blue stone,"
Zhang Tuohai said, pointing to the landscape stones in the courtyard. The stone immediately turned into fine pieces of stone under the influence of Qingxi. Seeing this scene, Mrs. Yamada and Kishimoto immediately sat down and lay on the ground, trembling with fear and not daring to move.
"Okay. Nothing happens. Just leave.
Zhang Tuohai is ready to call and find the next victim.
Priest, can I ask you something?
Kishimoto suddenly asked.
Tell me about it.
Zhang Tuohai was non-committal.
It's like this. I have a friend who recently had the same experience as me. I'm worried that he will also be infested by evil spirits. So I want him to come over and have a look.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Tuohai called him a good guy.
Are you committing a crime as a gang?
However, he was happy about it. His most important goal now is to win kills. The more people who are willing, the better. As for his nature, that was not considered at all. Anyway, it's not like they are really taking disciples. So what if they are all scum? Anyway, it's just about the number of people.
Master Yuhuan will not give up any soul who wants to convert. As long as he is willing to come. He can come,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Thank you, Lord Priest. I will bring him over right now.
Kishimoto nodded quickly. Mrs. Yamada stood aside thoughtfully. After letting the two people leave, Zhang Tuohai continued to follow the same pattern and called the next victim. The people here in my childhood believe strongly in ghosts and gods. And Zhang Tuohai held the ashes of their relatives in his hand. Therefore, as long as Zhang Tuohai called, they would come and have a look regardless of whether they believed it or not. As long as people arrive under the influence of illusion, they can only become believers obediently. In one morning, Zhang Tuohai successfully gained 10 followers. At noon, Kishimoto came back. And with him was a killer whose hair was dyed like a Super Saiyan. This guy was wearing a close-fitting white shirt and thin narrow-leg pants. He had more than a dozen piercings all over his body and several tattoos. He didn't look like a good guy. Seeing this man's appearance, Zhang Tuohai knew what this guy was doing. On the boys' day, only the cowherd would dress up like this. The cowherd seemed very reluctant.
Kishimoto-kun, I really haven't suffered from any evil spirits. Moreover, I don't believe in these things. I only believe in Fukuzawa Yukichi. Yagyu-kun, believe me, I was just like you this morning. But it's different here. I recommended you here as a friend. Most people, I wouldn't want to tell them,
Kishimoto said.
Is this here? It doesn't seem to be anything special.
Lu Sheng looked around, looking carefree. Zhang Tuohai has his own method for dealing with such people. It is useless to rely on influence for this kind of person. Instead, it will make the other person feel weak and can be bullied. Only a big mouth can make the other party listen to your instructions seriously. Zhang Tuohai didn't show any politeness and directly used a silk thread to hang the guy upside down. Using illusions, a dozen red-clothed fierce ghosts were outlined, and they surrounded Yagyu and let out a shrill roar. Seeing this scene, Kishimoto was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. This was the case for Kishimoto, who had been mentally prepared once. Not to mention Yagyu, who fainted with a bang.
Too much force.
Zhang Tuohai went up, opened his bow left and right, and slapped Yagyu awake with a loud mouth.
Yagyu, do you know your sin?
Zhang Tuohai asked quietly.
I know. I shouldn't have defrauded Reiko of her money. I shouldn't have let Hanako borrow money from loan sharks to support me. I shouldn't have let Rika film AVs to support me. And I shouldn't have colluded with loan shark companies and underground agents to defraud them of their money. Emotions and money. I'm guilty,
Yagyu shouted loudly. Chapter 1545 Mrs. Yamada and Sae. Zhang Tuohai looked at Yagyu speechlessly. Although, he has long known about the black industrial chain behind Cowherd. But when he actually saw it, he was still extremely angry. If it weren't for the lack of heads now, he would have wanted to beat this guy to death. However, simply beating him to death would be too advantageous. Zhang Tuohai decided to completely squeeze this guy out.
Yagyu, do you want to get rid of the evil spirits?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
I do. Priest, I do.
Yagyu shouted quickly.
Very well. Then show your sincerity and bring all the people who have anything to do with you. Remember, don't miss anyone. If you miss the next one, you will be hung on the Torii Gate, torn into pieces by evil spirits, and your soul will be roasted by the flames in the eternal hell for 1,000 years. I understand.
Zhang Tuohai asked coldly.
Understood. I understand.
Lu Sheng lost his ability to think at this time, and Zhang Tuohai agreed to whatever he said.
Then go ahead and remember not to miss one.
Zhang Tuohai put Lu Sheng down.
Kishimoto, you go with him.
Zhang Tuohai said to Kishimoto next to him.
Yes, I understand.
Kishimoto nodded quickly, pulled Yagyu up, and hurried down the mountain. The two of them didn't notice that a piece of blue silk was wrapped around Yagyu's body. This is the method Zhang Tuohai left behind. He has no trust in Yagyu, a guy with no bottom line. And Wan Qingxi is the insurance. If Yagyu had any evil intentions, Zhang Tuohai would execute him on the spot. After Kishimoto left, Mrs. Yamada came back. This time, Mrs. Yamada did not come alone. There was JK behind her, wearing a sailor suit, short skirt, black socks and small leather shoes. She looks full of support.
Why are you bringing me here? I will go to the hotel with Mr. Sato for a field trip later.
JK seemed unhappy with Mrs. Yamada taking her out of school.
Don't worry about it. Mr. Sato, I'm here to save the rest of your life. If you weren't my daughter, I wouldn't bother to care about you.
Mrs. Yamada took JK all the way to the courtyard of the shrine and said respectfully to Zhang Tuohai,
Priest, this is my daughter Saya. She has been outside all day. I am worried that she has been contaminated with unclean things outside. Please help purify her.
Mrs. Yamada pushed JK in front of Zhang Tuohai.
Good guy.
Zhang Tuohai called him a good guy. No wonder people who have some ability in their childhood are used to starting a small religion. It feels so good to be the Pope. Mrs. Yamada had just presented her family wealth in the morning. And in the afternoon, she presented her daughter. This ability of self-taming is unparalleled in the world. If he didn't have a more ambitious goal, he would have just started a small religion. You don't have to do anything. You can be supported by believers no matter what you do. How cool is that? Zhang Tuohai glanced at Xiaoyu and saw that the other person seemed to be a bit unruly. So he made up his mind to teach him a lesson. Let her know her own power, so that she can know fear and obedience. Zhang Tuohai pointed his finger, pulled out several strands of blue silk, lifted Saya up, and hung him on the tree. Saya was completely shocked at this time. She had no idea what kind of method Zhang Tuohai used. So he just hung her up. She didn't react at all. It just took a moment of confusion to turn it into this. Moreover, looking at Zhang Tuohai, he looked so relaxed and freehand, as if he was playing with his hands. Saya couldn't help but think of the urban legend her best friend told her.
Are those all real? Are all those monsters and gods real?
Although Saya didn't usually believe this, when the extraordinary power that transcended reality appeared in front of her, she had to believe that it was all true. Seeing Zhang Tuohai, and then seeing what happened to him, Saya couldn't help but begin to believe that there really are gods, ghosts and monsters in the world. Even those urban legends are all true.
So, guess what we will do to disobedient believers?
Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile while swinging his whip. At this time, Saya also had to believe in extraordinary existence. She lowered her head.
Great priest, I was too rude before. I apologize to you and am willing to bear any punishment. It would have been better if it had been like this. As long as you devoutly take refuge in Master Yuhuan,
you can obtain salvation.
Zhang Tuohai put Saya down and said calmly. He was a little helpless. Why many people had to hit the wall before they knew how to turn around? I don't know how to listen to the advice properly, and I want him to go to a lot of trouble.
Thank you, Lord Priest.
Mrs. Yamada was filled with gratitude. She was very caring about Saya as a daughter. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been brought over for purification. Now that Saya has been saved, she feels at ease.
Priest, may I have a request?
Saya hesitated and asked.
What request? My friend Yukana's experience is similar to mine. I'm worried that she has also been contaminated. Can I bring her here for treatment?
Saya asked. After receiving his own salvation, Saya thought of his friends. Yukana is her best friend, and she also hopes that the other person can be saved like herself.
Of course, the great Master Yuhuan will not give up any soul that is willing to convert.
Zhang Tuohai smiled and nodded. He likes this kind of believers who take the initiative to help him get people. It's simply great.
I'm going to find Yukana right now.
Saya got up from the ground, bowed to Zhang Tuohai, and ran quickly down the mountain.
Priest, you won't blame me for taking matters into my own hands.
Mrs. Yamada looked at Zhang Tuohai worriedly and asked.
No, God will not give up on anyone. On the contrary, if you help more souls be saved, you will also be rewarded by God.
Zhang Tuohai shook his head. For such a proactive believer, it was too late for him to be happy. So how could he be angry?
Really?
Mrs. Yamada showed an excited look.
I know a lot of ladies who have gone through similar experiences to me. They must also be eager for salvation. I will go and bring them here.
Mrs. Yamada hurriedly turned around and went down the mountain.
Aren't these believers too dedicated?
Zhang Tuohai felt very happy when he saw that the number of believers had grown to 14. According to this snowballing pattern, it doesn't seem to be difficult to break through 10,000 people. Zhang Tuohai thought happily. Soon, Mrs. Yamada came back first, and she also brought a wife. But this person's identity was a bit special. She is a police officer, and he's a working police officer, still wearing uniform.
Mrs. Yamada, have you been deceived? Miwako, this is not the case this time. You must believe me. This is an opportunity for redemption.
Chapter 1546 Investigator. Miwako didn't quite believe what Mrs. Yamada said. Mrs. Yamada's brain is not very good, and she has been deceived several times. She guessed that she was deceived by some magician again this time. She decided to expose the trick of the magician and save Mrs. Yamada. Miwako walked into the shrine with her head held high.
Are you the person in charge of this shrine? I suspect that your shrine contains contraband, and I need to conduct a search.
Miwako showed her ID directly. Zhang Takuhai looked at Miwako, and then at Mrs. Yamada. Don't know what's going on.
Priest, it's not what you think. Miwako is a policeman and a good friend of mine. I'm worried that she has also been contaminated. Please help purify her. She just has some occupational diseases and wants to search everything she sees. Please don't be offended.
Mrs. Yamada explained quickly.
As an infiltrator, I understand. I've watched many documentaries. Don't worry.
Zhang Tuohai showed a look of understanding. He has been warned by the FBI countless times, but he still understands this common sense.
Stop talking nonsense. Put your hands up and kneel on the ground, or I will shoot.
Miwako drew her pistol.
You have a very hot temper. I like it.
Zhang Tuohai snapped his fingers, and 4 strands of green silk directly lifted Miwako up in a large font.
What happened? What did you do?
Miwako was suddenly attacked and was shocked. Facing this kind of situation was not part of the training she had received since she was a child. For a moment, Miwako's mind went haywire. Don't know what to do.
So, Miss Police Officer, how are you going to arrest me now?
Zhang Tuohai pinched Miwako's chin and asked with a smile.
I'm warning you. My father is a police inspector of the Metropolitan Police Department. If you dare to touch me, my father will not let you go.
Mihizi tried to threaten Zhang Tuohai.
Principal is the daughter of the police superintendent. No wonder she is so arrogant. Is this how you usually treat taxpayers? If it were someone else who met me today instead of me, I don't know how terrible the treatment would be. I think it is necessary for you to undergo transformation and know what is allowed and what is absolutely forbidden.
Zhang Tuohai said and raised his whip. Snapped. Zhang Tuohai began to make physical corrections to Miwako. Miwako felt that her soul was changing bit by bit. It was strange, but it didn't seem to bother her. Even looking forward to it, Miwako felt as if green flames were coming out of her soul. The green flame grew stronger and stronger, wrapping her soul. Call! Green flames rose from Miwako's body.
It has great potential. It actually awakened the ghost fire of the underworld on its own.
Zhang Tuohai glanced at Miwako and exclaimed that this guy was really a good prospect for magic. He can actually awaken demonic skills in his mortal body. You know, ghosts also have different qualifications. For example, the ones he collected in New York were ordinary guys, pure consumables. But Miwako is different. Being able to awaken on her own initiative shows that she is extremely talented in the soul. Such people are rare even in the gaming world. If he falls into the hands of the big guys in Yuhuan sect, he will definitely be rushed to be accepted as a disciple. If you cultivate it well and everything goes well, you may be able to become a giant in the demonic world. Become the cornerstone of the sect. Help the sect conquer all directions and expand its sphere of influence. He even led the sect to launch an attack to a higher realm. It is not impossible to unify the dynasty in one fell swoop. However, in the hands of Zhang Tuohai, she was destined to become just a chess piece. Become the steel knife in Zhang Tuohai's hand. Help Zhang Tuohai realize his ambition. With Zhang Tuohai's current strength, it would be no problem to become a deacon if he entered the Yuhuan sect. Even if you work hard, it is not impossible to be promoted to the first or second level and become an elder like a guest minister. But Zhang Tuohai doesn't want to live like that. Elder Kaching and so on. To put it bluntly, they are just high-level wage earners. We must also obey the orders of our superiors and follow the instructions. But Zhang Tuohai no longer wants to work for others. He wanted to make a career on his own. He has the strength, the skills, and the opportunity. So why not start his own sect? Wouldn't it be nice to have believers worship you no matter what you do? To realize these dreams, Miwako is the right key. It can help him mobilize some resources for his practice. The status of the police superintendent in the civil service system is not low. Some resources can be mobilized. He can even use Miwako to enter a higher level circle and directly control several large chaebol. so that there will be no shortage of resources. In all aspects, Miwako is worth investing in. Zhang Tuohai touched Miwako's body with one hand, and the ghostly fire slowly extinguished and submerged into Miwako's body.
Master Priest.
Mrs. Yamada was worried.
Don't worry, Mrs. Yamada. Miwako is lucky. She has been favored by Master Yuhun and has awakened her extraordinary power. She is just too tired now. You can take her to the back to rest for a while.
Zhang Tuohai put down the unconscious Miwako and handed it to Mrs. Yamada to take care of. Mrs. Yamada looked at Miwako, feeling jealous for no reason in her heart. It was obviously me who came first. So why did she get the favor of the gods and awaken her extraordinary abilities? Wouldn't it mean that she would sit in front of me again in the future? In the past, she was higher than me because of her family background. But now she is still the same in front of gods. Do I have to follow her all the time? Mrs. Yamada began to think about whether there was any quick way to surpass Miwako. She thought of Zhang Tuohai. Everything about the gods is handled by him. Are there any shortcuts? Mrs. Yamada looked at her body. She knew very well that her brain was not good, and she was not good at reading. If she had any strengths,
it was that she was beautiful and had an attractive figure. She relied on her own body to achieve what she is today step by step. Oh, and a bonus is that she has a daughter.
Don't all men like this? Priest Sama should be no exception. Right,
Mrs. Yamada thought. Mrs. Yamada left, and Yagyu hurried into the shrine, followed by about 10 people behind him. A few of them were cowherds like Yagyu, and there were also a few Yuzaku, who looked like debt collectors for small loan sharking companies. There were also a few strongmen covered in tattoos, who looked like they belonged to the Yakuza organization. Finally, there are a few young people with oily hair and pink faces who look like salesmen. But in fact, they are indeed a kind of salesman. It's just that they are promoting those underground idols and support girls. Occasionally, they are also introduced to make movies.
Master Priest, according to your instructions, I brought all the guys I know. Not one of them is missing.
Chapter 1547 Prison Recruitment.
Yagyu? What do you mean? Didn't you say that there is a big business to introduce to us?
A strongman asked dissatisfiedly.
That's right. Where is the business?
It can't be this priest.
Right. She's quite good looking. Recently, a few rich women are interested in this. If it succeeds, the commission will be yours.
An agent looked at Zhang Tuohai and said,
The person you found is indeed not much different from what I thought.
Zhang Tuohai said with a smile.
It made the priest laugh.
Yagyu knelt down quickly.
However, it does meet my expectations.
Zhang Tuohai looked at those people.
Since you are so unconscious, I will let you sober up.
Zhang Tuohai snapped his fingers, and Wan Qingxi lifted these people up.
What happened? Yadu die? Don't do that kind of thing.
A group of people shouted loudly. Zhang Tuohai threw a few resurrected ghosts in to scare them, and then set up a seal outside. Separate the inside and outside, to prevent the sound from spreading outside. Half an hour later, Zhang Tuohai removed the seal and released these people. Everyone had already fainted. Zhang Tuohai asked Yagyu Sheng to wake up these people one by one. After being woken up, these people became much more honest, and they all knelt on the ground and begged Zhang Tuohai for forgiveness. He said that from today on, he is the most devout believer of Master Yuhun. Zhang Tuohai naturally has a precise method of identifying these people. Anyone approved by the system will be let go with a nod. Those who are not recognized will be directly super doubled. Seeing Zhang Tuohai's magical spells, those people were influenced by physics and became the most devout believers of Yuhun Zun. After confirming that these people were recognized, Zhang Tuohai sent them out and asked them to kill people again. Anyway, there is a high probability that they will find this kind of scum. Most of these people bully the weak and fear the strong. But they are easier to deal with. As long as they show a power that is stronger than them and makes them tremble, they will immediately surrender and kneel faster than anyone else. Although we can't expect them to put in much effort, it's very useful to gather the number of people. Zhang Tuohai even wished that the scum in Tokyo would report to him tomorrow. Thinking of scum, Zhang Tuohai suddenly thought of a brilliant idea. Where is the most trash? Of course it's prison. Especially the prisons in Tokyo. In this city where salary thieves are everywhere, those who can be caught and put in jail must have committed a heinous crime. It's a waste of time for such a person to stay in prison. It's better to give him a head. He wants to go to prison and pacify the prisoners. It's definitely no problem to fight in. But he didn't want to do that, because, after entering, it will definitely cause a chain reaction. The police in Tokyo will definitely check it out. Those scumbag prisoners are a problem. Zhang Tuohai didn't plan to take them away. He didn't want to take care of these people's livelihood. He just wants to get a bunch of heads for free. If he went in, reformed the prisoners, and then left on his own, leaving the prisoners there, the police would definitely interrogate those prisoners. If the protection is not complete, someone may leak something without opening their eyes. Although, he is not afraid. It is very troublesome to deal with. He just wants to complete the promotion ceremony first and be promoted to the 5th level. Then talk about other things. You can't go in directly. You have to go in a reasonable way. Now, the only one who can find a way is Miss Miwako. Presumably, with her father's status as a police officer, there must be a way to enter the prison normally. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai went directly into the backyard. Miwako had just woken up, and after seeing Zhang Tuohai, her body began to tremble involuntarily. It seems that Zhang Tuohai has left quite a lot of psychological damage to her.
Lord! Master!
Miwako got up and knelt on the ground in the manner of her seat, showing respect.
Let's get down to business. Do you have a way into the prison?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Yes. I can apply for the qualification to inspect the prison,
Miwako said immediately.
Take me in. I need to take care of something,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Yes.
Miwako didn't dare to ask why. She immediately packed everything in her hands and drove Zhang Tuohai to the prison. After showing the special warrant, Mehizi took Zhang Tuohai into the prison. In prison, Zhang Tuohai's horizons widened. There are actually many levels of prisoners in a prison. The lowest class has 6 people in a room and a shared toilet. It's small and dark, with only a small exhaust fan for ventilation. The slightly better one is the single cell. The space is still so big, but one cell is much more comfortable than 6 people. Moreover, there is a window, although it is covered with bars. The best one is actually like a hotel suite. All the decorations are very luxurious, and it even has internet cables and telephones. I don't know if I'm here to go to jail or on vacation. The prison divided them into 3, 6 or 9 grades. But here in Zhang Tuohai, they are all equal. They are all consumables. I casually came to a cell, and there was a Yakuza brother inside. His body was covered with tattoos, and he looked very ferocious. Seeing Zhang Tuohai looking at him, the Ji Dao brother showed a ferocious smile, and made a motion of slitting Zhang Tuohai's throat. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai opened the cell door with a smile and walked in, grabbed the other person's neck, and used it to create a big penis. With one slap, half of the opponent's teeth were smashed into pieces. Half of his face was visibly swollen. Zhang Tuohai had better stop his efforts. Otherwise, this guy's brain would burst on the spot.
What were you doing just now? I'm in. You should continue. Look at me. Grandson.
Zhang Tuohai said one thing and gave that guy a slap in the face. Soon, the guy became a pig's head. Snapped. Zhang Tuohai threw the other person to the ground, grabbed the other person's hair and asked,
Do you believe in the Master Yuhuan? Who is Master Yuhuan?
Brother Jito was puzzled. Never heard of it.
I asked you if you heard about it.
Zhang Tuohai smashed the opponent's head to the ground. Pulled up again.
I'm just asking you if you believe it. I believe,
Brother Jito said quickly. Zhang Tuohai glanced at his phone, but there was no prompt. Boom. Brother Jito's head hit the hard floor again.
If you are not pious, come again. Do you believe it or not? I believe it. I really believe it.
Brother Ji Dao almost cried. He felt like he was experiencing a mental illness. Boom boom boom. Zhang Tuohai went back and forth 5 or 6 times before he saw the prompt. Then he walked out with satisfaction. Enter the next room.
And you?
Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile.
I believe it. I believe whatever you say,
the man said quickly.
Then tell me what I asked you to believe. Planting.
Zhang Tuohai slapped him. Chapter 1548. How to Obtain Fear. Under Zhang Tuohai's iron fist, every prisoner in the prison was physically influenced by him, became his disciple. For a time, Zhang Tuohai's followers increased by more than 1,000, fulfilling 1/10 of the demand.
Sure enough, prison is a good place, and the results are quick.
Zhang Tuohai was very happy. He decided to increase his efforts and try to visit all the prisons in Tokyo to complete the target as soon as possible. Thanks to Miwako's relationship, Zhang Tuohai successfully entered various prisons in Tokyo. Under his physical education, these prisoners all realized their mistakes and decided to join Zhang Tuohai's sect to atone for their sins. Soon, Zhang Tuohai gathered a staff of 10,000 people. Congratulations on completing the promotion ceremony, forming a sect and gaining 10,000 disciples. Congratulations. You have been successfully promoted to level 5. Zhang Tuohai felt a shackle break in his body, and his strength was improved again.
The heart of the soul
has turned a new page, and he has once again gained 3 new skills. The art of raising ghosts, the art of raising corpses, and the art of refining. Zhang Tuohai opened the skill details and realized what these skills were for. Ghost cultivation is used to cultivate ghosts. Unlike ghost fusion, which is a crude way of fusing souls together, ghost raising is a method of cultivating ghosts. As long as you are willing to invest resources, ordinary ghosts can be very powerful. The art of cultivating corpses is similar. As long as you are willing to invest resources, you can even cultivate ordinary corpses into flying drought demons. However, no one should be willing to invest such a large amount of resources for ordinary ghosts and corpses. As for the refining technique, it is a method of refining the cultivated ghosts and corpses and turning them into incarnations outside the body.
It doesn't seem to increase personal strength very much.
Zhang Tuohai read the skill description carefully several times. Make sure this is not something that increases personal strength.
Sure enough, it will take a while longer.
Seeing this situation, Zhang Tuohai knew that he would not be able to go back for a short time. However, with the support of believers here, the problem is not that big. Zhang Tuohai began to study how to cultivate ghosts. Then, Zhang Tuohai discovered that if he wanted to cultivate ghosts, he had to absorb the power of fear. The greater the power of fear, the stronger the ghosts would be. How can one quickly obtain a large amount of fear power? Zhang Tuohai thought of a way, which is to shoot short videos. Now is the era of short videos. If there is any way to convey messages quickly, it must be short videos. It spreads quickly, and as long as you are willing to spend money to push it, it can easily get over 1 million views. The spread of influence is astonishing. Moreover, modern people are more curious and like to watch this kind of different things. The more afraid they are, the more they want to watch. As long as it is produced, I will definitely not worry about the number of views. But I don't know if it can receive the power of fear. Zhang Tuohai is ready to give it a try. As for the test subject, it was Mawako, as the one with the highest potential in his hands. Mawako is a suitable candidate to be a test subject.
It's just you.
Zhang Tuohai called Mawako and told her that he was going to make a short video about urban ghost stories and asked if there was a suitable team.
Master, my mother's company specializes in short videos. We can definitely borrow manpower from her to ensure that everything from personnel to venue, as well as later publicity and distribution channels, are optimal,
Mawako said immediately.
Very good. You can do this. You will be the heroine. The content will be mainly urban ghost stories in the early stage. Shoot a few issues first to test the water. Don't care about whether you can make a profit or consider the cost. The more eye-catching you are, the scarier it will be. The better,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Okay, Master, I will try my best.
Mawako went to prepare. It must be said that Mawako was very fast. In 3 days, the first sample was shot. Mawako respectfully handed the sample to Zhang Tuohai for review. From the shaky camera, rapid breathing, and chaotic footsteps, you can feel that a person is running quickly. The lens seems to be that of a mobile phone. It is constantly shaking. You can see a small skirt, short socks and leather shoes. It looks like it is JK.
Moshi Moshi. Moshi Moshi.
The owner of the cell phone kept dialing, but no one answered. The scene flashing around seemed to be at a subway station, with the words Kisaragi Station faintly flashing across. Suddenly, a scream sounded. The phone flew out, and the screen scrolled. While rolling, I vaguely saw a scene, which was a JK being thrown to the ground by a monster. The monster opened its bloody mouth and bit down. Then came the continuous screams, which made people's hair stand on end. At the end of the video, a sharp claw slapped on the screen. The scene stopped abruptly. The picture is not clear, but the picture quality is very high. This was set aside on purpose. The purpose is to give those good guys the opportunity to analyze frame by frame. They have left all the useful information inside. Although the video is very short, only a few tens of seconds, every frame is very particular, leading countless things to attract people's imagination. It fits the style of a marketing video very well. What? What do you mean if no one analyzes it? Don't worry. There will be official people analyzing it frame by frame in the name of the audience. Everything was arranged properly.
Not bad. Send it out?
Zhang Tuohai nodded.
How big of a push? Do you want to announce it with all your strength?
Mawako asked.
Don't do it for the time being. It's easy to use too much force. It's experimental right now. Just increase the push intensity a little bit like normal videos,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Okay, I see.
Miwako immediately started making arrangements. Soon, a small blogger who occasionally posts daily photos posted the sample photos. This little blogger is actually an account maintained by Miwako's mother's company. They have many accounts like this. Some for layout, some for incubation, and some for matrix, with different functions. After the video was posted, a company account immediately found it and forwarded it. Then, the video was spread by various accounts. Big data immediately pushes the volume according to the algorithm, and the exposure rate of the video suddenly rises to a higher level. Many people were shocked by the screams when they saw the video. Then he was stimulated by the continuous screams, which made his skin crawl. The sharp claws that suddenly appeared at the end of the video shocked many people, and many people involuntarily moved away from the screen. Being timid, he threw the phone away directly. This is the case at the foot of the mountain. While scrolling through videos on the subway, I was so frightened that I threw my phone away.
What will Marseille?
Yamashita felt very embarrassed and apologized while picking up his phone. A crack appeared on the phone screen. Yamashita felt that everyone around him was staring at him with strange eyes. He felt very embarrassed. After the train stopped, he got off the train early, looking at the cracks on the phone screen. Yamashita felt really unlucky. He was just watching videos, but he had to change his phone screen again.
No, I can't be the only one unlucky.
Yamashita found the class group and shared the video in it. Chapter 1549 Ghost Face. The short video spread in the hands of countless people like Shanxia. Everyone who was frightened was unwilling to be frightened. So they forwarded the video out of fear that I would not be the only one to suffer. The video was distributed at an extremely fast speed. This is the advantage of short videos. It only takes tens of seconds, and the time cost of watching it is very low. Even if they are just curious about what is going on, many people will be willing to watch it. Because the playback time is short, the playback volume will increase rapidly, and it will only take a few hours to exceed hundreds of thousands or millions. Then, it is captured by big data that it has explosive potential, and is invested in a larger traffic pool, breaking through the information cocoon and entering the sight of others. Zhang Tuohai originally just wanted to experiment, but the effect was surprisingly good. The video reached 300,000 views within half an hour of being posted. It reached 1 million plays in 1 hour. 2 hours later, it exceeded 3 million. In 10 hours, it officially exceeded 10 million. This is just this platform. Some people have even reposted it on other video platforms. The results are also good, with total views exceeding 100 million. Very outrageous. But this is the internet. Magical short videos. However, this is just the beginning. After a night of fermentation, the popularity of the video continues to rise. Many people took to the comments section to discuss what this is. Some people speculate that it is a warm-up for the release of a new movie. Some people speculate that it is a short film composed of special effects. Some people think it's an edit from a movie. Some people think it is the work of aliens. Some people think this is the urban legend Kisaragi Station, because the words Kisaragi Station appeared in the video. As we all know, there is no Kisaragi Station in reality. Many people argued endlessly in the comment area, each holding their own opinions. Many famous film review bloggers discovered the traffic password and began to analyze the original film point by point. Speaking clearly and logically, the number of views instantly soared to millions, creating a wave of traffic. Other internet celebrity bloggers discovered the traffic password and immediately began to follow suit. Anyway, it's just a short film of a few tens of seconds, so it's not difficult at all to make. Soon, various interpretation and analysis videos were flying all over the place. Then someone claimed to be a friend of the video shooter and broke the so-called insider information. All of a sudden, all kinds of true and false news were flying all over the place, pushing the video to a new level. It's like a traffic carnival. Sitting in the shrine, Zhang Tuohai looked at the power of fear gathering from all directions. Like a stream. Although it is not big, it is endless. Zhang Tuohai injected the power of fear into Miwako's body. Miwako's strength immediately broke through to the 8th level, and it is not impossible to enter the 7th level depending on the momentum.
Isn't this too easy?
Zhang Tuohai even felt jealous. He even committed suicide in New York in order to upgrade. From New York to Washington, D.C., and back to New York, we have our current strength. As a result, Miwako only took one video, and it was almost 7th grade.
When did it become so easy to upgrade?
This is Zhang Tuohai's truest thought. However, at any rate, Miwako is the ghost servant she trained. which can be regarded as improving her own strength in disguise. Seeing that the results were good, Zhang Tuohai decided to increase his efforts and continue to shoot various similar short films and publish them on short video websites. With a previous traffic support, the second short video immediately became popular. In just 4 hours, it exceeded 10 million views on a single platform. Moreover, this time, Zhang Tuohai directly chose to spread across all platforms. Coupled with the traffic blessing, the playback volume soared rapidly. The power of fear poured into Miwako's body like a stream. Let Miwako's energy be filled to the 7th level. However, after Miwako reached the 7th rank, she could no longer advance. If you want to continue to upgrade and cross the realm barrier from body tempering to chi training, you must complete the ritual. Miwako's ritual is very interesting, and its name is cognition. Miwako must be known, seen, and observed by a certain number of people before she can cross the barrier and continue to upgrade. I know this not from hearsay, but from seeing it with my own eyes. As for the quantity, 10,000 is the basis. The more the better. Aware, Zhang Tuohai had an idea. He wants to make Miwako famous throughout Tokyo. As night falls, real life begins in Tokyo. The lights are feasting, and the neon lights are bright. Girls in all kinds of coquettish costumes stood in the corner, waiting for business to come to them. Well-dressed people appear in various bars, enjoying themselves. Suddenly, thunder sounded in the sky. Thunder rolled and pierced the sky. However, not many people noticed. They were still cheering and drinking. No matter the thunder, just hide in the room. Just then, boom, more intense thunder sounded. The car alarm went off. All along the street, alarms went off one after another. Only then did people notice the thunder. Someone looked up into the sky. I was shocked to find a huge woman in white in the sky. The woman was dozens of meters in size, wearing white clothes, floating in the air. He had a miserable face. His eyes were like dry wells, staring at the ground with no expression at all. Seeing the strange scene in the sky, cold sweat broke out on everyone's backs. The timid person sat directly on the ground. No one can remain indifferent after seeing this thing.
What the hell? It's a ghost. It's a ghost. Police. Call the police quickly. Are you sure calling the police will help? Call the Army. The American army has too much to worry about. I think we should go find the Onmyoji.
The people on the street were in chaos. Some ran towards the nearby building. Some were running wildly on the street like crazy. Someone tried to call the police, but found that the other party was always busy. Someone was reminded of the various urban legend videos that have been circulating on the internet recently. Are all urban legends true? Are those supernatural beings going to appear in reality? Someone thought so. If this idea was expressed a month ago, people would definitely laugh at me. But lately there have been more and more strange things. Plus this weird existence floating in the sky. People can't help but wonder whether gods and ghosts will really appear in reality.
Roar!
The white-faced woman roared. The huge sound shattered the glass in a large area around it. Many people covered their ears in pain. The loud sound made his head buzz and his ears buzzed. Many people have become temporarily deaf. After the roar, the pale man's face suddenly showed a strange smile, and then slowly faded out and disappeared into the night sky. Although the terrifying white face disappeared, the impact was far from over. A huge earthquake was set off on the internet. Chapter 1555 Ghosts Bring Wealth.
What on earth was that just now? Could it be a promotional advertisement? A campaign ad that shatters a dozen blocks of glass? Tell me who the advertiser is, and I can sue him out of business. Could it be a real ghost? Just like the ones in those previous videos? Aren't those videos all proven to be rumors? Someone has dug out the evidence. Who knows whether what those people said is true or false? Besides, even if it is false, you saw this with your own eyes. What do you say?
Netizens debate endlessly, but most people are willing to believe that this is a real ghost haunting. Ghosts are really appearing more and more frequently. Zhang Tuohai actually doesn't care much about what these netizens say. His attention was now entirely on Miwako. Miwako successfully completed the promotion ceremony, gained a large amount of fear power, broke through the bottleneck, and raised her power to the 6th level. The subsequent fear power continued to pour in, raising Miwako's power to more than half of the 6th level. It seems that as long as this momentum can be maintained, it will soon be promoted to the 5th level. Zhang Tuohai also felt a sense of urgency. He really needed to speed up his pace and improve his strength.
Then, let me see if there are any scum gathering places in Tokyo.
Zhang Tuohai searched online. Soon, he found his target, Mikasa Plaza, the largest gathering place for garbage in Tokyo. There are a large number of delinquents, murderers and rebellious teenagers who have run away from home gathered here. This group of people gather here when they have nothing to do, and regard this place as their own home. When the weather is warm, they sleep on the ground. If it is convenient, it can basically be solved nearby. Some even do not avoid others at all, and go directly to the public. Trash is everywhere. The police even gave up this area and allowed these people to run wild here. As long as they didn't get out of the circle, they were fine. Of course, even if they go out, there is nothing these police can do. Even if they are arrested, these scum are not afraid. Anyway, they were already having a miserable time outside, and many of them even wanted to pick up leftover noodle soup from others. For them, at least prison provides free meals and beds, which are much better than their conditions outside. For many, going to jail is like finding a long-term meal ticket. Many people even commit crimes in front of the police just to go to jail and improve their lives.
Is there such a place in Tokyo? I'm sorry for my lack of knowledge.
Zhang Tuohai decided to go see it now. Take a good look at the inner world of Tokyo. Miwako drove Zhang Tuohai to Mikasa Plaza. The closer you get to Mikasa Plaza, the surrounding buildings are visibly dilapidated, and the damage rate of roadside facilities increases significantly. Many street lamps were broken. There is also more and more garbage. A lot of garbage is piled outside the trash can. But the trash can is clean. It can be seen that those people knew that the trash can was there, but they did it on purpose. Zhang Tuohai feels that these people just lack someone to educate them in physics. If no one is willing to do it, he is willing to help do it for him. Miwako's Maybach slowly drove into Mikasa Plaza. Mikasa Plaza belongs to the shadow area of Tokyo and is incompatible with luxury cars like Maybach. As soon as Maybach came in, it attracted the attention of many people. Many people cast curious glances. There were also some little tricksters who thought they could get some advantage. So they came over and knocked hard on the car windows. Seeing that no one responded, he laughed loudly and waved to the people around him to show his bravery. Seeing no response to knocking on the car window, these people became even bolder. Amid the cheers from the troublemakers, one person even jumped on the hood. Get ready to wash the car windows. The people around him cheered in unison.
Owner!
Miwako looked at Zhang Tuohai and asked for a solution. Zhang Tuohai opened the car window and let out Wan Qingxi. Many fine threads spread around. After a while, those threads directly covered a large area around it. When Qingxi passed by, everyone immediately turned into nothingness. Even the flesh, blood, and soul were not spared, and they all turned into the energy Zhang Tuohai needed. After transforming these people, Zhang Tuohai felt that it was not enough, and that he was far away from being upgraded. He asked Miwako where else in Tokyo where a large number of evil people lived. Miwako thought for a while, and drove the car to Chiyoda District.
This is the top wealthy area in Tokyo. If there is anywhere where a large number of evil people live, this is a good area,
Miwako said.
How does it compare to Mikasa Plaza?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
What those people in Mikasa Plaza did will only make people's eyes dark. If what people in Chiyoda did were exposed, it would make people's blood pressure soar. Okay, I understand.
Zhang Tuohai released Wan Qingxi. A large amount of green silk spreads around, entered every household. One after another, the evildoers were completely eliminated. Zhang Tuohai also found that his energy was constantly growing. When Wan Qingxi expanded to the border of Chiyoda District, Zhang Tuohai also found that his energy was finally full. Reached the peak of the 5th level. As long as you complete the ritual, you can advance. The 5th grade advancement ceremony is very interesting, and it no longer tests Zhang Tuohai's own abilities. Instead, they inspected Zhang Tuohai's disciples. The sin value of his disciples needs to reach a certain level. However, because Zhang Tuohai recruited disciples in prison before, and those people were heinous people, therefore, Zhang Tuohai is already satisfied with this requirement. Complete the ceremony directly, and be promoted to the 4th rank smoothly. At the same time, he also gained the 4th level ability. 5 ghosts bring wealth. Soldiers pass by, and fire dragons burn the warehouse. When he saw the names of the 3 skills, Zhang Tuohai was a little unimpressed. But after seeing the descriptions of the 3 skills, I realized that these skills had undergone qualitative changes. On the surface, the 5 ghosts of fortune are about wealth. But in fact, they are about luck. Use magic to steal a person's luck. Luck is closely related to everyone, and we share weal and woe. If there is a lack of luck, the patient may become seriously ill, and the patient may die on the spot. Soldier transition is an advanced use of ghosts. cultivating ghosts into Een soldiers to increase their lethality. Under normal circumstances, a Een soldier is at least as good as an 8th grade monk. If he is a general, he will be at rank 7 or higher. As for the Fire Dragon Burning Song, it is a large-scale attack spell that transforms spiritual power into a giant flame dragon, burning everything around it. Zhang Tuohai was not very interested in the latter two spells. He had already tried the Een Soldier Crossing when he was at the 10,000 soul banner. Although the level of Een soldiers has been improved, the resources required have also increased. However, when facing high-level ghosts, the human sea tactic has little effect, and Zhang Tuohai is not very optimistic about this spell. As for the Fire Dragon Burning Song, to put it bluntly, it is a large-scale AoE. Zhang Tuohai currently has Wan Qingxi, so he does not lack large-scale skills for the time being and cannot use them. What makes Zhang Tuohai interesting is the 5 ghosts who bring wealth. He has always known about luck, but this was the first time he saw a spell involving luck, and he wanted to try it. Chapter 1551 The Secret Realm appears. Zhang Tuohai decided to try what the 5 ghosts of fortune look like. However, Chiyoda no longer had anyone to test him with, so he had to find another place. Miwako turned around and drove into Shinjuku area. This is an area adjacent to Chiyoda, and it is also a very wealthy area, where many wealthy businessmen live. The residential density here is higher than that in Chiyoda, and the population is also much larger. Moreover, due to the prosperous commerce and large foreign population, the number of people is even greater. Zhang Tuohai easily found a target. A drunkard with a tie on his head, a crooked figure, and a briefcase in his hand. There are many such people here. Zhang Tuohai chose one person and made him his target.
5 ghosts bring wealth.
Zhang Tuohai cast a spell. Then, I discovered that part of that person's luck had obviously been taken away, and that part of the luck that was taken away was converted into energy and integrated into his body.
No, it's not just energy, but also luck.
Zhang Tuohai felt his body carefully, and he found that his luck had increased a little. Although it was very small, he could really feel that his luck was increasing.
Can it also increase luck?
Zhang Tuohai's face showed joy. He heard a rumor that luck is a very important thing after reaching a high level. The higher the level, the more important luck is. If the level is high and there is not enough luck to protect the body, the person will be considered to be unworthy of virtue and will be punished by heaven. No one wants to suffer punishment from heaven for no reason, so they will try their best to increase their luck. It is said that everything that can increase luck will cause bloodshed. Countless people fought for it and were beaten to death. Although the 5 ghosts money luck technique does not increase your luck much, it is one of the few spells that can reliably increase your luck. Looking at the drunkards on the street, Zhang Tuohai seemed to have seen a huge treasure. This is a huge warehouse of luck, waiting for him to harvest it. Now, the level of mainstream players is still low, and he still has some money to collect. After everyone levels up, I'm afraid it won't be as easy as it is now. Zhang Tuohai decided to take advantage of the opportunity now to reap a wave of luck. Otherwise, it may be difficult to wait until later.
Looking for drunks,
Zhang Tuohai said to Miwako, although she didn't know what Zhang Tuohai's order meant. As a ghost servant, Miwako still faithfully performed her duties as a ghost servant. I took Zhang Tuohai around Shinjuku. There were a lot of drunks on the streets of Shinjuku, and Zhang Tuohai kept harvesting them and was extremely happy. However, this kind of good thing can no longer be carried out at dawn. It wasn't that he couldn't use magic during the day, but that what Zhang Tuohai did in Chiyoda yesterday was discovered. Overnight, all the dignitaries in Chiyoda district disappeared without a trace. This was tantamount to a huge earthquake. The entire country's top brass has disappeared, and almost most of the civil service has ceased operations. People in Tokyo are panicking. There are rumors circulating on the internet about the appearance of man-eating ghosts in Tokyo. According to legend, everyone living in Tokyo will be eaten by evil spirits. Although this rumor is nonsense, due to the recent popularity of urban legends and the grimace that Miwako turned into last night, the rumor of the resurrection of ghosts and gods is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. In addition, the entire Chiyoda district has indeed disappeared, making everyone even more panicked. Many people began to flee Tokyo. The means of transportation leaving Tokyo are so full that you can't even grab them. Cars were jammed from the highway intersection to the city. Those who couldn't grab it, in order to survive, carried the box and walked out on foot, trying to leave on foot. Tokyo is experiencing a rapid exodus of people. Even those who didn't leave still hid in their rooms and didn't dare to go out. Zhang Tuohai couldn't find anyone for a while. Zhang Tuohai looked at the scene in front of him and his heart moved.
Find me a nearby service station on the highway.
Zhang Tuohai said to Miwako.
I'll get in touch.
Miwako took out the phone and communicated for a while. A helicopter was ready and flew over their heads.
Sure enough, having power is good.
Zhang Tuohai took a helicopter to a service station on the highway. And people set up a checkpoint here. And everyone passing by must check. In fact, the inspection was just a show. All Zhang Tuohai had to do was absorb the luck of these people. Anyway, it's just a stop. Lower the window for people to take a look. It's not a big deal. People passing by didn't have any big objections, and all cooperated with the work. Zhang Tuohai was wearing staff clothes and looking at everyone passing by with a smile on his face. In order to get more people to go in this direction, Zhang Tuohai asked Miwako to create strange phenomena at other intersections. Some destroyed roads, some overturned bridges, and some appeared in the sky. Anyway, he was trying to drive the crowd in his direction as much as possible. Zhang Tuohai has a steady flow of gas transport incoming. Zhang Tuohai happily searched for everyone he could see and collected every piece of luck. Although the amount each time is small, the sum total is considerable. Zhang Tuohai could feel that he had more than 10 times more luck than he originally had. This is only the first day. If time lasts longer, it can be 100 times or 1,000 times what it is now. In fact, you no longer have to worry about luck in the future. While Zhang Tuohai was happily harvesting his luck, suddenly the sky and the earth began to change color. A gust of wind came, and a huge fairy mountain faintly appeared in the sky, suspended above everyone's heads, as if it was about to fall down at any time.
Is this a mirage?
Many people raised their heads curiously. Many people even took out their mobile phones and started filming.
No, this is not a mirage. This is a prelude to the integration of games and reality.
Zhang Tuohai looked at the huge phantom in the sky. In his memory, the game slowly merged with reality during this time period. That huge mountain was actually a secret place, and it caused a big sensation at the time. Many people entered it and many died. But those who survived later became the mainstay. Many of them have been promoted to around the 4th level. Several others have been promoted to the 3rd level. One of them was promoted to the 2nd level. You must know that until the time of death in my memory, there were not many 2nd-grade people in the world. If you can own one, you can already support a country. It proves that there is still a lot of content inside and is worth exploring. Looking at the huge secret realm in the sky, Zhang Tuohai smiled. In his last life, he had no ability and could only watch others enter the secret realm and make a lot of money. This time, he is here, and this secret realm is his. No one can take it away. Chapter 1552 The Road to Immortality. After seeing the secret realm, Zhang Tuohai did not dare to neglect and flew directly towards the secret realm on the silk thread.
Look! Someone is flying up! Gods and demons. They must be gods and demons.
Everyone wanted to take pictures. But the next second, their mobile phones fell into Miwako's hands.
No one is allowed to pass on the news here without the owner's permission.
Miwako exerted force with one hand, and those mobile phones instantly shattered into pieces. Those onlookers wanted to protest Miwako's destruction of their private property. However, when he thought of Miwako's mysterious methods, he silently swallowed the words that came to his lips. Reasoning with the devil? Don't want to live anymore? Zhang Tuohai was too lazy to take care of the following matters. Now, he only has eyes for the secret realm. According to memory, the resources in this secret realm can at least allow him to rise to level 3. The 3rd level is the realm of supernatural powers. A true great monk, no matter how bad the technique is, if you practice it to the 3rd level, you can still fly briefly, possess magical powers and secrets. Advanced skills can even reach the void. As for magical powers and secrets, they are more numerous and powerful. For example, Zhang Tuohai has 18 spells and various spells. Some of them, such as the White Bone Netherworld Sword, the 10,000 Soul Banner, and the Ghost Raising Technique, are all at the magical level among those ordinary skills. But in Zhang Tuohai's case, it's just an ordinary spell. When Zhang Tuohai reaches the 3rd level, he will naturally unlock more powerful magical powers. Therefore, as long as you reach the 3rd level, you will be respected as a land god. It's fast, powerful, and elusive, and no one wants to mess with it easily. Even after Zhang Tuohai ascended to the 3rd level, even if the things he had done in Shuri were announced, the senior management of Shuri would not care. Instead, they would just ignore the matter and send a large amount of resources to make friends with Zhang Tuohai. This is the impact of world convergence. Super powerful individuals can influence the rise and fall of a force. It has become a being sought after by countless forces. If you want all this, there is only one threshold. Reaching the third level. Wan Qingxi carried Zhang Tuohai into the sky and arrived in front of the secret realm. The secret realm is a huge mountain range, densely covered with pines and cypresses, and surrounded by spiritual plants and strange animals. The entrance to the secret realm is a winding stone staircase. The stone steps are all paved with bluestone, winding up and gradually disappearing into the dense forest. Zhang Tuohai was not qualified to enter this secret realm in his lifetime, so he did not know the situation here, and could only move forward cautiously step by step. He came to the stone steps, and as soon as he climbed one, a piece of news came into his mind. This stone step is the road to immortality. Only by climbing the 999 stone steps can one escape from the mortal world and become an immortal. Every time you reach 100 levels, you will be given certain benefits. If you can reach the highest level, you can gain control of this secret realm and operate this secret realm as a blessed land and cave.
It turns out to be a blessed land. No wonder it's like this.
Zhang Tuohai's eyes were burning. In his memory, every blessed land and cave is an excellent place for cultivation. Every time he is born, many practitioners will compete for it. Moreover, the closer to the later stage, the more intense the competition becomes. It will even cause the blood of a second-grade expert to be spilled on the spot. Zhang Tuohai's purpose is to seize this blessed land first, while everyone is at a low level. Zhang Tuohai stepped directly onto the first step. After completely stepping onto the stone steps, Zhang Tuohai felt his body sink suddenly. His feet seemed to be attracted by magnets. It was extremely difficult to move even one step, and his legs seemed to weigh as much as 1,000 pounds.
As expected of a secret realm, the first stone step is so difficult.
Zhang Tuohai was ecstatic, because the more difficult the assessment, the higher the final reward. Zhang Tuohai was already a 4th-level powerhouse at this time. His physical fitness had been strengthened several times, and was no longer comparable to that of ordinary people. Therefore, with a fierce exertion, he crossed the first step. After stepping on the second step, Zhang Tuohai felt that the gravity had increased a lot. Zhang Tuohai was not afraid at all and continued upward. Zhang Tuohai climbed a dozen steps in a row. Just then, the sound of a helicopter sounded. Zhang Tuohai turned around and found that 5 or 6 extraordinary people jumped out of the helicopter and entered the secret realm. These people were all wearing kimonos and carrying scimitars, and they all had the same family crest on their chests. They were obviously descendants of a certain family. After these people entered the secret realm, they looked surprised.
It's really amazing that there is such a place. Look, there are people up there.
Someone discovered Zhang Tuohai.
Kill him. This place belongs to our Takeda family. No one is allowed to set foot here.
One of the leaders said.
Yes.
A samurai took out a pistol and pulled the trigger one after another at Zhang Tuohai. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 bullets were fired towards Zhang Tuohai in the shape of a pin, obviously intending to kill Zhang Tuohai and monopolize the secret realm. However, as soon as the 3 bullets were fired from the muzzle, they reversed direction and reflected towards the shooter. The guy who fired the gun was hit in the head by 3 bullets before he could react. The body fell to the ground. What happened? Those people didn't understand what happened and looked at Zhang Tuohai in shock. They all pulled out their weapons and looked at Zhang Tuohai warily.
Who are you? Why do you want to kill our people? Do you want to be the enemy of the Takeda family?
The leader pulled out the long knife from his waist and looked at Zhang Tuohai warily.
Idiot!
Zhang Tuohai was too lazy to care about these idiots. This secret realm selects inheritors, and the inheritors are not allowed to fight each other. You only need to step onto the first level to find out. If anyone dares to take action, they will be punished. That was the case with the guy who was killed by his own bullet just now. If it weren't for this requirement, Zhang Tuohai would have killed these people as soon as they entered the secret realm. They won't be given a chance to attack at all. Only these guys didn't know it themselves and were still suspicious, thinking it was Zhang Tuohai's special method. Zhang Tuohai didn't bother to waste time with them and climbed straight to the top of the mountain. Rather than staying here to talk to them, it would be better to climb to the top of the mountain early and take control of the secret realm. Seeing that Zhang Tuohai ignored them, these people were a bit stuck. They wanted to continue the attack, but they couldn't figure out the details of Zhang Tuohai and were afraid of ending up like the man before. It's not the same thing to continue standing here without attacking. For a moment, the group of people was in a stalemate. However, within 5 minutes, another helicopter approached, and several people in ninja uniforms jumped out of the helicopter.
Michiyuki Tachibana, are you here too?
The leader of the Takeda family frowned when he saw the person coming.
How could our Tachibana family not come and see such a spectacle?
Tachibana Michiyuki said with a smile. Seeing Tachibana Michiyuki, Takeda suddenly had an idea in his mind. Chapter 1553, Mutual Traps.
Michiyuki Tachibana, how about we make a bet?
Takeda suddenly said.
What bet?
Tachibana Michiyuki asked.
I bet you don't dare to kill him.
Takeda pointed at Zhang Tuohai and said with a smile.
Him?
Tachibana Michiyuki looked at Zhang Tuohai seriously and found that he was not a descendant of a famous family, and was a little confused. Logically speaking, just an ordinary young man is nothing in their eyes. Don't say 1 or 2. So what if it's 10 or 8? Are there not many that are sunk into Tokyo Bay every year? Could it be an extraordinary person with some special abilities?
What bet?
Tachibana Michiyuki asked.
If you can kill him, this jade will be yours.
Takeda took out a piece of jade. Seeing the gem, Tachibana Michiyuki's eyes lit up. This jade is a good thing. After wearing it, it can speed up your cultivation and reduce the probability of inner demons appearing. It's a rare good thing. One of his juniors needed just such a thing. But he searched several times, but couldn't find the right one. Unexpectedly, I met him here.
Are you sure you will give it to me as long as you kill him?
Tachibana Michiyuki was a little unconvinced.
If it's a fake guarantee, it's right here. Are you still afraid that I'll default on my debt?
Takeda said with a smile. Tachibana Michiyuki looked at Takeda, then at Zhang Tuohai, who was climbing up the stairs, and finally nodded.
Aomori, come on!
Tachibana Michiyuki said to a young man. He felt that as a young man, he was not worthy of taking action himself.
Hi!
The young man named nodded, took out a few darts from his arms, and shot them towards Zhang Tuohai. The other members of the Tachibana family nodded when they saw this.
Aomori's dart skills are becoming more and more proficient. Yes, there has been progress again. After a while, I'm afraid it will be comparable to bullets.
Someone was admiring from the side. In their view, killing an ordinary person is easy. However, the next scene left everyone stunned. Those darts flew back the way they came and hit Aomori's head. Aomori's body fell down.
What happened?
Tachibana Michizuki was shocked. The other members of the Tachibana family also looked horrified. No one knew what had just happened. Everyone in the Takeda family looked relieved when they saw this scene. They can't be the only ones who are unlucky. When they see others being unlucky, they immediately feel much better. Seeing the looks of everyone in the Takeda family, Tachibana Michiyuki understood something.
You are cheating on me!
Tachibana Michiyuki said angrily.
Tachibana-kun, how can this be considered evil? I just made a bet with you. If one of your own is dead, what does it have to do with me?
Takeda said with a smile.
Baga! Takeda bullied me too much.
Tachibana Michiyuki drew out his sword and slashed at Takeda. Seeing this, Takeda also drew his sword and slashed at Tachibana Michizuki. However, at the moment when the two weapons were exchanged, their arms were twisted into a strange angle, and the weapons were inserted into their chests.
How so?
Both of them looked in disbelief. Don't understand why it becomes like this. Others around him were also stunned. They all took 2 steps back, not daring to come any closer. Plop! Plop! 2 bodies fell to the ground. The people around were stunned and had no idea what was happening. They were stunned on the spot for a while.
A bunch of idiots!
Zhang Tuohai looked back and found that within a short time, there were already 4 corpses on the ground. He couldn't help but shook his head. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with these idiots. So it was better to hurry up and take control of this blessed land and cave as soon as possible. Zhang Tuohai turned his attention back to the road to immortality and walked up step by step. On this road to immortality, every step up increases the strength. When Zhang Tuohai climbed to the 30th step, his strength was more than 3 times as strong as before. Zhang Tuohai estimated that if he were an ordinary person, he might not be able to bear it anymore and would fall to the ground with a broken bone. I can't even get up. However, Zhang Tuohai practices top-notch skills, has tempered his body many times, and his physical fitness is unparalleled. So he is still able to do it with ease. Zhang Tuohai continued to lift his legs and walk upward, neither slow nor fast. The Takeda family and the Tachibana family were in a stalemate for a while. Feeling that this was not an option, they looked up. Zhang Tuohai had turned a corner and was out of sight. They looked at each other, and one of the Takedas hesitated and stepped onto the steps. When he stepped onto the steps, he showed a horrified look. One piece of information entered his mind.
So that's it!
He finally understood why those people died. All of them violate the rules here about not harming others. What a loss. If they had known this, they wouldn't have lost 2 people in vain. The Takeda family member thumped his chest and feet, very upset.
Mitakuin, what's wrong with you?
The other members of the Takeda family came closer and asked curiously.
Come up here, and you will know,
Mita said helplessly. After hearing this, other members of the Takeda family came over one after another and embarked on the road to mortality.
Suga! Search him to death.
A group of people showed expressions of realization, learned the real reasons for those people's deaths. Suddenly, a member of the Takeda family ran quickly towards the steps. The other people were stunned and reacted one after another. This is the road to immortality. As long as you can get to the top, you can get endless benefits. Although they are not bad now, they are only good. And they are just ordinary members of the Takeda family. If they reach the top of the road to immortality and gain endless strength, they no longer need to be ordinary family members. You can be upgraded to an elder immediately. Even the clan leader cannot consider it. If there is a chance to climb up, who wouldn't want to fight for it? Especially in a place with strict hierarchies like Shili. You can almost only rely on staying up to gain seniority. Even more so, everyone in the Takeda family rushed upward like crazy. Everyone wants to be the first to reach the top of the mountain. Seeing the appearance of everyone in the Takeda family, everyone in the Tachibana family looked suspiciously. They feel like something isn't quite right. The Tachibana family and the Takeda family have been rivals for thousands of years. Whatever the other party does, they will follow suit. Seeing the Takeda family like this, they knew that the other party must have discovered something. So, after the Takeda family opened a little distance, they immediately rushed onto the road to immortality. When they stood on the steps, they immediately understood the whole story.
Yaga, these guys from the Takeda family are so cunning. They don't share such a good thing with us. Their conscience is so bad. Go after them. This secret realm must belong to our Tachibana family. Come on!
Everyone in the Tachibana family also rushed forward with screams. Chapter 1554 Little Cleverness. The Tachibana family and the Takeda family also rushed up the steps, hoping to catch up with Zhang Takumi. However, after they walked a few steps, they realized how difficult the steps were. At the beginning, the energy was high and the momentum was strong. And it was over as soon as I gritted my teeth. But as time went by, the energy wore off. And things got worse. And the intensity on the steps increases by 1 point with every step and doubles every 10 steps. With exponential growth, almost many people can no longer climb up when they reach level 20 or 30. Almost everyone was pinned down on the steps and unable to move.
Baga, why is it so difficult to climb up? How did that guy get up there? Could it be that you found some loophole? Did you take advantage of it? Even the outstanding warriors of our Takeda clan can't get through. Why did he get through? He must have taken advantage of a loophole.
A group of people began to try to find loopholes. Then, they discovered that there was no obstruction on both sides of the steps.
Can you go up from both sides of the steps?
Someone came up with such an idea. So, he crawled towards the edge of the steps. Seeing him move, others also thought of this possibility and crawled towards the steps. This person was the first to climb out of the steps. He felt his body lighten suddenly, and the gravity suddenly disappeared. He stood up suddenly. There was a look of ecstasy on his face.
My guess was indeed right. As long as you get off the steps, you can quickly overtake. I am indeed a smart little kid.
The man stood up and ran quickly towards the top of the mountain. Seeing this, the others also increased their speed and crawled towards the side of the road. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw a giant python emerging from the woods and swallowed the man directly into his stomach. The man didn't even have a chance to resist. The others were all stunned when they saw this. They suddenly remembered that this was a secret realm. And naturally there were some rare birds and beasts. Those things will attack them too.
Go back quickly!
Everyone ran back one after another. However, there seemed to be a light curtain on the stone steps, making it impossible for them to return to the stone steps. Everyone tried their best to attack the light curtain, but they couldn't break it at all.
What should I do?
One person asked.
Run!
The group of people split into 2 groups, and some ran down the mountain, trying to find a way out. Some people are determined to run to the mountains to see if there is a chance to fish in troubled waters. However, these people's ideas soon came to nothing. A large number of beasts emerged from the mountains and forests on both sides, pounced towards them. There were bursts of screams in the forest. After a while, the forest returned to silence. Just the faint smell of blood in the air proved that it was not peaceful just now. Those still on the steps shivered at the sight. They were glad that they acted slowly. Otherwise, they might have ended up with the same fate as these people. Zhang Tuohai, who was at the front, didn't know this. He was still walking quickly. Zhang Tuohai's physical fitness has reached an extremely strong state, and this ordinary gravity suppression can no longer have much effect on him. Zhang Tuohai successfully reached level 100. After climbing the 100th step, a ray of starlight penetrated Zhang Tuohai's body. Zhang Tuohai felt that his physical strength had been greatly improved. His physical strength is already very high, let alone improved again. Zhang Tuohai made a rough estimate and found that it shouldn't be a problem for him to physically carry missiles now. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Zhang Tuohai feels that the spiritual power in his body has increased a lot, directly past the halfway point. Is the spiritual power here so full? Feeling the surging spiritual power, Zhang Tuohai felt a hint of joy in his heart. If it continues to be this strong, he might be able to reach the third or even second level here. Zhang Tuohai is looking forward to the future even more. Zhang Tuohai stepped onto the 101st step. As soon as he stepped onto the stairs, Zhang Tuohai felt a cold wind blowing. The cold wind was biting, and from time to time, ice was carried by the cold wind and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai. The ice was like a sharp blade, instantly cutting Zhang Tuohai's clothes into pieces. Then, a large piece of ice came towards Zhang Tuohai's body, seeming to cut Zhang Tuohai's body into pieces. But Zhang Tuohai seemed not to feel it, and continued to carry the ice forward. The ice couldn't help but circle around Zhang Tuohai's body, seeming to cut Zhang Tuohai into pieces completely. But Zhang Tuohai was not afraid, and still moved forward quickly. This time, it was even faster than last time. Zhang Tuohai climbed to the 200th floor. After stepping onto the 200th floor, Zhang Tuohai felt a burst of starlight power pouring into his body. This time, the spiritual power did not increase much, only 1/10. But Zhang Tuohai keenly felt that his resistance to ice had increased. After an ice spell hits him, the damage will be reduced by 50%. Seems pretty good too. Zhang Tuohai continued to climb the 201st floor. Clusters of flames rose from Zhang Tuohai's feet, and the flames quickly engulfed Zhang Tuohai, and his clothes were burned clean. Zhang Tuohai continued to nourish his body with spiritual power, and moved forward step by step. When he reached the 300th floor, as expected, Zhang Tuohai's fire resistance increased.
This is not good.
Zhang Tuohai frowned.
From now on, the feeling of ice and fire will not be obvious,
although there may be less fun in the future. Zhang Tuohai obviously cannot stop here, and can only move forward. At the 400th level, Zhang Tuohai's wood attribute resistance was improved. At the 500th level, Zhang Tuohai's metallic resistance was improved. At the 600th level, Zhang Tuohai's earth attribute resistance had been improved. At the 700th level, Zhang Tuohai's wind resistance had been improved. At the 800th level, Zhang Tuohai's lightning attribute resistance was improved. When he reached the 900th level, Zhang Tuohai's spiritual power was directly replenished and purified. At this time, the spiritual power in Zhang Tuohai's body was at least 5 times that of monks of the same level. He can fight against several monks of the same level without falling behind.
I don't know what I will get when I reach level 999.
Zhang Tuohai stepped onto the 901st level. After climbing the stairs, Zhang Tuohai felt that the scene in front of him suddenly changed, and the original bluestone steps turned into a red carpet. Both sides of the red carpet were lined with singing and dancing girls. Rabbit ears, cat ears, JK, Deadwater, sailor uniform. Which uniform? Almost everyone is on Zhang Tuohai's XP.
A soul testing environment?
Zhang Tuohai is also well informed. He has seen this kind of scene many times, and doesn't think it is too strange. However, he was a little curious as to how this illusion knew his XP.
Did you peek at my search records? Go back and clear the records.
Zhang Tuohai didn't hesitate at all, climbed up the stairs, and quickly reached the 999th floor. Chapter 1555, Obtaining the Blessed Land. After reaching the 999th floor, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and the sky was as black as the bottom of a pot. Thunderbolts shuttled through the dark clouds, like swimming dragons. At this time, the task of promoting to the 3rd level has also popped up. The promotion task is simple: survive the thunder.
Grass.
Zhang Tuohai looked ugly. Thunder disaster. In any description, thunder tribulation is not something easy to carry. Zhang Tuohai remembered that most of the skills required one to advance to the 1st level before encountering thunder disaster. Even some rubbish techniques do not require experiencing thunder tribulation. Of course, This may also be the reason why almost no one can cultivate this technique to the first level. Unexpectedly, to advance to the third level of Yu Hongsanju, you need to go through a thunder tribulation. Sure enough, being strong also comes with a price. Normal monks have accumulated for a long time when experiencing thunder tribulation, and have various items to help resist thunder tribulation. However, it has only been 2 months since Zhang Tuohai obtained the game. He was promoted too quickly, resulting in insufficient background and few preparations. He could only rely on his body to resist the thunder tribulation. Zhang Tuohai had no choice but to sacrifice Wan Qingxi. This is all he has. Boom! The first thunder struck from the sky. Zhang Tuohai blocked the thunder with a silk thread. A quarter of the blue silk broke instantly and turned into ashes. Zhang Tuohai's face darkened. This time the losses were serious. But thunder fell one after another. Click, click, click. 3 thunderbolts fell one after another. The silk threads were broken, and the thunder successfully passed through 4 waves. Zhang Tuohai didn't care about his heartache and sacrificed the 10,000 souls banner. Click, click. 2 thunderbolts flashed past, and the 10,000 soul flag shattered. The sky thunder has passed through the 6 paths and is already halfway through. Zhang Tuohai gritted his teeth and sacrificed the bone nether sword. Click. The 7th thunderbolt flashed through, splitting the bone netherworld sword into pieces. The 8th thunder struck Zhang Tuohai one after another. It was partially blocked by Zhang Tuohai's luck.
Only one left.
Zhang Tuohai gathered all the spiritual power in his body and formed a ball of ghostly fire to face the thunder. The last thunder struck down directly, splitting the ghostly fire into pieces, and the remaining thunder and lightning directly hit Zhang Tuohai's body. Click. Even Zhang Tuohai's strong body felt waves of stinging pain. The skin left one by one, blood spurted out, and it almost disintegrated.
No wonder no one dares to physically resist the thunder. It's really terrifying.
Zhang Tuohai felt a wave of fear in his heart. If his physical body hadn't been improved several times, and his lightning resistance had not been increased, he might have been in trouble today. But fortunately, there was no danger, and we got through it. After passing through the thunder, the dark clouds dissipated, and the sky was filled with red clouds. Spiritual energy surged into Zhang Tuohai's body, repairing the body damaged by the thunder. After a while, Zhang Tuohai's body was repaired, and Zhang Tuohai was also successfully promoted to the 3rd level, and to the realm of supernatural powers. After being promoted to the 3rd level, Zhang Tuohai also obtained his own magical power, Guishui Ice.
I need to find something to test it out.
Zhang Tuohai searched for the target down the mountain. Soon, he discovered a 4th-grade soaring snake in the dense forest, which was only 1 step away from transforming into a dragon.
You are the one.
Zhang Tuohai pointed at Teng Shi with one hand. The soaring snake was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Zhang Tuohai's thoughts moved, and the soaring snake ice sculpture instantly vaporized and disappeared without a trace. Spiritual energy poured into Zhang Tuohai's body.
Below the 3rd level, you can kill with 1 strike? It's indeed a magical power. It's powerful.
Zhang Tuohai was delighted and began to check other rewards. Congratulations. You have reached the top of the Immortal Road and gained control of Tianfanken Mountain in Fudi Cave. A small seal fell into Zhang Tuohai's hand. This seal is the mountain and river seal of Fangsuan Mountain. With this seal, you can control everything in Fangsuan Mountain. Zhang Tuohai's first step in obtaining Fangsuan Mountain was to cancel the road to immortality. The connection between the mountains and the mountains was severed. Anyway, if he needs someone, he will personally pick him up. As for other people, there is no need to enter. In addition, the mountain protection formation is activated. Prevent foreign invasion. After that, it is time to take stock of the various resources in the Blessed Land. It has to be said that after so many years of recuperation, the Blessed Land has rich spiritual energy, numerous spiritual beasts, and spiritual grass everywhere. If you can refine elixirs, you may be very happy. But for Zhang Tuohai, these are just materials for practice. By killing, you can gain resources and get promoted. But Zhang Tuohai doesn't want to do this yet, because these are related to the prosperity of the Blessed Land. The more species there are in the Blessed Land, the more prosperous it will be, and it may even directly evolve into a small world. It is better to directly become the master of a realm than to occupy a mountain and become the king. Zhang Tuohai decided to let Blessed Land continue to recuperate. At this moment, Zhang Tuohai suddenly saw 2 missiles in the distance heading towards Blessed Land.
Huh? Why are there missiles?
Zhang Tuohai was stunned. The 2 missiles were very fast, and hit the blessed land directly. But the mountain protection formation had already been activated. A curtain of light appeared, and the two missiles directly hit the mountain guarding formation. Ripples appeared on the formation, but it did not break. Instead, the missile turned into fragments.
This mountain protecting formation is still good. It can actually block missile attacks.
Zhang Tuohai was very happy. However, the missile attack cannot be ignored. He had just taken control of the blessed land when someone attacked him. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Zhang Tuohai traced the trajectory of the missile all the way back and found the launch site of the missile. This is a missile launch base with several launch vehicles and several launch personnel. Beside them stood people in samurai and ninja uniforms. Judging from their family crests, they should be members of the Takeda and Tachibana families. If you find out that contact is lost, will you launch missiles to seek revenge? Zhang Tuohai roughly understood the situation.
Since you took the initiative to attack, you can't stay.
Zhang Tuohai pointed with one hand. The missile base was instantly wrapped in ice. Everything, whether it's people, buildings, or equipment, is like an ice sculpture. After a while, the entire base was reduced to nothing. Only a piece of white land was left, as if there had never been anything here.
It's good to clean up the trash.
Zhang Tuohai was very satisfied. In the past, Wan Qingxi could only clean up living creatures, but was not very good at building things. The last time we dealt with the aircraft carrier, we could only cut it into pieces, but we could not completely clean it up. A large oil stain was left behind. But Guishui ice is different. It also has effects on buildings and equipment. It can truly achieve no residue and no pollution. From this point of view, it is much better than Wan Qingxi.
Now that this area has been resolved, other military bases should also be cleaned up to prevent attacks from other missile bases.
For his own safety, Zhang Tuohai decided to demilitarize Shili. Destroy all the military equipment from Xiaoji. It saves them nothing. Just test the defense of blessed land while they are sleeping. Although he could not break through the blessed land, it greatly disturbed his sleep quality. Chapter 1556 Baki. After making the decision, Zhang Tuohai controlled blessed land to patrol the territory of Shili. As soon as a military base is discovered, it will be destroyed directly with a blast of ice. At the beginning, Zhang Tuohai's goal was only a military base. Later, he discovered that some staff members fled in large numbers out of fear. It would be enough if ordinary people fled, and the impact would not be big. The key is that many nuclear power plant workers began to flee. Many nuclear power plants even have a vacancy rate of 60%. Many nuclear power plants are not functioning properly. For example, the one under his feet had a core meltdown due to insufficient maintenance. And a large amount of radioactive material leaked into the drainage system and entered the river. Zhang Tuohai frowned upon seeing this. It's okay to pollute your own land. Entering public waters and polluting the ocean is not okay. In order to protect the environment, Zhang Tuohai also included Xiaoli's nuclear power plant in the scope of cleaning. Nuclear power plants were reduced to nothing in the hands of Zhang Tuohai. After cleaning up the last nuclear power plant, Zhang Tuohai clapped his hands with satisfaction. For people who cannot control their own behavior, he feels that it is better to keep these dangerous items as far away from them as possible. Whether it is weapons or nuclear power plants, they are too dangerous for small lives. It was better for him to handle it, lest they screw up and hurt themselves and hurt others. After cleaning up the last nuclear power plant, Zhang Tuohai happened to arrive near Mount Fuji.
This is also a relatively dangerous place, so let me check it out.
Zhang Tuohai controlled Fangsuan Mountain to move in the direction of Mount Fuji.
What's that thing for? Baga, are you trying to destroy Mount Fuji? Where are those guys from the self-defense forces? Why aren't they dispatched? Amaterasu, where are you? Why didn't you show up?
A group of kids on the ground couldn't help but panic when they saw Fangsuan Mountain moving towards Mount Fuji. Mount Fuji has always had a high status in their hearts. If Mount Fuji collapses or disappears, it will be tantamount to the collapse of their faith. This is worse than killing them. In fact, they wrongly blamed Zhang Tuohai. This time, Zhang Tuohai really just wanted to check whether Mount Fuji was still intact. There really is no other meaning. Zhang Tuohai controlled Fangsuan Mountain and arrived at the top of Mount Fuji. Preparing to inspect, suddenly, the pass of Mount Fuji collapsed, and a huge snake head rushed out of the pass. The snake's head was as big as a destroyer. It opened its mouth, and a dark green flame spurted out from the snake's mouth and swept towards Fangsuan Mountain.
What the hell?
Zhang Tuohai didn't expect to be attacked by spiritual beasts here, and he was defenseless. He quickly turned on the power of the mountain protection formation to the maximum. Boom! Green flames hit the mountain guard formation. The mountain protecting formation shook, sending out ripples.
What is so powerful?
Zhang Tuohai raised his eyebrows. This is a mountain protecting formation at full power. One blow from this spiritual beast can actually shake the mountain protecting formation twice, which is enough to show that this guy's attack power is extraordinary. Even better than heavy missiles. At this moment, Mount Fuji shook even more violently, and another destroyer-sized snake head emerged from Mount Fuji. When it opened its mouth, a stream of purple thunder and lightning came towards the mountain guarding formation. Boom! Purple lightning struck the mountain protecting formation. It caused ripples on the mountain guard formation.
What the hell?
Zhang Tuohai was about to make a move. Mount Fuji is shaking continuously. A large area of the mountain was cracked, and 6 huge snake heads protruded from the broken cracks. They all looked at Fangtuan Mountain above, their eyes full of fierceness. Zhang Tuohai recognized this guy's origin this time. These 8 snakes are actually one creature named Baki, a mythical creature in the legend of Shili. It is said that when he was beheaded and sealed, his tail contained the Tiankanjian sword, one of the 3 great artifacts. Baki's strength was at the 2nd level back then, but after being killed and sealed, his strength declined to the 3rd level. Even so, it is also very difficult to deal with. In Zhang Tuohai's memory, the previous life of Baki broke the seal and came out to cause chaos after the game merged. In order to kill it, more than a dozen 3rd level masters were dispatched, and only half of them were killed or injured before killing Baki. However, it was a long time ago. This time, I didn't expect to release this guy when the fusion just started. Although its current strength is not as good as when it was completely victorious in its previous life, it is still very tricky. Zhang Tuohai became serious. Not only did Zhang Tuohai recognize Baki's identity, but the following Xiaoji also recognized Baki's identity. After all, this creature is so famous in Xiaozi's day that it has appeared in many games and guest starred as various villain bosses.
It's actually Baki, our national guardian beast. Go up, Yamagi-san. Kill that big mountain in the sky. Yaki-kun, my future depends entirely on you.
A group of little Baga cheered and cheered below. If they knew what Baki did after breaking through the seal, they probably wouldn't be so happy. After Baki's 8 heads broke through the seal, their arrogance became even more powerful. They opened their 8 heads at the same time and attacked the mountain protecting formation. Boom! Boom! 8 different attacks landed on the mountain protecting formation at the same time, causing the mountain protecting formation to shake violently. The spiritual spring in the spiritual energy pool quickly dropped a lot, consuming a lot of it.
If you dare to attack my mountain protecting formation, you will be destroyed today.
Zhang Tuohai aimed at a snake head with one hand and used Guishui Ice. A snake head was instantly frozen. The next second, the snake head melted together with the ice and disappeared without a trace. However, soon, a lot of granulation sprouted from the broken end of the snake head. Those sprouts intertwined together and soon formed a new snake head. The huge pupils were shining with hatred. This is where Yamata no Orochi is difficult to deal with. For example, kill 8 snakeheads at the same time. Otherwise, they will keep resurrecting. Seeing that Yamata no Orochi's head has recovered, the following little life becomes even more joyful.
Come on! Yamata-kun! Come on! Baki! We support you! Baki! I'll leave it to you to take care of the fate of the country in my childhood.
Zhang Tuohai looked at Baki below. At this time, Baki was accumulating strength and preparing for a stronger attack.
Since normal attacks are ineffective, that's all we can do.
Zhang Tuohai stood on the top of the peak, holding the mountain and river seal with one hand, and began to borrow the power of the entire blessed land. The power of the entire blessed land poured into Zhang Tuohai's body along the mountains. The surging force almost burst Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai gathered all his power together and used Guishui Ice on Baki below. Hundreds of square kilometers below were directly covered. Everything within 100 kilometers was frozen by the freezing ice. The next second, everything disappeared. Chapter 1557 Bermuda Siren. The ice disappeared. Baki disappeared. And the little days disappeared. Even the rocks have disappeared. A large area was unusually smooth, as if it had just been smoothed by a road roller. However, it soon became uneven, because this is Mount Fuji. Under the mountain is a large area of magma. This magma has been sealed underground by thick rock. Now, the rocks above suddenly disappeared, and the magma that broke through the restraints immediately spewed out. However, because the crack was large and the power of the magma was relatively dispersed, the smoke column did not shoot very high. After only ascending a few thousand meters and reaching the top of the troposphere, I ran out of energy. As the rain fell again, it will not flow to other countries in the stratosphere and cause pollution to other countries. The raging magma spurted out, spraying and flowing around. Wherever the magma passes, everything is ignited. Large tracts of mountain forest burned, and the flame surged and spread rapidly to the surrounding area. The magma also flows around along the flat ground. Wherever it passes, the city is like a huge cake, slowly melting and eventually disappearing into the magma. The volcanic ash in the air floated to the city further away, slowly falling, and the massive amount of volcanic ash buried the city. According to incomplete statistics, 1/3 of the country has been affected. In particular, 1/3 of the Tokyo area was directly destroyed, causing heavy losses. The good news is that the scope of the disaster has been controlled and basically confined to Shiri. Fortunately among misfortunes, although he suffered heavy losses during his childhood, Zhang Tuohai was very happy. After killing Baki, he gained a lot, got a lot of spiritual energy. Not only did it replenish previous consumption, there was also a large surplus, because he relied on the tricks used by Fong Siyunshan. It was Fong Siyunshan who gave him the most feedback. Zhang Tuohai only absorbed a small part, but just this part also increased Zhang Tuohai's experience bar by 1/3. As long as this opportunity comes twice more, we can start preparing for the second grade upgrade ceremony. Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but get excited when he thought of this. That was the second level, almost the highest level that could be achieved in the previous life. There is no first grade boss in his memory. If you can advance to the second level, you will be able to dominate the world and be unscrupulous in the real world. All rules and restrictions are as if they don't exist here. Do whatever you want. No taboos. Like the wallfacer with unlimited power, or the wallfacer who doesn't need to attend the hearing.
Where can I get something similar?
Zhang Tuohai thought hard and thought about where to find something similar. Soon, he had a goal. In Bermuda, in a previous life, a huge sea monster was discovered here. The sea monster was huge, with a length of over 1,000 meters, and the waves it set off were tens of meters high. When the Kraken was born, it almost destroyed the entire Caribbean region, and even the coast of America was affected. This guy is also a third-grade monster comparable to Baki, so he is a suitable hunting target. Zhang Tuohai turned around and controlled Fangsuan Mountain to fly towards Bermuda. After crossing the Pacific Ocean and Central America, Zhang Tuohai controlled Fangsuan Mountain and descended into the Bermuda Sea. Arriving in Bermuda, Zhang Tuohai had a headache. This sea area is a bit too big, and he only remembered roughly it in his previous life. Moreover, the Kraken is not like Yamata no Orochi, which has a clear sealing location. This guy is swimming. Who knows where this guy is now? In desperation, Zhang Tuohai could only search for it himself. However, there was no need for him to jump into the sea to search for it himself. At the third level, Zhang Tuohai can already separate his spiritual thoughts from the body. He can tie his spiritual thoughts into a line and pull a net across the sea to search for areas. The method is a bit stupid, but it is the most feasible method for him now. Zhang Tuohai divided Bermuda into hundreds of districts according to longitude and latitude lines, and searched them one by one in order. This work is boring, and I can only see various fish schools, aquatic plants, shrimps and shells every day. At the beginning, you may be shocked by the wonderful scenery under the sea, but after a long time, I got tired of it. However, in order to upgrade and widen the lead, Zhang Tuohai had to search patiently. The hard work paid off, and when he searched Area 42, Zhang Tuohai finally made a discovery. He spotted a huge guy in the water. As soon as his spiritual thoughts touched this guy, he was discovered by him. Later, Zhang Tuohai felt that his spiritual thoughts were cut off. At the same time, a huge spike formed by spiritual energy shot in the direction. Zhang Tuohai quickly activated the mountain protecting formation, and the mental spike hit the mountain protecting formation. Buzz! A sharp buzzing sound sounded. The spikes hit the mountain guard formation. Ripples spread out. The power of the attack was not weaker than Yamata no Orochi's full blow.
It's very powerful. We have to find a way to lure this guy here.
The opponent is hiding in the sea, hiding in the home area, and is good at mental attacks. It is difficult for Zhang Tuohai to lock on, so he can only lure the opponent out to eliminate him. Zhang Tuohai condensed a huge ghost fire and followed the attack trajectory of the spiritual spikes, hitting it back along the original path. The huge ghostly ghost fire hit the water like a meteor and hit the opponent's direction. Netherworld Will-O-the-Wisp is specially designed to restrain ghost-like creatures, and it also has miraculous effects on spiritual bodies. The guy below must have been hit by this. And it will definitely not feel good. Sure enough, after the ghost fire hit the target, the seawater surged. Huge waves kept rolling in, like a boiling pot.
There's a show!
Zhang Tuohai smashed 5 or 6 ghostly ghost fires in the direction of the surge. After a while, the seawater surged even more fiercely. The huge waves set off were tens of meters high. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai immediately raised the altitude, making Fangcun Mountain a little further away from the sea. Sure enough, a few seconds later, a huge guy emerged from the sea. That thing looked like a huge octopus, but its head and tentacles were covered with all kinds of eyes. Although these eyes are facing in various directions, as long as you look over, you always feel that every one of its eyes is staring at you.
It's the siren!
Zhang Tuohai had seen a photo of this siren, and it was this disgusting look that was so impressive that he could still remember it clearly even after a lifetime.
Come up! Let's fight quickly!
Zhang Tuohai has seen the battle briefing and analysis, and heard that this sea monster is extremely good at mental attacks, and its attack methods are weird and hard to guard against. The best way to solve it is to solve it immediately after discovering it. The longer you delay, the worse it will be, even after a long time. I didn't even know how I died. Zhang Tuohai did not dare to be too powerful, so he held the mountain and river seal, and used the power of the Fangcun Mountain blessed land to launch Guishui ice against the sea monster. Chapter 1558 Witch Brush. A cold light flashed past, and the sea monster that had just emerged was frozen directly. The sea monster was a bit more powerful than Baki. After being frozen, it was not destroyed directly. Instead, it swayed a few times, as if trying to break free from the cage and rush out. However, how could Zhang Tuohai give him a chance, and immediately strengthened his strength? Continuously extract the power of Fangcun Mountain and pour energy into the ice of Guishui. The ice of Guishui continuously seeps into the body of the sea monster. The Guishui ice completely froze the sea monster. After a while, the sea monster completely melted into spiritual power. Feedback came to Zhang Tuohai. The spiritual power in Zhang Tuohai's body quickly increased to 2/3. And he probably only needed to kill another creature of a similar level to be promoted to the second level.
There is still a 3rd grade monster left. Where should we find it?
Zhang Tuohai reviewed the memories in his mind. There are many monsters in my memory, but very few have specific locations. After some searching, Zhang Tuohai finally determined a location. A small country in Eastern Europe. There is a witch here who is very powerful, reaching the 2nd level, but she has a special preference. Zhang Tuohai can find the other party based on this special preference. Zhang Tuohai controlled Fangcun Mountain to hide his traces, and ran towards Eastern Europe. After some positioning, Zhang Tuohai finally found Prague. He jumped down from Fangcun Mountain and sneaked into the city.
Go to Catwoman Bar.
Zhang Tuohai stopped a taxi and shouted to the driver.
Sir, are you here because of the reputation? Miss Stewart can only choose one person every day. If you want to queue up, you may have to make an appointment until next month. I will take you to another place and mention my 20% off on name.
The driver asked with a smile. However, what greeted him was the cold barrel of a .50 caliber gun.
Now, if I hear one more nonsense from you, I'm going to buy you a peanut.
Zhang Tuohai was too lazy to talk nonsense, and directly put the muzzle of the gun on the driver's head.
Honor. Obey.
The driver was stunned by this formation. Not daring to talk nonsense, he immediately stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards the Catwoman Bar. The driver swore that he had never driven so fast since he got his driver's license. The journey that originally took 20 minutes actually took him only 8 minutes. Even he himself didn't know how he did it.
Sir, this is the Catwoman Bar,
the driver said, pointing to a dilapidated signboard. The sign was quite old, and half of the neon lights were no longer working. The rest are also mixed. It looks like a rundown tavern. Who would have thought that a witch with 3rd level strength is hidden here?
Thanks.
Zhang Tuohai threw down 2 American knives and entered the bar. The lights in the bar were dim, and several girls were dancing suggestively on the stage. Many guests were swaying to the beat on the dance floor. In the corner of the stage, there was a chair. A woman in a gorgeous evening dress was sitting on the chair, holding a glass of red wine in her hand, looking down at the people on the dance floor. His face was full of contempt. She snapped her fingers lazily. The waiter beside him immediately understood and gestured to the DJ. And the restless music suddenly stopped.
The curtain of night has officially begun, and today's lucky guests will now be drawn.
A constantly changing number appeared on the big screen. Many guests took out a small card from their arms and looked at the screen with anxious expressions. The number suddenly stopped. The number is 666.
Congratulations to guest number 666. You are really lucky to be favored by Miss Stewart,
the host said loudly. A bald man jumped up excitedly holding the card and rushed towards the stage quickly. Everyone around looked jealous. They couldn't wait to go up and replace it. But thinking about the fate of those who caused trouble before, they couldn't help but put away those little tricks. As far as they knew, no one who caused trouble here ever survived the next morning. I don't know how many people tried to challenge the rules here, but in the end, they all became corpses in the stinking ditch. Whether it's a gangster or a government member, no one is accepted. They can only put the cards away and wait for tomorrow's lottery chance. The strong man walked quickly onto the stage and was about to approach Stewart. Suddenly, a strong hand grabbed his collar. Just like catching a chicken, he threw him directly back into the crowd. The strong man was thrown badly. He got up and cursed loudly.
Who is it?
The strong man angrily pulled out the folding knife from his waist.
Get away!
Zhang Tuohao took out his pistol and pointed it at the guy's head. The strong man saw the pistol and took back the folding knife angrily. Everyone around him hid a little further away, looking at the new guy with interest. They had seen many people like this who tried to stop them halfway, but they all turned into corpses. They wanted to see how the guy died. This kind of fun has become less and less popular recently. After driving away the strong man, Zhang Tuohai turned to look at Stewart. It was confirmed that it was the witch in the memory.
Miss Stewart, do you want to stay here or go out and have a chat?
Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile.
Do you know the consequences of causing trouble here?
Stewart shook the wine glass in his hand and asked with a smile.
Then let's see if you have the ability.
Following Zhang Tuohai's words, a ball of ghostly fire rose up and hit Stewart. Stewart was shocked when he saw the ghost fire. She didn't expect to meet an extraordinary person here. In order to avoid other extraordinary beings, she deliberately hid in this shabby little bar in order to hide her identity and quietly upgrade. However, I didn't expect that I bumped into one today. Moreover, it seemed that it was specifically directed at him.
How did this guy know my identity?
Stewart was puzzled, but she didn't have time to think about that now. She needed to resolve the crisis at hand. Stewart raised the wine glass, and the wine in the glass turned into a red snake and bit Zhang Tuohai's neck. And she drew a circle with her other hand, forming a six-pointed star shield in front of her, covering her body in the shield. However, she did not notice that a line of ice spread from Zhang Tuohai's feet to the soles of her feet. Click! The ice moved upward quickly, freezing Stewart into a popsicle. Stewart still maintained the same attitude of attacking just now. Draw a circle with one hand and raise a glass with the other. But combined with this still picture, it seems a bit funny. Snapped. With a snap of his fingers, Stewart disappeared without a trace. It turned into spiritual energy and entered Zhang Tuohai's body. Chapter 1559, The Magical Promotion Mission.
What kind of bullshit promotion mission is this?
Zhang Tuohai was overwhelmed when he saw the task of promoting to the second rank. Because the mission requirement for being promoted to the second level is actually for him to control a country with a population of more than 1 million without using extraordinary abilities. Then, manipulate the country to start a war with an enemy far beyond the country he controls. In the end, we have to fight and win.
You are making things difficult for me, Fat Tiger.
Zhang Tuohai scratched his head. It is not difficult to control a country with a population of 1 million. It is not difficult to start a war. It is not difficult to find a country stronger than yourself and defeat it. But it is difficult to not allow the use of extraordinary abilities.
Even if the mission goal is to kill 10 monsters.
Zhang Tuohai muttered. But complaining is still complaining. And he still has to find a way. In fact, Xiaoli is a good choice. Most of the top brass in the Kyoto area were purged and lost most of their weapons. The people are in panic. As long as Zhang Tuohai transforms into a magic stick and goes around for a while, he will definitely be able to build a team. But here comes the problem. Who will you fight with next? The place I lived in when I was little was an East Asian monster room. There are big brothers everywhere. Who can he fight without using his extraordinary power? There is no need to think about Cho country. Although it is in chaos now, there is no country stronger than him around it. If you want to fight across the sea, you don't even have a ship. Even if the ship is built, it will take years and months. Not a suitable choice either. After much thought, Zhang Tuohai finally found a suitable place. Africa. Africa can be a strange place. As long as you have the courage, you can definitely achieve something. Moreover, many seniors have set examples for themselves. Just here, even a few people can set off a military coup, even rule a country. Moreover, Zhang Tuohai has also chosen his destination. which is the land of Longqing, Libya. There are many outstanding people here, especially after being overrun by the British and French forces. There are grass-headed kings everywhere. This is a good opportunity to show off your talents. After making up his mind, Zhang Tuohai controlled Fangsuan Mountain to go south and enter Africa. Above the Sahara Desert, Zhang Tuohai kept going in circles, looking for a suitable target. Suddenly, he discovered a target. On the edge of the desert, there was a camp with trenches and other facilities inside. It looked like a military base. In the camp, a huge commercial airliner crashed into the camp, breathing slowly green smoke. This is a great place. Zhang Tuohai jumped down from Fangsuan Mountain and entered the civil aviation passenger plane. At this time, 3 bearded men with white cloths wrapped around their heads, wearing shabby military uniforms and holding AKs, walked into the civilian airliner to check the situation. And then they discovered Zhang Tuohai hiding inside.
Who are you? Why did you attack our camp?
Asked a bearded man.
I'm a tourist. This is a civil aviation aircraft. It fell down by myself. It has nothing to do with me,
Zhang Tuohai explained.
Give us a reason not to kill you.
The bearded leader opened the safety and put his finger on the trigger. Just one click could kill Zhang Tuohai.
Well, I can speak Arabic, Berber, French, English, Italian and Russian. I am a famous blogger with 200,000 followers on TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook. I can promote it to you if you need it.
Being pointed at gunpoint, Zhang Tuohai immediately told the excuse he had made up. Just after he finished speaking, the bearded leader's eyes lit up.
Do you know how to operate media? And you have 200,000 fans?
The bearded man was very excited.
Really? Don't shoot. I'll let you see my backstage.
When Zhang Tuohai saw that there was something going on, he quickly took out his mobile phone and opened the back end. Zhang Tuohai's various data were clearly marked on it. This account was used by Miwako to run Urban Legends. It was used by Zhang Tuohai to play with. And it happened to be used now.
It's really 200,000.
The bearded man nodded with satisfaction.
Do you know those foreign languages just now? Yes. Yes. If I tell half a lie, you can kill me now,
Zhang Tuohai said quickly.
Well, you will be our propaganda minister.
The bearded man patted Zhang Tuohai hard on the shoulder.
Let's go. We have to arrive in Tobruk before midnight.
The bearded man found a 9-hand pickup truck from the camp.
What is this?
Zhang Tuohai vaguely saw that this thing had 4 wheels and a frame, like a car. The bearded man didn't give Zhang Tuohai a chance to refuse, and directly threw Zhang Tuohai into the back seat. The second beard and the third beard looked at him from left to right. For a time, Zhang Tuohai was a man. Zhang Tuohai tried to make excuses, and finally got some information from these people. The bearded man's name is Abu. This group of people are former government troops who have been broken up. They have been under several warlords. Later, they felt that they were too constrained by others and planned to go out on their own. Big Beard gathered a group of local ruffians and prepared to sneak attack on Tobruk under the cover of night, and also tried to make a coup to become the leader of the warlord.
No, there are just 3 of you. And you want a coup?
Zhang Tuohai felt like his head was going to explode. This group of people is going crazy. When Colonel Kazuo staged the coup, even though it was very hasty, hundreds of people were gathered. Although many people later got lost, in the end, only Cardano went to the broadcasting building alone. But having only 3 people is too childish. Right? When he selected these people, he saw that this was a formed team, ready to occupy the magpie's nest. Now it seems that it was a bit of a misstep.
Now there are 4,
Abu said nonchalantly. Zhang Tuohai. Around midnight, a group of people entered Tobruk in a pickup truck that looked like a car. This is a seaport city with hundreds of thousands of residents. Considering that there are only 6 million people in Libya, this is already a relatively large city. The pickup truck stopped in front of a 4-story building, which is the city's radio and television building.
You go and read our manifesto declaring that this city has been taken over by us.
Abu thrust a piece of paper into Zhang Tuohai, and then drove Zhang Tuohai out of the car.
By the way, try all the languages you know, especially English and French.
Zhang Tuohai didn't want to go at first, but seeing the 3 bearded men following behind him with an AK in his eye, he walked into the radio and television building honestly. The 2 found the studio without much effort. At this time, a host was broadcasting the evening news. After seeing Zhang Tuohai and San Huzi, they immediately threw away the manuscript in their hands, and everyone in the studio raised their hands.
Well, we are here to deliver a coup speech.
Zhang Tuohai said. The first coup was inevitably a bit nervous.
Don't worry. We understand.
The host immediately helped Zhang Tuohai prepare the table and microphone. The director also adjusted the channel skillfully. There was even a makeup artist who specially helped Zhang Tuohai touch up his makeup to make him feel more energetic in front of the camera. Everyone was very skilled, and there was no feeling of being unfamiliar at all. It seems that I have experienced it many times and have become accustomed to it. Zhang Tuohai didn't know whether to say that these people were heartless or to feel sad for them. Even coups are commonplace.
Let's start,
Sandbeard urged impatiently.
That's it.
The director made a gesture, and the live broadcast has started. Zhang Tuohai walked to the camera and opened his speech. Be prepared to follow the script. But when he opened the speech script given by the bearded Abu, he was stunned. Because there is only one sentence above. Here, our Brotherhood solemnly declares that Tobruk has been officially taken over by us, and all jurisdiction in the city belongs to the Brotherhood. After reading this sentence, Zhang Tuohai felt Spartan. Brother, are you serious about this coup speech? Are you sure you're not trying to be funny? What's your plan of action? What about your goals? How about getting residents to support your pie? If you have nothing, why should you let others follow you? Zhang Tuohai really wanted to give up his choice now. But looking at the muzzle of Sandbird's gun, he became intimidated again. The most important thing is that now that the live broadcast has begun, he can no longer get off the stage even if he wants to. The only way to escape is with the Brotherhood. Zhang Tuohai took a deep breath and began to draw pie in front of the camera. What guarantees work for everyone? What guarantees welfare to all? What guarantees will return the city to stability? What guarantees rebuilding infrastructure? Anyway, it's all just painting. Just blow it, and it's done. He is now tied to the Brotherhood. It can only succeed but not fail. Chapter 1560. It actually succeeded. Zhang Tuohai took advantage of his advantages as a host and blew the air. After saying it in Arabic, it was repeated again in Berber. Then there's Italian, English, French, and even Russian. By the time I finished talking about this, it was almost dawn.
That's it.
After Zhang Tuohai finished speaking, he was almost paralyzed with fatigue. He was not so tired when he killed Yamada no Warchi. Sandbeard finally changed his attitude towards Zhang Tuohai. Now, at least the gun is not pointed directly at Zhang Tuohai. At this time, the studio door was pushed open. A man in military uniform walked in from outside.
Your Excellency Minister of Propaganda. Mayor Abu invites you to meet him at the mayor's residence. Mayor Abu?
Zhang Tuohai was stunned when he heard the name. He remembered that the bearded man was called Abu. He became mayor? Does this mean the coup was successful? Isn't that too hasty? Zhang Tuohai was completely stunned. Although, this is Africa and has an excellent matching mechanism. Various coups emerged one after another. There are even quite a few funny elements in them. But being in it, Zhang Tuohai still felt that it was too absurd. He walked out of the radio and television building with the guards in a daze, and got into a black Mercedes-Benz car. We came to a 3-storied building with a fountain. Under the guidance of the guards, we entered the restaurant. At this time, the bearded Abu was sitting at the main seat in the restaurant. He was eating a piece of steak, and Erbeard was sitting next to him eating a piece of pasta. Libya should be one of the most common places for pasta outside of Italy. Here, almost every restaurant will serve pasta. When Abu saw Zhang Tuohai come in, he immediately put down his knife and fork and smiled.
My dear Zhang, I knew you would succeed. Your ability is beyond my expectation. You have successfully impressed all the people in Tobruk. You are really a genius. A gift from the Lord to me. Letting you be the Minister of Propaganda is the most correct decision I made.
Abu enthusiastically pulled Zhang Tuohai to sit down, and then asked someone to serve Zhang Tuohai a piece of pasta. Pasta with beef sauce. The taste is sweet and spicy, which is common in Libya. Feel good. After finishing the meal, Abu said solemnly,
Okay, now let's talk about how to realize those great plans you mentioned.
Zhang Tuohai, that's all just bragging. And you actually want to make it happen?
It must be realized,
Abu said with a serious face.
The former mayor has taken away the money and ran away. More than 1,000 defenders have not been paid for 3 months. And taxes have been collected. 20 years later. It was your speech last night that moved them. Otherwise, we would all be hanging on the wall. Hang from a street lamp. No wonder the coup succeeded so easily. It turned out to be a mess.
Zhang Tuohai understood.
What about selling fixed assets? Everything of value has been sold out. And what you see now has been mortgaged, including the mayor's mansion.
The bearded Abu spread his hands.
What should we do?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
You are the one who said it. And you have to think of the solution. Now! I appoint you as the Minister of Finance. You must think of a solution immediately. If you can't think of a solution, you can get on your way first.
The bearded Abu slapped the AK on the table. Sam Beard even put the AK directly on Zhang Tuohai's head.
I have a way. We can go to the big dog owner for help. We are all brothers and let him help us.
Zhang Tuohai said.
Then I will appoint you as the Minister of Foreign Affairs. You go now. Three Beards. You go with him.
The bearded Abu wiped his mouth and made a decision. Then, Zhang Tuohai was put into the car again and drove all the way to the airport. Even buying the air tickets was paid for by Zhang Tuohai himself.
I have never seen such a poor finance minister.
Zhang Tuohai muttered. Fortunately, the airport security did not bring the gun on the plane. Zhang Tuohai thought about running away. But Sam Beard kept a close eye on him, and he had no chance. On the plane, Zhang Tuohai was thinking of a way. After arriving in Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia, Zhang Tuohai took a taxi directly to the palace.
Please inform the respected Caliph that we are special envoys from Libya. We have something to ask to see the great Caliph.
Half an hour later, Zhang Tuohai saw a young man wearing a white robe in the golden living room. This is the son of the Caliph. The young Caliph. The succession of the Saudi Caliphate is carried out from brother to brother. That is, when the old king dies, the position will be passed to the younger brother. The previous generation of old kings were more prolific, with more than 50 sons. Until now, the throne has only been passed down to 22 sons, and there are more than 30 younger brothers waiting to take over. But the son of this generation of caliph wanted to change this system to one where the father died and the son succeeded. So a coup took place and his uncles were imprisoned. This blatant violation of ancestral rules made the young caliph very passive. So he liked to invest in some external forces and let them speak for himself. And he happened to see Zhang Tuohai's speech last night and felt that Zhang Tuohai was a very useful person. Otherwise, as Zhang Tuohai, he would not be able to see the little caliph at all, let alone asking for help. Do you really think it's so easy to get money from wealthy people?
I know your purpose. This is a bank card from Peninsula Bank, with 10 million US dollars in it. However, you can only use it to develop your power. If the development momentum is good, there will be follow-up investment. If you become the leader of Libya, then we will be our closest partners. But if you plan to use the money to enjoy a splurge, the card will be blocked immediately.
The little caliph pushed a golden bank card to Zhang Tuohai. The three-bearded man next to him was so excited that he wanted to grab his bank card immediately. But after hearing that he couldn't use it for his own enjoyment, he felt like a deflated rubber ball and sat on the chair dejectedly. Zhang Tuohai looked at the bank card for a while and then said,
"Dear little caliph, please help me change it into cash. I don't want to make a donation and escape, but I want to go to a place that only accepts cash."
"Where?" the little caliph asked with interest.
"Idlib refugee camp. I understand. I will send a few bodyguards to help you get the money. You can't get so much by yourself."
The little caliph rang the bell, and immediately a dozen bodyguards in suits appeared in front of the little caliph.
"Follow him for the time being and obey all his arrangements. You can even use some of my resources."
Then, Zhang Tuohai came to Idlib on a private plane. There is the largest refugee camp here, and a beautiful girl only costs 300 dinars. Looking at the huge refugee camp, Zhang Tuohai had someone set up a stage and announced loudly,
"Recruiting mercenaries.
Requirement 1, good health. Requirement 2, have a family." Chapter 1561 Recruiting Troops. In the refugee camps, as long as you have money, murder and arson are not a problem. Recruiting mercenaries is no problem. Soon, Zhang Tuohai's stage was crowded with people, and everyone raised their hands, hoping that Zhang Tuohai would choose them.
The people recruited must have families and children first. Those who are qualified will be grouped into family units. They will line up from here. Those who are not qualified will leave on their own. Why are you here recruiting these people? What we need to solve now is how to solve Tobruk's financial situation.
Not recruiting these dirty refugees.
Three Beards said, dissatisfied.
If you don't understand, don't interrupt. I am the Minister of Finance. You are not.
Zhang Tuohai looked at Sam Beard coldly.
You damn guy. I'm going to kill you.
Sam Beard wanted to touch the gun, but then he remembered that his gun had been confiscated at customs.
Just wait. Sooner or later I will hang you up and whip you,
Sam Beard said angrily. Zhang Tuohai ignored him and continued recruiting. He came to the middle of the team and selected suitable candidates. In his opinion, the most suitable soldiers are those with families. especially children. Only when you have scruples can you control yourself. Those who are alone are the most terrifying, because they only have one life, and enough benefits can make them rebel. Every time Zhang Tuohai selected a person, he would hand over the settling-in fee of $100 to that person. In a refugee camp where the girl only needed 300 dinars, $100 was a huge sum of money. You can have people do anything for you. Even buying their families' lives is not a problem. Zhang Tuohai's generosity made those who received the resettlement allowance burst into tears and held Zhang Tuohai's hand to thank him. Zhang Tuohai accepted it with a smile and patted each other on the shoulder from time to encourage him. The reason why Zhang Tuohai took so much trouble was to let these people remember who gave them money and who their master was. The instrument and name cannot be faked in the hands of others. The screening lasted from early morning to dusk. Zhang Tuohai selected a total of 10,000 qualified candidates, counting their families. The total number was approximately 50,000 to 60,000. Now, the first task for you is to beat this guy to death. Zhang Tuohai stood on the high platform and pointed at the three beards next to him. You dare? Sandbeard reached out to touch the gun out of habit, but came up empty. The refugees in the audience were stunned at first. Many of them stayed in place and did not dare to move. However, some of them were so excited that they jumped up to the high platform and started to attack three beards. Sandbeard was indeed an old prostitute, and his men had some tricks up their sleeves, and they threw out 5 or 6 people who came forward in a row. But no matter how powerful he is, he can't compare to dozens of people. Soon, Sandbeard was pressed down by the crowd like a stack of arhats and beaten to death. Very good. You guys are now company commanders. In addition, each of you can receive an extra $100 in bounty. Zhang Tuohai pulled these people up one by one, helped them tidy up their collars, and then distributed the bounty. He needs to use this method to make these people remember that as long as they listen to his words, they will get benefits. As long as they come here a few times and form a conditioned reflex, they will become loyal thugs. After receiving Zhang Tuohai's reward, these people were full of joy, while those who had not done anything or were far away were stamping their feet and beating their chests, regretting their hesitation. Otherwise, you will be the one receiving the bounty now. Looking at the performance of the following people, Zhang Tuohai knew that his goal had been achieved. Let these people choose their men, and he himself found the black marketeer under the guidance of his bodyguards. It is said to be a black market, but in fact it is sold with great fanfare. Like a rural market, every businessman here has a profound background, and no one dares to cause trouble here. Zhang Tuohai found a powerful black marketeer. Give me 10,000 AKs, 10 million rounds of ammunition, 40,000 grenades, 3,000 RPGs, and enough cans to support 100,000 people for a month. Zhang Tuohai said. Also, find me some more reliable instructors. Okay, tell me the delivery location. Also, which country do you want for the instructor? They are all retired from the regular army. Their professionalism is no problem. The black marketeers are very educated and don't even ask about Zhang Tuohai's origins or the whereabouts of the weapons. As long as they have money, everything can be done. Can I borrow His Excellency the Little Caliph's ship? With so many people and weapons, we will definitely not be able to cross the border through normal channels. Zhang Tuohai asked the bodyguard. The bodyguard took out the satellite phone, walked to a distance, said a few words, and then came back. His Excellency the Little Caliph has agreed to your request. There are 3 ships docked at the port. They will send you to Tobruk. In addition, His Excellency the Little Caliph asked me to tell you that he appreciates your performance very much. If you can get, he will have a second grant for Benghazi. Help me thank His Majesty the Young Caliph for his generosity, and he will see what he wants. Zhang Tuohai nodded. There was no turning back for him now. I can only make my way in this chaotic country. Zhang Tuohai saw weapons and instructors at the dock. The 20 Wagner mercenaries were neatly equipped and looked smart and capable at first glance. Let these mud-legged guys learn the most basic fighting skills. I'm not paying them to become cannon fodder to fill in the gaps. If we can do it, each person will get 6,000 knives per month, and there will be additional rewards for doing well. After hearing Zhang Tuohai's words, these mercenaries looked at each other with excitement in their eyes. Although their salary is very high, converted into US dollars, the monthly basic salary is only about 4,000 US dollars. Although there are additional performance during battles, they have to work hard for it. Now, just by training some farmers, you can get $6,000 a month, which is a huge profit. The eyes of the mercenaries showed excitement.
I can't wait to start training now. Zhang Tuohai arranged them, and the refugees on the boat. The boat departed carrying Zhang Tuohai and his refugees. Those refugees looked at their hometown that was gradually moving away, with tears of joy in their eyes. In their eyes, hometown is just endless suffering and abyss. The reason why they didn't leave was because they didn't have the ability to leave. Otherwise, he would have run away early. Zhang Tuohai fished them out of the refugee camp. For them, Zhang Tuohai was their savior. He obeyed Zhang Tuohai's orders. When musicians start training with them, they take it more seriously than anyone else. They were afraid that Zhang Tuohai would think they were unqualified and throw them back into the refugee camp. After coming out of hell, no one wants to go back. If we go back, it would be easier to kill them. After a few days of training, they were able to use guns proficiently and use simple battle formations. The price is that each of these people sleep less than 4 hours a day. The rest of the time was spent training like crazy. When the early morning sun shone on the deck, the ship finally arrived at the harbor of Tobruk. Chapter 1562 Establishment. Before arriving in Tobruk, Zhang Tuohai called Big Beard and told him that the supplies would be arriving at the port soon, and asked him to take all the people to prepare to move the supplies. After getting the news, the bearded Abu was very happy and immediately took all the troops to the port to prepare for the arrival of the supplies. After seeing 3 freighters docked at the pier, the bearded Abu smiled so hard that he could hardly close his mouth. How much supplies can be carried on so many ships? It should be no problem to feed the more than 1,000 people under his command. The more than 1,000 defenders under him, who had just surrendered, were even more elated. They have had no income for a long time. The previous boss took away all the money, and is now sunbathing in a seaside villa in Italy. Leave them hard-boiled people here to eat sand. They are not convinced. They also want to go abroad and live in big villas. If they rob these ships, their wish will almost be fulfilled. After seeing the ship docking, these people move closer to the ship. Be prepared to rush aboard as soon as the boat docks. Let's talk about grabbing the supplies. The bearded Abu was not satisfied with the appearance of these people. However, his control over these people was limited, and he could only keep shouting to ask them to restrain themselves. But everyone who knows the quality of understands it. The bearded man himself was also carried forward by them.
Is this a bunch of rabble we have to deal with?
Yuri looked at the group of people below. Yuri is the leader of the mercenaries hired by Zhang Tuohai. A Slav with a standard bald head. The muscles on his face are horizontally striated, and he looks amiable.
It's just a group of gangsters entrenched in a small city. Naturally, it doesn't matter. The Benghazi side is what we really need to pay attention to.
Zhang Tuohai pointed towards the west. Tobruk is just a small city in the easternmost part of Libya, and the people who live here are the scum that cannot survive elsewhere. Benghazi is the second largest city in Libya. It has an important port, complete facilities, and controls part of the oil output. Those who can work here are naturally not ordinary organizations. It is said that they are all former government troops and have the size of 2 brigades. And the goal that the little caliphate set for himself was Benghazi. Only by defeating Benghazi can we prove our value and qualify for the next investment. Otherwise, the bones may be buried in this yellow sand.
This is your test battle. I'll set a goal for you. No more than 100 people on your side will die. If you can do it, the bonus will be doubled.
Zhang Tuohai said.
100? It's a bit difficult, but I like it.
Yuri licked his lips and smiled.
Brothers, get ready to work.
Yuri greeted loudly. Under the organization of the mercenaries, the refugees prepared themselves in battle formation. Everyone was breathing heavily. They know that today's battle is related to their future lives. They can't help but treat it with caution. After a while, the ship docked at the dock. The gangway is erected. Those people under the boat will rush onto the boat. However, hundreds of refugees holding AKs suddenly rushed out of the boat and started shooting at them. Those soldiers were caught off guard and suffered heavy casualties. A large number fell to the ground. Those professional mercenaries were even more sinister. They wore ordinary clothes and mingled among the civilians. From time to time, they took out a grenade and threw it specifically towards crowded places. Once fried, it becomes a large piece. A few grenades can take away a dozen. Although many people cannot be killed by the explosion, it is enough to make the other party lose the ability to resist. As soon as the two sides met, hundreds of people below were knocked down. Although many people were only injured but not dead. In this case, there is no difference between injury and death. The people below saw this situation and knew that something was wrong. So they began to retreat and try to counterattack. However, it takes time for them to get together and retreat to distance themselves. In addition, they are below. So if they want to fight back, they have to raise their heads and shoot. Attacking from the bottom up is inherently more difficult. In addition, by the time they returned to a state where they could fight back, less than 1/10 of them were left. The rest of these people are not elites who have fought in hundreds of battles. They are just a bunch of who know how to get what they want. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to such a remote city. Having suffered such heavy losses, his first thought was to run away. Immediately, he was beaten up a lot. Only a few dozen raised their guns and started fighting back. Normal people can imagine what the consequences would be if dozens of people or thousands of people shoot each other. These remaining soldiers were quickly killed. However, the refugees also suffered some losses, because the training time was too short, and it was their first time on the battlefield. Many people's minds went blank. Many combat regulations have been forgotten. Just pull the trigger. Even when the bullets were out, the empty chamber made a clicking sound. Some people failed to find hiding spots and were killed or injured by stray bullets. The mercenary leader quickly organized people to rescue the wounded, clean the battlefield, and count the battle losses. The final statistics came out. 89 refugee recruits died and 122 were injured, including 12 seriously injured and 110 slightly injured. A surprise attack with an absolutely superior force, but also calculated mentally and unintentionally. To achieve this figure is really not good looking. However, considering that this was a group of refugees who had just been recruited for 3 days, it seemed that they could be forgiven. At least Zhang Tuohai is very satisfied. He solved the first crisis and then captured territory in Libya. One step closer to the assessment target. Clean the battlefield. Collect the bodies. Bury all the bodies in the cemetery. Transfer all the supplies to the shore. And move towards the mayor's residence. Under Zhang Tuohai's order, everyone buried all the bodies in the cemetery and arrived at the mayor's residence. Arriving at the mayor's residence, Zhang Tuohai had a table brought over and stood on it and said loudly, "It is your efforts that allow us to stand here. Here, I announce an order. All the family members of the war dead will not only receive pensions, but also stable jobs, and their children will also get what they deserve. Education. I will raise them until they are adults. Not only those who died in the war today are treated like this, but all those who died in the war in the future will be treated like this. Not only those who died in battle, but also those who were injured will also enjoy injury allowances and subsidies. After recovering from injury, those who are willing to continue serving will be welcomed with both hands. Those who do not want to serve will be arranged for work. Those who are seriously injured and unable to work, I can provide money to support you. Since you are willing to follow me out, I will be responsible for you to the end." The people below were shocked when they heard Zhang Tuohai's words. In the refugee camp, they are just expendable items. Even if they are drafted into soldiers, they are just fill-in-the-line babies. Not to mention compensation for those killed in battle. Not even the body can be found. People like Zhang Tuohai, who not only bury the dead, but also take care of their families, are rare. If not rare. Instantly, those refugees felt a sense of respect as human beings. Everyone's heart was filled with emotion. Zhang Tuohai's prestige in their hearts reached its peak. Chapter 1563 Surprise Attack. After his speech, Zhang Tuohai struck while the iron was hot and distributed bonuses, pensions and subsidies on the spot. Several good performers were promoted on the spot. Zhang Tuohai commandeered a nearby hotel to arrange for his men. The hotel owner was reluctant at first, but in front of the gunpoint, he readily agreed, and thoughtfully took care of the 3 meals. "Very good. Work hard, and when I have the money, I will pay you double the amount." Zhang Tuohai patted the other party's shoulder and said. After arranging these people, Zhang Tuohai gathered the mercenaries to discuss the next step. "These refugees need training. You have seen their performance. It's just that they have paid such a high price to deal with a group of scum. If they encounter the regular army, they will be vulnerable." Yuri scratched his head and said, "However, we don't have that much money to support them through complete training." Zhang Tuohai spread his hands. "The little caliphate gave me this money. If I can't get it from Benghazi, there won't be a second aid. So, no matter what, Benghazi must be defeated as soon as possible. But the Brotherhood is in charge of Benghazi. They have 2 brigades in their hands. These are regular troops. The refugee group cannot defeat them at all," Yuri said. "So, we need to find some new stuff to quickly deal with those guys," Zhang Tuohai said. "You mean drones?" Zhang Tuohai knocked on the table. "Those guys don't have enough air defense methods anyway, and drones are a blind spot for their defense. Moreover, this thing is easy to operate.
As long as you know how to use a mobile phone, you can get started quickly. It's just right for these people. That's okay.
Yuri nodded.
I have a way to buy TB2 drones, but the quantity won't be too many. TB2 is still too professional and too expensive. We don't have enough money to buy a few of them. We can just buy civilian drones and hoist a few grenades,
Zhang Tuohai said.
There are several heavy fortresses in Benghazi that cannot be dealt with by drones alone. It is best to obtain heavy artillery,
Yuri said.
The artillery is too high-end. It's even more unrealistic for you to expect a group of refugees to be able to control the artillery. Let's do this. I'll give you a manufacturer that buys seamless steel pipes. You go buy a batch of seamless steel pipes and a batch of gas tanks and put them directly on the soil. Shoot,
Zhang Tuohai said helplessly. He also knew that heavy artillery was good. But unfortunately, he didn't have enough money. So he had to use his own methods.
Okay, I'll try my best to handle it,
Yuri said. He also knew that Zhang Tuohai had very limited money. So he could only nod his head and agree to use these crude methods to solve the problem. In the following period, Yuri used private channels to purchase a batch of civilian drones, selected a group of literate refugees, and began training for drone bombing. Because there is no money in hand, throwing objects can only be replaced by stones. However, refugees appreciate opportunities, because they know that only by success can they continue to live a life of being treated as human beings. If they fail, they have no choice but to return to the refugee camp. Even returning to the refugee camp is a luxury. And I can only become a prisoner, a slave of others, and a handful of bones in the yellow sand. After some training, many operators who are good at drones were selected. Among them, a boy named Hassan stood out. He has a natural instinct for drone pitching. He can even throw a stone into the basketball hoop from a height of 50 meters. The accuracy is ridiculously high. Even Yuri praised Hassan as a natural drone pilot. If he was given a better drone, he might be able to get just the right results. Zhang Tuohai promoted Hassan to the commander-in-chief of the drone team, coordinating all matters related to drone operations. He wants to set such a benchmark so that everyone can display their abilities. As long as you have a skill, you can be reused here. As the commander-in-chief of the drone fleet, Hassan's salary is 4 times that of an ordinary infantryman. During combat, there are also target rewards. Each time you kill an enemy target, you will be rewarded with 10 knives. Although the amount is not large, it is still very attractive to refugees such as Hassan. The improvement in Hassan's treatment allowed others to see opportunities. Everyone is practicing hard, striving to stand out and get a better treatment. In addition to increasing the training of drones, Zhang Tuohai also strengthened the training of infantry. Zhang Tuohai divided the infantry into 2 teams. One team conducts training, and the other team patrols the city to maintain law and order. If gangs are found to disrupt normal social order, the patrol will arrest these people directly and organize a religious court to hold a public trial in the square in the city center. And the whole process will be broadcast by the TV station. Of course, this trial is just a process. All gangsters, as long as they are caught, have only one end, and that is to be hanged from a street lamp. Although the method was a little harsh, the effect was surprisingly good. After dozens of corpses appeared on the street lamps, the security of the entire Tobruk instantly calmed down. No one dares to mess around anymore. After order was restored in the market, the city slowly regained its vitality. You can also see vendors on the roadside. There are also more supplies of all kinds. Although the overall situation is still very difficult, there are obvious signs of improvement. According to normal rules, all Zhang Tuohai needs to do is to build walls high, accumulate grain widely, and slowly become king. Using Tobruk as a base, they farmed, developed productivity, organized and trained the army, and slowly expanded inland. When the military training is complete, we will slowly plan to complete the unification of Libya. But Zhang Tuohai didn't want to do this. He is only here to complete the task, not to be the savior. Everything is about completing the mission first. A month later, all infantrymen completed basic training. Zhang Tuohai decided to launch an offensive and march towards Benghazi. In addition to completing the mission, there is another important reason for marching in such a hurry, and that is that the money given by the little caliphate is almost exhausted. If he doesn't march, his finances will collapse. Naturally, it is impossible for so many people to go to Benghazi by walking. Zhang Tuohai collected all the buses from the bus company and found dozens of trucks. The remaining people all rode bicycles, and the group marched toward Benghazi. Benghazi was currently garrisoned by the Brotherhood, and because they controlled some of the oil wells, Their lives were very comfortable. When life becomes rich, the motivation to move forward is lost. The top leaders of the Brotherhood are immersed in drunkenness and revelry every day and cannot extricate themselves. They were also worried that the army would overthrow them. So they even only issued 10 rounds of ammunition to the soldiers. Only when there was war would a limited amount of ammunition be issued. There seemed to be nothing special about this night. It seemed like another intoxicating night as usual. But outside Benghazi, a strange team is approaching quickly. Chapter 1564, Others can sell it. But I can't. Haggard was a soldier of the former government army. After Cardano was overthrown, they hid with their superior officers for a while, and then successfully hugged the black feet of the Gaul chicken. Became a free army funded by Gallic chickens. With the help of weapons provided by Gallic chicken, they successfully occupied the oil-producing area of Benghazi. The bulk of the meal was given to the Gallic chicken, and the rest was enough for them to eat and drink. Drink wine and eat meat every day, and be happy and happy. After eating and drinking, he went outside the barracks to take a breath of fresh air. He looked up at the sky. There were stars twinkling in the sky. He had not seen such a beautiful starry sky for a long time. Wait, what's that sound? Haggard heard what seemed to be a sound in the sky. He held his head high and searched carefully. What exactly is making that sound? Then, he heard a sharp whistling sound. Boom! A grenade exploded on his head. The fragment hit his head directly, and the body fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, explosions sounded one after another. Bombs fell on the barracks and exploded. The people in the room, who were drinking and eating meat, suddenly heard the explosion and were frightened half to death. However, after all, they survived the war and had first-class evasion awareness. Soon they each found a suitable place to hide. Immediately afterwards, I heard huge cans hitting the roof. And then, there was a violent explosion. The huge explosion directly destroyed the barracks. The people hiding in the barracks were buried directly inside.
All the targets in the first wave were destroyed. The infantry regiment moved forward to clear out the remaining personnel.
Yuri is using a drone to check the battlefield situation. He had not expected the Brotherhood's defense to be so lax. There was originally going to be a tough battle, but I didn't expect to kill most of the enemies so easily. After receiving the order, the infantry regiment immediately rushed forward with guns in hand. On the way forward, whenever you see people who are not our own, kill them directly to avoid unnecessary losses. Anyway, anyone who can wander around on the street must not be an ordinary civilian, because most of the people were killed in the military camp. Plus there were gas tank cannons and drones for aerial reconnaissance. The infantry regiment attacked smoothly. Every time an enemy is discovered, the drone will be summoned to drop bombs first. After killing most of the enemies, swarm them and kill them. Zhang Tuohai set rules for them. No one could suffer unnecessary casualties. They must kill at least 3 enemies before they were allowed to die in battle. Under Zhang Tuohai's order, the infantry regiment advanced much slower, but its casualties were very low. From the attack until now, less than 10 people have died. This is something to be proud of for this group of refugees who barely completed recruit training. The infantry regiment quickly rushed into the Benghazi military camp, killed all those who still resisted, and then took over the Benghazi military camp and broadcasting building. Zhang Tuohai skillfully entered the broadcasting building, gave a speech, and announced that he had taken over Benghazi. The purpose of his speech was very simple, which was to let the little caliph pay money quickly. The little caliph did not expect that Zhang Tuohai would occupy Benghazi so quickly. Surprised, a small delegation was immediately dispatched. In the early morning, the delegation took a connecting flight and arrived at Benghazi airport.
The little caliph is very satisfied with your performance. This is the second grant. $300 million.
The representative said, pointing to the large amount of cash. Someone like Zhang Tuohai really needed a lot of cash. But to his surprise, the little Khalifa kindly helped him change it. This saved him a lot of trouble.
I wonder if the little caliphate is interested in the oil here.
Zhang Tuohai looked at the cash and asked with a smile.
The oil here is controlled by Gallic Chicken's company,
the representative said.
As long as the little caliph wants it, it won't be any more.
Zhang Tuohai said with a smile.
How much share do you want?
The representative asked after hesitation.
30%.
Zhang Tuohai stretched out 3 fingers.
I only want 30%. And the rest belongs to the little caliphate. However, I don't have anyone who understands technology here, and I still need the little caliphate to find someone to fill the vacancy.
Zhang Tuohai said.
This is okay.
The representative nodded. The two reached an agreement. All oil companies in Benghazi belonged to the little caliphate, and Zhang Tuohai is responsible for maintaining public security and receiving 30% of the profits. In the long run, Zhang Tuohai will suffer from this agreement. But Zhang Tuohai didn't care. The oil doesn't belong to him anyway. He just uses the oil to obtain money that can enhance his strength in a short period of time. Then arm the army with money and complete the promotion tasks. As for who will own the oil in the future, what does it have to do with him? Anyway, this oil is here. Others can sell it, but I can't. After reaching an agreement, Zhang Tuohai led the infantry regiment directly into the Benghazi Oil Company, kicked open the door of the oil company.
What are you doing? This is Gaul Company. You have no right to enter. Please get out.
A Gaulish stopped them. He said with a proud look on his face. In their eyes, any opposition government forces are not a problem. No matter who is in power. This place belongs to them. The Gallic army was their eternal backing. However, Zhang Tuohai was too lazy to pamper him. Going up is a slap in the face. With one slap, the Gauls in front of him was whipped around 3 times. This is Zhang Tuohai's mercy. Otherwise, the opponent's head will be broken.
You? Why did you hit me?
The Gauls were stunned.
You're pretending to be a Gaulish.
Zhang Tuohai sneered.
As we all know, Gaul is a black country. How can there be white people? You must be a fake Gaul.
Gauls.
Arrest everyone here and put them in jail. No one is allowed to leave without my order.
Zhang Tuohai ordered.
Yes.
The infantry following Zhang Tuohai rushed into the oil company, arrested all the employees inside, and threw them into the Benghazi prison. The men of the Little Caliphate took over the place in the afternoon. He also opened an overseas account for Zhang Tuohai, and profits will be deposited into Zhang Tuohai's overseas account regularly. After dealing with the oil company matter, Zhang Tuohai inspected the weapons and equipment left by the Brotherhood. You won't know if you don't check. But you will find out after you check that the Brotherhood is extremely rich. There were actually 40 Hummers, plus 100 pickup trucks. There are more than 500 rocket launchers. There are more than 6,000 firearms of various types. There are even 12 T-72 tanks and 30 BMP-2 infantry fighting vehicles. This strength is pretty good among warlords. It's a pity that all these things are piled up in the warehouse and Zhang Tuohai is cheap. Zhang Tuohai immediately formed a rapid reaction force based on these weapons. All personnel ride in vehicles and concentrate all anti-armor weapons. Zhang Tuohai named this reaction force the Scimitar Brigade. After that, Zhang Tuohai went to Idlib again, this time recruiting 50,000 refugees again. Because, based on the successful experience last time, this time it went smoothly and enough people were quickly recruited. After bringing these refugees back, Zhang Tuohai divided them into 10 brigades. Refugees brought back for the first time served as officers. Mercenaries serve as high-ranking military officers. A temporary military stand was set up. Chapter 1565 Angry Gaul Silky Chicken. After reorganizing the organizational structure, Zhang Tuohai put these 10 brigades into intense training. This is the key to completing his mission in the future, and he cannot help but ignore it. Meanwhile, news of his control of the oil company reached Gaul. The oil company in Gaul was furious after hearing this, and called the Palace of Versailles directly. The Gallic authorities are required to immediately send troops to protect the interests of these merchants. Otherwise, they will not support them in the next election. The authorities in Gaul heard this, and were horrified. A note was immediately sent to Zhang Tuohai, requiring Zhang Tuohai to withdraw from Benghazi immediately, and protect the legitimate interests of Gallic businessmen. Otherwise, the Gallic authorities would send troops to safeguard their legitimate rights and interests. Send troops? A sneer appeared on Zhang Tuohai's lips. He was just waiting for the other party to send troops. One of the mission objectives is to defeat a powerful country. Gallic Chicken was just a suitable target.
Tell them, if they don't come, they will be grandsons.
After Zhang Tuohai called back, he immediately contacted the Little Khalifa and purchased a batch of anti-ship missiles through Little Khalifa's channels. The most convenient way for Gaul to come is by sea. Moreover, with the arrogance of the Gauls, they may not have thought that they could have anti-ship missiles. As long as they can make a sneak attack, they can disgrace the Gallic Chicken. Zhang Tuohai has made arrangements. Gaul was furious. In recent years, Gaul has indeed been in decline, and has even been called the shame of the Wuchang. Jokes about Black Gaul are flying all over the place. Forget it, Zhang Sanchong said. When will the local armed forces of a small North African country be able to show off their power in front of Gaul? The officials of Gaul could not sit still. It just so happened that the domestic strike was in full swing at this time, and they urgently needed an external event to divert the attention of domestic people. Looking at it this way, Zhang Tuahai is simply a gift delivered to his door.
Where are our aircraft carriers?
Asked the Gallic president.
It's just cruising in the Mediterranean. But Mr. President, according to time, it's time for the aircraft carrier to return to the dock for repairs,
said the Lord Admiralty.
Ask them to work overtime and go to North Africa to blow up that damn guy. By the way, bring the people from the 1st Special Forces Brigade and take direct military control of Benghazi.
The president of Gaul made the decision. After the order was passed to the aircraft carrier, the Navy officers and soldiers complained. The word that Gauls hate to hear the most is overtime.
It's really annoying. I've already told my wife that I'm going back on vacation soon,
complained a sailor.
It doesn't matter. You still have the barrel of the gun. Don't worry, I will help you oil it,
another sailor said teasingly.
Let's go have a drink. The captain said that from today on, drinks will be available,
the sailor said while hugging another sailor. This is the tradition of Gaul. Before fighting, you should try to improve your morale as much as possible, especially since I am about to go on vacation and I have to work overtime. If you can't calm down your mood, these sailors will strike in minutes to show you. These are the free and romantic Gauls. Many soldiers cheered and entered the restaurant, raising large glasses of wine and drinking heavily. As for the upcoming war, no one cares at all. The mission target has been decided. It is just a small group of anti-government armed forces entrenched in the city. Calling them rebels makes them proud. All they have to do is watch the Air Force go up and drop a few bombs. And then the assault brigade will land directly to solve the battle. These sailors just need to watch the show. It's no big deal. So, almost everyone was drinking happily. The aircraft carrier slowly approached the Libyan coastline.
Captain, there are still 200 nautical miles ahead, and we will approach the opponent's coastline. Do you want to maintain this combat distance? It doesn't matter. They are just a group of refugees who have just picked up guns. They don't even have anti-aircraft machine guns. It doesn't matter if they get closer,
the captain said carelessly. In his eyes, using an aircraft carrier to eliminate such a group of forces is simply making a mountain out of a molehill. However, he had to follow the orders issued by the Palace of Versailles. From top to bottom, there is a feeling of laziness. After all, they are just a group of thieves, and they really can't cheer up. In their view, there is no need to even dispatch aircraft. As long as the aircraft carrier docks at the port, those little thieves will have to raise their hands and throw guns. The aircraft carrier slowly approached the coastline of Benghazi. At the same time, several anti-ship missiles were placed on the beach in Benghazi.
We're within range. Do you want to attack immediately? Don't wait for them to get closer. It's too far away and leaves too much time for them to react. Wait for them to get closer to the 12 nautical mile territorial sea line. Are they so brave? How dare they show their face? The Gauls are notoriously arrogant. This time, I'm going to ride on his face and keep his aircraft carrier here.
Zhang Tuahai's face was full of sneers. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't use his extraordinary power, he wouldn't bother to do so. Just go up and cut the aircraft carrier in half. He has sunk all 11 of Chow's aircraft carriers. So he still cares about this one? Seeing the aircraft carrier slowly approaching the territorial waters, Zhang Tuahai estimated that it was almost done.
Fire out all anti-ship missiles, 2 for each escort ship, and leave the rest to the aircraft carrier.
Zhang Tuahai issued the order. The person in charge of the control was surprised when he heard this, secretly lamenting that Zhang Tuahai was so courageous that he actually wanted to eat the opponent's entire aircraft carrier battle group in one go. However, the order was given by Zhang Tuahai, and the money was paid by Zhang Tuahai. They could only obey Zhang Tuahai's order, mark the target, and press the launch button. Whoosh! Several anti-ship missiles were fired at the aircraft carrier. Dee-dee-dee. The radar sounded an alert. The radar soldier thought he had made a mistake. But when he saw clearly that it was a high-speed incoming target, he panicked.
Enemy attack!
The radar man shouted.
What? What's going on? Tell me clearly,
the captain asked loudly. Before the radar soldier could explain clearly, the anti-ship missile had already arrived in front of the aircraft carrier. Boom! An anti-ship missile directly hit the aircraft carrier's reactor shell. The missile exploded instantly. A large hole was blown in the reactor shell. The core of the reactor melted, and the hot radioactive material spread outward, burning through everything in its path. After a while, a large hole appeared in the bilge. A large amount of seawater poured into the cabin. Damage control wants to repair the damaged area. But 2 more missiles hit the hull. 2 more large holes were opened in the boat. A large amount of seawater poured into the hull. The aircraft carrier began to sink rapidly. Not only the aircraft carrier, but other escort destroyers were also attacked to varying degrees. Some have one, some have two. 3 destroyers sank instantly. Only one had its power system destroyed. Although it did not sink, it was impossible to continue driving. The entire aircraft carrier battle group was killed in such a ridiculous way. Chapter 1566. Why don't you grab it? Because the aircraft carrier has a large hull, and it takes a certain amount of time to sink. The sailors have enough time to escape from the ship. But the problem is that there are not enough lifeboats on the ship. So most people can only float on the sea. At night, the temperature of the seawater is still very cold. If they stay in the water for a long time, they will freeze to death.
Damn it! How could our aircraft carrier be sunk? What do those radar soldiers do for a living?
A sailor yelled angrily.
Save some energy. We don't know when rescue will come.
A sailor said helplessly.
Maybe there was no rescue at all.
Another sailor said. Hearing this, the surrounding Gallic sailors showed sad expressions. As Gallic sailors, they naturally know what the current situation of the Gallic Navy is like. Although there are many ships, most of them are old guys, and spend most of their time lying in the dock. It can't be opened at all. It's just a make-up of quantity. Almost all the warships in Gaul that could fight were brought out by them. Now that everything is sunk here, what can be done to save the country? Even mobilizing civilian ships will take time. By the time civilian ships arrive here, they will have become a meal for the animals in the sea. At this moment, they suddenly heard the sound of ships. Several large fishing boats came over, with black flags on them, and a white scimitar painted on them. This is a flag designed by Zhang Tuohai himself to identify his identity.
Listen, this is the Scimitar Legion. We are here to rescue you based on humanitarian principles. All those who want to be rescued need to put down all weapons. Otherwise, they will be regarded as enemies and completely eliminated. Those who are willing to be rescued should climb up the rope ladder and accept our control.
A shout rang out from the fishing boat's loudspeaker. The character of the Gauls is well known to all. If you can live, you will never die. The thousands of sailors still alive in the sea all chose to throw away their weapons and became prisoners. They lined up one by one to board the fishing boat and became Zhang Tuohai's prisoners. All these people were placed in prison because there were so many people. The prison was overcrowded and there was no place to sit. Zhang Tuohai posted photos of these people on the internet and then gave a televised speech.
Just now, our troubled country was once again invaded by Gaul. The Gaul aircraft carrier brazenly invaded our territorial waters. With the fierce fighting of the Scimitar Legion, we successfully sank the invading aircraft carrier and warships protect the country's security. We now demand an apology from Gaul and compensation for its aggression against us. In addition, because of the very difficult financial situation in the country, we require Gaul to immediately pay our 1 billion euros in prisoner of war management costs. Otherwise, we will not be able to guarantee the treatment of prisoners of war.
Subsequently, the scenes of these Gallic sailors being imprisoned and the sinking of the aircraft carrier appeared on the TV screen. After the televised speech was broadcast, it immediately caused an uproar. After hearing Zhang Tuohai's speech, many people's first thought was disbelief. They did not believe that the Gallic Navy, one of the 5 permanent members, could sink a country full of warlords. In particular, this country was completely destroyed by Gaul before. In just a few years, it was actually possible to sink the Gallic Navy? They thought it must be a joke. However, the subsequent video does not look fake. Especially the Gallic Navy in those few acres of land look so real. They called on the president to immediately send someone to redeem them and return them home. The media immediately looked for the Gallic government to confirm the authenticity of the news. The Gallic government fell silent. The president of Gaul threw the phone angrily.
Now, who can tell me what is going on? Our mighty Gallic Navy was actually defeated by a local warlord? Moreover, so many soldiers were captured? Who can tell me what is going on? Mr. President, I feel that now is not the time to pursue the problem, but to discuss how to solve the problem,
said the Secretary of the Navy.
If we can't resolve it properly, the families of those officers and soldiers will take to the streets to protest.
Hearing the words of the Navy minister, the Gallic president had a headache. Gaul has a habit of marching in the streets whenever something happens. Now, because of the postponement of retirement, there has been a lot of trouble. If family members of the military take to the streets again at this time, the entire country will be in complete chaos. He also needs to step down immediately. He might even be guillotined by the angry crowd. This was unacceptable to him. Whether it is to appease the people or to extend his political life, he must properly resolve this matter.
Okay, what's their offer?
Asked the Gallic president.
Pay 1 billion euros upfront for food and administrative expenses,
said the Secretary of the Navy.
Puff.
The president of Gaul almost spat out a mouthful of blood.
1 billion. Why don't they grab it? 200,000 for food and management fees per person. How did they open their mouths? Are they all staying in 5-star hotels?
The president of Gaul roared angrily.
Mr. President, they are just robbing. Moreover, they said that there is a food shortage now. If the money cannot be remitted to them within 3 days, they will have no choice but to cut off the food supply to the prisoners of war. All consequences will be borne by you, Barrett,
said the Secretary of the Navy. Hearing the words of the Navy minister, the Gallic president had a headache. If it is true as the Secretary of the Navy said, he is really done as president. However, if he really paid the ransom, he would be attacked by his political opponents as too weak. It will be very detrimental to the next election. He can't let this go. The president of Gaul thought for a while and said,
send them a telegram and inform them that it will take time for us to raise money. Let them wait for a few days and stabilize them first. Also, pick up the Foreign Legion for me and call Commander Gutierrez.
Soon, Gutierrez walked in. Gutierrez is a nigga, a standard Gaul blackbird, with only white teeth all over his body.
Mr. President, immediately formulate a combat plan. I want you to launch a surprise attack on Benghazi, rescue the trapped naval officers and soldiers, and eliminate the warlords entrenched there. If you do your job well, all of you can get Gallic citizenship,
said the Gallic president. Gutierrez's eyes lit up after hearing the words of the Gallic president. Why did they join the Foreign Legion? Isn't it just for the Gallic ladies and Gallic nationality? Now, an opportunity was placed in front of them, and it would be false if they didn't say they were excited.
Don't worry, Mr. President. We will get the job done,
Gutierrez shouted. Chapter 1567. Gutierrez returned to the station with the order and immediately summoned several capable backbones to start arranging a combat plan.
Our goal is to go to Benghazi and eliminate the warlords here, because we have lost the naval cover and cannot land from the sea. In order to be fast and sudden, we can only choose the airborne method. I decided to use civil aviation signals as deception to land in Benghazi on a military aircraft. Then occupy the airport and guide follow-up transport aircraft to transport the remaining combat vehicles. After obtaining the combat vehicle, we immediately raided the warlord station, killed everyone inside, and rescued the captured navy. Finally capture the oil company and return the oil company to Gaul's control. Do you understand? Understood.
Many backbones responded.
Okay, let's get ready,
Gutierrez shouted. After a while, a key member took out his mobile phone and sent a message. A few minutes later, Zhang Tuohai received an email from Harry. The email detailed Gutierrez's plans.
These Gallic chickens still don't want to give up,
Zhang Tuohai sneered.
Since they don't give up, let them give up completely.
Zhang Tuohai made a plan to counterattack Gutierrez's plan. That night, Gutierrez led people into the transport plane. Taking advantage of the darkness, they took off and flew towards Benghazi. Everyone in the cabin was ready, and their bodies were covered with various weapons.
Commander of the Corps, Benghazi is ahead. Tell them we are a lost civilian aircraft and request to land,
Gutierrez said.
Yes.
The pilot reported the situation to the tower and waited for permission to land. The large military transport plane landed on the ground. As soon as the plane landed, Gutierrez rushed out of the plane with others, rushed to the tower, then start guiding the subsequent transport aircraft to land. The whole process went very smoothly without any resistance. And it was so smooth that even Gutierrez felt a little unbelievable.
Humph! It turned out to be a group of warlords. They didn't even know how to send people to defend the airport. That group of navy was defeated by such a group of trash. It turned out to be trash. It seems that Gaul still needs us to protect it.
Gutierrez's face was full of contempt. Soon, the subsequent transport planes landed on the ground. Just when they were about to go out to take over the equipment, the ceiling above them suddenly exploded. Boom! A huge explosion ripped through the room, tearing everyone in the room to pieces. Countless armed men rushed out from dark corners and attacked the Foreign Legion brought by Gutierrez. These people did not expect to be suddenly attacked. Caught off guard, a large number of them were killed. They quickly took cover. However, Zhang Tuohai had already made preparations. All places that could be used as shelters had been tampered with. These people hid inside and immediately became confused. The ghosts and wolves howling after being blown up by various booby traps. The rest of the people saw that the situation was not good and prepared to escape. But the surrounding area has been blocked by the Scimitar Legion, and there is no way to escape. The remaining transport planes saw this and wanted to take off. But the Scimitar Legion blew up the runway. All transport planes are stuck at the airport. The transport plane pilots had no choice but to follow the Scimitar Legion's requirements. Opened the plane and unloaded various combat vehicles. Looking at the batches of various armored vehicles and infantry fighting vehicles, Zhang Tuohai smiled. Arrange these transport planes and vehicles immediately for the photos I want to use. People from the Benghazi TV station immediately started taking photos and videos. After finishing, Zhang Tuohai immediately gave a speech. He denounced the despicable behavior of the president of Gaul, who pretended to agree to peace talks while sending people to sneak attacks. There is no integrity whatsoever. In order to punish this lack of integrity, Zhang Tuohai decided to double the food expenses of all prisoners of war to 2 billion euros. At the same time, they demanded payment for the funeral expenses of the foreign legionnaires who were killed, a total of 1 billion. In addition, the repair costs for various damaged facilities totaled 300 billion. Must be paid within 48 hours. Otherwise, he would no longer guarantee the safety of prisoners of war. After the demands were read, a video recorded by Benghazi TV was shown on television. In the video, a Gallic transport plane is neatly arranged on the runway. In front of the transport plane were rows of armored vehicles and infantry fighting vehicles. There was a banner hanging above, thanking President Lao Tai for the airplane and sports car. After the video was played, Zhang Tuohai posted it on social platforms. Let the video be reposted quickly on the internet. Soon, the news was known to people all over the world. Everyone knew that Gaul Silky Chicken was humiliated by a local warlord. The navy was ruined. All transport planes were lost. And the Foreign Legion was lost. The navy, army, and air force suffered serious losses. If the local warlords hadn't lacked offensive weapons, Paris might not have been able to hold on. For a moment, all the eyes of the world were focused on Gaul, waiting to see Gaul's joke. They wanted to see how the Gallic president would resolve the matter. At this time, the president of Gaul was very worried. After losing the navy, air force transport planes, and the Foreign Legion one after another, the Gallic president was already ashen. He knew that he would definitely not be able to sit down in the position of president. What he is thinking now is how to step down without being liquidated. He wouldn't commit suicide by being shot 8 times in the back. When the whole world focused its attention on the president of Gaul, Zhang Tuohai led his people on the armored vehicles and infantry fighting vehicles of the Foreign Legion and raided Tripoli. This was the original capital of Libya, and it was managed by a local warlord supported by his elders. As for oil, it is managed by the local oil company. Just like the original Benghazi, Zhang Tuohai took advantage of the opportunity when the world was paying attention to the president of Gaul and led the Scimitar Legion to appear on the outskirts of Tripoli. Surgeon, kill all the resistors, occupy the oil company, and capture everyone as prisoners. Zhang Tuohai issued the order. At this time, he already had 10 brigades, as well as drones and infantry fighting vehicles. No need to be as careful as you were when fighting Benghazi. Just press the troops directly and push flatly. Facing Zhang Tuohai's soldiers, the defenders of Tripoli resisted symbolically for a while, and then surrendered. They saw the power of the Scimitar Legion on TV. Even the Foreign Legion is no match. How could they possibly defeat them? A salary of several hundred yuan a month. What a waste of money. The defenders of Tripoli surrendered directly. The Scimitar Legion successfully took control of Libya's most important oil-producing area. After acquiring the oil company, Zhang Tuohai directly sold it to the Little Caliphate. If it hadn't been for the Little Caliph's intelligence, he might have been attacked by those guys. Although, the small caliphate is also for its own oil interests. But just being able to stand in the same trench with him would be great. By doing this, Zhang Tuohai bound himself more closely to the Little Caliphate. Chapter 1568 Surrender. Zhang Tuohai led his troops to occupy Tripoli, and did not cause any sensation. It proved once again that even if the small country shouted with all its strength, there would be no sound. In a big country, even if you fart, everyone will come and smell it. This is the nature of the world. Zhang Tuohai became famous twice because of his relationship with Gaul. After capturing Tripoli, Zhang Tuohai organized military training while waiting for a reply from the president of Gaul. In fact, the ransom can be negotiated. What he wants is the surrender statement from the president of Gaul. In this way, he can complete the task. However, 48 hours have passed, and the Gallic president has not even farted. There was absolutely no sound in the media. Zhang Tuohai was very angry. More than 5,000 naval officers and soldiers were imprisoned in his hands. But the president of Gaul was indifferent. Do you really think he can't kill people? Zhang Tuohai inquired about the news through the Little Caliphate. The Little Caliph got the news with the help of insider information. It didn't take long to figure out what the Gallic president meant. The president of Gaul weighed the pros and cons, and decided that he would rather step down than sign a surrender agreement. If he did sign it, he would most likely be shot dead by domestic radicals. After all, Gaul is still hanging on the tiger's skin of the Wuchang. If you surrender to a small country, do you still want to lose face? Zhang Tuohai was unhappy when he heard the news about the Little Caliphate. You want to lose face? Do you want my mission to be completed? Do you know that blocking someone's path is like killing one's parents? They dare to shoot you. But I don't dare to. Zhang Tuohai decided to give the Gallic president a little surprise. He immediately organized his elite troops, boarded the transport plane, and flew directly to Gaul. However, Zhang Tuohai did not directly break into Gaul's airspace. Gaul's air defense is still complete, and what he has in his hand is just an ordinary transport plane. If it is hit by an anti-aircraft missile, it will die or not. Therefore, his strategy was to hide under a normal civilian airliner and fly directly to Gaul. The military aircraft does not have a positioning system. In addition, it is hidden under the civilian airliner, and the radar reflection overlaps with the passenger aircraft. As a result, the military aircraft is not detected by the radar on the ground at all. Of course, this is an extremely dangerous behavior in air traffic control. But in order to complete the task, Zhang Tuohai can't care so much. Zhang Tuohai accompanied the plane directly into Gaul and entered the Paris airport. By the time the ground control tower realized something was wrong, Zhang Tuohai's transport plane had slowly landed at the Paris airport. The people at the tower looked at the huge transport plane in astonishment. Don't understand what's going on. They watched as the transport plane opened its hatch and 2 infantry fighting vehicles rushed out.
Let's go straight to Versailles.
Zhang Tuohai controlled the car and headed towards the Palace of Versailles. The others followed his orders, killing in all directions of Paris to involve police forces and distract the enemy. Hundreds of soldiers who came with the plane dispersed into the streets of Paris in combat groups, grabbed cars one after another, and fired continuously on the streets. The people were so frightened that they kept screaming. The police department's phone lines were off the hook. The Paris police department was overwhelmed and kept dispatching police forces to the scene of the incident. The streets of Paris were filled with police cars and bomb-proof vehicles. From time to time, you can see various police cars speeding past. In this case, the 2 infantry fighting vehicles are not so conspicuous. People will subconsciously think that they are here to maintain law and order. Little did he know that someone had raided Paris. In particular, this car also bears the emblem of the Gallic military. 2 infantry fighting vehicles rushed all the way to the entrance of the Palace of Versailles.
Stop! Who is it?
The guard at the gate of Versailles asked, raising his gun. What answered them was the roar of the 12.7mm machine gun. Da-da-da. A barrage of bullets knocked them to the ground. The men fell to the ground. Zhang Tuohai drove his infantry fighting vehicle through the gate and rushed directly into the Palace of Versailles. There were guards rushing out all around. But under the fire of 12.7mm machine gun and 30mm rapid-fire cannon, they were all killed. After all, they are just an honor guard, and compared with real weapons of war, they are still too fragile. Under Zhang Tuohai's surprise attack, he directly broke through the defense of Versailles Palace.
Car number 2. Guard this place, and don't let anyone in or out,
Zhang Tuohai said, picked up an AK, and rushed into the Palace of Versailles.
Da-da-da.
Zhang Tuohai fought his way in, and quickly rushed to the conference room. At this time, the president was meeting with his think tanks to study how to solve the thorny problems at hand.
Gentlemen, if we don't find a way, we will be forced to resign. Do you just want to leave in such a dejected manner?
The Gallic president asked angrily.
Sorry, Mr. President. There is no room for redemption. After all, no matter what aspect, there must be a scapegoat for this huge failure. You are undoubtedly the best candidate,
the think tank under his command said.
What if I refuse?
Asked the Gallic president.
They will create a scene and say that you committed suicide out of fear of crime, and at the same time left a suicide note of regret, placing all the blame on you. And then no one will be responsible for it,
the wise man said.
Made fact.
The president of Gaul slapped the table angrily.
Am I raising you to do these things? You must find a way for me. Otherwise none of you will be able to live well if I step down.
At this moment, the door to the conference room was kicked open. Zhang Tuohai rushed to the president of Gaul with AK in hand. A surrender declaration that had been prepared long ago was thrown in front of him.
Mr. President, please sign here,
Zhang Tuohai said with a smile.
Who are you? Who let you in? Do you know who I am?
The president of Gaul comes up with 3 questions about his soul. Zhang Tuohai smiled slightly. And the next second, he hit the president in the face with the butt of his gun.
Mr. President, you don't seem to understand the current situation. I am not asking. I am ordering.
Zhang Tuohai said with a smile.
They'll kill me if I sign this.
The president of Gaul glanced at the documents in front of him and shouted loudly.
If you don't sign, you will die now.
Zhang Tuohai sneered and put the muzzle of the gun on the head of the Gaul president.
Okay. I sign. I sign. Don't kill me.
The president of Gaul finally recognized the situation before him, picked up his pen and signed. However, after signing, there is no prompt that the task is completed.
Could it be that too few people know about it and it's not acknowledged?
Zhang Tuohai started the live broadcast and pointed his phone at the president of Gaul.
Come on. Dear Mr. President, read it again or get shot.
Seeing the black muzzle of the gun, the Gallic president read the contents of the document in front of millions of people in the live broadcast room. The majestic Gaul actually surrendered to a small country. Chapter 1569, Establishing the Kingdom of Heaven.
Gaul is defeated.
This information immediately detonated the entire internet. At first, some people thought it was a prank, until I saw the video of the president of Gaul. Only then did I slowly come to believe this fact. Countless experts analyzed it frame by frame, trying to find signs that this video was forged. But, unfortunately, this video is real. Moreover, Zhang Tuohai also started a live broadcast, allowing the president of Gaul to read the letter of surrender without interruption. Only then did the whole society confirm that Gaul had indeed surrendered. Moreover, he still surrendered to a small country that had been defeated just a few years before surrendered. Public opinion was in an uproar. Nearly all the headlines were occupied by the declaration of Gaul's surrender. Everyone is discussing why the powerful Gaul became like this. Some people are still thinking about whether Diang, who is also the shame of the Wuchang, has done the same. Someone tried to break into Buckingham Palace. As a result, they did not have as strong a backing as Zhang Tuohai, and they were pushed down by the guards as soon as they arrived at the gate of Buckingham Palace. Become a laughing stock. Zhang Tuohai's behavior turned into a carnival across the entire network. And Zhang Tuohai himself finally got what he wanted. Completed the task of being promoted to the 2nd level. Successfully promoted to the 2nd level. And he also obtained the 2nd grade magical power, Claw of Binghua. According to the skill description, this is a top-notch magical power that condenses the fire of the sun into claws, and turns everything contaminated into ashes. I have to say that it is very ironic that his ruthless magic power has awakened such a powerful magical power.
Try your skills.
After completing the task, Zhang Tuohai no longer needed to be secretive, and directly took off into the sky, looking down at the city of Paris. At this time, military camps near Paris had begun to gather troops to prepare to rescue the president. I have to say that Gaul's response was really too slow. It was only then that preparations began to rescue the president.
Let's test it on you.
Zhang Tuohai opened his hand and pressed down. A big hand made of flames pressed down.
What? Oh my God! What is that? God! Did God appear?
Countless people looked at the sky, staring blankly at the huge flaming hand, not knowing what was happening. The assembled troops saw the giant flaming hand in the sky, and involuntarily raised their guns and pulled the trigger on the flaming hand. Da-da-da. A barrage of bullets was fired into the big hand of flames. The bullet hit the big flame hand. But after the bullet hit the flame giant's hand, it disappeared without a trace. Call. The giant flame hand pressed down. After the giant flame hand disappeared, the land turned into white land, and everything disappeared without a trace.
The attack effect is not bad.
Zhang Tuohai nodded when he saw the effect. At the same time, he discovered that after killing the enemy, he could also gain spiritual power.
It seems that we have to help Gaul complete the demilitarization.
Zhang Tuohai made a decision. Zhang Tuohai started his Tour de France tour. As long as you find a Gaulish military base, just slap it down. It not only helped Gaul eliminate unstable factors, but also increased his spiritual power. A win-win was achieved successfully. After helping Gaul complete the demilitarization, Zhang Tuohai felt that half of his spiritual power was still missing. So he thought about where to go to get the remaining spiritual power. When the game comes, it will not be easy to gather spiritual power so quickly. So, where can I get so much spiritual power? Zhang Tuohai set his sights on Diang next door. Although Diang was pulled, there were still 100,000 soldiers after all. Zhang Tuohai circled Diang and destroyed all military facilities and army members. Finally, I collected enough spiritual power to upgrade to the first level. At the same time, he also received the task of being promoted to the first level. Establish a blessed land in caves and heavens, and a heavenly kingdom on earth. If you want to complete the construction of Dongtian blessed land, you first need a blessed land. Zhang Tuohai has this blessed land. Fangsun Mountain is it. Then, there is population. To build Dongtian paradise requires a large number of people. Not only the population, but also these people should be grateful to you. Only if I am sincerely willing to obey your orders, and willing to live in the paradise of cave heaven. Taking these 2 points into consideration, Zhang Tuohai selected the target in the war-torn area. Don't think about peaceful areas. Everyone is living a good life. If you want them to follow you, the demand is very high. Water, electricity, and heating are the basic requirements. Then, you also need various complete entertainment facilities. Eat well, earn more, and preferably not work. This is too much trouble. War-torn areas are much better. Their wish is simple. No longer troubled by war. Whoever can provide them with stability is their savior. So, where is the war still going on now? Zhang Tuohai set his target in Idlib. This is his place of lynching. There are a large number of refugees gathered here, and they are even willing to do anything for you as long as you give them a bite to eat. Zhang Tuohai controlled Fangsun Mountain and landed directly in front of Idlib's camp. A large area was drawn on Fangsun Mountain as a refugee settlement. Then the recruitment of refugees began. The refugees couldn't believe everything Zhang Tuohai said. Although, they pray every day, hoping that someone can take them out of here. But when it all happened, they couldn't believe it. They felt as if they were in a dream. Can't believe it all. Seeing the hesitation of the refugees, Zhang Tuohai started Fangsun Mountain. Get ready to leave. Seeing that Fangsun Mountain seemed to be preparing to leave, many refugees gritted their teeth and ran out, rushing into Fangsun Mountain. Fangsun Mountain rose higher and higher. Many refugees ran slowly and found that they could not catch up to Fangsun Mountain. So they shouted anxiously below. However, Fangsun Mountain did not stop at all. It flew straight up. The remaining people stamped their feet and beat their chests. Feeling regretful, we can only watch Fangsun Mountain getting further and further away, and eventually disappear without a trace. As Fang Kunshan left, a video appeared online. The dazzling Fangsun Mountain appeared at the gate of the Idlib refugee camp, leading believers to leave. Many determined believers were led away, while the rest lost their chance to enter the kingdom of heaven forever. This video was naturally made by Zhang Tuohai. After several experiments, he had already tasted the benefits of internet media. As soon as he got the task, he thought about how to use the internet to assist in the completion of the task. Then, Zhang Tuohai thought of using this video to gain fame. Let everyone know about this. When they see Fangsun Mountain again, they will know what it is and associate Fangsun Mountain with bliss. Chapter 1570 Invading the Core of the World and Writing Rules. Zhang Tuohai controlled Fangsun Mountain and headed to the next town. This is also a town at war. This time, after seeing Fangsun Mountain, the residents in the town ran towards Fangsun Mountain without any hesitation. They know that as long as they enter Fangsun Mountain, they can survive. Zhang Tuohai was very satisfied when he saw the people coming. As long as we follow this pace and visit a few more war-torn countries, we will soon be able to get the conditions together. When the time comes, he will be promoted to the first level. When the time comes, the whole world can be conquered. However, at this moment, a burst of explosion suddenly sounded in the sky. Zhang Tuohai looked towards the sky. A mountain peak slowly emerged. An old man in light robes stood on the top of the mountain and laughed loudly. I didn't expect that there is a world like this outside the sky. But it is so weak. The best nourishment has been accepted by this old man. After saying that, the old man opened the 10,000 souls banner, and thousands of ghosts poured out from it, rushing toward the town below, constantly chasing and killing the people below. How dare you steal my supplies? Zhang Tuohai was furious. He glanced at the old man. He was just a 4th grade monk, but he still dared to be so arrogant. Zhang Tuohai pressed it with his palm, directly burned those ghosts on the ground to ashes. Who dares to kill my ghost? The old man was furious and looked around for the person who did it. It's me. Do you have any objections? Zhang Tuohai flew to the old man and looked at him condescendingly. The old man was about to speak, but when he noticed the terrifying pressure on Zhang Tuohai, he almost knelt down. Little old man, I didn't know that the immortal was coming, so I apologize to you. The old man knelt down. Who are you, and why are you here? Zhang Tuohai asked coldly. Back to Shangxian.
The little old man is the deacon of Yuhuan sect's torture hall. He went out to arrest the disciples of the sect who had committed something. Unexpectedly, he encountered a billowing white mist. And then he ended up here, the old man said quickly. Rolling white mist. Zhang Tuohai took out his phone and looked at the time. And he probably understood the reason. At this time, the real world and the game world are about to merge. This billowing white mist is proof. If his calculation is correct, the world will be completely integrated in 7 days. People in the game will also come to this world. Originally, this seemed to be nothing to Zhang Tuohai. Anyway, he is already a second-grade monk and will soon be promoted to a first-grade monk. The two worlds merged. And he was also the one standing at the top of the world. He is always a vested interest. But this deacon of Yuhuan sect gave him a warning. That is, not everyone likes peaceful development. Especially those guys from the Yuhuan sect. They are all like him. They will do anything for their own interests. The slaughter of thousands of subjects was routine. It's okay for him to go through all this alone. But what about 10? What about 100? Do all the people in Yuhuan sect do this? No matter how many people there are. They are not enough. He had to deal with these guys first. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai shook his hand, and the old man instantly turned into ashes. Before killing those guys, Zhang Tuohai still needs to improve his strength as much as possible. Such as improving to the first level first. After Zhang Tuohai showed his overwhelming strength, the refugees joined faster. With the existence of such a super powerful person, do they still need to be afraid? In addition to the refugees, some Muchang careerists also rushed into Fangsuan Mountain. For these people, Zhang Tuohai accepted them all and accepted them all. For the next 7 days, Zhang Tuohai continued to recruit refugees. He visited dozens of refugee camps and slums in a row. Wherever he passed, almost everyone entered Fangsuan Mountain. In the early morning of the 7th day, Zhang Tuohai was finally promoted to the first rank. And he also awakened the top natal magical power of Yu Hengsenju, the Jinyu Heavenly Thunder Lock. Congratulations to the player. You have obtained the natal magical power Town Thunder Lock. Jinyu Tianlei Lock, the only top magical power. A yoke condensed by life, luck, and heavenly punishment. After locking the area, you will have absolute control over the area. No one can escape. No one can break through. You can formulate rules, control the reincarnation of heaven, and become the only true god. After seeing the natal magical power, Zhang Tuohai paused for a moment, and a new idea came to his mind. According to the original plan, he was going to enter the game world and kill all the demons that were out of his control. He is enough for the magic cultivator. Although this world is big, there is no room for a second demon cultivator. After seeing this magical power, he had new ideas. Killing people is too inefficient. He wants to directly cut off the inheritance of the Taoism, cut off the way of heaven, and block the path of those who come after him. And the method is very simple. If only, at this time, there were bursts of thunder in the sky, and shadows slowly emerged. The mountains and rivers in the game gradually emerged one after another, and the people among them gradually became real. They will slowly integrate into this world, and eventually the two worlds will merge into one. It's now! Zhang Tuohai stretched out the Jinyu Heavenly Thunder Lock. Thousands of chains took advantage of the melting of the crystal wall where the two realms merged, and pierced directly into the crystal wall, sinking directly into the origin of the world. Countless world rules floated before Zhang Tuohai's eyes, like the underlying code of software. The vast software of the world runs on these codes. Just changing the code can change the way the world works. And what Zhang Tuohai needs is this. Zhang Tuohai began to write new rules. In the new world, no other practitioners are allowed except me. Bang bang bang. The sea of qi and the dantian of hundreds of millions of monks shattered, and huge spiritual power was released from the body. No one was spared. No matter whether it was a second-level magical powerhouse or a ninth-level pawn who had just entered the body forging process. The cultivation that countless people have cultivated so hard was instantly wiped out. What happened? My spiritual power? Where is my power? How can this be? Is it because God wants to kill me? The sudden loss of power caused countless monks to go crazy on the spot. They cannot accept the reality that they have lost their power. But no matter how they howl, they can't change the reality that they have lost their power. Zhang Tuohai looked at these people coldly. If their cultivation is not abolished, these people will step on the bones of others to ascend to heaven and become new dignitaries. By then, more people will not even have a chance to cry. This is how he came. So he knows best what these people will do. Cutting off the road as early as possible is the best option. In addition, the inheritance was cut off,
and the possibility of anyone relying on his cultivation to challenge him was cut off. This is to cut off the road to heaven. Unreasonable, but in line with human nature. However, when the two worlds merge, one cannot favor one over the other. Zhang Tuohai wrote the second rule. Destroy all beyond visual range strike weapons, production lines, and destroy materials. Once the rules were set, all kinds of over-the-horizon strike weapons around the world were reduced to nothing. The production line dissipated. Data erasure. It's like it never happened. Chapter 1571 St. Louis Anna. The destruction of weapons, production lines and blueprints is much less disruptive than the severing of the monk's path. After all, these weapons are usually stored in the warehouse, and are not used every day except for routine maintenance. By the time it was discovered, it would have long since disappeared. However, the impact of this is far-reaching. The loss of beyond visual range weapons means that all active artillery, missiles, tanks, fighter planes, and ships will disappear. What can be retained are basically unarmed training aircraft, transport aircraft, sail warships for training, and cargo ships. The army is better, with armed helicopters, infantry fighting vehicles, most individual rocket-type equipment, and most firearms retained. In this way, the basic transportation capacity is ensured, and the basic power of each country to maintain public order is retained. It can enable countries in the midst of great changes to maintain basic stability. After writing two rules, Zhang Tuohai felt that his power had reached its limit. He was just a first-grade monk, and to reach this point was at the cost of sacrificing Fang Kunshan, thousands of believers, and the evil spirit of his cultivation. Although the price is high, the rewards are even greater. After the successful modification, he has merged with the world and become the embodiment of the world's will. He coexists with the world. If the world is not destroyed, he will be immortal, become a Holy Spirit-like existence in the world.
I didn't expect you would do this.
Lilith emerged.
I didn't expect it. But memories will affect people after all.
Zhang Tuohai was a little helpless. He didn't expect that after sealing his memory, he would become like that, and almost destroy the world. However, in the end, he pulled back from the brink, and pulled the world back from the brink of destruction.
Will the two worlds blend well together?
Lilith asked.
Who knows? Even if it succeeds, it will definitely take a long time,
Zhang Tuohai said.
After all, humans haven't merged together for so many years. Right. How long do you think it will take?
Lilith asked, sitting next to him.
I don't know. Time is meaningless to me anyway. It's good to just have fun.
Zhang Tuohai sat at the intersection of the world, overlooking the world. He turned his perspective to the ugly country. At this time, the biggest change was in Zhou country. Because guns are allowed, the gun ownership rate among civilians in ugly country is extremely high, with an average of 1.5 guns per person. Gun stores are as ubiquitous as convenience stores. This used to be no problem, because no matter how many guns the private sector owns, they are nothing more than pistols and rifles. The military has more powerful weapons, including airplanes, cannons, and tanks. No matter how many guns there are among the people, they will never be able to make waves. However, after the rules were revised, the world changed. Planes, artillery, tanks, and all other weapons beyond visual range disappeared. All the military can rely on are the army's machine guns, infantry fighting vehicles, and individual rocket launchers. This is seriously inconsistent with the ugly military's combat method. The Zhou kingdom has long been accustomed to calling for air support when encountering the enemy. And after the enemy is killed, the infantry takes over, losing their aircraft, losing their air superiority, and losing all kinds of beyond visual range equipment meant that they could hardly fight anymore. Let them drive infantry fighting vehicles into close combat with the enemy. Are you kidding me? Therefore, the war weariness in the army is very serious. In addition, when Zhang Tuohai helped Zhou country denuclearize, Zhou country lost all its nuclear weapons and nuclear power plants. There was a widespread power outage. The military, the president, and the vice president were at odds, leading to successive coups. During the period when Zhang Tuohai left, 6 presidents changed in succession. Frequent changes in government have led to widespread public dissatisfaction, and the revolt in various states has become increasingly serious. Originally, the federal government could also intervene with powerful military force, control the states. However, now that those reliances are gone, the states are ready to try to become independent. In their opinion, instead of dormant under this shabby federation, it would be better to be a grass-headed king. Texas, the land of rednecks and rich in military virtue, was the first to announce that it would restore the Lone Star Republic and secede from the Union. The funniest thing is that this statement was published on TikTok. After the announcement, countless old Dixes gathered in the square and cheered, holding Confederate flags and Texas state flags from the Civil War. Countless people raised their AR-15s and fired into the sky. Seeing this scene, the federal government wanted to send soldiers to Texas for armed intervention. However, the soldiers were not moved at all. They only have a few infantry fighting vehicles in their hands. How can they use this to suppress them? Do you really think that the AR-15 in my hands is vegetarian? Not only is the command unable to move, the military is also constantly demanding increased budgets and expenditures. Otherwise it will use force to demand wages. Hearing this, the current president was frightened and quickly turned on the money printing machine to print a large amount of money, trying to get through the immediate predicament first. Seeing Texas independence, other states were fine with it, and they became emboldened. They all raised flags to rebel. States with better economies naturally don't want to live in partnership with others, and are directly independent and live their own lives. The agricultural states with poor conditions formed the Louisiana Union in order to stay together for warmth. The Union has no administrative power, and its only role is to regulate the proportion of various crops grown in each state. Avoid vicious competition. The huge Cho kingdom shattered into 4 large pieces in less than 3 months. East Coast, Louisiana. West Coast, Texas. From a global power to a regional power, they fought back and forth with the gangs in southern Mexico, and they were evenly matched. It shocked countless people's glasses. The reason why it can still retain the title of a regional power is entirely because Latin American countries have become more attractive due to the continuous blood-sucking that can be used to drain the lake. However, this major revision has good news and bad news for Latin America. The good news is that they don't have much over-the-horizon equipment to begin with, and losing it will have little impact on the army. The bad news is that their troops were already unable to defeat the gangs, and they were even more unable to defeat them now. Grass-headed kings from all over the world rise together, and war breaks out. The states of the original ugly country have firmly established themselves as important regional forces by virtue of their huge gun ownership. It seems to be expected. Zhang Tuohai turned his attention to Europe. Then, he was stunned by Europe's operations. After Europe and the game world merged, what happened to be the area of the Soul Control sect was merged. After Yuhuan sect entered Europe, they were immediately discovered by the White Zhua virgins. Seeing so many poor people, those saints of the white left immediately took to the streets to demonstrate and asked the government to accept these refugees. And those politicians naturally agreed directly for the sake of votes. Thus, the Holy Mothers once again stood on the moral high ground. Politicians get money and votes. Refugees receive some relief. Only taxpayers lose money. Originally, this was something that everyone was happy with. However, these refugees are not ordinary refugees. They are members of the Soul Control sect. Chapter 1572, I Don't Want to Play Anymore completed. The character of Yuhuan sect can be seen from Zhang Tuohai's behavior. At best, they are a bunch of scum. To put it bluntly, they are a bunch of antisocial elements. The original world was full of evil. How can it be better in a new world that seems to be relatively weak, even though they lost their proud cultivation? But will a bad guy stop doing evil if he loses his gun? Apparently not. On the contrary, because they lost their power, they resented the world more and more. His personality became more and more extreme. Although they have lost their cultivation, years of fighting have given them rich combat experience. He is cruel and ruthless in doing things, and he has no bottom line. After integrating with the world for a while, they slowly figured out the rules of this world. A group of people are brainless, killing with swords and guns every day, venting their resentment, turned Europe into a battlefield. Although those European politicians are a bit idiotic, and most of the police and soldiers are civil servants who are just dawdling, they can't help but have money. A group of mercenaries were quickly recruited. The mission of this group of mercenaries is to eliminate these alien races. Then Europe became a complete battlefield. The mercenaries and the soul-controlling sect's people fought until the sky was dark and the cities were in ruins. Due to its excellent matching system, Africa is already at war with others. After the foreigners arrived, they felt like they were back home. Tian Tian and Uncle Hay shoot each other AKs from the waist, fighting for their faith. The aliens who landed at Asen were the most unlucky. As soon as they landed, a large number of them were turned away by roadside snacks because they were looking for something to eat. Then a large number of them were knocked down because of the river water. The remaining people almost ran out holding their butts. Then he was pinched. Compared with these people, the group that landed in Australia were better. They only had to practice boxing with kangaroos. In general, after aliens entered the world, they caused huge trauma to the real world. However, in the end, because it lost its powerful strength, it was defeated by machine guns and infantry fighting vehicles, and was crushed by the wheels of technology. Of course, this is just a reckless person. Those who are really smart have already quietly taken off their clothes and put on local clothes. Live like a local. Some even walk to the stage. For example, the current Secretary General of the Louisiana Alliance is actually a former guest elder of the Yuhuan sect. Now, like a standard politician, he is putting on airs in front of the media. After 10 years of chaos, the impact of the alien invasion was slowly eliminated. The world has restored its original order on the surface. Zhang Tuohai originally thought that an invasion from another world would make people all over the world realize the beauty of peace and unite to rebuild a beautiful new world. As a result, he found out that he was wrong. This group of people is still the same as before. Those who are greedy for money and pleasure are still greedy for money and pleasure. Those who live in drunkenness and dream of death are still drunk and dream of death. There is no sign of unity at all. But on the contrary, they are becoming more and more divided. There are more and more gaps. There are constant wars every day. It was even more chaotic than before the alien invasion. Even Zhang Tuohai in the sky looked angry.
Can't you bunch of insects unite properly for once?
Zhang Tuohai was speechless. But he also knew that there was no way to unite these people now.
How to do it?
Zhang Tuohai decided to flip the table and shuffle the cards again.
I don't want to play anymore. I have to start over.
Zhang Tuohai entered the restart command into the core of the world. The whole world restarts. The world has returned to the way it was in the beginning, until a new life was born under the calm water. And